Chapter 1. Rustle. In the dense forest, a robust adult wild boar emerged from the depths of the jungle. It gazed ahead, twitching its nose as drool trickled from the corners of its mouth. Before its eyes lay a haphazard pile of apples strewn across the ground clearly. It had been lured by the enticing aroma of the fruits. The wild boar, with lively eyes, cautiously surveyed its surroundings. Once assured that no other movements were afoot, it dashed eagerly toward the food. However, just as it was about to reach the apples, it suddenly found itself stumbling into an unseen pit, plummeting into a deep chasm over 3 meters in depth. Huffing in frustration, the wild boar stared longingly at the apples perched above, letting out a disgruntled grunt. At that moment, a small green hand grasped one of the apples. A creature with green skin, long ears, and a pointed nose peered down into the pit. "What a hefty fellow! This should last us several days," remarked Luoming with a sinister grin upon observing the wild boar in the pit, for indeed, he was now a goblin. The term now was significant, for just a month prior, he had been an ordinary office worker living in the 21st century. An unexpected accident had claimed his life in a car crash. Upon awakening, he discovered himself transformed into a diminutive figure with green skin, long ears, and a pointed nose. A goblin. He had also acquired a new name, heraldology. Initially, he struggled to accept this transformation. Goblins, as he well knew, had a notorious reputation in his previous life. Through games, comics, and animations, he had encountered depictions of goblins, all characterized by their nefarious traits. Greed, violence, cunning, and other negative attributes were synonymous with their kind. Moreover, the infamous creatures possessed a pitifully weak stature. Thus, Luoming found himself in a state of despair at first. However, as he began to comprehend the true nature of goblins, he realized that the reality was far more nuanced. Reborn, Luoming resided in a modest tribe consisting of merely 8 or 9 goblins. While these goblins were indeed small in stature and peculiar in appearance, they were not the malevolent beings of legend. On the contrary, they were tragically weak. They dwelled at the forest's edge, too fearful of the fierce beasts lurking deeper within to venture far, and equally apprehensive of being hunted by adventurers and other powerful beings from the outside world. Thus, their daily existence revolved around foraging for wild fruits and capturing small animals for sustenance. The remainder of their time was spent trembling in fear, rather than launching attacks on other beings or raiding human settlements, as the rumor suggested. Initially taken aback by this revelation, Harold soon deemed it reasonable. After all, he understood that this was a world of knights and magic, inhabited by various races: humans, demons, elves, dwarves, and even legendary dragons and deities. These races possessed immense strength, dominating the continent, given that goblins lacked both the power and intellect to rival these beings. It was illogical for them to seek trouble that would be akin to courting death. Having come to this realization, Harold finally embraced his new identity as heraldology, resolving to adapt and survive. After all, this strange new world was rife with the unknown, and since he had arrived, he was determined to explore it thoroughly. In the tribe, Harold had just set down the wild boar he had slain when the other goblins gathered around him. "My word, the chief has killed such a large wild boar. Truly a worthy chief. We shall feast heartily." "Thank you, chief. Long live the chief," the goblins exclaimed, kneeling before Harold with admiration in their eyes. Although goblins possessed a fair degree of intelligence and could wield weapons, their capabilities fell short of creating traps or other complex devices. Thus, prior to Harold's arrival, they had only managed to hunt small creatures like rabbits and mice. It was precisely for this reason that Harold, with his keen intellect, earned the respect of the other goblins and ascended to the position of chief of this small tribe. "Rise, my friends, this wild boar weighs over 200 pounds. Let us roast it and prepare jerky, which will sustain us for quite some time, and do not forget to reserve those 2 sharp tusks," Harold instructed, waving his hand. The boar's sharp tusks were exceptionally valuable, serving as the finest weapons in a time devoid of iron tools. "Yes, chief," 2 goblins replied, swiftly dragging the boar away. Harold turned to the remaining goblins and inquired, "How fares the task I assigned you?" The goblins exchanged glances, and one stepped forward. "Chief, the expansion of our village is nearly complete, save for a single fence at the northwest corner that remains unfinished." A glimmer of joy flickered in Harold's eyes as he solemnly replied, Excellent, hurry and completed. It must be finished by today. Yes, Chief. The goblins nodded in agreement and set to work. Once they departed, Harold closed his eyes. At that moment, a panel appeared before him. Territory completion rate, 985. Notification. System activation will commence when territory reaches 10,000 square meters. Just a little more, it seemed he would finally activate the system today. Harold felt a surge of excitement. This system had manifested unexpectedly half a month ago, and was one of the reasons Harold was determined to survive in his previous life. He had read numerous novels, and thus had some understanding of systems. He knew that as a goblin, survival would be challenging, and the system represented his opportunity for a turnaround. Thus, upon receiving the system notification, he had instructed the other goblins to devote all their efforts to expanding the tribe's territory. After working diligently for half a month, they were on the cusp of completion. Territory completion rate, 989. Territory completion rate, 992. Territory completion rate, 997. Before long, 2 hours had passed. Watching the completion rate steadily rise, Harold was filled with anticipation. He knew that within half an hour at most, he would fulfill the system's activation requirements. Yet, just as Harold was lost in his hopeful thoughts, a sudden wolf howl shattered his concentration. Arg! Startled by the sound, Harold gazed in its direction. He spotted several pairs of green eyes fixed intently upon him from the depths of the forest. Gradually, those eyes traversed the trees and emerged from the shadows, revealing their true forms. It was a pack of wolves. A shiver ran down Harold's spine. These wolves were unlike any he had seen before, though not magical beasts. Their size was a full twice that of any wolf he had known. Their strength was far beyond what Harold had ever encountered. This was not the first time Harold had seen these wolves. Half a month prior, while hunting, he had witnessed a pack of wolves surround a giant bear towering over 4 meters in height. He had hidden in a tree, observing as the 3 wolves effortlessly evaded the bear's attacks and swiftly tore it apart. It was worth noting that the giant bear was one of the forest's apex predators, rivaling even some magical beasts, yet those 3 wolves had shredded it with ease. At that moment, Harold understood that the beasts in this world were far more formidable than those in his previous life. He realized that even if their entire tribe banded together, they would stand no chance against a giant bear, let alone wolves that were exponentially stronger. Now, Harold faced 5 wolves. Arg! The leading wolf let out a howl, and the 4 others charged toward the fence. Bang! The entire fence trembled from the impact. Fortunately, the sturdy wooden stakes, deeply embedded in the ground, withstood the assault, successfully repelling the wolves. Ridiculous! I designed this fence to be the most scientifically robust structure. How could you possibly break it so easily? Harold breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the fence intact. However, at that moment, he noticed the lead wolf shifting its gaze toward the northwest corner, where the goblins were still working on the fence. This is bad, Harold quickly shouted to the goblins laboring on the fence. The wolves are coming. Quickly, secure the fence. Just as Harold finished his warning, he heard a rush of movement. Beside him, the 5 wolves dashed toward the one remaining gap in the fence. Just as one goblin inserted the last wooden stake into the ground, however, before he could secure the wooden stake, 5 wild wolves burst through, invading the tribe. Aholehoit! The 5 wolves, akin to intruders in a sheepfold, swiftly overpowered the nearby goblins, pinning them to the ground. Yet, instead of dispatching the goblins immediately, their gaze shifted toward Harold. Their eyes gleamed with mockery, as if relishing the thrill of the hunt. What shall I do? With my current capabilities, I am no match for these wolves. Is this the end of my journey in this foreign realm? Harold gazed at the wolves, his eyes filled with reluctance. At that moment, a mechanical voice whispered in his ear. Ding! Territory completion rate has reached 100. Is the system activated? A flicker of hope ignited within Harold as he placed his trust in the system. The voice continued. Military fortress system successfully initiated, granting a novice gift pack. Danger to host life detected. The gift pack will automatically open, awarding a level 2 weapon, the Colt M1917 revolver daily bullet reset of 6 rounds. In the next instant, Harold felt a weight in his hand, and a gleaming silver revolver materialized there. Before he could contemplate further, one of the wolves lunged at him with impatience. Without a moment to lose, Harold instinctively raised the gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out deafeningly. Harold felt a jolt in his right hand, and it fell limply to his side. For a goblin of barely a meter tall, the recoil was overwhelming. Harold couldn't help but grumble. Yet soon, knowledge flooded his mind, accompanied by the system's explanation. Basic firearm usage methods have been transmitted to the host's brain. Host, Harold. Fortress, Level 1. Territory, 10,000 square meters. Citizens, ordinary goblins, 9 individuals. Weapon, Level 2 Colt M1917 revolver, daily bullet reset of 6 rounds. Skill, basic firearms. Note, upgrading to a Level 2 fortress requires a territory of 100,000 square meters. Just as Harold absorbed the data panel, he heard a wail from the wolf before him. He lifted his gaze to see the wolf lying helplessly on the ground, blood gushing from the upper thigh of its left front leg, the very spot Harold had struck. Yet, even in its weakened state, the wolf struggled to rise. Seizing the moment, a glint of determination flashed in Harold's eyes as the knowledge of basic firearms integrated into his being. With both hands gripping the gun, he aimed directly at the wolf's head and fired. Bang! The wolf's head erupted. The remaining 4 wolves recoiled in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. This was not their first encounter with goblins. Previously, whenever they encountered these diminutive green creatures, the goblins would tremble in fear, easily falling prey to them and becoming a delectable meal. They had never faced resistance, let alone sustained injuries. Yet now, the very Harold they regarded as mere food had, before their eyes, slain one of their own. Moreover, the method he employed was entirely unfamiliar to them. A flicker of wariness ignited within them. However, wariness aside, they were unwilling to relinquish their meal. The leading wolf howled, and the other 3 wolves lunged toward Harold, encircling him. With only 4 bullets remaining, it was imperative that not a single shot be wasted. Harold gripped the Colt M1917 revolver tightly, his gaze fixed upon the nearby wild wolves, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. The Colt M1917 revolver, measuring 274.32 millimeters in length and with a caliber of 11.43 millimeters, boasted a muzzle velocity of 231.65 meters per second, yet had a rather limited effective range. In other words, although it was a handgun, the distance was too great for Harold to ensure a perfect hit. However, the same revolver's flaw lay in its single-shot capacity. If 3 wild wolves lunged at him simultaneously, his demise would be inevitable. He needed to create an opening. Harold mused silently, scanning his surroundings. Soon enough, his eyes brightened as he noticed a fence within arm's reach, in his haste to complete a 1,000 square meter enclosure. He had designed the spacing between the fence posts rather loosely. Though such spacing could deter large beasts like wolves, it allowed the diminutive Harold to maneuver freely. Watch me execute a clever escape. A glint of mischief flickered in Harold's eyes as he began to move toward the fence. Awoo! The lead wolf instinctively sensed something amiss upon observing Harold's actions and began urging the other 3 wolves to advance. Responding to their leader's call, the 3 wolves ceased their hesitation and charged at Harold simultaneously. The distance was just right. Harold, seeing the trio of wolves rushing towards him, took aim and fired at the one closest to the fence, then rolled and leaped out of the enclosure. The sound of 2 thuds echoed as 2 wolves collided with the fence. The wolf struck by Harold's bullet was hit squarely in the head and fell lifelessly. 3 remained, observing the 2 dazed wolves that had just crashed into the fence. Harold took aim once more, squeezing the trigger of his weapon. Another deafening gunshot rang out, and one of the wolves crumpled to the ground. The last remaining wolf, trembling in fear, quickly retreated to cower beside the lead wolf. Witnessing this, Harold felt a twinge of regret. Just moments ago, he had been able to land 2 successive shots because the wolves had been so close and unprepared. After all, despite their cunning, wolves could not possibly match the intellect of Harold, a goblin of considerable guile. Yet now, it was evident that the wolves had become wary, making them much harder to hit. Once again, he leaped back over the fence, aiming at the lead wolf, and proclaimed, "If you leave now, I shall spare you." While uncertain if the wolves comprehended his words, He knew he had to project confidence. "Awoo!" The lead wolf howled defiantly at Harold, unwilling to concede, and signaled its last remaining companion to charge alongside it. How swift! Harold's heart raced as he fired a shot toward the lead wolf. Bang! The bullet struck the wolf's leg, causing it to howl in pain. Its speed visibly diminished, yet it pressed on. Meanwhile, the other wolf surged forward from the flank, pinning Harold between them. "Capture the leader first. I must eliminate the head wolf." Harold's mind raced, and without a moment's hesitation, he fired his final bullet at the lead wolf. This time, the bullet pierced the wolf's skull, sending its body crashing to the ground. In that instant, the last wolf halted in its tracks, eyes wide with terror as it glanced at Harold, before turning tail and fleeing. Phew, it seems my intuition was correct, gazing at the seeds in his hand. Harold could not help but feel a flicker of anticipation. He then turned to the assembly of goblins and proclaimed loudly, "We have vanquished the fearsome wild wolves, and for now, we are safe." Yet, the crisis is not over. The wild wolves are merciless and harbor grudges. The one that escaped will surely return with its pack, baring its fangs at us once more. Upon hearing Harold's words, the goblins trembled in fear. One of them, quaking with trepidation, asked, "Chief, what shall we do?" "Do not be afraid," Harold reassured them. He then revealed the seeds in his hand and declared, "Esteemed goblins, these are divine gifts I have beseeched from the gods for our tribe. They possess the power to transform into sturdy structures, aiding us in withstanding the beast's assaults." The goblins began to place their faith in Harold, harboring no doubts about his words. They gazed at the seeds in his hand with excitement, kneeling once more to chant, "Hail the chief! Long live the chief!" Raising a hand to silence the crowd, Harold continued, "However, you must understand that the gods do not favor the idle. They will only guide us. To truly withstand the beast's invasions, we must toil together." The goblins nodded in unison, declaring, "We are willing to heed the chief's every command." Harold observed the goblins. Knowing his purpose had been achieved, he did not wish for them to become complacent due to his presence. After all, a fortress cannot be built by a single individual. With his objective met, Harold began instructing the other goblins to repair the palisade. Meanwhile, he diligently planted the seeds for the two departments in the central area and the northwestern corner of the tribe. Adhering to the specified requirements, they asked for the rest. They would have to wait for the results of the following day. The next day dawned bright and clear. Harold, just awake, was greeted by the excited exclamations of the remaining goblins. Upon stepping out his grass hut, he was astonished to see two tall structures where he had planted the seeds the previous day. They were indeed the command center and the defense department. The command center was a two-story loft, its exterior clad in robust stone, impervious even to Harold's revolver. The defense department, on the other hand, rose 3 stories high, resembling an arrow tower more than a conventional defense structure. Nevertheless, the arrow tower was indeed a formidable asset for fortification. "Chief, you have arrived. This is nothing short of a miracle," exclaimed one goblin, visibly elated. Harold smiled. "This is merely the beginning." As he surveyed the two buildings, a data panel appeared before him. Command Center, Level 1 Defense Department, activated. Military Department, not activated. Production Department, not activated. Note, as long as the command center remains intact, other buildings, even if damaged, will autonomously restore to full condition within a specified time. Should the command center be destroyed, the remaining buildings will lose their ability to recover and upgrade. Defense Department, Level 1 Core Weapon, Giant Catapult, incredible destructive power. Slow attack speed, can learn auxiliary defensive weapons. Basic Catapult, not activated, requires 10 evolution points. Basic Crossbow, not activated, requires 10 evolution points. Basic Ballista, not activated, requires 10 evolution points. Basic Wall, not activated, requires 10 evolution points. It seems this fortress system is quite akin to the construction games I played in my past life, necessitating the continuous activation and upgrading through evolution points. Furthermore, the prefix basic before the weapons indicates that they can be upgraded further to enhance their efficacy. I wonder if a microtransaction system will emerge later on. Harold quickly grasped the system's parameters and could not help but voice his thoughts. Initially, he had intended to accumulate evolution points rapidly to activate the other two departments. However, it now appeared more prudent to concentrate on advancing the technology of the Defense Department first. System, Display evolution point data. Harold commanded. Evolution points. 36, 18 points per day. After reviewing the evolution points, Harold recalled that their enemies were wild wolves, leading him to a swift decision. Activate the basic wall and basic catapult. The wall was undoubtedly essential. While the palisade Harold had constructed could withstand a small pack of wild wolves, it would be inadequate against a larger horde. He certainly did not want to find himself in a situation where the weapons had yet to unleash their potential. Only to have the wild wolves breach their home. But on the other hand, his choice to activate the catapult stemmed from various considerations. The wild wolves were agile, and the crossbow inflicted single-target damage, proving ineffective against them. Although the ballista had greater range and speed, its area of effect and power were still lacking, rendering it unsuitable. Thus, the catapult emerged as the optimal choice. Ding! Basic wall and basic catapult have been successfully activated. Defense Department, Level 1 Giant Catapult, Core Weapon, Wall, Basic, Catapult, Basic, Evolution Points. 16, 18 points per day. Upon hearing the system's notification, Harold rolled his eyes, unsurprised. Indeed, he would have to gather materials personally. Yet, the quantity required was rather excessive. With only 10 individuals in the tribe, including himself, merely chopping down trees proved challenging, not to mention the need to collect a substantial amount of stones. After all, this was their tribe's only means of offense, aside from the core weapon of the Defense Department. However, complaints aside, tasks still needed to be undertaken. There was no time to waste. The wild wolves would not wait for him to be prepared. Harold began instructing the goblins to gather materials, fully aware that time was running short. Bang! A gunshot rang out as a wild boar fell to the ground with a pained cry, lifeless. Not far away. Harold blew the smoke from the muzzle of his revolver, stylishly holstering it at his side. To expedite the collection of sufficient resources, he assigned all the goblins in the tribe to fell trees and transport stones. Thus, the responsibility for the tribe's sustenance naturally fell upon his shoulders. However, armed with the revolver, hunting became considerably easier for him. With so many game animals, they would have enough provisions for several days. It was time to return. Harold mused, having just slain 2 wild boars as he dragged one back to the tribe. For some reason, it seemed that lately his strength had increased significantly by the time Harold returned to the tribe with the food. Evening had already fallen. The goblins were busy hauling the cut timber back. Over the past 3 days since the wild wolves attacked, they had felled nearly 100 large trees. Each tree could provide at least 3 logs, in addition to the 100 or so stones collected. Now, the tribe's wall had been completed on 3 sides. According to Harold's plan, by the end of today, the entire perimeter would be fully constructed. Of course, this was also thanks to Harold's foresight in fashioning axes from the sharp fangs of the wild wolves. Otherwise, with only the old stone axes, it was unlikely they could have built even one wall. Soon, as the goblins piled the wood in front of the Defense Department's entrance, they all turned their gazes toward Harold. Understanding what they awaited, Harold initiated the construction of the Defense Department within his mind. In the next moment, 100 logs and 10 stones seemed to be controlled by an unseen force, levitating and entering the Defense Department. Then, the ground trembled as a wall constructed from wood and stone erupted from the earth. Filling the last remaining gap of the tribe's defenses, the tribe's walls were completed on all sides. The goblins were exhilarated, kneeling before Harold in reverence, chanting, "Praise the great Harold." Though this was not the first time they had witnessed such an event, the goblins were still profoundly awed. They naturally believed that all of this was Harold's doing, for in their eyes he was the hero of the goblins, a divine messenger. In truth, Harold had not done much. He had merely issued a command to the system. "Rise, for this is the fruit of our collective labor," he remarked, casting a glance over the gathered goblins with a faint smile. That moment, one of the goblins hurried to Harold's side, reporting, "Chief, the walls have been erected, and we have 20 logs remaining." Harold nodded and, gazing toward the small pile of stones in the distance, inquired, "What of the stones? How many do we have left?" The goblin calculated and replied, "There's still over 50 pieces." "Only 50? Harold's expression grew serious. For him, the stones were not merely tools for constructing walls, but vital means of defense against the impending wolf attacks. 50 stones were indeed far too few. Realizing this, Harold solemnly stated, "Today marks the 4th day. The wolves' retaliation is likely imminent. Our time is limited. Thus, we shall require only 20 logs, but the more stones we gather, the better. The goblins looked puzzled at the notion of collecting stones once more. They had previously obeyed Harold's instructions, understanding that the gathering of wood and stones was solely for the construction of the walls. Now that the walls were completed, they could not fathom why Harold still desired them to gather more wood and stones. Sensing their confusion, Harold thought to himself, since there are still 20 logs remaining, let us first construct 2 trebuchets to broaden your horizons. System, construct 2 trebuchets. A chime echoed, indicating sufficient resources, and the construction commenced. As the system's voice faded, the remaining logs were swiftly absorbed by the city defense department. In no time, 2 massive trebuchets emerged beneath the eastern and western walls. Harold recognized the type of trebuchet at a glance. It was a torsion catapult, known for its efficiency, typically requiring only 1 or 2 individuals to operate. "Chief, is this a magical weapon?" one goblin inquired curiously, pointing at the trebuchet. "No, this is a defensive weapon that requires no magical power to operate." Harold clarified that in a world where magic was prevalent, technology was often overlooked. While large weaponry like trebuchets existed, they were predominantly powered by magical energy, typically classified as magical weapons. That a defensive weapon that requires no magic. The goblins were intrigued, gathering around the trebuchet to inspect it closely. However, after some time, they could discern no particular mechanism. Finally, one goblin could not restrain himself and asked, "Chief, isn't this just a pile of logs? What kind of destructive power can it possess?" Harold chuckled. "Wait until I teach you. Then you shall understand." That he then instructed, "First, turn the wooden wheel to lower that long arm to its lowest point. Then place a large stone in the sling point." One goblin followed Harold's directive, diligently turning the winch to draw the arm down. Another goblin brought a stone and placed it into the sling. "Release," at Harold's command. The goblin operating the winch instinctively let go. The arm swung violently, propelling the stone from the sling with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the stone struck a sturdy tree, cleaving it in 2. "Good heavens! Is this magic?" one exclaimed. "It must be magic. Indeed, this is a magical weapon." Another chimed in. "Nonsense, the chief just stated that this is not a magical weapon," argued a third goblin as they debated the fallen tree. Observing their reactions, Harold explained, "This is not magic. It is technology." "Technology?" The goblins exchanged bewildered glances, appearing utterly confounded. Harold, pleased with their expressions, proclaimed, "Indeed, this is a weapon crafted through technology. And it is merely the most basic of weapons. In the future, we shall possess cannons capable of leveling entire cities, bombers that can soar through the skies to strike from above, and warships that can traverse the seas. Thus," he continued, "if we work together, one day we shall escape this dire situation and live in peace and happiness in a city of our own, just like the humans." Harold had begun to adjust to his role as chief, contemplating the establishment of a city solely for the goblins. Long live the chief! Praise Harold! Although the goblins did not fully comprehend his words, who among them did not yearn for a better life? At the very least, Harold had instilled hope within them. Yet, as they reveled in excitement, none noticed the lurking wolf deep within the forest, its gaze fixated on Harold. If Harold had seen this wolf, he would have recognized it as the very one that had previously escaped from his grasp. The wolf glared menacingly at Harold before retreating into the depths of the woods, turning to bound towards a nearby hillside. When it crested the hill, nearly 100 pairs of gleaming green eyes simultaneously turned to observe. They were the pack of wolves that Harold had long feared. "Oof!" The returning wolf let out a low growl, seemingly informing the pack of its discovery of the foe responsible for its fallen companion. Instantly, the entire pack erupted with excitement, baring their teeth and letting out guttural growls. Clearly, they could hardly contain their eagerness. However, from the depths of the pack, a low growl resonated, silencing the throng in an instant. All the wolves tucked their tails between their legs in trepidation. Emerging from the depths was a colossal silver wolf, its size surpassing that of the others by a factor of 2. It exuded an aura of danger, with traces of magical energy hinting at its extraordinary nature. It was a magical wolf. The following day, the goblins commenced their tasks of felling trees and collecting stones at dawn. In no time, they gathered the requisite 20 logs. Meanwhile, as Harold toiled alone in the tribe to construct the remaining 2 trebuchets, a sudden cry for help echoed from not far away. Harold's heart sank, immediately sensing the gravity of the situation, and he dashed towards the quarry. Previously, Harold had considered the need to expand the tribe, situating the logging and quarrying sites adjacent to the settlement. Thus, it took only a few cries for Harold to arrive at the scene. Upon his arrival, he found the goblins sprawled on the ground, trembling in fear. Before them stood a dozen snarling wolves, the leader being the very wolf that had previously eluded Harold. As Harold reached the scene, several wolves emerged from behind him, effectively trapping him. Something was amiss. It seemed they had deliberately set an ambush here. A sudden realization struck Harold. While wolves possessed a degree of intelligence, they were ultimately beasts, incapable of orchestrating such schemes or laying traps. Yet these wolves had clearly come prepared, having concealed themselves around the quarry to completely block their retreat. There was undoubtedly a sentient being behind them. Harold's mind raced with the implications, just as he pondered this. The leading wolf let out a fierce howl. In an instant, the pack tightened its encirclement, evidently preparing to attack. Even more ominously, Harold could sense countless eyes watching them from the depths of the nearby forest. "We must break through immediately." Resolute, Harold shouted to the goblins beside him. "The wolves intend to surround us. If they succeed, we are doomed. We must charge through. Once we return to the tribe, we shall have the high walls and trebuchets to defend ourselves." Harold knew he had to ignite the fighting spirit within the goblins. Otherwise, they would surely perish. Hearing Harold's words, the goblins snapped back to reality, understanding that passivity would only lead to their demise. "Chief, we shall heed your command. Please lead us to safety," one of the goblins shouted. Harold nodded and then gazed towards the incomplete encirclement in the west, declaring, "Grab your wolf-toothed picks and charge out with me from the west." With that, Harold swiftly drew his revolver and aimed at a ravenous wolf eager to pounce, firing without hesitation. Bang! The bullet struck the wolf's forehead with remarkable precision, instantly creating a larger breach in the unfinished encirclement. Over the past few days, Harold's hunting with the revolver had sharpened his marksmanship, and at such close range, he was undoubtedly lethal. The surrounding wolves were startled by the gunfire. Their primal instincts warned them of the danger posed by the weapon in Harold's hand, causing them to hesitate. Meanwhile, this was the very opportunity Harold had been waiting for. "Charge!" he shouted, leading the way towards the west. The goblins behind him followed suit, their spirits soaring as if invigorated by a potent elixir. However, the opportunity was fleeting as the lead wolf quickly regained its composure, howling once more. The surrounding wolves echoed its call, surging towards Harold and the goblins. I could see this moment. Harold and the goblins had just breached the encirclement. Sensing the murderous intent behind him, he turned and fired again, taking down the wolf at the forefront, striking the leader. Harold aimed to intimidate the pack once more. Yet this time, he underestimated the wolves. Emboldened by their leader's command, they charged forward fearlessly towards Harold and his companions. There was no recourse now but to see who could run faster. Harold spotted the tribal gate drawing near and urged, "We have reached the gate. A little more effort, and we shall be safe." Upon hearing Harold's words, the goblins felt a renewed surge of motivation, especially the last 2 goblins, who, hearing the panting breaths closing in behind them, swung their picks with newfound courage, shedding their previous timidity. Ultimately, under the cover of Harold's revolver, all 9 goblins made it back to the tribe, the gates of the tribe perfectly sealed off the wolves outside the walls. "We are alive. We have survived. Who would have thought we could escape the jaws of the wolves? Indeed, the wolves are not so fearsome after all. Thanks to our leader, praise be to Chief Harold." The goblins felt as though they had been reborn, their excitement palpable. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Harold's mind. Citizens collectively upgrade. Ordinary goblin, 2 points. Evolves into courageous goblin, 4 points. Evolution points, 106, 36 points. The evolution points have doubled again. Harold was momentarily taken aback, but as he witnessed the exhilaration on the goblins' faces, he quickly understood. Once mere magical creatures, the goblins had been no different from ordinary beasts. Save for their heightened intelligence, they feared powerful predators and dared not resist in the face of fierce hunters. But now, they had transformed. They were beginning to learn to fight back, even against formidable foes. They would no longer passively await their doom, and all of this was a testament to the belief Harold had instilled in them. Awoo! Outside the walls, the howls of wolves and the sounds of impact echoed. Upon hearing the commotion, a cold smile crept across Harold's lips. "My subjects, it is time to show those damned wolves our might." As per the prior arrangement, they swiftly took their positions. "Yes," the goblins responded in unison. 3 goblins climbed the high platforms surrounding the walls, while the remaining 6 formed teams of 3 to operate 4 catapults. Given the current scarcity of resources, Harold too joined the fray, ascending the platform beside the main gate. Upon reaching the high vantage point, Harold beheld a sea of over 100 wolves encircling the walls. Their eyes glowed crimson as they recklessly slammed against the barriers, creating a truly spectacular sight. "Let them taste our strength. East wall, close-range fire at will," Harold first commanded. The other goblins on the 3 platforms echoed. "North wall, close-range fire at will. South wall, long range. Northwest side, fire. West wall, no targets, support other positions," with the enemy situation reported from all sides. The 4 catapults sprang into action. With swift whooshes, several large stones soared like arrows toward the wolf pack. In an instant, 7 or 8 wolves were struck down, their skulls shattered, while several others were injured by the debris. "Excellent! Continue firing." The effectiveness of the catapults filled Harold with delight that he realized that the wolves stood no chance against their barrage, destined to become mere specters under the catapult's relentless assault. Indeed, after several rounds of fire, the wolf pack suffered heavy casualties, and the remaining wolves began to retreat, no longer daring to approach the walls. Just as Harold believed victory was within reach, a chilling howl erupted from deep within the forest. Suddenly, a massive silver wolf leapt from the source of the sound, landing amidst the pack. This giant wolf, with its keen gaze, fixed its attention on Harold's platform. Its mouth opened slightly, gathering a swirling vortex of wind. "Awoo!" The giant wolf roared, unleashing the swirling vortex like a bolt from a crossbow, hurtling straight toward Harold. A surge of dread coursed through Harold. "This is magic," although he had never witnessed magic before. A voice whispered in his mind upon seeing the vortex, affirming its nature. Simultaneously, the appearance of the wolf validated his earlier suspicions. The silver giant was undoubtedly orchestrating the chaos behind the wolf pack. Yet there was no time for contemplation, as the vortex was already racing toward his position. Harold swiftly leaped from the platform, rolling several times upon landing before coming to a halt. Just as he cleared the platform, a tremendous crash echoed behind him. When he looked back, the once sturdy platform lay in ruins, shattered by the vortex. The power of this creature rivaled that of the catapults. Truly, the Gale wolf is formidable. Harold had deduced the identity of this giant wolf. Its silver fur, imposing form, and mastery of wind magic all pointed to 2 possibilities. The lesser magical creature, Gale wolf, or the intermediate beast, wind and fire magic wolf king. If it were the latter, it would have incinerated the walls from the start. Thus, this silver giant must indeed be the Gale wolf. However, despite being categorized as a lesser magical creature, it was among the most formidable of its kind, far beyond the capabilities of the goblins. This situation was becoming dire. Harold's expression darkened once more. Due to the walls, visibility beyond them was obscured. Only from the 4 elevated platforms could one glimpse the outside world. Yet now, the enemy possessed the power to dismantle those platforms. If they succeeded in destroying all 4, they would become blind, unable to discern where to strike, even with their formidable weaponry. Even more troubling was Harold's recollection that the Gale wolf excelled in wind-based magic and possessed incredible speed. Hitting it with the catapults would likely prove exceedingly difficult. What should he do? Use the revolver. After accounting for the bullets already expended, he had only 2 shots left today. While that might suffice for ordinary wolves, it would be insufficient against the Gale wolf. But aside from these 2 weapons, what else could he wield? Harold's mind raced, desperately seeking a solution. Suddenly, a terrifying thought struck him. With such power, it might not even be deterred by the walls. He could not allow the enemy to unleash its magic any longer. Harold, upon realizing this, promptly shouted at the goblins, "Attack with all your might at that Gale Wolf. It possesses the power to breach the walls. We cannot allow it to cast its magic any longer." The other goblins, who had been stunned by the sudden destruction of the high platform, quickly reacted upon hearing Harold's command. Soon, the remaining goblins on the other 3 platforms simultaneously fixed their gazes upon the Gale Wolf. The eastern wall. Right ahead at a mid-range, one goblin exclaimed. In an instant, the sound of 4 slingshots being operated echoed, as 4 large stones hurtled towards the direction of the Gale Wolf. However, as Harold had anticipated, the Gale Wolf excelled in speed and evaded the stones before they could strike. Just as the slingshots were being reloaded for a second volley, the Gale Wolf seized the opportunity to unleash another whirlwind. Boom! Another high platform was obliterated. Fortunately, the goblins upon the platform, recalling Harold's earlier actions, leaped down. Yet, unlike Harold, one goblin was not so fortunate. His left leg shattered upon impact. Time was of the essence. Harold's mind raced. And just then, the system's report echoed in his head. Warning. The walls are damaged. Recovery is impossible during battle. Current damage recovery requires 20 pieces of wood. The Defense Department. Harold suddenly recalled the ultimate weapon. The giant slingshot. This colossal device was immensely powerful, and its projectile trajectory was remarkably swift. Its only drawback was the lengthy interval between attacks. However, facing merely a Gale Wolf, a single strike would suffice. Without hesitation, Harold commanded, "System, activate the Defense Department's ultimate weapon. Ultimate weapon activation in progress." Note: each attack of the ultimate weapon requires 50 evolution points that you wish to confirm activation. 50. Such a hefty price. Nevertheless, he thought, it is a necessary expense. Confirm activation. Target: Gale Wolf. Harold wasted no time and decisively issued the order. Target locked. Activating ultimate weapon. As the system's voice faded, a brilliant beam of light shot forth from the towering structure atop the Defense Department, accompanied by a piercing sound akin to a meteor streaking through the air, striking the ground beyond the walls with ferocity. Harold, unable to see the outside commotion from within the walls, was nonetheless shaken by the tremors beneath his feet. "Leader, the Gale Wolf has been hit. The entire pack of wild wolves is nearly wiped out," the goblin atop the high platform exclaimed in terror. Curious, Harold opened the tribe's gate, and in the next moment, he beheld a semicircular pit, measuring over 10 square meters and 2 meters deep. What a sight! This was no mere slingshot. It resembled a miniature mortar. No wonder it cost 50 evolution points. It was worth every bit. "Perhaps I should fill this pit with water and keep fish," Harold mused aloud. Just then, a faint whimper emanated from within the giant pit. Harold's heart stirred, and he turned to follow the sound. There, on the edge of the pit, lay the Gale Wolf, pitifully half laying on the ground, its limbs deeply embedded in the earth. That it survived? Harold mused, reflecting on the fact that, had it truly been a mortar, the shrapnel would have turned the creature into mere pulp. With a sigh, he drew his revolver and approached the Gale Wolf. "Since you are a magical creature, you should be able to speak." Among different races of magical creatures, a common language existed, and Harold was not concerned about being misunderstood. "You are not goblins, are you?" The fallen Gale Wolf gazed up at Harold, who towered over it, posing the question it most wished to ask. As a higher-tier creature among lesser magical beings, it had hunted numerous goblin tribes. Even against goblin heroes, it had never faced defeat, let alone sustained such grievous injuries. This had shattered its worldview. Your dismay. "We are indeed goblins," Harold replied, sensing the Gale Wolf's thoughts, deliberately teasing. Upon hearing Harold's words, the Gale Wolf's eyes widened in disbelief. "How is that possible? Goblins are the lowest tier of magical beings. How could they wield such formidable earth magic? Is your goblin hero a terrifying archmage?" Harold smiled faintly. "Regrettably, none of this is magic. Not magic." The Gale Wolf was taken aback, eager to inquire further, but just then, Harold, uninterested in prolonging the conversation, interjected, "You have not earned the right to question me. Speak your name, Gale Wolf." The Gale Wolf trembled, realizing that this seemingly weak goblin might be the very powerful entity responsible for the cataclysmic attack it had previously endured. Hastily, it replied, I am unworthy of a name. I serve Lord Saber." Harold frowned deeply. Saber? This meant that you are not a lone wolf, nor the leader of these wild wolves. For ordinary lesser magical beings, names were a privilege not granted. Only leaders of lesser magical beings and creatures of medium tier or higher were permitted names, just as Harold's own tribe of goblins had only one named individual, himself. Now, upon hearing the Gale Wolf's response, he felt a heavy gravity settle over him. This situation had just become much more complicated. It was unexpected that the creature they had fought so hard to defeat was merely an unnamed subordinate of the Gale Wolf tribe. This indicated that they might still have to contend with an entire pack of Gale Wolves. The following day, Harold commenced the reconstruction of the tribe. That a significant advantage of possessing the fortress system was the simplicity of rebuilding defensive structures. As long as sufficient materials were prepared, the Defense Department could autonomously repair the damaged walls. That, of course, there would be a time required for repairs, but no additional manpower was necessary. Truly, this was a testament to technological advancement. The required materials were not extensive, and within half a day's effort, the goblins had gathered all they needed. Subsequently, under Harold's direction, they began to clean the battlefield. This defense of the tribe could be deemed nothing short of flawless. Not a single goblin had perished, and they had amassed a substantial supply of resources. After all, the slain wild wolves were treasure troves in their own right. The wolf fangs and claws could be fashioned into weapons, their hides into garments, and the meat into sustenance, which could also be dried for long-term storage. More importantly, the previously subdued Gale Wolf had become yet another formidable asset for Harold's tribe, especially with the Gale Wolf's allegiance. Harold's daily evolution points increased by an additional 5 points, equivalent to the contribution of 5 ordinary goblins. Were he to gain the Gale Wolf's complete loyalty, that number could potentially double. However, recalling what the Gale Wolf had mentioned about the Saber tribe, Harold felt a sense of unease. According to the Gale Wolf, the Saber tribe boasted 15 Gale Wolves, and while their leader, Saber, had not been favored by the gods, he was still an incredibly powerful entity, far beyond what an ordinary Gale Wolf could compare to. This indicated that, with the current strength of Harold's entire tribe, they were no match for Saber. Must they simply wait for the enemy to strike? Harold felt a pang of reluctance. The only glimmer of hope he had lay with the Defense Department's ultimate weapon. However, this weapon was immobile and could not initiate an offensive. Yet, to remain purely defensive was not in Harold's nature. Moreover, the Gale Wolf's innate prowess and the evolution points it provided had ignited a spark of ambition within Harold. Should he manage to conquer the entire Saber tribe, the rewards would undoubtedly be staggering. It seemed he could only anticipate the activation of the military department. Harold considered the system and opened the data panel. Evolution points, 97, 41 points remaining. Activating a system required 100 points. So it appeared he would need to wait one more day to unlock the military department. If only ordinary wild wolves could contribute to evolution points, he mused, it would hasten the process considerably. Today, the battlefield was cleared, and the goblins managed to capture several surviving wild wolves. Under the imposing presence of the swift wind wolves, they submitted to Harold. However, Harold soon realized that the obedience of the wild wolves did not contribute to his evolution points. It was then that he understood that evolution points were applicable only to intelligent races, such as magical creatures, humans, and elves, while beasts were excluded. This was quite reasonable. After all, if there were no such limitations, Harold might as well become a farmer, raising 1,000 cattle and sheep, which would certainly be easier than conquering magical creatures. The day passed swiftly, and soon it was the next day. Harold's evolution points finally exceeded 100. Reaching a total of 138, without further contemplation, he activated the military department. This time, the seeds of the military department did not keep him waiting long. They quickly sprouted and developed into a small military base featuring a substantial training ground, encompassing half of the tribe. Clearly, the expansion of the tribe needed to be prioritized. Upon witnessing this, Harold couldn't help but exclaimed at that moment. The system's voice echoed. Military department activated successfully. Military department. Level 1 active ability Berserk, which allows one type of troop to double its strength duration. 30 minutes. Once per day. Available troop types. The evolution points required to select each unit's troop type is 10 times its base value Scout. crossbowman, warrior, cavalry. Note: after selecting a troop type, the required knowledge will be automatically filled. Hearing the system's announcement, Harold's lips twitched slightly. The system's mechanics suddenly gave him a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of pay-to-win mobile games from his past life. Safety seemed to be a series of interlocking rings, resembling a Russian nesting doll. Originally, Harold had thought that upon activating the military department, it would function similarly to the city defense department, allowing him to unlock a type of troop all at once. However, he was taken aback by the system's stipulation of each unit. Consequently, the evolution points required became impossible to estimate. Moreover, according to the system, the evolution points required would be 10 times the unit's base value, meaning that training a goblin to learn a troop type would cost 10 evolution points, while a swift wind wolf would require a staggering 50 evolution points. This was akin to extortion. Harold couldn't help but grumble, feeling inclined to lodge a complaint with customer service. Unfortunately, this system lacked such a feature. Nevertheless, despite his complaints, a flicker of anticipation arose within him regarding the military department. Based on his understanding, the greater the number of evolution points required by the system, the more formidable the capabilities would be. What significant changes could the military department's calculation method bring forth? Rather than overthinking, it would be far more prudent to put it to the test. Harold soon made a decision and declared, "I wish to activate a cavalry unit," selecting myself as the target. Self-improvement was the foremost objective, and Harold opted for himself. The rationale behind his choice of cavalry was straightforward. Among the various troop types available in the military department, cavalry had the greatest advantage of speed and ferocity, making them adept at executing lightning-fast strikes, which was ideal for Harold's tribe, given their current lack of resources. Naturally, in a forested terrain, ordinary cavalry would encounter challenges, but let us not forget that he had just tamed a swift wind wolf. The wolf tribe thrived in forests, so wolf cavalry would not only be unaffected, but would also become even more powerful. Furthermore, with the 10 or so wild wolves he had tamed, Harold had sufficient numbers to establish a small cavalry unit. Yet, before Harold could revel in his thoughts, an alarm sounded from the system. Notice: the host's strength will enhance in accordance with the strength of the territory's citizens and cannot participate in military department training. Harold was taken aback, realizing that yet another restriction had emerged. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged that his strength had indeed increased significantly during this period. The most evident manifestation was that he had previously been able to lift only one wild boar. Yet during a recent hunt, he could effortlessly lift 2. Moreover, during yesterday's offensive and defensive battle, he leaped from a height without sustaining any injuries. These seemed to be clear indicators of his strength and prowess. Yet this transformation left him devoid of any sense of achievement. Harold felt a wave of frustration wash over him, and he couldn't help but complain, "System, is there any other setting you could disclose all at once?" After he posed his question, the system remained silent and instead emitted a mechanical voice. "Please select the subordinate you wish to activate." Recognizing the system's lack of intelligence, Harold resignedly stated, "Then I shall activate a goblin." Ding! Please place the activator in the military department. Training duration: 1 day. Required evolution points: 10. Current evolution points: 28, 41 points available. Observing that his evolution points had dwindled from over 100 to merely 28, Harold felt a pang of heartache. Nevertheless, the prospect of soon having his first cavalry subordinate reignited his anticipation. "Prepare, charge," he commanded, waving his hand within the training ground of the military department. In an instant, 9 figures shot forth like lightning. Leaping several meters in the blink of an eye, they surged through the training ground's entrance, confronting the human dummy. Following this, a unified battle cry erupted: "Kill!" The 9 figures, each radiating a glimmer of cold steel, swiftly pierced the human dummy with lethal precision. "Excellent!" Harold exclaimed, a hint of delight and satisfaction illuminating his expression. The 9 figures before him were none other than the 9 goblin wolf cavalry, who had completed their training. It is worth noting that Harold had painstakingly accumulated evolution points over the last 2 days to transform all the goblins into wolf cavalry. However, the rewards were exceedingly generous. Particularly, the strength of the goblin cavalry exceeded Harold's expectations. Initially, he believed that even if goblins became wolf cavalry, they could only contend with ordinary beasts. Yet upon successful transformation, he realized he had underestimated the situation. The goblins' naturally diminutive stature endowed them with remarkable agility, while wild wolves, unlike ordinary warhorses, possessed exceptional swiftness and grace, making them well-suited for combat. The seamless integration of these two attributes granted the wolf cavalry an unparalleled level of mobility compared to regular cavalry. Additionally, the standardized 2-meter-long spears wielded by the goblins further enhanced the attack range of the wolf cavalry. It could be said that Harold's goblin cavalry had attained the strength characteristic of ordinary magical creatures. Of course, these conclusions were not mere figments of Harold's imagination. After successfully training 6 goblin wolf riders the previous day, he had specifically arranged for the swift wind wolf to engage in a practical exercise with them. The results revealed that while, in one-on-one scenarios, the goblin wolf cavalry were still no match for the swift wind wolves, they could completely dominate in 2-on-1 situations. This was ample evidence of the formidable prowess of the goblin wolf cavalry. Nevertheless, Harold's goblin wolf cavalry were not without flaws. The most significant drawback lay in the quality of their weapons that to this day, Harold had yet to discover a method for refining metals. Therefore, the goblin wolf cavalry continued to wield wooden spears. While these wooden spears were lightweight compared to iron or steel, they were prone to breakage and possessed insufficient lethality, presenting numerous disadvantages. In retrospect, the military department had many commendable features. It boasted a training ground equipped with human dummies and a wealth of training materials for various troop types, enabling sustained training to enhance their combat effectiveness. It could be regarded as a highly functional establishment. However, what it sorely lacked was an arsenal. This military department could not independently manufacture weapons. Upon realizing this, Harold felt an overwhelming urge to smash the military department to pieces. Upon further reflection, it struck him that a military department devoid of weaponry meant that he would have to devise his own means to develop the anticipated cannons and aircraft. However, after venting his frustrations, Harold soon came to terms with the situation. Over this period, he had become quite familiar with the system's tendencies. Currently, the system remained at its most rudimentary level, and the military department had only just been activated. Thus, it stands to reason that numerous departments remain in a state of inactivity. The proof of Harold's conjecture lies in the secondary weapon he possesses, the Colt 1917 revolver. The system truly lacks the capability for autonomous weapon construction. It would not have assigned a rank to the revolver. Moreover, it appears that to genuinely usher in the era of firearms, the system must first upgrade to level 2. The task ahead is indeed daunting. The system still cannot independently manufacture weapons, nor does it possess the ability to produce metals, and there are no readily available metals in the forest. It seems that alternative strategies must be devised. As Harold gazed at the goblin wolf riders before him, he contemplated whether to resort to banditry and raid a human city for some steel. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. While the goblin wolf riders are formidable, they are still far from capable of challenging human cities. Harold has never seen a human city, but he is aware that humans are among the mightiest races in this world, having claimed vast expanses of land. At least at this stage, he lacks the confidence to confront them head-on. Just then, a system notification echoed in Harold's mind. Notification: 3 goblin cavalry have completed training. Notification: host information updated. Citizens, goblin wolf riders, 9. Swift wolves, 1. Evolution points, 133. 59 points per day. Though the increase is quite sudden. Harold was taken aback by the surge in evolution points. Just a couple of days ago, the rise was only 41 points per day, and now it has escalated to 59 points. This unexpected windfall left Harold with a sense of burgeoning prosperity. Could it be that the evolution value provided by the goblins has changed? Contemplating this, Harold reopened the data panel and discovered that the evolution points contributed by each goblin had risen from 4 points per day to 6 points. This indicates that the goblin's transformation into goblin wolf riders has indeed elevated their level, thus increasing the corresponding evolution points. By tallying the numbers, Harold realized that he had converted 1 individual on the first day, 5 on the second, and 3 on the third. Today marks the 4th day. And with all goblins having transformed into wolf riders, The cumulative increase does indeed amount to 133. Truly, the system is a marvelous tool. Harold couldn't help but grin widely. With a daily increase of 59 points, he felt as though he had suddenly struck it rich. Now, how should these evolution points be utilized? According to the military department, Harold could choose to activate the Swift Wolf, transforming it into a cavalry mount. Naturally, the Swift Wolf, once transformed, would serve as a steed for the goblin riders, effectively doubling their combat prowess. However, there's only one Swift Wolf at present. If it were to be transformed, what would Harold ride? As for the city defense department, there's currently no demand for either basic bows and crossbows or the upgradable stone throwers and walls. Thus, activating the production department seems the most prudent choice. Perhaps the production department will be able to generate metal? Harold mused, having made up his mind. System, activate the production department. Ding! The seed for the production department has been delivered and a green seed appeared in Harold's hand. Yet, just as he prepared to plant it, he suddenly realized that there was no available space in the tribe to sow the production department's seed. Gazing at the somewhat cramped settlement, Harold felt a twinge of despair. It turned out that the previous construction of the command and city defense departments had consumed nearly a third of the tribe's territory. Just a few days ago, the military department had occupied half of the remaining space. Consequently, aside from the goblins' dwellings, the entire settlement was devoid of any additional space. Even adding a restroom had become a challenge, let alone establishing a production department. Moreover, due to the system's constraints, the seed for the production department could not be planted beyond the territory. Therefore, the only recourse left was to expand their territory. Complicating matters, the walls of the city defense department do not extend beyond territorial boundaries. This means that in order to collect resources, the city defense department cannot directly extend its range or construct walls. In simple terms, if Harold wishes to expand the territory, he must revert to the old method of felling trees to construct wooden fences. After painstakingly training a squad of wolf riders, their first assignment has turned out to be the expansion of territory. The thought of it made Harold want to laugh and cry simultaneously. Nevertheless, he had no other options and had to instruct the goblins to commence the expansion of their territory. How to affirm territorial ownership? In nature, the simplest method is to leave a scent. The scent of the territory's owner signifies ownership. However, this applies only to beasts lacking intelligence. For sentient races, the most direct approach is to erect markers that delineate territorial boundaries, such as flags or wooden signs. Regrettably, the fortress system Harold possesses does not operate on such principles. His fortress system leans more towards a military-based configuration. Therefore, its territorial determination requires absolute exclusivity and inviolability. This explains why Harold is so adamant about constructing fences. After 3 days of diligent effort, Harold finally connected the battlefield with the wild wolf pack to the original boundaries of the tribe. Consequently, the overall territory has expanded to 13,000 square meters. This additional 3,000 square meters had been carefully calculated by Harold, providing just enough space for the production department. The moment the system confirmed the territorial expansion, Harold promptly planted the seed for the production department. Soon, the seed sprouted vigorously, growing into a colossal and peculiar structure. This edifice was none other than the production department Harold had eagerly anticipated. Production department activated. Level 1. Active ability, Bountiful Harvest, which can double the daily growth of selected resources, once per day. Unlockable resources. Food, 100 points. Wood, 200 points. Stone, 400 points. Steel, 800 points. Indeed, steel exists. Harold's heart leaped with joy. Truly, it is as though what is needed appears just in time. Although the evolution point requirement to unlock steel resources is a staggering 800 points, it would elevate the overall strength of the goblin wolf riders to a new tier, making it well worth the investment. However, it seems that accessing steel resources may not be feasible at this moment. Harold yearned to unlock steel resources, yet he knew that 800 evolution points is no trifling sum. Currently, he possesses 210 points, leaving a deficit of 590 points. With a daily gain of only 59 evolution points, he would need to wait at least 10 days to access steel resources. The problem is, Harold's immediate objective is to subjugate the Swift Wolf Saber tribe that if he were to delay for another 10 days, it is likely that the Saber tribe would notice something amiss. After all, The sudden disappearance of so many wild wolves and a single swift wolf would raise suspicions that, of course, if they were to foolishly seek trouble with Harold, it would save him time, as he is confident in using the ultimate weapon from the city defense department to eliminate them entirely. But what if they choose to flee instead? In the vast expanse of the forest, finding them again would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet, if Harold were to confront the Saber tribe directly, he would face another dilemma. Can the goblin wolf riders, armed solely with wooden weapons, truly subdue the Saber tribe? Pondering the resources presented by the system, Harold fell into deep thought. Wood, timber. Harold murmured, a sudden idea sparking in his mind. What quality of timber does the system provide? It is essential to note that not all timber is created equal. For instance, ordinary wooden furniture may not compare in quality to timber used for construction, despite both being classified as wood. Presently, the timber utilized by the goblin wolf riders for their long spears is of a type suitable for building houses. While this wood is sufficiently sturdy, it is inadequate for crafting long, slender spears. Hence, what Harold requires is a type of wood that is resilient and not prone to breaking, suitable for weapon crafting. Given the current circumstances, it seems he must take a gamble. It is presumed that the resource known as the military fortress system, once activated, should yield timber suitable for weaponry. Harold decided to take a gamble and chose to unlock the timber resource. Ding. Timber resource has been activated. Tier 3 timber. 10 pieces daily. The quantity is determined by the area of forest within the territory. Note, currently, a maximum of 100 pieces of wood can be stored. Constructing a warehouse can increase storage capacity. Evolution points. 10, 59 points remaining. As the system's voice faded, a lumber mill materialized adjacent to the production department. Tier 3 timber? How disappointing. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Harold felt a sense of dismay. He disregarded the subsequent notifications, his mind consumed by the phrase Tier 3 timber. Dubbed as such, it seemed more fit for kindling than anything else. Harold silently scoffed, yet clinging to the hope of seeing it for himself. He resolved to wait until a piece of timber was produced. An hour passed, and the lumber mill's output yielded a log. It was of average size, appearing quite ordinary. Harold exhaled deeply, lifting the log to his surprise. It felt denser and heavier than typical wood, suggesting a quality material. His eyes brightened, and he retrieved his trusty wolf-tooth axe, swinging it decisively at the log. With a dull thud, the axe penetrated only a small portion of the wood. Had it been the previous construction timber, it would have sunken at least halfway. Harold's spirit soared. He knew he had made the right choice. Although categorized as Tier 3 timber by the system, its quality surpassed that of the wood he had previously employed for construction. The remaining question was how it would fare in the making of spears. A flicker of anticipation ignited within Harold as he instructed the goblins to craft long spears from this wood. The crafting process was straightforward, and soon a goblin approached Harold, cradling a spear. "Chief, the spear is complete. In total, 3 long spears were produced." The goblin handed a spear to Harold. He hefted it and waved it casually. He immediately sensed its remarkable resilience. "Excellent. Have you tested them?" he inquired. With 1 log yielding 3 spears, they could produce 30 in a day, an ample supply. His only concern was the quality done on the other side. The goblin responded to Harold's question. "We have tested them. They withstood 100 thrusts against a wooden post without issue and endured bites and claw strikes from wild wolves. While there was some wear, it was negligible, far superior to our previous spears." "Chief, what kind of wood is this?" "The spears not only possess incredible resilience, but are as hard as stone." Harold smiled, gazing at the spear in his hand. "This timber is called Tier 3 timber. From this day forth, we shall receive 10 pieces daily." Tier 3 timber? The goblin was momentarily taken aback, finding the name peculiar. Yet, recalling the transformations Harold had brought to their lives, it soon felt quite normal. After all, who would have imagined that as goblins, they would possess towering fortifications and weaponry capable of launching hefty stones, not to mention defeating wild wolves and taming them into goblin wolf riders. All of this was the result of the endeavors of their great goblin hero, their chief. With that thought, the goblins suddenly knelt, exclaiming with fervor, "Great Chief Harold, we shall not disappoint your expectations, and we will conquer the Gale Wolf tribe for you." "Good. Upon hearing the goblin's words, Harold finalized the expedition timeline. By the end of today, they would craft 30 tier 3 wooden spears. Tomorrow, we shall set forth to subjugate the Gale Wolf tribe. Deep within the forest, Harold sat atop a Gale Wolf. Traversing the jungle alongside his goblin wolf riders, it had been 3 days since their departure. The day after activating the production department, 30 tier 3 wooden spears had been completed. Harold immediately led all the goblin wolf riders to the saber tribe, leaving no one behind his own tribe. However, this did not imply that his tribe lacked protection, but on the contrary, the defensive capabilities of Harold's tribe remained uncompromised. Before his departure, Harold activated the command center's unique self-defense function. This ability allowed his tribe to remain in a constant defensive state, automatically launching stones from 4 trebuchets upon detecting an invasion, thereby initiating a counterattack. Of course, this extraordinary capability came at a cost. Evolution points. According to the command center's assessment, if his tribe remained uninvaded for a day, Harold would need to expend 20 evolution points. Conversely, if an invasion occurred, a minimum of 60 evolution points would be required. The additional 40 points covered the cost of the 4 trebuchets. Furthermore, should they encounter foes beyond what the trebuchets could handle, the core weapon of the city defense would activate automatically. However, the massive trebuchet, when triggered, consumed a staggering 100 evolution points per shot, twice the usual expenditure. This was no insignificant sum. It is worth noting that Harold currently accrued only 59 evolution points daily. To amass 100 points, he would need to wait 2 full days. Moreover, the projectile fired for 100 points bore no difference from those costing 50 points. Thus, should he resort to using it, it would be a losing venture, paying more without gaining anything extra. Do not inquire what would happen if his evolution points were depleted. Should that occur, Harold would be left to await the inevitable destruction of his base. Nevertheless, as of now, his tribe had not faced any attacks, and he had accumulated 127 evolution points. Returning to the expedition, Harold contemplated the journey ahead. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the jungle ahead, accompanied by a slight quivering of the foliage. "Alert!" Harold commanded cautiously, his voice low. This was the first sign of disturbance in 3 days. Previously, the scents of wild wolves and gale wolves lingered, and they had encountered no beasts or monsters. After all, within the outer forest, gale wolves ranked among the most formidable creatures, and with several wild wolves in tow, larger beasts and common monsters would instinctively avoid them. Given the circumstances, anything approaching and obstructing their path could not be a trivial adversary. How intriguing! Previously, he had found it odd to detect the scent of goblins. Little did he know, he would encounter goblins capable of taming both wild wolves and gale wolves. "Consuming you should make me even stronger." A chilling voice emerged from the underbrush. Moments later, 2 enormous creatures materialized before Harold and his companions. These beasts resembled tigers, but were twice their size, with a faint fiery mark visible upon their foreheads. Infernal fire tigers. Harold's expression shifted. Infernal fire tigers, like gale wolves, were among the apex of low-tier monsters. They typically lived solitary lives, only pairing during mating seasons. Now, Harold and his group had fortuitously stumbled upon a pair in their courtship phase, and they viewed the goblins as prey. Indeed, they had every reason to feel confident in one-on-one confrontation. Gale wolves would not stand a chance against infernal fire tigers, and the goblins were hardly worth their consideration, even if the tigers were aware of their newfound strength to conquer a gale wolf. "If that is the case, let us show you the might of our goblins," Harold mused. Despite facing 2 infernal fire tigers, he had no intention of retreating. On the contrary, he believed this was an excellent opportunity to test the mettle of his goblin wolf riders. He had never doubted their capacity to prevail. Prepare for attack. Harold wasted no words, drawing forth his spear and bellowing loudly. The goblin wolf riders behind him displayed no trace of fear, promptly brandishing their spears as they charged towards the 2 infernal fire tigers, encircling them. "You wretched insects dare to resist. If I am not mistaken, you must be the goblin hero Oh, you truly believe that you pathetic creatures stand a chance against us." The male infernal fire tiger bared its fangs, casting a cruel smile towards Harold. "I must admit, my favorite pastime is hunting down goblins like you. Every time you weaklings beg for mercy and scream before me, It sends shivers of excitement through my entire being." As he spoke, the male infernal fire tiger's expression grew sinister. This was not his first encounter with a goblin hero. In fact, he had already devoured several that to him. What did it matter if a goblin became stronger? They remained mere insects. On the other side, upon hearing the words of the infernal fire tiger, a murderous intent ignited in Harold's eyes. "Silence, you ignorant fool. I once considered sparing your lives and bringing you under my command. But now I have changed my mind. You shall perish here. Goblin wolf riders, attack." At Harold's command, 9 goblin wolf riders sprang into action, thrusting their spears towards the 2 infernal fire tigers. "You seek death." The male infernal fire tiger growled. Its fury ignited. It raised its claws to swat at the incoming spears, intending to shatter them. However, upon contact, they were astonished to find the wooden spears remarkably resilient. Even their proud claws could not break through. How is this possible? Aren't these merely wood? Why can't we break them? Both infernal fire tigers were expressions of disbelief. Just then, the second wave of attacks from the goblin wolf riders surged forth. This time, their strikes were swifter, their movements more agile, showcasing the wild wolf's speed combined with the goblin's dexterity. In the blink of an eye, they conjured an impenetrable net of spears around the infernal fire tigers. Damn it! How could goblins possess such martial prowess? The male infernal fire tiger finally realized the gravity of the situation and hastily defended with its 4 paws. Yet, amidst the multitude of spear shadows, several spears still pierced their flesh, leaving multiple bloody holes from which blood flowed profusely. Damn it! Fireball! The male infernal fire tiger, witnessing the injury of its female counterpart, roared in fury, opening its jaws wide to unleash a fiery breath towards the goblin wolf riders. In that moment, it felt the chilling breath of death, a sensation brought forth by the very goblins it had long regarded as insects. What filled it with despair was the realization that its attack failed to strike a single goblin wolf rider. Even as the fireball manifested, the goblin riders had already evaded its path. Unwilling to relent, the infernal fire tiger spewed forth a series of fireballs towards the goblin riders. But all of it was in vain. The goblin wolf riders, possessing a clear advantage in speed, deftly dodged every fireball. Could this truly be goblins? The male infernal fire tiger gazed at Harold, who sat calmly atop his wind wolf, a flicker of regret crossing its eyes. It began to regret provoking Harold, who could have anticipated that the goblins, deemed the weakest of creatures, could exhibit such formidable strength. Even as it witnessed the reality before its eyes, it struggled to believe that mere goblins could force it into a corner. Yet no matter how much it disbelieved, the truth remained unchanged. Soon, the 2 defeated infernal fire tigers lay subdued by the goblin wolf riders, their bodies collapsing lifelessly into pools of blood. "Now, you shall pay for your transgressions." Harold approached the fallen infernal fire tigers on his wind wolf, casually grasping a spear and plunging it fiercely into one tiger's heart. This act marked the last sight of the 2 infernal fire tigers. In the depths of the forest, an infernal fire tiger hurriedly navigated through the trees, its expression frantic as it searched for something. Suddenly, it halted, gazing into the thicket. The scent of my kin. Yet, why was there a foul stench? Could it be? As realization dawned upon the infernal fire tiger, it rushed into the underbrush. The next moment, 2 skeletal remains of infernal fire tigers appeared before it. The fur and claws had been stripped away, and the flesh had been devoured by scavengers. Only the lingering scent served as proof of their identity. These skeletal remains belonged to the very infernal fire tigers slain by Harold not long ago, their pelts and claws taken as trophies by him. The newly arrived infernal fire tiger's expression darkened as it approached the remains, shooing away the scavenging rodents and solemnly sniffing the bones. In the next instant, its face paled. It truly is them. If the king were to learn of this, he would surely go mad. Speaking of the king, a flicker of terror crossed the infernal fire tiger's features. Typically, infernal fire tigers lived solitary lives, and this one was no exception. However, just days prior, it had felt the call of its kin and instinctively ventured to a cave. There, it encountered the infernal fire tiger king, a being favored by the deities and elevated to the status of a divine servant. From that entity, It felt an overwhelming pressure on its very soul, compelling it to submit. Later, it learned that their king had received a divine oracle, presenting an opportunity to ascend to a higher tier of magical being. The key to this ascension lay in locating kin connected by blood. Thus, the Infernal Fire Tiger King summoned all Infernal Fire Tigers, urging them to search diligently for his brother. Now, from the scent, this Infernal Fire Tiger was certain that one of the bones belonged to the king's brother. Yet, the harsh reality was that while it had found the remains, they were reduced to mere bones. Who could have dared to strike against our kin? The Infernal Fire Tiger murmured softly, suddenly shifting its gaze towards the northwest. Few in the surrounding woods could rival us Infernal Fire Tigers. The only ones capable of doing so recently are those wind wolves that I must inform my king. With that, the Infernal Fire Tiger took 2 ribs from the remains and ventured deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, the instigator of this turmoil was troubled over a different matter. Half a day prior, after Harold had slain the 2 Infernal Fire Tigers, he quickly discovered the whereabouts of the wolf pack. However, when he found their lair, he was taken aback. Before him stood a vast horde of wild wolves, their numbers exceeding 100. Did you not claim that the entire wolf pack responsible for attacking my tribe was here? Harold questioned his wind wolf, a glint of suspicion in his eyes. You wouldn't be contemplating betrayal, would you? The wind wolf trembled, hastily clarifying, no. I have spoken nothing but the truth. While we wind wolves possess the ability to control ordinary wolf packs, our numbers are indeed limited. Given the strength of the Saber tribe, we can control at most around 100 wolves. They must have discovered that the previous pack was annihilated, hence the formation of a new pack. In truth, the wind wolf had contemplated betraying Harold, believing that a goblin like him could never triumph over the Saber tribe. Yet half a day ago, as it witnessed 9 goblin wolf riders slay 2 Infernal Fire Tigers, it suddenly realized that Harold possessed a terrifying power capable of creating miracles. This strength could even influence the entirety of Harold's tribe. The performance of the goblin wolf riders was evidence of this. Even the Saber tribe would find it challenging to deal with 2 Infernal Fire Tigers so effortlessly. Thus, the wind wolf had abandoned any thoughts of treachery. Had we been discovered on the other side? Harold furrowed his brows upon hearing the words of the Gale wolf. Indeed, after so many days of absence, the other party would surely sense something amiss, and when they attempted to subjugate a new pack of wild wolves and succeeded, they would undoubtedly realize that the previous pack had been annihilated. However, this complication would make it exceedingly difficult to conquer the Saber tribe. Harold gazed into the distance at the wolf den, lost in thought that an army of ants can devour an elephant at present. Harold lacked a catapult, and the goblins possessed no magic. Only a single Gale wolf had some wind-based spells, yet was utterly inadequate against such a multitude of wild wolves. Thus, to conquer the Saber tribe, one must find a way to circumvent the wild wolves. Perhaps it could be utilized. After pondering for some time, Harold's gaze fell upon the hide of the Infernal Fire Tiger. If the Saber tribe were to behold an Infernal Fire Tiger, they would likely take the initiative to act. Harold murmured to himself, for magical beings, consuming other magical entities can enhance their own strength. Moreover, the stronger the consumed creature, the greater the benefits reaped. Of course, in his past life as a human, Harold did not endorse such practices. Yet, the Saber tribe would surely be tempted. Therefore, if they witnessed an Infernal Fire Tiger, they would undoubtedly take matters into their own hands. After all, being devoured by the wild wolves would result in a significant loss. The hide of the Infernal Fire Tiger in Harold's possession could serve perfectly as a disguise. The creature had only perished half a day ago, and the scent upon its pelt had yet to dissipate entirely. As long as it was not face to face, there was a considerable chance of deceiving them. However, deceiving them was one thing. Successfully luring them far enough away was another matter entirely. The Gale wolf's speed was far superior to that of ordinary wild wolves. Thus, it was highly probable that the bait would be swiftly surrounded and slaughtered by the very creatures they sought to evade. Harold would not place himself in such perilous circumstances. The only viable option, then, was to dispatch a goblin wolf rider. But would they truly be willing to go? After all, this was a task fraught with peril. Contemplating this, Harold turned to the goblins before him. You have surely seen that we face over 100 wild wolves. If we wish to conquer the Saber tribe, we must circumvent them. At present, I have a plan to lure out the saber tribe, which involve having one goblin don the hide of the infernal fire tiger to serve as bait. However, this is exceedingly dangerous, and a moment's misstep could cost you your life. Are you willing to undertake this task?" As soon as Harold's words fell, 9 goblin wolf riders stepped forward in unison. "We are willing to sacrifice everything for our leader." "Even your lives?" Harold inquired, somewhat moved. "Indeed, including death," the goblin wolf riders responded without hesitation. Receiving such a reply, Harold regarded the goblin wolf riders before him and felt a sense of responsibility for the first time. Although he had previously acknowledged his identity as the goblin chief, he had never regarded these goblins as kindred to him. They had seemed more like NPCs, merely existing to serve him and to contribute to his evolution points. The praises they had lavished upon him had seemed to him mere words. After all, in this day and age, who would truly sacrifice everything for another? Yet now, the goblins, fully aware of the life-threatening nature of the task ahead, displayed such unwavering resolve. This stirred something within Harold's heart. Perhaps being a goblin chief was not such a poor choice after all. For the first time, this thought emerged in Harold's mind. Not far from the wolf den, a goblin lay concealed atop a wild wolf, both creature and goblin smeared in mud to mask their scent. Draped over him was the hide of the infernal fire tiger. "I must complete the objective." Recollecting the chief's words, the goblin clenched his fists. From the moment of his birth, he understood that as a goblin, he was the lowest of beings in this world. Though a magical creature, his strength was inferior even to that of ordinary beasts. Living on the outskirts of the forest, he faced not only threats from other magical entities and wild beasts, but also the predations of so-called adventurers from the human race. He vividly remembered witnessing the slaughter of his parents at the hands of those adventurers when he was but a child. The only reason they spared him was that he was still young and deemed worthless. This definition, akin to that of livestock, shattered his spirit. From that moment on, like the other goblins, he lost all hope in this hellish world. Day by day, he lived like a walking corpse, merely awaiting the day he would be hunted down by others. Just when he thought his life would end in such a manner, Harold's arrival changed everything. He clearly remembered the day the terrifying wild wolves stormed their tribe, intent on devouring them whole. But at that moment, their chief Harold stepped forth, wielding the power bestowed by the divine to vanquish those accursed wild wolves. He promised to create a city where they could live freely, free from danger. That it was from that day onward that he felt as though he had been reborn. Everything thereafter unfolded like a dream. They acquired walls akin to those of human cities, fortified defenses to repel foes, and vanquished an entire 100 wild wolves. Moreover, he himself received the chief's favor, obtaining the strength he had never dared to imagine, becoming a goblin wolf rider. Thus, the instant he mounted the wild wolf, he resolved in his heart to dedicate everything to their great leader, Harold. Even if it meant death, he would do so without hesitation. Simultaneously, he sensed that not only he, but all the other goblins had made the same decision, that he needed to draw closer. Returning to the present from his memories, the goblin observed the pack of wild wolves a dozen meters away and urged his mount to approach. He knew that with each step closer, he was inching nearer to death. Yet, for the sake of fulfilling the chief's task, he was unafraid. Soon, as he drew within mere steps of the wild wolves, one of them suddenly turned its gaze upon him and let out a loud howl. Instantly, the entire pack was roused, turning their attention toward him. "I cannot retreat," though the encroaching wolves caused his body to tremble instinctively. The goblin showed no sign of retreat. His target lay behind the pack, deeper within the wolf den, the Gale wolf. Until that entity appeared, his mission remained unfulfilled. He had to press on, gritting his teeth. The goblin urged his mount forward another step into the wild wolf pack. By now, dozens of wolves had gathered around him. They regarded the peculiar sight of the infernal fire tiger with growing greed in their eyes. Although they were mere beasts, their instincts informed them that should they slay the infernal fire tiger before them, they would become stronger. They might even ascend to the ranks of those formidable beings akin to the Gale wolves that dominated them. With a howl that pierced the air, the wolf pack could no longer contain themselves and surged toward the infernal fire tiger. Yet, at that critical juncture, a more resonant howl erupted from within the wolf den, scattering the wild wolves. Then, a colossal Gale wolf, over 3 meters in length with silver-white fur, emerged from the den. Its eyes glimmered in eerie blue, and faint blue luminescence adorned its claws and tail. Exuding an aura of majesty, it appeared far more formidable than the Gale Wolf beneath Harold. The Gale Wolf chief, Saber, the goblin caught but a glimpse and instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Remember, upon sighting the Gale Wolf, turn and flee without hesitation. In the goblin's mind, Harold's words suddenly echoed. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and urged the wild wolf to flee, not pausing for an instant. Before the wolf den, Saber, the leader of the Gale Wolves, observed the abrupt departure of the infernal fire tiger with a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Previously, he had sensed the presence of the infernal fire tiger within the den and had been intrigued. Why would an infernal fire tiger appear in his territory? After all, both the Gale Wolves and the infernal fire tigers rank among the most elite of the lesser magical creatures, possessing significant intelligence. Thus, as the two most formidable races in the surrounding forest, they typically avoided conflict. When the infernal fire tiger had first appeared, he had assumed it was merely lost. However, as the creature drew closer, Saber suddenly realized it seemed to be approaching him intentionally. This realization piqued Saber's interest. Indeed, as powerful races, they generally refrain from combat. Yet with the infernal fire tiger presenting itself so willingly, it was unreasonable not to seize the opportunity. Thus, Saber promptly summoned the other Gale Wolves and boldly stepped forward, driving away the pack of wild wolves. Initially, he had expected the creature to charge at him upon sighting him, but his decision to flee only deepened his bewilderment. Could it truly have taken a wrong turn? Or was this a trap? As a leader, Saber was no fool, and he quickly began to speculate. Meanwhile, the other Gale Wolves, seeing the retreating figure of the infernal fire tiger, clamored, "Leader, that infernal fire tiger is escaping. We must pursue it." Indeed, it was but one creature. Together, they were certain to prevail if they could consume its magical essence. Saber would grow stronger, possibly even transcending to a greater magical being. Gazing at the diminishing form of the infernal fire tiger, Saber could no longer suppress his thirst for power and made a decision. "Very well, we pursue." With that, a dozen Gale Wolves shot forth like bolts of lightning. Racing after the infernal fire tiger, the goblin, disguised as the infernal fire tiger, had not fled far when he felt a terrifying presence behind him. In the next instant, several gusts of wind magic struck towards him. With a resounding crash, the goblin, atop his wolf steed, was struck by a whirlwind, crashing heavily against a great tree, tufts of infernal fire tiger first shedding from him. The goblin felt a searing pain radiate from behind. Yet his mind remained focused on Harold's mission. Struggling to rise, he cast a glance at the lifeless wild wolf beside him, gritted his teeth, and continued his flight toward the destination. His heart cried out, "I cannot die yet. I have not completed the leader's task." The pursuing Saber and his Gale Wolves noticed the fallen infernal fire tiger and the still-running goblin, realizing something was amiss. However, Saber, feeling mocked, was now seething with rage. He never anticipated being deceived by a feeble goblin, the proud leader of the Gale Wolves. An overwhelming desire to eliminate this goblin surged within him. "Damn goblin, I shall tear you apart." Saber bellowed, charging at the goblin with full speed. In mere seconds, he was upon the goblin, pinning him to the ground with a claw. "You audacious fool! How dare you deceive the great Saber? I shall rend you into pieces." With that, Saber opened his massive jaws, preparing to bite down on the goblin. Just as the goblin braced himself for certain death, a gunshot rang out from nearby. "Hey, what are you doing to my subordinate?" Harold sat astride a Gale Wolf, his revolver still smoking, casting a cold glare at Saber. "A goblin riding on my subordinate?" Saber was taken aback by the absurdity of the scene before him, disbelief flooding his eyes. Indeed, he had surmised that his dispatched subordinates had fallen to the over 100 wild wolves and were likely dead. Yet he had always believed that they perished at the hands of other formidable creatures, assuming the enemy to be several infernal fire tigers or magical beings of medium rank. But now, the sight of his subordinate being ridden by the weakest of magical creatures, a goblin, was utterly ludicrous. "Damn it!" Saber's fury ignited as he kicked the goblin away, glaring fiercely at Harold. "My subordinate's defeated by a mere goblin. What a disgrace! You must be the goblin hero." As he spoke, Saber glanced at his left forearm. which bore a bullet graze, continuing a peculiar attack. No trace of magical energy, yet the wound appears as if it exploded. It seems you possess quite the formidable weapon. After stating this, Saber did not charge immediately, but rather remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. However, after a prolonged observation, aside from a faint earthy scent, he detected only the concealed presences of several goblins and wild wolves. In truth, he was not overly concerned about the revolver in Harold's possession. It was merely a lapse in attention that had led to his minor injury. Otherwise, with his speed, no weapon could harm him. Yet this very realization instilled a hint of caution within him, he pondered. Could it be that the enemy truly believes they can subdue him with that strange weapon and a handful of goblins? Let us not forget, there are more than just him among the Gale Wolves. Are you perhaps feeling afraid? Harold surmised Saber's thoughts, a trace of mockery crossing his face. Sensing Harold's derision, Saber felt a surge of anger. You ignorant fool. Do you think that just because you grazed me, you can use that bizarre weapon against me? Or do you believe I am oblivious to the minions you have hidden around? Do you even know who I am? I am Saber, the powerful leader of the Gale Wolves. Such trivial preparations could never triumph over me. Is that so? Harold replied with a chuckle, patting the head of the Gale Wolf beneath him. Then, how do you suppose I subdued him? In the end, you and those wild wolves are scarcely different. What did you say? Harold's words sent Saber into a frenzy that he was a creature standing atop the hierarchy of the surrounding forest. The leader of the Gale Wolves, that to be compared to mere wild wolves by a goblin, was an affront of the highest order. You seek death. Watch as I tear you apart, consumed by rage. Saber forgot his earlier caution, roaring as he lunged at Harold. Yet just as he was about to reach Harold, he suddenly felt his footing give way. In an instant, he lost his balance and tumbled to the ground. The other Gale Wolves, witnessing Saber's fall, rushed to his aid. Stay back, Saber cried, feeling a sharp pain in his front right pea. That moment. The realization of the strong, earthy scent flooded back to him, and his expression changed dramatically as he shouted. But it was too late. His subordinates had already fallen just as he had. It was then that Saber noticed numerous small depressions beneath his feet and those of his subordinates. At the same time, 8 goblin wolf riders emerged around them, surrounding them completely. It's a trap. Saber glared furiously at Harold, cursing, despicable goblin, using traps. I will not let you escape. Even if he were injured, he believed he could still tear him apart. As he spoke, Saber attempted to rise, but just then, another gunshot rang out, striking one of the Gale Wolves behind him in the foot. The wounded wolf yelped in agony. Simultaneously, the 8 goblin riders unleashed their spears, purposefully aiming around the feet of the Gale Wolves. Harold casually blew away the smoke from his revolver's muzzle and remarked, "Indeed, even with an injured leg, you still possess the strength to fight. However, are your subordinates in the same predicament? Their situation is quite dire. Can they withstand the onslaught of my goblin wolf riders in their current state? Moreover, even you with an injured foot would find your speed considerably diminished. Do you believe I could not strike you?" Harold's words landed heavily upon Saber's heart, akin to a hammer-s blow. Though he held contempt for the goblin wolf rider's strength, he understood that, having lost his peak speed, evading the weapon in Harold's hand was no longer an option. Thus, he was already at the general's mercy. This was all within your expectations, was it not? Saber gazed deeply at Harold, inquiring. Harold nodded and willingly elucidated. I have fought against your subordinates, and thus I am well aware of your advantage, your remarkable speed. Consequently, I specifically instructed my subordinates to dig nearly 100 shallow pits around here. These pits, though not deep, could break your limbs if you were to stumble into them unawares. As long as we can curtail your speed, my subordinates will be able to contend with you. At this point, Harold glanced at the goblin wolf riders, boasting, "Do not underestimate my subordinates. They slew 2 infernal fire tigers just half a day ago. Therefore, even with your pack of swift wind wolves, they can prevail." Upon hearing Harold's proclamation, Saber was astonished and surveyed the goblin wolf riders around him. He did not believe Harold was merely trying to intimidate him. At this juncture, there was no reason for the opponent to deceive him. Moreover, the infernal fire tiger pelts draped over the goblins corroborated Harold's claims. Yet, Saber struggled to accept that these seemingly feeble goblins possessed such profound wisdom, capable of taming wild wolves and even defeating infernal fire tigers. "But are you so certain that we will come?" Saber questioned, unwilling to concede that, of course, I cannot be certain. Harold shrugged. "I am no deity and cannot foresee everything. However, even if you do not take the bait, I will not incur any loss. In fact, I initially thought my subordinates would not be able to lure you this far. I even contemplated sending another goblin wolf rider to assist along the way." As he spoke, Harold cast a glance at the goblin who had been placed by his comrades, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. "Truly, my subordinates are remarkable." After hearing everything Harold had to say, Saber finally conceded. While the opponent had employed cunning, the triumph of the weak over the strong through strategy deserved recognition, did it not? "I have lost, but I beseech you to spare my subordinates. At the very least, I implore you to leave a glimmer of hope for the swift-winged wolf tribe," Saber said, putting on a brave face, though he was aware that his plea was rather childish. As no one wished to leave potential threats unaddressed for the sake of the swift-winged wolf lineage, he had to implore Harold, who said, "I intend to slay you." Harold's lips curled into a slight smile. "What I desire is for you to submit to me." Submit to a goblin? Saber was taken aback. Although the nature of monsters compelled them to revere the strong and willingly submit, the notion of bowing to a goblin felt discomforting. "What? Do you refuse?" Harold raised the revolver in his hand and pressed it against Saber's forehead. He was no benevolent figure. Should the other party decline, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger on the other side. Saber felt the murderous intent. Harold was momentarily taken aback, appearing somewhat perplexed. "Indeed," he replied, "I've always possessed a name, along with a surname." Saber regarded Harold with a peculiar expression. "Isn't your name bestowed upon you by a deity or another powerful being?" Upon witnessing Saber's expression, Harold grew curious. "I am uncertain. My name has been etched in my memory since I can recall. Does this name hold some significance?" Over a month ago, when he traversed into this world, the name Harold Alge had already been inscribed within his mind. Consequently, he was unaware of its origins. "If it has existed since the dawn of my memory, it seems my leader is no ordinary goblin." Saber's expression became even more exaggerated, gazing at Harold as though he were some sort of monstrosity. "Leader, are you truly unaware? For magical beings, a name is a mark of recognition for the powerful. Typically, only the leaders of low-ranking monsters and those of intermediate to high rank are entitled to names. The remaining low-ranking creatures are not even worthy of titles, as for surnames. They're reserved solely for the leaders of medium-ranking monsters and fearsome high-ranking beings. They signify a formidable individual or faction. Generally, the names of ordinary monsters are conferred by those of greater power or deities. Those lacking strength cannot bestow names upon others. For instance, my name was granted by a powerful high-ranking monster. Can monsters not name themselves? Harold inquired. Surely, it cannot be too difficult to conceive a simple name. Saber shook his head. That is impossible. That a monster's name is akin to a mark. Those devoid of power will quickly forget any name they utter, as though it had never existed. Upon hearing Saber's explanation, Harold fell into silence. He had not encountered this perspective before, and he found himself pondering the origins of his own name. After considerable reflection, the only explanation he could fathom was that he had traversed from another world, accompanied by a system. Perhaps this was precisely why he possessed a name and could bestow names upon other monsters. Just as he was contemplating this, Saber, appearing somewhat bashful, spoke again. "Leader, may I be granted your surname? I would be willing to sacrifice everything for it." Upon hearing this, the swift wolves behind him turned their eager gazes towards Harold. Harold stroked his chin, deliberating whether to acquiesce to Saber's request. However, at that moment, his evolution points suddenly fluctuated, plummeting from 103 to 63. This was troubling. It indicated that someone had invaded his home by the time Harold returned to the tribe with his subordinates. 3 days had elapsed. 3 days prior. Upon sensing something amiss, he had hurried back with his followers at full speed. Those who were gravely injured remained behind to lead the remaining wild wolves back to the tribe at a slower pace. Throughout these 3 days, Harold's evolution points diminished by at least 60 points daily. Furthermore, On the third day, in addition to the initial reduction of 60 points, he experienced a staggering drop of 200 evolution points, leaving him with a mere 85 points. This alarming decrease made Harold acutely aware of the situation's severity. The ongoing loss of evolution points signified that his tribe had been under continuous attack from enemies over the past 3 days. The dramatic reduction of 200 points on the third day further suggested that the threat had escalated to a level beyond what a catapult could contend with. Not even a gigantic catapult could resolve the enemy threat with a single shot. Moreover, once Harold's evolution points dwindled to 85, they ceased to decline. This did not imply that the gigantic catapult had vanquished the enemy. Rather, it was more likely that Harold's remaining evolution points were insufficient to support another shot from the catapult. These figures and deductions filled Harold with a sense of urgency. The fortress system was his ultimate trump card. He was uncertain whether it could be reactivated if his command center was compromised. Thus, when he finally returned to the tribe 3 days later and observed that, despite its battered state, the walls had not collapsed, he felt a wave of relief. The walls remained intact, indicating that his command center had not been destroyed. "Leader, is this your tribe?" Saber gazed at the scene before him, gasping in astonishment. The walls of the tribe were riddled with damage, clearly bearing the marks of magical assaults. Surrounding the tribe were numerous deep craters left by large stones, many of which bore traces of blood. Among them, the most striking were 2 enormous hemispherical craters, each spanning over 10 square meters, located to the south of the tribe. Just witnessing this, Saber and the others could easily imagine the ferocity of the previous battle. "Yes, but it appears the enemy must have retreated voluntarily," Harold remarked, his expression turning grave as he surveyed the scene. "Why do you say that, leader?" Barry inquired, puzzled. Harold pointed towards the 2 massive craters. "Look at these craters. Although they appear devastating and there are significant bloodstains, not a single corpse remains. Not even a fragment of limb can be found within the craters left by the gigantic catapults." Barry was taken aback by Harold's observation, suddenly realizing something was amiss. "Are you suggesting that not a single enemy was slain?" Having witnessed the power of the gigantic catapults, he found it hard to believe that the enemy could have escaped such formidable attacks, especially in succession. "No, there must have been casualties, and they were likely severe," Harold replied, shaking his head, his gaze growing profound. "If even the gigantic catapults failed to inflict casualties, the enemy would not have retreated on their own. The absence of any corpses suggests that they intentionally concealed their identities and cleared the battlefield in advance. They possess formidable combat strength and highly intelligent command. It seems we have attracted the attention of a powerful force." Upon hearing Harold's analysis, Barry's eyes filled with admiration, and "Oh wonder you are the leader. Your insights are truly remarkable." Saber, observing Barry's flattery, interjected, "Barry, this is hardly the time for idle praise. Do you not grasp the gravity of the situation?" As a former leader of the Swift Wolves, Saber possessed considerable wisdom. Therefore, upon hearing Harold's analysis, he quickly comprehended the enemy's formidable nature. Although Saber had not witnessed the defensive capabilities of Harold's tribe, he had heard of them and could infer much from the current state of affairs. The fact that the enemy could survive such terrifying assaults and even organize a battlefield cleanup was a cause for concern. "I certainly understand that this enemy is formidable, but our leader is the great Harold. I have faith that he will lead us to utterly crush our foes." Barry shot Saber an exasperated glance before turning his respectful gaze back to Harold. In his eyes, Harold had become an omnipotent being. Indeed, it was not only Barry who thought this way. The other goblin wolf riders shared similar sentiments. Feeling the fervent gazes of his subordinates, Harold exhaled deeply, his eyes shimmering with clarity. "Rest assured, since the enemy has failed to breach our tribe this time, they shall have no further opportunities. I will ensure that our tribe grows even stronger." As he spoke, Harold turned to Barry, Saber, and the others that "I do not only refer to the tribe's defenses, but also to all of you, that I will make you all even more powerful." Upon hearing Harold's words, Barry and the other goblins displayed expressions of excitement. They had evolved from ordinary goblins to their current status as goblin wolf riders, all thanks to Harold's guidance. Thus, they harbored no doubts regarding his words. Meanwhile, Saber and the other swift wolves, though harboring a hint of skepticism, could not help but feel a glimmer of hope when considering Harold's uniqueness. Soon after, once they returned to the tribe and arranged accommodations for the swift wolves, Harold once again summoned everyone together. Next, I shall assign you an exceedingly important task. As soon as everyone arrived, Harold solemnly spoke. Beside him, Barry promptly responded, "Please give your orders, Chief. Regardless of the task, we shall accomplish it with utmost determination." Harold cast a satisfied glance at Barry and replied, "This endeavor is not perilous, but will undoubtedly be arduous. What I require from you is a comprehensive search of the surrounding forest to investigate the distribution of various tribal factions throughout the entire area." Entirely? Upon hearing this, Saber could not help but exclaim, "Chief, as far as I am aware, the surrounding forest on this side alone spans nearly 10 million square meters. To conduct a thorough investigation will surely consume a considerable amount of time." Harold nodded and clarified, "I understand, which is why at this stage, I need you to search an area of 100,000 square meters. With the assistance of 100 wild wolves, it should not take too long." Saber pondered for a moment before tentatively inquiring, "Are you seeking to uncover the perpetrators who attacked our tribe?" Harold nodded, then shook his head. "Not entirely did I. In fact, I do not believe the enemy resides in the outer forest. Therefore, this search has two objectives. First, to ascertain the living locations of various magical creatures, and second, to expand our tribe's population." Expand the population? Saber suddenly realized, "I understand now. Our tribe's numbers are currently quite limited. If we encounter the enemy again, we will surely find ourselves at a disadvantage. Thus, we must urgently replenish our ranks. The fastest way to achieve this is by assimilating members from other tribes." Harold regarded Saber with appreciation and elaborated, "Precisely. After experiencing the recent raid, I have come to recognize the significance of population. However, our tribe's goblin count, including myself, is merely 10, which is indeed far too few. Thus, expanding our population is our foremost priority. The crux of this mission is to thoroughly investigate the locations of all goblin tribes." Within the command center, Harold stood before an expansive sand table. The table displayed a rough outline of the area within 100,000 square meters surrounding the tribe. Numerous locations were marked with wooden signs bearing the names of various magical creature factions. This sand table was a tactical map that Harold had exchanged for 100 evolution points. The wooden signs represented the findings of the goblin wolf riders and the swift wind wolf pack over the past few days. Due to a lack of evolution points and manpower, Harold had not immediately utilized the military department to train the swift wind wolf pack. After all, training all the swift wind wolves would require a total of 800 evolution points, with Saber alone needing 100 points due to his status as a chief. Accumulating such a significant number of evolution points would necessitate at least 6 days for Harold, while this duration is not excessively long. The crucial issue lies in enhancing the combat strength of the swift wind wolves. Harold believed it was more imperative to bolster the overall defense of the tribe. Hence, he had to temporarily set aside his plans to establish a goblin swift wind wolf cavalry. Instead, he organized the goblin wolf riders and swift wind wolves into 24 small teams, each comprising 1 goblin and 1 wolf, to conduct a widespread search of the outer forest. The role of the wild wolves was to relay messages. Naturally, neither the goblins nor the swift wind wolves could write. However, they could manage to draw a few simple symbols. For instance, using and to represent the cardinal directions, with secondary combinations of these 4 symbols denoting the northwest, southwest, northeast, and southeast. Distances were easily conveyed by a vertical line representing 100 meters, with every 2 vertical lines crossed by a horizontal line indicating 1,000 meters. This way, approximate locations could be effectively communicated. As for the factions, simple drawings would suffice, and once a sufficient area had been surveyed, all members would be recalled to identify and describe their findings. However, despite Harold's meticulous planning, various issues arose during the execution. The most significant problem was that the information inscribed on the wooden signs by many of the swift wind wolves was too vague. After all, they were using their claws, which proved challenging compared to the goblins who had hands. Indeed, the goblins were the most reliable. Harold mused as he gazed at the unsuccessful wooden signs in his hand. Throughout this period, Harold had been plagued by a lingering question. Why were goblins considered one of the weakest magical creatures? From his understanding of the magical creatures in this world, typical low-level creatures often took on beastly forms, with most being primitive beasts transformed into magical beings through magical influence and subsequently reproducing. Only a few mid-level and most high-level magical creatures exhibited humanoid forms. Moreover, the higher the level of the magical creature, the more it resembled the human race. Yet goblins entirely defied this rule. In terms of appearance, goblins were undoubtedly the most human-like among low-level magical beings. However, their strength was remarkably feeble, and they lacked even basic magical abilities or combat skills that it was as if they were a race forsaken by the divine. Nevertheless, it was precisely this reason that led Harold to begin valuing goblins. For his fortress system, the most compatible race was indeed goblins. Imagine when Harold eventually unlocks a secondary or higher level system and acquires firearms. He would be able to assemble a formidable goblin army armed with modern weaponry. After all, creatures like the swift wind wolves and hellfire tigers could never wield firearms, no matter the circumstances. Having completed the sand table for the day, Harold proceeded to the city defense department. Over the past few days, he had devoted himself entirely to establishing the sand table, and the foundational elements were now in place. The next step was to further enhance the tribe's defenses. System. Open the evolution value panel. Evolution points. 789, 134 days. With over 700 points, Harold felt confident that he could make significant upgrades. He eagerly opened the data panel for the City Defense Department. City Defense Department, Level 1 Core Weapon, Giant Catapult, Incredible Destructive Power, Slow Attack Speed. Learnable Auxiliary City Defense Weapons. Basic Catapult, Activated. Basic Crossbow, not activated. Requires 10 evolution points. Basic Ballista, not activated. Requires 10 evolution points. Basic Wall, activated. Without hesitation, Harold directly activated the Basic Crossbow and Basic Ballista. These two weapons were designed to combat entirely different enemies compared to the catapult. The ballista, for instance, was aimed at faster, smaller groups of enemies. While it had a reduced range compared to the catapult, its attack and firing speeds were significantly superior. Additionally, the ballista was equipped with a sharp arrowhead, granting it a degree of armor-piercing capability that, in contrast, the crossbow targeted single enemies. While its range could not compete with the other two weapons, its attack and firing speeds were swifter, and its armor-piercing capability was even stronger, possessing lethal potential that if one were to compare all three, the catapult primarily targeted slow-moving large groups of infantry. The ballista was tailored for faster small groups like heavy cavalry, while the crossbow was aimed at key members such as mages and leaders. The basic crossbow and basic ballista have been successfully activated. City Defense Department, Level 1 Giant Catapult, Core Weapon, Basic Wall, activated. Basic Catapult, activated. Basic Ballista, activated. Basic Crossbow, activated. Notification. Constructing a basic crossbow requires 10 wooden logs. An additional log can produce 100 crossbow bolts. Notification. Constructing a basic ballista requires 10 wooden logs. An additional log can produce 2 ballista bolts. That it appears that our stock is sufficient. Upon seeing the data provided by the system, Harold could not help but exhale in relief. Previously, he had harbored concerns that the timber stock would prove insufficient, but it now appeared that, at the very least, the fundamental construction of the town's defenses could be perfected. During his previous expedition, he had activated timber resources, and now the inventory had just reached a full capacity of 100 units of third-grade wood, coupled with the daily production of 10 additional units. This was sufficient to meet the demands for crossbow bolts and giant crossbow arrows. However, mere basic defenses did not satiate Harold's ambitions. According to his estimations, the unknown enemy that had previously attacked the tribe likely possessed strength at the level of intermediate monsters. Furthermore, he remained oblivious as to whether the last assault had showcased the entirety of the enemy's combat prowess. Thus, to ensure the absolute safety of the tribe, it was imperative to upgrade the defensive facilities once more. Contemplating this, Harold inquired of the system. System, how many evolution points are required to upgrade the Defense Department's equipment? Upgrade 1. Activating intermediate weapons in the Defense Department requires 100 evolution points, with resource needs doubling. Upgrade 2. Completed equipment can be automatically upgraded by replenishing resources. Goodness gracious! The evolution points required to activate intermediate weapons have increased tenfold, and the resource requirements have surged dramatically as well. For walls and catapults, is it truly the case that upgrading will yield more elaborate constructions? Harold internally lamented, should a complete upgrade be pursued? While evolution points would suffice, resources such as wood and stone would be entirely inadequate. Yet at present, Harold found himself unable to enlist anyone to gather materials. Indeed, population is of utmost importance. Harold sighed, resting his forehead in contemplation. Soon after, he made a pivotal decision. It seemed he must first complete the basic equipment. Then, he would embark on the path of recruitment in earnest. Days later, through the wild wolves, Harold sent messages summoning all goblin wolf riders and swift wolves back to him. Once his subordinates had returned, the foremost task was to integrate the swift wolves into military training. As preparations commenced to recruit other tribes, enhancing their strength was undeniably essential to that moment. Harold, having delayed the activation of the intermediate equipment in the Defense Department, had accrued 1,171 evolution points, ample to train all the swift wolves. Thus, after a single expenditure of 800 evolution points in a day's time, 15 swift wolves were successfully trained into war mounts. Of course, being war mounts did not imply they were merely to be ridden. As per Harold's understanding, the military department of the fortress system would train units according to the most compatible states for their respective races. Consequently, the swift wolf pack trained into war mounts exhibited qualitative enhancements in both speed and strength compared to the goblins of your draw a specific comparison. Harold's swift wolves now possessed the prowess to challenge a hellfire tiger in single combat. Among them, the pack leader, Saber, had even brushed against the threshold of intermediate monster status. This transformation not only delighted Harold, but also filled Saber and the other swift wolves with exhilaration. Though they were regarded as the apex of low-tier monsters, they were acutely aware that no matter how exceptional, they remained low-tier monsters. Unlike other intelligent races such as humans, they lacked knowledge of training techniques. Their sole avenue for strength lay in hunting other monsters. Yet this method bore its own limitations and ceilings. It could be said that, for monsters, one's birth inherently dictated their strength and role. That if born a low-tier monster, one would remain so for life. Conversely, if born a high-tier monster, even lethargy would suffice to easily vanquish lesser foes. Nevertheless, exceptions existed that a leader-class monster, favored by gods or demons, could transcend these constraints. However, a tribe could only possess one leader, and those monsters fortunate enough to be graced were exceedingly rare, perhaps 1 in 10,000. Yet now, Harold's military department shattered this paradigm. It directly bestowed the swift wolves with the capability to grow stronger, endowing them with the hope of transcending to intermediate monster status. Was this a miracle? Saber marveled at the newfound strength coursing through him. Unable to suppress his astonishment, he then turned to Harold, his eyes brimming with reverence. All hail the great leader, Harold. Thank you for granting us power. I, Saber, swear upon my very soul to dedicate everything to you. Upon finishing, Saber let out an exuberant howl. Following suit, the other swift wolves echoed their oaths, expressing their devotion to Harold with their unique howls. Just as they concluded their vows, Harold's system emitted 2 consecutive notifications. Notification 1. Swift wolves evolve into swift war wolves, providing an additional 2 evolution points, doubled for the leader. Notification 2. Gain the wholehearted recognition of the swift wolf pack. Evolution points doubled. Evolution value, 505, 278 points today. This was an immediate escalation. Observing the daily increment of evolution points surge once more, Harold's spirits soared. Initially, he aimed to bolster the tribe's strength, but unexpectedly, he had gained the entire swift wolf pack's endorsement. Reflecting on a fortnight prior, when his daily growth barely clocked in at 18 points, he now found himself accumulating 278 points daily without the burden of activating departments. Truly, population is paramount. Harold felt he had discovered the shortcut to prosperity and eagerly anticipated embarking on the recruitment journey. This is what you deserve. Harold regarded Saber and the others, a smile gracing his lips. I promised to make you stronger, and I have fulfilled that promise. However, this is not the end. In the future, you shall become even mightier. Furthermore, Once we construct our goblin city, I will extend to you the swift wolf pack, equal treatment. At that time, you will live happily in our city alongside us goblins, free from the oppression of other races. Having secured the swift wolf pack's allegiance, Harold resolved to treat them with equity. Upon hearing Harold's words, Saber and the remaining swift wolves were filled with gratitude. Saber had witnessed Harold's formidable strength and near-miraculous abilities, leading him to wholeheartedly believe that one day Harold would indeed build the city he envisioned. What moved Saber even more was the acknowledgement of their status. Though they had been conquered by Harold's might, traditionally they would rank below the goblins. Yet Harold had never looked down upon them. And now he openly promised them equal standing. In this world of monsters, where the strong devour the weak, Harold's actions were remarkably benevolent. Continuing, Harold addressed the assembly. We have now completed the search of our territory, spanning 30,000 square meters. Next, we must recruit all the goblin tribes we have discovered. However, to prevent a recurrence of the previous scenario, wherein our tribe was left undefended, coupled with the severe resource shortages, I have decided that the goblin wolf riders will remain with me to guard the tribe. Saber, you shall lead the swift wolf pack to recruit other tribes. Of course, I will accompany you on the first recruitment, endeavor to instruct you in the process. Yes, Saber recognized this as an excellent opportunity to demonstrate his worth and promptly nodded in agreement. Conversely, Barry appeared quite despondent. He had initially hoped to shine during this recruitment mission, only to find Harold had assigned him to remain behind to guard the tribe. This led him to feel as though Harold deemed the goblin wolf riders inferior to the swift wolves. Harold, noticing Barry's discontent, directly queried, "Barry, do you understand why I have chosen for you to remain with the tribe?" Barry scratched his head. "Is it not because the leader believes our goblin wolf riders are weaker than the swift wolves?" "Certainly not," Harold replied, shaking his head. "You must understand, recruitment can present challenges and may even fail, but safeguarding the tribe is an absolute necessity. The tribe is our most vital home. We must ensure its safety. Even at the cost of our lives, in comparison to the swift wolves, you possess hands and can operate defensive weaponry, thus better protecting the tribe. This is precisely the reason I instructed you to remain with the tribe." Upon hearing Harold's words, Barry finally grasped the significance of safeguarding the tribe. The sense of despondency that lingered within him dissipated instantly, and he straightened his posture, boldly declaring, "Fear not, leader. I, Barry, shall ensure that our tribe encounters no troubles, even at the cost of my life. Never shall it happen." Although the monsters differ from other sentient races, possessing established rules and societies, they too maintain their own small tribes. Their range of activities resembles their territories. Consequently, should another monster intrude, the territory's owner would unhesitatingly attack the trespasser. However, this does not apply to goblins. Due to their diminutive stature, goblins do not pose any threat. Thus, most monster races tend to disregard the presence of goblins within their territories. On the contrary, goblins serve as essential provisions for them during critical times. Because of this, goblins have gradually been accepted as residents in the territories governed by various monster races. This acceptance has fostered a positive growth in both the living range and population of goblins. For instance, within a radius of 30,000 square meters around Harold's tribe, at least 3 or 4 goblin tribes exist. Such density is indeed astonishing that at present, Harold has led the Windstorm Wolf Pack to the nearest goblin tribe. Yet, despite being a goblin tribe, the scene within is utterly incomparable to that of Harold's tribe. As Harold gazed around, he could only see a few rudimentary thatched huts constructed from wooden branches in a flat clearing. Apart from that, there was nothing else. This truly a goblin tribe. Harold found himself perplexed, as the distant view appeared more akin to a place long abandoned. "Leader, this is what an ordinary goblin tribe looks like," Saber remarked, puzzled by Harold's inquiry. "How strange. This is utterly dilapidated and cannot even be compared to my tribe," Harold exclaimed in astonishment. Underneath him, Saber rolled his eyes, unable to refrain from retorting, "Leader, it is indeed your tribe that is peculiar. How could a typical goblin construct sturdy dwellings akin to those of humans, let alone possess complete walls and numerous defensive structures? An ordinary goblin tribe consists of merely a few solitary thatched huts, which are already the best accommodations for them." At this point, Saber began to harbor significant doubts about Harold's identity. It was odd for a goblin leader to lack an understanding of goblin living habits. Upon hearing Saber's critique, Harold offered an awkward smile, saying, "I truly did not know this. During my recollections, the place I lived in was merely the wooden huts constructed in my current tribe. I simply built new departmental structures, along with walls and fortifications." Saber paused, having previously wondered why the departmental buildings in Harold's tribe were vastly superior to other dwellings. Now, hearing Harold's words, he finally understood. "Leader, if that is the case, then before you, your tribe must have had a goblin hero, and I believe the structures in the tribe were established by him." That's so," Harold mused, stroking his chin with a glimmer of insight in his eyes. He had not previously contemplated this, but now it appeared that his tribe indeed harbored some peculiarities. "It seems my tribe conceals a past of which I am yet unaware. I must investigate thoroughly upon my return." While Harold was lost in thought, Saber's voice interrupted his contemplation. "Leader, should we directly capture those goblins now?" Harold lightly tapped Saber on the head, instructing, "Remember, our purpose here is to recruit, not to conquer. Recruitment requires us to peacefully convey the benefits of joining us, encouraging them to join willingly. Therefore, we must not resort to force or cause any casualties. If they are unwilling, we shall simply depart." Although Harold desired an increase in population, he did not wish to compel other goblin tribes to join his through violence. Such actions would render him no different from those races that bully goblins. His prior acquisition of the Windstorm Wolf Pack occurred only after they had first attacked him, leaving him no choice but to retaliate. Hence, he hoped to recruit more goblin kin through peaceful means. However, it was evident that Saber could not comprehend Harold's perspective as a monster. Saber's innate philosophy revolved around the survival of the fittest and resolving everything through force. Thus, he initially assumed that Harold intended for them to conquer through violence. Eliminating those who refused to comply, he had never considered the possibility of a peaceful approach. "Leader, if we proceed as you suggest, it will consume a great deal of time, and the likelihood of success will be low. After all, even among goblins, different tribes may exhibit hostility toward one another." Saber could not help but assert, "I understand," Harold replied. "However, if we persist in the old ways, resolving everything through force, we shall forever remain unable to establish our own civilization akin to other sentient races. Saber, I bestow upon you power not to slay other monsters, but to protect our tribe. What I seek is not conquest or domination, but a fundamental transformation of our tribe's way of life. Creating a new goblin civilization." Though Harold was now a goblin, he retained the memories of his past life. Years of education and thought instilled in him an inability to accept the current way of existence among monsters. He understood that to effect change, a new civilization must be established, of course. He was not naive enough to believe he could transform the entire monster world. He was no savior and harbored no grand ideals. He merely wished to protect his own tribe's citizens and create a city where they could live in peace. Yet, these thoughts were naturally beyond Saber's comprehension, and he refrained from posing further questions. He had already submitted to Harold. Thus his role was to offer suggestions and obey. He also pondered whether it was precisely Harold's unique ideology that had garnered the favor of the divine. "Very well, you may not understand now, but in the future you shall," Harold patted Saber's head and continued. "Now, we must commence our recruitment journey." Saber nodded, carrying Harold on his back as they approached the goblin tribe. The moment they appeared, the goblins within the tribe were utterly terrified and fled in all directions. However, the Windstorm Wolf Pack had already surrounded the goblin tribe. Soon, all the goblins within the tribe were herded before Harold. "Ahem!" Harold dismounted from Saber's back and cleared his throat, addressing the gathered goblins. "Fear not, my fellow kin. We have come to recruit you, to invite you to live alongside us. Live together." The foremost goblin in the tribe was taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "As long as you do not eat us, we shall agree to anything." As soon as the words left their lips, Harold noticed a change in his evolution points. Evolution points. 505, 288 days. An immediate increase of 10 points? Was this recruitment truly successful? Harold expressed his profound exhaustion in his endeavor to set a commendable example. He had meticulously prepared a plethora of heartfelt words prior to the recruitment, including an obligatory list of 10 compelling reasons to join, laden with motivational rhetoric. However, to his astonishment, before he could articulate a single word, the other party readily acquiesced, catching him entirely off guard. Unbeknownst to Harold, the goblins of the tribe were even more fatigued than he was. They were merely ordinary goblins, perpetually living in fear for their safety. The moment they spotted the swift wolf pack approaching, their hearts sank. Thus, when they learned there was a chance for survival, they did not hesitate to agree without a second thought. For them, merely being alive was more than sufficient. Well then, since you have agreed, let us return to the tribe together, Harold said with a hint of resignation, but he understood that their compliance stemmed from their fear of the swift wolves rather than genuine willingness. Yet, at this juncture, he could not compel them to express their true feelings. Therefore, he resolved to escort them back to the tribe, allowing them time to adapt gradually. He was confident that, given sufficient time, they would come to genuinely appreciate his tribe. Of course, what Harold found unacceptable was his failure to provide a proper demonstration for Saber and the others. However, reflecting on the might of the swift wolf pack, he mused that perhaps a demonstration was unnecessary after all. Thus, Harold and Saber led the swift wolf pack in two separate directions. Harold took the recruited goblins back to the tribe, while Saber continued to enlist the remaining goblin tribes. After traversing for the better part of the day, Harold finally returned to the tribe with the goblins in tow. Upon arriving, the newcomers stood transfixed, as if they had witnessed a miracle. They had anticipated a visit to the wolf den, considered the possibility of joining a tribe similar to their former one, and even feared being confined in cages as slaves. Yet they never imagined they would arrive at a tribe resembling a human settlement. Moreover, within this tribe, they beheld goblins akin to themselves riding upon the backs of wild wolves. Oh heavens, am I hallucinating? Why are all the goblins here able to ride wild wolves? Could this truly be a goblin tribe? One goblin exclaimed in wonder. Previously, when they had seen Harold atop Saber, they had assumed it was merely a peculiar quirk of Saber's, a penchant for being ridden. But now, witnessing every goblin in the tribe mounted on wild wolves left them utterly astonished. Was it possible that the current wild wolves and swift wolves had developed a peculiar affinity for goblins riding them? If that were indeed the case, did it imply that their capture necessitated learning to ride both wild wolves and swift wolves? As these goblins pondered such fanciful thoughts, Barry approached, as the goblin currently favored by Harold. It was only natural that he became the prime candidate for welcoming the newcomers. Do you desire freedom? Do you wish to live peacefully within the forest? Do you aspire to become formidable goblin wolf riders like us? Come, pledge your allegiance to our great leader Harold, and you shall become one of us, Barry proclaimed, resembling a salesman as he posed a soul-stirring trio of inquiries. Following his questions, he struck an impressively commanding pose, standing tall with one hand on his hip and the other raised high toward the center of the tribe. His display left the recently arrived goblins, who had just regained their composure, utterly bewildered. What is happening? Must we not only learn to ride wolves, but also acquire oratory skills? Observing the dazed newcomers, Barry felt a swell of pride. These words were the result of his reflections after hearing Harold's earlier remarks. In his own words, he had embraced the leader's influence and undergone a transformation. However, just as he reveled in his self-satisfaction, Harold, who had distanced himself, suddenly interjected, "Barry, if you scare them away, I shall assign you to guard the tribe for all eternity." "Oh no, leader," Barry gasped, quickly thumping his chest as he replied. "Guarding the tribe is my duty, but I must occasionally venture out. Fear not, I shall look after our new comrades diligently." Shaking his head at the whimsical Barry, Harold departed. This young fellow seemed to have lost his fear of me. Perhaps it was due to the words I had spoken the last time I left Barry in charge. Now, Harold felt that Barry had indeed changed. He appeared much more relaxed, entirely unlike his former self, who had been riddled with apprehension. Nonetheless, while Barry had transformed significantly, Harold could still discern that Barry's respect for him remained unwavering. Disregarding the new goblins, Harold made his way to the production department. The tribe had welcomed 10 additional members, prompting Harold to begin worrying about food supplies. Presently, there were 3 goblin tribes near the settlement. If their populations were comparable, that could mean an additional 30 individuals. Consequently, the tribe's population would multiply several times, and the demand for sustenance would increase correspondingly. Furthermore, there were the swift wolves and the 100 wild wolves, all of whom had previously hunted independently. However, over time, the local wildlife would undoubtedly be depleted. Therefore, in order to plan ahead, Harold resolved to activate food resources and see if he could also unlock the long-desired iron resources, evolution points. 1081, 288 days. First glancing at his evolution points, Harold promptly activated food resources, and immediately the system's notification chimed. Ding! Food resources activated. Level 3 food. 10 servings per day, balanced diet, quantity determined by the arable land area within the territory. Notification. The maximum food storage capacity is currently 100 servings. Constructing a warehouse can increase storage capacity. 0.10 servings? This is woefully inadequate. Harold frowned and inquired, System, can the food resources be upgraded again at this time? Upgrade level 1. Upgrading to level 2 resources requires 10 times the evolution points. Thus, upgrading food resources necessitates 1,000 points. Detecting insufficient evolution points in the host, notification 2. Increasing the arable land area within the territory can enhance daily food production. Arable land area? Harold suddenly recalled that when he activated the lumber resources, the system had mentioned that the yield of lumber was dependent on the forest area within the territory. However, turning to gaze at the tribe, he felt a wave of frustration. The tribe was already at capacity, leaving no room to expand the forest or cultivate arable land. This is quite the conundrum, Harold lamented. Nevertheless, he recognized that food was of paramount importance at this juncture. Although initiating food production required 1,000 evolution points, he would soon surpass the 1,000 mark. Thus, the issue of food should be resolved. Next on the agenda were the cramped territory and the scarcity of wood and stone resources. Weighing his options, Harold ultimately decided to prioritize territory expansion. Indeed, the tribe's defenses were crucial, but soon the tribe would see an influx of dozens of goblins if territory expansion was not addressed. There might not be sufficient housing for the citizens. Truly, every moment counts. Having made his decision, Harold sighed deeply. Do you desire freedom? Do you wish to live peacefully within the forest? Do you aspire to become formidable goblin wolf riders like us? Come, pledge your allegiance to our great leader Harold, and you shall become one of us. Before the tribal gate, a goblin addressed a gathering of newly arrived goblins in a loud voice. After finishing his speech, he turned back to glance at Barry, who was not far away, and Barry, in turn, raised his thumb in a gesture of approval. The speaker was one of the first newcomers to join Harold's tribe. Over the past 3 days since his integration, he had fully assimilated into the tribe. Not only he, but also the goblins from his former tribe and the subsequent second tribe had all become part of Harold's community. Compared to their previous existence, this place felt like paradise. They no longer had to worry about being disturbed by wild beasts and monsters, nor did they fear hunger. Even their living accommodations were significantly more comfortable. Their sole task was to clear new territories and construct fences under Harold's guidance. However, these endeavors were like heaven compared to their former lives, utterly incomparable. They understood that their efforts were aimed at improving the quality of life in their new home. This self-sufficient lifestyle had instilled in them a newfound hope for the future, resulting in profound admiration for Harold. Thus, the scene of the enthusiastic goblin welcoming newcomers unfolded. Initially, the new tribe's goblins felt apprehensive, uncertain of the others' intentions. Yet, as they became familiar with the entire tribe, their hearts swelled with boundless anticipation. At the very least, compared to their past, they now harbored expectations for the future that they had never experienced before. Soon, Harold received another update from the system regarding evolution points. 885, 342 days. Had they recognized him so quickly, it seemed Barry indeed possessed great potential for the hospitality industry. Harold was somewhat astonished. In just a few days, the goblin population in the tribe had surged to 42, including himself. The speed at which the new batches of goblins accepted Harold exceeded his expectations. This was entirely understandable. After all, given their previous hardships, the goblins would not forsake any opportunity to transform their lives. Furthermore, with the addition of these goblins, the pace of territorial expansion had doubled, that in just a few days. The total area of the tribe's territory had surpassed 20,000 square meters. There was more than enough space to accommodate the goblins, but Harold was eager to continue expanding on the second day after unlocking food resources. Harold upgraded them once more. The food data transformed into second-tier provisions, 100 servings per day. While this quantity had increased tenfold, it was still far from sufficient for the entire tribe's sustenance. After all, there were over 100 wild wolves, along with 42 goblins and 15 swift wolves, meaning daily food requirements were not a trivial matter. Thus, Harold resolved to expand the territory by another 10,000 square meters to increase arable land and forested areas. By then, the issue of food would be completely resolved. His next plan involved accumulating evolution points to 2,000 to upgrade to second-tier timber. This would essentially mitigate the resource shortages for defensive structures. Just as Harold was finalizing these plans, a swift wolf's voice echoed from afar. "Chief, we have spotted a goblin hero. A goblin hero." Harold's heart leapt with joy, and he turned to the panting swift wolf, inquiring, where was he found? "Where is Saber?" The swift wolf, panting, replied, "Big Brother is still guarding that goblin tribe. He sent me back to inform you. He also mentioned that the goblin tribe shows signs of relocation and urged you to handle it promptly." Now, Saber had submitted to Harold and was no longer the leader of the swift wolves. The other swift wolves had adopted Saber as Big Brother, still acknowledging his position as the alpha wolf. "All right, I understand. Please take me there directly." Harold had no intention of bringing anyone else along. He believed that even if the other party were a goblin hero, they could not possibly match the swift wolves. Moreover, he did not plan to conquer through force. "Understood." The swift wolf replied and lowered itself to allow Harold to mount. Subsequently, Harold rode the swift wolf to the entrance, quickly briefing Barry before heading towards the goblin hero's tribe. After approximately half a day's journey, Harold faintly heard the sounds of battle in the distance. Causing his heart to tighten, he knew that the scenario he dreaded the most had come to pass. The goblin hero's tribe must have engaged with Saber and the others. Indeed, as Harold traversed the forest, he spotted the swift wolf pack encircling the goblin tribe. Among them, a particularly robust goblin, towering half a head taller than Harold, was locked in fierce combat with Saber. This must be the goblin hero the swift wolf had mentioned. However, it was evident that Saber was not unleashing his full strength. Otherwise, with Saber's speed, the goblin hero would not be his match. "Cease fighting. We have a misunderstanding and should discuss this amicably." Harold approached the group and spoke. Upon hearing Harold's voice, Saber retreated from the fray, coming to Harold's side. "Chief, you have arrived. This goblin hero is quite powerful." Harold was taken aback. He had not anticipated Saber to commend the opponent directly. If Saber deemed him strong, then the goblin hero's prowess must rival that of low-level magical creatures at their peak. Sensing Harold's thoughts, Saber elaborated. "Though his speed is inferior to mine, his strength and combat experience are on par with me, equivalent to the capabilities of an ordinary infernal fire tiger." Indeed, Saber's words confirmed Harold's suspicions, and his gaze towards the goblin hero shifted slightly, but a goblin capable of rivaling an infernal fire tiger was certainly formidable. As Harold's gaze met that of the goblin hero, the latter spoke first. "You're a goblin too? Aren't you? Why are you with the swift wolves? Have you been reduced to slavery?" Harold smiled and shook his head, explaining, "You misunderstand. On the contrary, I am the leader of these swift wolves." Saber chimed in, "Yes, we have submitted to Chief Harold and live alongside the goblins he leads." Hearing their words, the goblin hero displayed a skeptical expression, exclaiming, "Are you two taking me for a fool?" Ahem. Harold awkwardly rubbed his nose, taken aback by the goblin hero's bluntness. What should he do now? Should he simply nod and say, "Yes, you are the fool"? We speak the truth? Surely, if Harold said that, a fight would break out immediately. Resigned, Harold reorganized his thoughts and began to introduce himself. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Harold. Like you, I am also a goblin hero. I gained my strength through divine favor, leading my tribe to triumph over the swift wolf pack, and subsequently enlisted them." "Impossible!" The goblin hero immediately retorted as soon as Harold finished speaking. "Anyone who has received the favor of the deities carries a hint of divine aura. But you lack any such aura. It's impossible that you receive divine favor. What? At this moment, it was Saber's turn to be taken aback. Harold had previously informed them that he was a goblin hero. They had never encountered a divine envoy before and were unfamiliar with their nature. Thus, despite their astonishment at the peculiarities of Harold's power, they chose to trust his words. However, now that the goblin hero, also a divine envoy, had spoken, doubts began to creep in. Indeed, the power Harold had acquired and the unusual changes within his tribe did not resemble divine gifts. Particularly, the ability to enhance their strength was exceedingly bizarre. Naturally, they did not harbor any ill intentions towards Harold. Their curiosity was simply piqued. "Well, I'm not quite sure. Perhaps my deity is unique," Harold replied, feigning ignorance about the essence of divine presence at this moment. He had to play the fool because the system was his deepest secret, one he could never reveal to anyone. Faced with Harold's explanation, the goblin hero was also confused. Although he had received the favor of the deity, his understanding of divine envoys was limited. Nonetheless, he remained skeptical about Harold's claims. "All right, whether what you say is true or not is irrelevant to me. I merely wish to know your tribe's intentions regarding our attack." In response to the goblin hero's inquiry, Harold stated, "We are not attacking you. I believe you are aware of the plight of the goblin race. I am currently preparing to establish a city belonging to the goblin tribe, and I hope your tribe will join us." The mention of a goblin tribe astonished the goblin hero, who fixed his gaze on Harold, eager to discern whether the latter was sincere. After a prolonged silence, he sighed and shook his head, saying, "I apologize, but I cannot trust you just yet. However, I am glad to meet another goblin hero. By the way, my name is Ferguson, and I have the favor of the war god." The notion of a city for the goblins was indeed a grand aspiration, one that Ferguson himself had contemplated. Yet, reality continually reminded him that such a dream was unattainable, for they were goblins. The weakest of monsters. Even with divine favor and the title of goblin hero, they remained feeble. This was the fate of their kind, unchangeable and immutable. Thus, even if Harold's words were truthful, he would not gamble his tribe's future on them. "I do not wish to impose. However, you are welcome to visit my tribe," Harold suggested, sensing Ferguson's internal struggle. Ferguson turned to his fellow tribesmen behind him, falling into deep contemplation once more. After a considerable pause, he nodded and replied, "Very well. We are willing to take a look at." In truth, he understood that with the swift wolves accompanying Harold, they could easily seize them by force. Yet Harold chose to engage in dialogue, which was a significant display of respect towards them. Upon receiving Ferguson's agreement, Harold sighed in relief. Yet, for some reason, he sensed a hint of determination in Ferguson's eyes, as if he were concealing something. By the time they returned to the tribe, it was already the next day. Upon seeing Harold's tribe, Ferguson and his fellow tribesmen displayed expressions of astonishment, much like the goblins who had arrived at the tribe earlier. Their disbelief was particularly pronounced when they saw Barry and the other goblin wolf riders mounted on wild wolves. Ferguson's gaze towards Harold was now tinged with admiration. They all understood how arduous it must have been to construct such a settlement. "So, does this captivate your interest?" Harold asked Ferguson, who nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is magnificent. I have visited many goblin tribes and encountered several goblin heroes, but I have never witnessed a tribe of this scale." At this juncture, Ferguson suddenly bowed deeply to Harold, a serious expression on his face that "I must apologize for my previous skepticism. I now fully believe in your identity as a goblin hero. Only a miracle could create a tribe of this magnitude." Harold helped Ferguson to his feet, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. "No, miracles do not build structures. This tribe is the result of the joint efforts of my tribesmen. They constructed it with their own hands." As he spoke, Harold extended his hand towards Ferguson. "So, Ferguson, would you like to join my tribe? Together, let us establish a city for our kind." Ferguson stared at Harold's outstretched hand, a glimmer of temptation flashing in his eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by resolve. He then looked up at Harold and said, "I believe in your sincerity and am willing to allow my tribesmen to join your tribe. However, I must decline." "Why?" Harold asked, perplexed that you've allowed your tribesmen to join. "What about yourself?" He could sense Ferguson's honesty, but could not comprehend the reason behind his refusal. Ferguson drew a short, curved blade from his waist, its edge glinting ominously. "You should know what this is," he stated. Harold, having only recently transformed into a goblin, recognized it as a weapon of the human race. I see. It is indeed a weapon of the humans. Correct. Ferguson tightened his grip on the blade, a flicker of hatred evident in his eyes. This is the blade that killed my parents, wielded by a human warrior. They invaded our tribe, seeking to capture us as slaves. My parents were murdered while trying to protect me. Why resentment earned me the favor of the gods. And in the end, I avenged them by slaying those who took my parents and kin. But I know this is not enough. Those few humans were merely the henchmen of a slaver. The slaver is still out there, targeting our people. Therefore, I must kill that slaver. For the goblins, Ferguson declared, casting a deep gaze at Harold. Harold fell silent. Since his arrival in this world, he had heard countless tales of human persecution against goblins, often more severe than the harm inflicted by monsters. These humans, some being adventurers, hunted them down for the sake of so-called quests, while others were slavers, capturing them for profit due to their strength. Harold had always felt these matters were distant from him, as he had been human in his past life and had yet to encounter any humans in this life. Yet now, Ferguson's account illuminated the wickedness of humanity. He looked at Ferguson, not intending to persuade him to abandon his quest for vengeance. Having not experienced Ferguson's despair, he felt he had no right to decide for him. I believe that a mere worn-out Deding, to unlock iron resources, a cost of 800 evolution points must be expended. And the unlocking was successful. Third-grade iron, 1 kilogram per day. The quantity is determined by the area occupied by the mines within the territory. Note, currently, a maximum of 10 kilograms of iron can be stored. Constructing a warehouse can increase the storage capacity. Evolution value, 427, 342 points remaining. Once the system concluded its announcement, a multitude of tender sprouts swiftly emerged at the junction of the production department. Following this, the sprouts grew wildly, gradually forming a brand new factory structure. Harold, filled with curiosity, stepped into the factory and quickly spotted a massive furnace embedded in the ground. Within the furnace, flames blazed fiercely. As Harold stood nearby, he immediately felt the waves of heat radiating towards him. Indeed, it was a fully automated high-tech system, Harold mused. Previously, when he unlocked the wood resources, he had been intrigued by how the lumberyard operated. The same was true when he activated the grain factory. This was because these resources required no manual labor, yet produced resources automatically. Although the output was not substantial, it still exceeded common expectations. Thus, the observant Harold made a point to inspect several factories. And he finally arrived at a conclusion. These resource factories were entirely controlled by a system, operating through complete mechanization. The facilities involved were fundamentally products of technology. The energy they utilized was primarily supplied automatically by the production department. Of course, the energy from the production department did not materialize from thin air. It was derived through an exceedingly complex program that automatically extracted similar resources from Harold's territory for conversion. Simply put, if the lumberyard required wood, the production department would use the trees from the territory as energy. If it were the grain factory, food would serve as the energy source, in the case of the iron factory. Minerals were the resources utilized. Moreover, through Harold's observations over the past few days, he discovered that the energy conversion of the production department was astonishingly disproportionate at a ratio of 1. This meant that for every unit of resource produced, 4 times the amount of resources was consumed. This revelation left Harold feeling quite disheartened. He had initially believed that the production department was the most cost-effective sector, capable of generating resources out of thin air. Now, he comprehended that one must pay the price for such benefits. He had inquired with the system about this matter, and its response was straightforward. Level 1 is the novice protection period, during which resources are produced automatically, necessitating the consumption of multiplied resources. While this explanation was simple, it allowed Harold to understand. His tribe was still in a relatively primitive stage, making it impossible to produce such a volume and quality of various resources on their own. Thus, the system provided additional assistance to protect the host's early development, with the cost being a multiple of resources. Harold accepted this reality, for without the seemingly external production department, his progress in developing the tribe would have been far less smooth. Nevertheless, This also instilled in him a strong determination to upgrade to a level 2 fortress as soon as possible. After persuading Ferguson to stay for another day, Harold rode with him on Saber to the production department. Is this building truly the production department? It is indeed extraordinary, Ferguson remarked as he gazed at the facility. The more remarkable sights lay ahead. Harold pointed to a few large structures not far away and continued. Those two are the grain factory and lumberyard. Currently, the grain factory can produce over 100 servings of food daily, while the lumberyard generates a dozen or so pieces of third-grade wood, which is more resilient than ordinary timber. Ferguson's eyes brightened. These can only be described as miraculous. No, Harold pondered momentarily. It should be referred to as technology. As he spoke, he gestured towards the iron factory. And this third building is capable of producing iron. Iron. Ferguson shuddered at the word. Iron is the raw material for powerful weapons, a precious resource that only wise races such as humans and dwarves know how to produce. He had never heard of any monster capable of crafting iron. Is what you say true? Can we goblins also possess iron? Ferguson's voice trembled with anticipation. Harold nodded. Yes, although the daily output is not substantial. It is sufficient for the time being. He then led Ferguson to the iron factory, where they found a short sword displayed at the exit. Picking up the sword, Harold waved it casually, contemplating, though the quality is not high. It will suffice to forge weapons from iron. Harold had specifically spent 400 evolution points to exchange for a short sword mold. Now, in retrospect, it seemed worthwhile. After inspecting the sword, Harold handed it to Ferguson. Here, give it a try and see if it suits you. Ferguson was momentarily taken aback, instinctively accepting the short sword. Is this for me? Of course, Harold replied with a smile, that if you're to seek revenge, you must at least be prepared with a weapon. It is a pity you are in such a hurry to leave. Otherwise, I could have crafted a shield for you in a few days. Seeing the short sword in his hands, Ferguson's face was filled with gratitude. Thank you. This matter is clearly not your responsibility. You have offered me so much assistance. Harold shook his head. Perhaps it is because you and I are both goblin heroes that I feel a kinship towards you. Moreover, as fellow goblins, the human slavers are also my enemies. Your quest to slay them only aids me. Ferguson grasped the short sword firmly, nodding resolutely. Rest assured, I will surely kill him if I am fortunate enough to survive. I shall return to seek you out, and I hope you will take me in at that time. Harold smiled, for that was precisely the affirmation he sought from Ferguson. Do not worry. I have promised to build a city for goblins. And you are always welcome to return, a capable warrior blessed by the war god. Ferguson was a natural-born fighter whose potential was immeasurable, which was why Harold was so invested in his fate. Soon, the time for parting arrived. Ferguson did not bid farewell to his kin, but merely spoke with Harold before departing alone. Watching Ferguson's retreating figure, Harold suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of the farewell between Gao Jianli and Jing Ku. Should I compose a poem as well? Just as Harold contemplated this, Saber suddenly spoke. Chief, do you truly believe he will return alive? Harold paused. He should be fine. You know Ferguson's strength. But humans are exceedingly terrifying beings, Saber remarked somberly. Harold could distinctly sense a momentary tremor in Saber's body as he spoke. Yes, that's so, Harold murmured in response, his curiosity about humanity growing. Outside the wolf den, where Saber's wind wolf pack had once resided, several hellfire tigers, filled with malice, scoured the area. Atop the highest hill, a massive hellfire tiger surveyed the entire wolf den. Its body was a vivid red, adorned with flame-like patterns, and its tail flickered with wisps of fire on its fearsome face. 3 claw marks could be seen crossing its tightly shut right eye. My king, this place seems to have been abandoned. We have found no living creatures. The hellfire tigers that had previously searched together climbed the hill and bowed their heads before the hellfire tiger king. Useless! The hellfire tiger king turned to the remaining hellfire tigers, his voice growing deep. Go find them. Those wretched pups love to huddle together. Capturing one will lead us to the rest. I want all my kin to search. I will make those pups understand the consequences of offending me. Barnard. Having spoken, Barnard felt his body shudder as the hellfire tigers responded in unison before hastily retreating. Alone, Barnard crushed a stone beneath his foot, murmuring they could not have left without reason. There must be something else at play. However, it seems this forest has gained something. System, unlock stone resources. Outside the production department, Harold finally activated the last resource. Ding! Activating the stone resource requires 400 evolution points. And the activation was successful to third-tier stone. 10 kilograms daily. The quantity is determined by the area occupied by stones in the territory. Note, the current stone storage limit is 100 kilograms. Constructing a warehouse can increase storage capacity. Observing the meager yield of primary stones, Harold could only shrug in resignation. As he had anticipated, the current primary resources from the production department could no longer meet the tribe's regular demands. To further upgrade the resources, he would need to gradually accumulate evolution points. Setting this matter aside for the moment, Harold rose and made his way to the military department. Following Ferguson's departure, the 9 tribespeople he left behind had seamlessly integrated into the tribe and recognized Harold's leadership. At present, the entire tribe had entered a stable phase of development. Harold was also contemplating sending Saber and the others on a peripheral reconnaissance mission in the second phase. However, before that, he intended to train all the goblins into suitable combat units to enhance the tribe's overall combat strength. Additionally, he aimed to experiment with the innovative combat unit of Goblin Wind Wolf Cavalry. System, open the data panel. Host, Harold Stronghold. Level 1 territory, 30,000 square meter citizens. Goblin Wolf Riders, 9. Swift Battle Wolves, 14. Swift Battle Wolf Leader, 1. Ordinary Goblins, 51. Evolution points, 1409, 360 points per day. With 51 goblins remaining, training them would only require 510 evolution points, which was more than sufficient. With this thought, Harold arrived at the military department. Upon entering the training grounds, he saw Barry leading the Goblin Wolf Riders in their drills. Although the military department could quickly impart basic combat knowledge to Barry and the others, mastering this knowledge required consistent daily practice. Thus, during this period, Barry and the Goblin Wolf Riders not only dedicated time to building the tribe, but also carved out time for regular training. Attack! Barry shouted, brandishing his spear, momentarily exuding an aura of authority. The Goblin Wolf Riders beside him swiftly surrounded the target and simultaneously hurled their spears with precision, turning it into a mere sieve. The goblins watching from the sidelines erupted into applause, their eyes filled with envy as they gazed upon Barry and his companions. They too longed to become valiant warriors like them. Well done, Harold remarked, pleased with Barry's performance. Hearing Harold's voice, Barry eagerly leaned forward to search for him and rode over on his wild wolf, wearing a sheepish grin. Leader, you've arrived. Are we going out on a search again? I've been so idle these days. Harold, well aware of Barry's thoughts, shot him a disapproving glance. Can't you sit still for a moment? Perhaps for this search, you should remain behind the tribe. Please, leader, Barry replied, his expression turning sour as the previous glimmer of authority vanished. With you guarding the tribe, what need do we have for our presence in the search? Who told you I wouldn't participate in the search mission? Harold rolled his eyes at Barry. Barry was taken aback and quickly ingratiated himself. Leader, how could I let you do the heavy lifting for this search? Just let me handle it. I thrive on such arduous tasks. Observing Barry's shameless demeanor, Harold lightly tapped his forehead. There are many tribespeople watching, including several young ladies. Look at yourself. At this rate, it seems you have no intention of courting a wife as goblins, although they had shorter lifespans than humans. They could still live for several decades as their strength increased. They matured quickly, typically reaching adulthood 3 years after birth. According to Harold's calculations, Barry was about 5 years old, making him of marrying age. After all, the development of the tribe depended on procreation. With the recent influx of female goblins, Harold had begun contemplating potential pairings for them. However, upon hearing Harold's words, Barry shook his head vigorously. Leader, I am your right-hand man. How could I waste my thoughts on such trivial matters? You rascal, Harold chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief that he had not anticipated that Barry would consider procreation a trivial issue. After all, it was of utmost importance for the tribe. All right, I'm not going to tease you anymore. You'll have your chance. But today, I have more pressing matters at hand. Harold understood that the tribe was still unstable, with unknown enemies lurking in the shadows. Thus, he set aside the matter of procreation and addressed everyone. You all witnessed the strength of the Goblin Wolf Riders, correct? Do you wish to be like them? Yes, the other goblins responded in unison. Good, Harold nodded in satisfaction. Today, each of you has the opportunity to possess immense strength like theirs. But remember, this power exists to defend the tribe and protect our goblin homeland that we understand, the goblins shouted. For the tribe, for leader Harold. Harold pressed his hands down to silence the exuberant goblins. Then he commanded the system in his mind. Let all the goblins who have not yet trained participate in the training. As for the combat units, let them all be cavalry. The full cavalry unit should make for a formidable battalion. A flicker of anticipation blossomed within Harold's heart. Training participants. 51 training unit. Cavalry ding. Please place the activator in the military department. Training time is 1 day, requiring 510 evolution points. The following day, the 51 newly trained goblin wolf riders stood in neat rows before Harold. Meanwhile, Harold's daily increase in evolution points surged again, rising by 102 to a total of 462 points. With such a cavalry unit at his disposal, he could surely navigate the surrounding forests with ease. Observing these goblin wolf riders, Harold felt a rush of excitement. Including the first batch of 9, he now commanded a complete cavalry unit of 60 goblin wolf riders. This number was sufficient to rival the military strength of a village among humans. In terms of combat capability, they far surpassed the human forces by several folds. Of course, all of this was derived from Harold's analytical insights based on known information. For reasons unknown, he had begun to regard humans as a hypothetical adversary. After surveying the goblin wolf riders, Harold turned his gaze back to the training grounds. There, the original 9 goblin wolf riders were undergoing secondary specialized training. Yesterday, when the system provided its hint, he realized the formidable potential of secondary class stacking. Secondary class stacking could exponentially amplify the goblin's combat strength. Furthermore, the combination of different classes could yield even more possibilities. For instance, combining cavalry with warriors could create heavy cavalry. Cavalry with archers could produce mounted archers. And cavalry with scouts could form light cavalry. Such refined classes would allow for clearer division of labor and enhanced specialization. Simultaneously, it would enable them to retain combat capabilities from another class even if they lost their mounts. If multiple stacking opportunities were available in the future, each goblin could become an all-around warrior, akin to special forces in Harold's previous world. Of utmost importance, Harold speculated that if the Ministry of Military Affairs were to escalate once more, the divisions might undergo further refinement. This process mirrors a conventional educational approach, beginning with foundational and generalized instruction, gradually delving deeper through selective teaching until the learners evolve into versatile individuals with both general and specialized talents. In light of these potential futures, Harold opted for a unified battle class for the 9 chosen by Barry. This election was the most fitting and functionally balanced among the available classes. Naturally, the evolution points required for this secondary class were not insignificant. They amounted to a full 10 times the cost of the primary class training that in essence, Barry and his companions necessitated an expenditure of 900 evolution points from Harold. Furthermore, the system had explicitly indicated that the accumulation of secondary classes would not alter the daily evolution points provided to citizens. Before long, as Harold awaited, Barry and his 9 companions appeared on their swift wolves within his field of vision. At that moment, it was evident that Barry and his comrades had visibly become more robust. Their muscular physiques were well developed, and they had grown nearly half a head taller, each standing at around 1 meter. "Saber, do you believe they are now capable of handling your kin?" Harold inquired, patting the wolf beneath him. Saber, with a wry smile, nodded. Of course, Barry and his team have clearly enhanced their strength, while they may not match the former Ferguson. I estimate they possess at least half of Ferguson's prowess. That's reassuring. I was concerned you might be reluctant, Harold replied. Saber quickly shook his head. Chief, do not jest. We are, after all, your captives. Your equitable treatment is the greatest act of mercy we could ask for. As you mentioned, we are allies in this endeavor, so how could we possibly be unwilling? It is gratifying to hear you think so, Harold chuckled. He then gazed at the 60 goblin cavalrymen standing in formation before him and said, In that case, we may commence the second phase of our search mission. With that, Harold began assigning tasks. According to the prior arrangement with Barry, after equipping each of Barry's 9 with their Tempest Wolves, Harold decided to allow all to embark on a search of the forest periphery to facilitate management. He divided the 60 individuals into 6 small teams, each led by captains selected from the first batch of goblin wolf riders. They would rotate in their expeditions, ensuring that at least one team of goblin cavalry remained within the tribe at all times. This strategy would not only safeguard the tribe but also supplement resources artificially. Thus, the second phase of the search officially commenced in a certain part of the forest. Barry's expression was grave as he led his goblin wolf cavalry team at breakneck speed. 0.5 days had elapsed since the commencement of the second phase of their search. During this period, they had traversed 70,000 meters beyond the tribe's borders and discovered 3 new goblin tribes, marking rapid progress. However, early that morning, just as he prepared to rotate back, he suddenly received a distress signal from other teams. Previously, Harold had established a network of communication among their teams using 100 wild wolves, ensuring that if any team encountered an emergency, the nearest team could hasten to their aid the time. Barry thought Harold overly cautious. He believed that given the current strength of their goblin wolf riders, no magical creatures could pose a threat in the outer forest, the very least, even if they could not win. They possessed the ability to flee. Yet, the distress signal now before him compelled him to admire Harold's foresight. However, he was also perplexed about the identity of the adversary capable of preventing a speedy goblin team from escaping. Could it be the unknown enemy that had previously attacked the tribe? With that thought, he urged his tempest wolf to accelerate further. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of a tiger echoed from nearby. Though it was a tiger's roar, it was deeper than any he had encountered before. Barry's expression shifted. He recognized that sound. Previously, when he accompanied Harold to confront the Tempest Wolf pack, he had encountered 2 Hellfire Tigers that emitted that very roar. The foe was a Hellfire Tiger, and not just one. Barry was no fool. He understood that if only one Hellfire Tiger were involved, a Goblin Wolf cavalry team could easily handle it. Moments later, Barry and his team finally arrived at the distress signal's location. Before him lay 2 entire teams of Goblin Wolf cavalry, utterly decimated. Even the captain-level goblin riders had fallen as for their adversaries. Nearly 30 Hellfire Tigers stood before them. Fortunately, they still had breath left. However, trouble loomed. Barry noticed that the fallen goblins were still breathing, and he let out a sigh of relief. Yet, upon seeing the fierce pack of Hellfire Tigers before him, he felt a chill run down his spine. That wasn't it said that Hellfire Tigers were solitary creatures? How could so many have gathered? As Barry frantically contemplated strategy, the Hellfire Tigers before him systematically parted to the sides, clearing a path. Then, a massive Hellfire Tiger, adorned with flame-like patterns, sauntered forward with an air of nonchalance. Its piercing gaze fixed upon Barry as it coldly inquired, Are you there, King? System, I demand an upgrade of all fortification equipment. Harold declared as he stood alone atop the fortifications. Upgrading all equipment requires 400 evolution points. Upgrade in progress. Upgrade complete. Fortification apartment. Level 1 core weapon. Giant catapult. Available fortification weapons. Intermediate catapult. Intermediate crossbow. Intermediate giant crossbow. Intermediate walls. Sufficient resources detected. All primary equipment can be upgraded. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Of course, upgrade, Harold replied, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. After saving resources for so many days, he had awaited this moment. Commencing upgrade. Notification. All fortification weapons have been upgraded to intermediate level, hence the core weapon is also eligible for upgrade. This requires 1,000 evolution points. Would you like to upgrade? 1,000? Harold was taken aback. This was the highest point requirement he had encountered for an upgrade thus far. However, given the uncertainty of the strength of the adversaries who had previously attacked the tribe, it was evident that stronger defenses were imperative. Besides, he had amassed a considerable number of evolution points over the past few days, so he could afford the 1,000 points. Let us proceed with the evolution then. The core weapon began its upgrade. Evolution points. 1629, 462 points remaining. In the next moment, the walls surrounding the tribe and the fortification weapons atop them visibly transformed. Before long, the originally wooden walls were reinforced with numerous stones, bound together by a small quantity of compacted earth as an adhesive. Notably, The lowest tier of the walls was enhanced with 2 additional rows of stones and compacted earth, greatly augmenting their stability. In addition to the walls, the fortification weapons positioned atop them also underwent significant transformations. The catapults were upgraded to more advanced counterweight models, now equipped with pulleys made of stone, rendering them more efficient and convenient. The crossbows transformed into smaller, repeating crossbow systems akin to Zhuge Liang's crossbow, equipped with a quiver capable of holding 20 arrows and featuring a dual-row firing mechanism that directly increased firing speed and lethality. The giant crossbow had an additional bow arm and enhanced arrow slot depth, boosting its attack speed and damage radius. As for the most expensive core weapon, its appearance underwent a dramatic change, morphing into a stone cannon. Subsequently, the system provided information on the stone cannon. Ultimate weapon, giant stone cannon, capable of dealing area damage, requires 500 evolution points per shot. Indeed, it was a money-burning item. Harold clicked his tongue at the system's description. 500 points. Quite costly. Nevertheless, witnessing the comprehensive upgrade of the fortification facilities filled Harold with renewed confidence that he believed that such defenses would suffice even against moderate magical creatures. Just as he reveled in this thought, Saber suddenly appeared, exclaiming, "Chief, trouble is afoot. We have just received a distress signal from the Goblin Wolf cavalry team." Harold's complexion shifted slightly, his first instinct being that an unknown adversary had emerged. In the surrounding forest, he perceived no remaining threats to his tribe, save for that concealed presence lurking in the shadows. Contemplating this, Harold mounted Saber and commanded, "Quickly, summon the remaining Goblin Wolf riding squads. We shall set forth together." "Must we wait for them all?" Saber inquired. "Indeed, we must," Harold replied gravely. "The fact that the Goblin Wolf riding squad managed to send a distress signal indicates that the enemy's strength is not formidable enough to be insurmountable. Otherwise, they would not have had the opportunity to call for help. Yet, it is equally evident that their decision to signal for aid implies an awareness of their hopelessness, with no chance of escape. Thus, bringing only the remaining squad will be utterly insufficient." With that, Harold began calculating the most suitable assembly point, continuing, "Have them gather 50,000 meters to the southeast of the tribe." "Understood." Upon hearing Harold's explanation, Saber immediately grasped the gravity of the situation that he then howled into the distance, conveying the task to the wolves. The wolves, upon receiving the message, swiftly departed. Meanwhile, Harold directly summoned the Goblin Wolf riding squad stationed at the tribe to head towards the assembly point. Soon, when Harold arrived at the designated location, the other 2 Goblin Wolf riding squads had also nearly arrived simultaneously. However, upon observing that only 2 of the 5 searching squads had appeared, Harold's expression grew even more somber. His calculations had been precise. If the remaining 3 squads had not yet arrived, there was but one possibility. They had all been ambushed. Time was of the essence. The entire army must advance. Harold ceased any further discussion, gesturing decisively as he led the 3 squads of Goblin Wolf riders towards the distress signal. The assembly point was merely 20,000 meters from the distress site, and in no time, Harold and his subordinates reached their destination. Upon arrival, Harold was immediately greeted by the deafening roar of a tiger and the somewhat mournful howls of wolves. Before his eyes lay a multitude of fallen Goblin Wolf riders. Not far from these fallen riders, dozens of netherfire tigers formed a layered encirclement. Harold focused his gaze and faintly discerned Barry still engaged in battle at the center. Bang! Without uttering a word, Harold raised his weapon and fired directly at the nearest netherfire tiger, which collapsed before it could react. Immediately, Harold shouted, "Clear the area!" The Goblin Wolf riders behind him, upon hearing this command, simultaneously drew their javelins and launched them at the nearby netherfire tigers. In an instant, 30 javelins rained down like a storm upon the closest netherfire tiger. A chorus of anguished cries erupted as the original encirclement revealed a breach. At that moment, Harold beheld the scene within the circle. A netherfire tiger, standing approximately 3 meters tall, regarded Barry with a mocking expression. Barry, appearing like a figure drenched in blood, bore dark crimson stains upon his once green skin, and his left arm was a gruesome sight. The wound deep enough to expose bone. Nevertheless, he clutched his bone axe tightly in hand. Seeing this, Harold was consumed by fury and fired again, interrupting the Netherfire Tiger's assault. The adversary was toying with Barry. Harold was not oblivious. He recognized that the enemy possessed the power to slay Barry, but chose to torment him instead, treating him as a mere plaything. Die, and if you dare to touch him, I shall shatter your bones. Harold's voice was low and menacing. Upon hearing Harold's voice, the Netherfire Tiger that had narrowly evaded the bullet halted its movements. It turned to Harold, its eyes gleaming crimson. An intriguing attack. Insect, are you threatening me? Harold's gaze was frigid. He did not respond. Instead, he urged Saber toward a still-breathing Netherfire Tiger. With a swift motion, he yanked out the javelin embedded in the creature. And a torrent of blood gushed forth. In the next moment, he forcefully drove the javelin into the tiger's head. The creature, previously writhing in agony, stiffened and fell silent. Throughout this process, Harold's eyes remained fixated on the Netherfire Tiger King. Betraying no sign of emotion. Bernard was furious. Ever since he had been favored by the deities and ascended to the status of Netherfire Tiger King, he had never faced such a threat from others. He was the king of the Netherfire Tigers, the mightiest creature in the outer forest. Yet now, a mere goblin dared to brazenly slay his kin before him. What an affront! Goblin, do you wish to die? Moreover, you wretched whelp! Bernard casually swatted Barry away. Sending him flying, he then leisurely approached Harold's direction. Netherfire tigers were not like Gale wolves. Their reproductive capabilities were limited, and the loss of one was significant. For Bernard, whose kin were already scarce, Harold's action struck a nerve. He was tired of playing games. He only desired to sink his teeth into the head of this oblivious goblin. Chief, I have encountered him. His name is Bernard. I have heard he has received the favor of the fire god. Saber's expression turned grave beneath Harold. He noticed Bernard's blinded right eye. The Gale wolves had once co-dominated the outer forest with the Netherfire tigers, being the most formidable creatures in that realm. There had been numerous conflicts between the two clans. However, since the Netherfire tigers were solitary by nature, the Gale wolves often gained the upper hand. As the leader of the Gale wolves, Saber had been involved in nearly every dispute. He had a vivid memory of Bernard, for it was he who had blinded Bernard's eye. Yet he never anticipated that the defeated foe of yesteryear would now possess such power. As Bernard approached, Saber instinctively withdrew, his limbs involuntarily retreating. This was not out of fear, but his instincts warned him. If he did not retreat, he would perish. I understand. Harold sensed Saber's unease beneath him and patted his back. He could empathize with Saber's reaction, for even he felt a tremor within, a flicker of fear. The pressure emanating from Bernard was overwhelming. Although they had yet to engage in battle, the sheer force of his presence was suffocating. Such an imposing aura surely surpassed that of lower-tier magical beings, Harold mused inwardly. Taking a deep breath, he resisted the urge to succumb to fear and slowly raised his right hand. All units, prepare for a second round of area clearance. He understood that they had reached a critical juncture. There would be no retreat. Only one could survive between him and Bernard. The goblin wolf riders behind him, initially filled with dread, saw their wolves trembling beneath them, barely able to stand. Yet upon hearing Harold's command, they swiftly retrieved their second javelins. Kill! With Harold's command, 30 javelins simultaneously soared toward Bernard. Facing such a barrage, Bernard bared his sharp teeth, a sinister grin creeping across his face. How amusing that you dare to retaliate in my presence. However, these wooden sticks are of little consequence. With a swift motion, Bernard lashed his fiery tail against the ground. Flames erupted into the sky, enveloping his entire form in a blazing inferno. The 30 javelins vanished into the flames, reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Even the steel tips melted into molten iron. What terrifying flames! Harold's pupils constricted, and with a sense of reluctance, he raised his revolver once more and fired at Bernard. Bang! The bullet pierced the flames, leaving a hole in Bernard's left arm. Worked. Harold felt a surge of exhilaration. Indeed, it was merely the distance that had allowed Barnard to evade the bullet moments ago. Now, with only a mere 10 meters separating them, Barnard had no time to react. Yet, as Harold pondered this, he suddenly noticed wisps of white vapor emanating from Barnard's wound. Almost instantaneously, the wound began to scab over, and the bullet was forcefully expelled by the flames. It was excruciating. There was not a trace of magical fluctuation, yet it inflicted harm upon me. Ensconced as I was in flames, my curiosity regarding your true identity grows ever stronger. Barnard's advance did not falter. He steadily approached Harold, the foul stench of his breath wafting through the air. Plan C. Harold gritted his teeth, unwilling to concede. Without a moment's pause, he mounted saber and fled, showing no signs of hesitation. Simultaneously, the other goblin wolf riders, upon hearing Harold's command, scattered in all directions. Observing their sudden retreat, Barnard's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Where could you possibly escape to? My speed now rivals that of those wolf pups. With that, he turned to the remaining infernal fire tigers. You pursue the remaining goblins. Remember, leave not a single one behind. Having uttered his orders, Barnard vanished in a blur, pursuing Harold and Saber. The other infernal fire tigers scattered in search of their targets, eager to hunt them down. What is Plan C? Earlier, during the reconnaissance of the surrounding forest, Harold had harbored concerns that the goblin wolf riders might encounter the unknown enemies responsible for attacking their tribe. Thus, he had devised numerous preparations and strategies. Among them was the Wolf Communication Network, a product of that very moment. Plan C was birthed from this context to counter the unknown enemy. Harold had prepared 3 contingencies. Plan A, when the enemy is formidable yet not fatal. One should contact other squads while delaying the enemy until reinforcements arrive for a counterattack. Plan B, when the enemy is both powerful and lethal, one should contact other squads while tracking the enemy's position, setting up an ambush upon the arrival of reinforcements. Plan C, when the enemy is insurmountable, immediate separation and retreat are imperative, ultimately regrouping at the tribe. These 3 plans were tailored to address various levels of threat. Plan C represented the worst-case scenario. It relied on Harold's trump card, the defensive weaponry of the city guard. If even Plan C could not withstand the enemy, then Harold's fate would be one of annihilation. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the forest as a colossal tree crashed to the ground, its trunk marred by a charred circular cavity. Fixating on the hollow, Harold, mounted on Saber, furrowed his brow. This fireball spell is rather excessive. Hey, how long do you intend to run? Weren't you just boasting? Barnard's voice boomed from behind them. With a flick of his tail, he unleashed a fireball the size of a meter in diameter. Hurling it toward Harold and his companion to the left, Harold shouted. Saber swiftly veered left, in the next moment. Before he could regain his footing, the spot he had just vacated was reduced to a gaping hole by the flames. We're almost at the tribe. Hold on. Harold urged Saber. He then turned and fired a shot at Barnard, momentarily slowing his advance. This was the last bullet in his revolver. Fortunately, they were nearing the tribe. Once within the defensive perimeter, it would be their turn to counterattack. Boom! Another fireball whizzed past Harold. The fireball struck a tree, shattering countless branches into fragments. The ensuing shockwave surged toward Harold and Saber with tremendous force. Just as Saber struggled to regain his balance, both he and Harold were swept into the air and crashed heavily against another tree. As the dust settled, Harold clutched his injured arm and struggled to rise. But before he could steady himself, Barnard's voice rang out from behind. It seems your good fortune has run out. Harold stood to face Barnard, his expression devoid of fear. No, you are mistaken. As he spoke, Harold's gaze shifted to the shadow of the tribe behind Barnard, a peculiar smile creeping onto his face. It is your good fortune that has come to an end. With that, Harold shouted internally. System, activate tribe's autonomous defense. Attack Barnard. Ding, autonomous defense activated. Host detected within attack range. Utilizing crossbow for the time being, no sooner had the command been issued than a flurry of arrows shot forth, aimed at Barnard. However, just as the arrows neared their target, a whoosh of flames erupted, enveloping Barnard entirely. The arrows, upon reaching the fiery perimeter, were incinerated into ash by the intense heat, surprised by the ambush. Barnard bared his teeth, casting a cold smirk at Harold, who was preparing to flee once more. You cannot escape. Yet at that moment, a massive crossbow bolt, measuring a meter in diameter, shot forth from the direction of the tribe. This time, due to the sheer size of the bolt and its velocity, the flames enveloping Barnard could not incinerate it entirely in time. The colossal bolt collided forcefully with Barnard, with a resounding crash. Barnard was knocked back several steps. However, the damage sustained was merely superficial. The flame shielding Barnard quickly reacted, intensifying to incinerate the massive bolt into ruins. In that brief moment, Saber had already maneuvered Harold around Barnard, bringing them beneath the protective walls of the tribe. Damn it! Seeing Harold and Saber escape once more, the flames enveloping Barnard blazed even fiercer. He felt as though he had been mocked. He had endured enough of this relentless pursuit, and his murderous intent toward Harold and his companion reached a fever pitch. "I will turn your entire tribe to ashes." In a furious rage, Barnard gathered every ounce of his remaining magical power, coalescing it into a colossal fireball nearly 3 meters in diameter. The fireball continued to expand, incinerating everything in its wake. Moments later, when the fireball's diameter grew to 5 meters, it finally ceased to expand. Throughout this time, the tribe's defensive weaponry had relentlessly attacked Barnard. Yet, regardless of whether they were arrows, massive bolts, or boulders, they vanished the instant they made contact with the fireball. Die! The frenzied Barnard hurled the 5-meter-wide fireball toward the tribe. Harold, having returned to the tribe, gazed in horror at the oncoming fireball. He had no faith that the wooden palisade could withstand such a force. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the ultimate weapon, the giant stone cannon. "Cannon, disperse it!" Harold commanded. As he spoke, the massive stone cannon atop the city defense began to pivot, aiming its barrel at the fireball. Soon, a deafening roar erupted as a shadow shot forth from the cannon's mouth and collided with the fireball. In the next instant, just as the fireball was about to impact the tribe's walls, it exploded, showering countless sparks of fire upon the palisade. The sound of crashing echoed as the scattered embers ignited the walls, even splattering some into the interior of the tribe. The walls could no longer withstand the onslaught. They were doomed. Harold had witnessed the ferocity of the flames. Though the palisade was constructed from rammed earth and rubble, it was primarily comprised of flammable wood. Once ignited, the entire wall would be reduced to cinders. "Are you certain the one you faced earlier was him?" Harold inquired, casting a skeptical glance at Saber. Saber, taking in the scene before him, swallowed hard. At that time, he had yet to receive the favor of the divine. While he could wield fire magic, his strength was nowhere near this level. Such power should be comparable to that of a mid-tier magical creature. The flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Harold's eyes. Indeed, such formidable magic is beyond the capabilities of mere lowly monsters. Thanks to my prior enhancement of the tribe's defenses, we have narrowly averted disaster. This thought, Harold felt immense relief. Had he not whimsically upgraded the core weapon, he would likely be awaiting his demise amidst the flames. However, this was merely the beginning. I shall not let him escape unscathed for transforming my tribe in such a manner. With that, Harold turned his gaze towards Bernard's distant figure and activated the colossal stone cannon once more. System. Bombard him with the stone cannon. Fire 2 shots directly. To preempt any potential countermeasure from the adversary, Harold resolved to deliver double the surprise to Bernard. He would grant him no opportunity for retaliation. Upon detecting the remaining evolution points, a prompt indicated that the giant stone cannon's maximum firing capacity was 2 rounds, and once expended, it could not be fired again. Evolution points. 129, 462 points available. Watching as he depleted 1,500 evolution points, Harold felt a pang of anguish. Yet he understood that the survival of the entire tribe was at stake. He could not afford to spare a single shell. After all, should Bernard manage to escape, such a favorable chance would not present itself again. Soon, 2 thunderous roars echoed as the cannonballs, akin to bolts of black lightning, hurtled towards Bernard on the opposite side. Bernard recognized something was amiss as the massive fireballs were obliterated. However, with his magical energy exhausted, he felt weakened and could no longer evade the assault of the colossal stone cannon. In truth, it was not merely recklessness that led him to leave no contingency. He simply could not fathom how a mere goblin tribe could possess such terrifying firepower. This exceeded the bounds of his understanding. "No, I am destined to dominate the forest. I cannot perish." As the cannonballs drew ever closer, Bernard summoned an unexpected surge of strength and fled frantically into the depths of the forest. Just then, The two cannonballs in the sky detonated, scattering countless small stones that rained down upon the forest like a tempest. The cacophony of countless stones striking the ground coalesced into a resonant, thunderous roar. Within a vast area exceeding 10,000 square meters, including Bernard's location, a cloud of dust and debris surged upwards. After a protracted silence, the dust and fragments finally settled, when Harold and the others looked again. The once lush forest had transformed into a desolate expanse of sand. The innumerable shard had reduced everything within that range to fine grains of sand. Witnessing this scene, Saber, the wolf, was left in a state of shock. He stared blankly at Harold, his voice trembling slightly. "Chief, is this the power of the divine?" "Chief, Barry is still alive." After painstakingly clearing the surrounding area of the remaining Hellfire Tigers, Harold had yet to repair the walls when he heard a goblin on a swift wolf mount. Harold's heart leaped with joy as he turned to inquire, "Are you certain? Where is he now?" Harold had assumed Barry was dead. It had been a full day since he had gathered his subordinates and set out to confront the enemy. During this time, his daily evolution points had continuously diminished, amounting to a loss of 50 points. Harold quickly realized that the deaths of subordinates providing evolution points would cause a decrease in his daily increment. Based on the evolution point contributions from each tribe member, the casualties within the tribe were at least 9. Thus, recalling Barry's bloodied state, Harold instinctively believed he too had fallen among the deceased. "We have brought him back, along with the other injured tribe members." The voice of the goblin on the swift wolf mount paused. "Additionally, we have recovered the bodies of 12 deceased goblin tribe members." 12? Damn it! Harold clenched his fists in frustration. When he had initially gathered the tribe, he had confidently promised them a peaceful existence. Yet now, just a short time later, they had perished at the hands of the Hellfire Tigers. "First, let us tend to the bodies. Once we have cleared the battlefield around the tribe, I will personally see to their burial." Harold felt a pang of sorrow as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. Then added, "And where are the injured? I wish to see them." "They are all gathered in the settlement area," the goblin on the swift wolf mount replied. "Chief, allow me to escort you there." Saber interjected, having just arrived. After using the colossal stone cannon to eliminate Bernard, Harold had tasked Saber with coordinating the other tribe members for a counteroffensive and to assist the injured. Meanwhile, Harold remained behind to eradicate any lingering Hellfire Tigers that might be drawn in. Now, nearly a day had passed, and Saber had just completed his tasks and was ready to report to Harold. Hearing Harold express his intent to visit the injured, he took the initiative to offer his assistance. As they walked through the tribe, Harold appeared somewhat pensive. Noticing this, Saber took the opportunity to initiate conversation. "Chief, you have vanquished Bernard. You are now the most formidable presence in the entire surrounding forest." Harold sighed. "I do not seek the title of the strongest. My sole aspiration is to establish a city where we goblins can live in peace. Yet I never anticipated that in the very nascent stages of this endeavor, we would lose so many tribe members." Sensing Harold's unease, Saber deliberately slowed his pace. "Chief, such is the fate of us monsters. In the realm of monsters, the strong prey upon the weak, as lowly creatures. We are fated to perish at the hands of others from the moment of our birth. You must have wondered why my kin are so few in number." Harold was taken aback. "Indeed. You mentioned that your clan had experienced numerous conflicts with the Hellfire Tigers and that you had the advantage. Yet, with only a handful of swift wolves, it seems implausible that you could withstand the Hellfire Tigers." Having faced the Hellfire Tigers, Harold was acutely aware of their might. "Indeed, originally my kin numbered over 100, Saber replied. His voice grew hoarse. "However, due to our fur being favored by humans, a multitude of human warriors invaded the forest, employing various treacherous methods to hunt us down. They even sought to capture us for domestication, intending to exploit us for profit. In the end, I could only lead the remaining tribe members into hiding and rally over 100 wild wolves to resist. So that was it." Upon hearing Saber's words, Harold suddenly comprehended why Saber harbored such animosity toward humans, and had previously remarked, "Humans are terrifying to in truth. If not for you, our Swift Wolf clan would have remained trapped in that cycle of fear, ultimately being captured by humans or hunted down by the Hellfire Tiger King. Thus, you're the one who saved our Swift Wolf clan. For this, We are willing to sacrifice everything in gratitude. I believe the other goblin tribe members share the same sentiment. At this, Saber halted, turning to face Harold with eyes brimming with gratitude. Harold met Saber's gaze, and after a prolonged silence, he offered a wry smile and shook his head. All right, I understand your sentiments. Rest assured, I am not one to easily back down. Since I have promised to create a peaceful existence for them, I shall fulfill that vow. With that, Harold let out a deep sigh. His eyes once again filled with determination. He then patted Saber on the back. By the way, why are you walking so slowly over such a short distance? Are you getting old? Observing Harold's return to his usual self, Saber felt his spirits lift. Chief, if we're to speak of age, I am certainly younger than you. Is that so? When the two arrived at the settlement, they were immediately taken aback by the sight before them. Initially, upon hearing reports that Barry and the other injured had been rescued, Harold had envisioned a grim scene of Barry and the others lying in bed, battered and bruised. Yet, to his astonishment, the reality was entirely different. Before them, Barry and the others appeared lively and energetic, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Chief, you have arrived. And Saber, too. The keen-eyed Barry was the first to notice Harold and the two individuals. Grinning as he approached them, Harold, puzzled, turned to Barry and inquired, I heard from the tribe that you were all injured, are you not? Indeed, but now all wounds have healed completely, Barry responded, patting his body nonchalantly. Healed completely? Before Harold could utter a word, Saber could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, What a joke! Just yesterday, we clearly saw you covered in blood, your arm exposing bone that it has only been a day, and you claim to be well. After speaking, Saber skeptically circled Barry, scrutinizing him closely. Observing the astonishment on Harold's and Saber's faces, Barry felt a bit embarrassed and sheepishly scratched his head, murmuring, in the past, I surely would not have recovered. I might have even perished. However, yesterday, I inadvertently received the favor of the divine. Thus, all my wounds healed. What? Saber appeared even more shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Once he confirmed that Barry was not lying, he cast an oddly curious glance at Harold. Harold, appearing less dramatic than Saber, quickly processed the information and curiously asked, Is that true? What abilities do you possess now? Barry shyly replied, Well, I caught the attention of the healing goddess. And I understand a bit about restoration magic. Healing goddess? So, it means that our goblins have acquired a goblin priest. Before dawn broke, Harold and the entire tribe gathered in the open ground not far from their settlement. Before them lay 12 freshly dug graves, each containing one of the 12 fallen goblins. Burial. Erect the markers, Harold shouted. Soon, 24 tribesmen stepped forward, forming pairs beside the graves, in their hands. They held tools and began to fill the pits with earth. Once filled, they lifted the stone markers, previously placed in front of the graves, and firmly set them at the forefront of each grave. Throughout this process, they maintained a solemn demeanor, as if engaged in a significant undertaking. Yet, they were unaware of the true meaning behind their actions, as all was conducted according to Harold's instructions, from digging the graves to preparing the markers. When they curiously inquired about the significance of these tasks, Harold simply replied with 2 words, to commemorate that moment. They did not grasp the depth of his words. However, as they personally laid their fallen kin to rest, covering them with earth and erecting the markers, memories of their past with these tribe members surged back into their minds. Though many had known them for merely 10 days, an inexplicable emotion stirred within their hearts that it was then that they suddenly comprehended the meaning behind Harold's words. This was a commemoration, a tribute to the past and bravery of their as the markers were erected, the goblins realized that their eyes had unknowingly grown moist. Even Saber and the other windwolves were similarly affected. This was their first time shedding tears for their kin and comrades that I once stated that I would name each tribe member. Harold's voice interrupted their reverie. Then, under the gaze of all present, he approached the first gravestone with a serious expression. So now, I shall name them. Naming the deceased, the audience, still engulfed in their sorrow, fell silent, suddenly feeling out of step with Harold's intentions. Everyone understood the significance of a name. Its importance was deeply ingrained in their minds. Indeed, Harold had told them he would grant each of them a name, but bestowing names upon the dead felt rather peculiar or perhaps Was it truly necessary? Chief, they're already dead. Do they still need names? Barry stepped forward, voicing their shared confusion that it was worth noting that, to this point, he was the only goblin to have received a name from Harold. He understood well the meaning behind it. Harold looked at Barry, then surveyed the crowd, solemnly stating, yes. Not only that, but their names would be inscribed on their gravestones, for from this moment forth, these names would be the sole trace of their existence in this world. And we shall carry their names as we build our city of peace. Upon hearing Harold's words, the crowd felt a profound stirring within, beginning to grasp his intent. Turning back, Harold retrieved a short blade crafted at the steel mill and meticulously engraved a name onto the gravestone, proclaiming the deceased goblin wind wolf rider, Kofadir. Evolution value, 1,256 for 112 days. Kofadir. Among the crowd, Barry and the first group of goblin wind wolf riders clenched their fists, etching the name into their hearts. The deceased goblin wolf rider. A note. Evolution value, 1,156 for 112 days. The deceased goblin wolf rider, Bailed. Evolution value, 1,056 for 112 days. The deceased goblin wolf rider, Mir. Evolution value, 156 for 112 days. With each name spoken, those related to them murmured the names, committing them to memory. As all 12 names were inscribed, Harold's evolution value plummeted by 1,200 points, leaving him with a mere 156. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the rising sun, feeling considerably lighter. To lose such a substantial evolution value was undoubtedly painful. Yet such a sacrifice was owed to the fallen tribe members. They had given their lives for the tribe. What were 100 evolution points for a name in return? Upon returning to the settlement, the tribe resumed their tasks. Due to the prior damage to the walls, considerable amounts of wood and stone were missing, and resources from the lumber and stone mills had been repurposed as defensive weapons and reserves. Thus, they were again tasked with resource collection. Chief, why do you still prepare so many defensive weapons? Saber inquired. Harold, with a serious expression, replied, for prevention. After defeating the fire demon tiger tribe, I discovered a problem. They were not the unknown enemies that previously attacked our tribe. The markings left on the settlement walls were evidently made by sharp weapons, while the fire demon tigers do not wield weapons. Moreover, if they were indeed fire demon tigers, Bernard's fire spells alone could have obliterated our original settlement. Upon hearing Harold's analysis, Saber suddenly understood. Could it be that there are other powerful races hidden in the surrounding forest? It should not be. Harold shook his head. I believe they are more akin to a powerful race dwelling deep within the forest. A significant amount of time has passed since our tribe was attacked by unknown enemies, yet there has been no word from them. Furthermore, the battle with the fire demon tigers a couple of days ago had a considerable impact. If the unknown enemies were in the outer forest, they would surely be aware of it. But to this day, there has been no sign of them. Thus, I suspect it is a mid-level magical beast race. Mid-level magical beasts, Saber gasped in surprise. Could it be? If they are mid-level magical beasts, Saber trailed off, not finishing his thought that he wanted to express that if they truly were mid-level magical beasts, how could the tribe's defenses at the time withstand their onslaught? After all, the formidable fire demon tiger tribe was merely a low-level magical beast race. Harold recognized Saber's unspoken thoughts and explained, "This should not be the main force, that I believe the last attack on the tribe was merely a small squad from the mid-level magical beast race that happened to come across our settlement and launched a tentative assault. Ordinary mid-level magical beasts should not surpass Bernard in strength." Saber pondered for a moment. If one has received the favor of the divine and can master their abilities, they would surely be stronger than the average mid-level magical beast. However, compared to the leaders of mid-tier monsters, or the most formidable among them, there remains a slight disparity. Harold exhaled deeply, stating, "The leader class is indeed stronger than Ballard. The pressure is immense," as he spoke. Harold stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before continuing. "Even if the opponent resides deep within the forest, they are now nearing its outskirts. It appears that I must devise a way to enhance your strength once more." At that moment, while Harold was engaged in discussion with Saber, a squad of monsters was making its way toward the forest periphery. They bore a striking resemblance to humans, yet sported beast-like ears atop their heads and long tails protruding from their posteriors. As sunlight streamed down, their true forms were revealed to be human. Now, I shall select the second batch of goblin wolf riders for additional training. In front of the military department, Harold addressed the gathered clansmen solemnly. The unknown enemy lurks in the shadows. Watching us closely, we must bolster our strength once again. This election will be guided by the recommendations of each squad leader, choosing one individual from each team based on their performance in the previous battle. This time, the chosen unit will be scouts. Upon hearing Harold's words, the goblin wolf riders looked eagerly toward their respective leaders. The prospect of further training signified their potential to grow stronger and stand out among their kin. Previously, only those who had followed Harold from the beginning were afforded such an honor, so they understood that being selected not only bestowed power, but also garnered Harold's greater attention. Soon, under the collective gaze of the assembly, 5 squads each chose one goblin wolf rider. Harold turned to the 5 and spoke gravely. To train as scouts means you will become the eyes of our goblin wolf riders. Your existence is of utmost importance. You're the first line of defense in safeguarding our tribe and kin, yet this also entails greater danger. Therefore, if anyone wishes to withdraw at this moment, feel free to voice your decision. I shall hold no grudge and will add your name to the list for the third batch of retraining. The 5 goblins stood resolutely, unmoving, not uttering a word. To be chosen for further training was an immense honor, and how could they possibly choose to withdraw? Very well. Perceiving their determination, Harold waved his hand, saying, "Then proceed into the military department," after Harold's command. The 5 goblins strode confidently into the military department, as the system displayed his remaining evolution points. Evolution points. 480, 412 points a day. Had Harold not intentionally delayed for 2 days, he might not have accumulated these 500 evolution points. "Chief, when will you provide us with training again? My subordinates are growing stronger, and I fear I shall struggle to command them." Barry expressed his anxiety upon witnessing yet another batch of goblins set to become retrained. 3 rounds of training, the required evolution points will likely be staggering. Harold pondered for a moment before lightly tapping Barry on the shoulder. "What are you so anxious about? You are currently favored by the divine. Do you truly worry they will not respect you? Hurry along with your patrol. This is a crucial time." With that, Harold gave Barry a gentle kick, propelling him away. Chief's strength seems to be increasing. Barry grimaced, rubbing his backside in indignation as he led his squad out to patrol. Once Barry had departed, Saber could not help but interject. "Chief, when might we also enhance our strength? If the enemy truly is a mid-tier monster as you predict, I fear we will become a burden." Having previously battled Barnard, Saber was acutely aware of his own limitations. These past few days, aside from shadowing Harold, he'd spent nearly all his time training fervently. Yet, despite his efforts, progress was negligible, leaving him disheartened as he watched the goblins grow ever stronger. He dreaded the day when the Gale Wolf tribe might be reduced to mere mounts. The military department's second enhancement will not yield significant results for you. Harold shook his head that he had indeed contemplated assisting Saber in further strengthening his abilities, but upon examining the military department, he realized it was more suited for humanoid species. For beast-like monsters such as Saber, the benefits were quite limited. Hearing Harold's words, Saber appeared dejected. Witnessing the usually composed Saber exhibit such disappointment, Harold patted his back in consolation. "Fear not. Although there is no current method to enhance your abilities, I believe that as the tribe continues to expand, opportunities for your advancement will surely arise." Harold was confident that once the fortress system reached level 2 or beyond, new methods to bolster strength would become available. Perhaps even incorporating weaponry like barrels or cannons for Saber and his kind, of course. Those considerations were for the future. The immediate priority remained uncovering the elusive, unknown enemy. Contemplating this, Harold's expression grew grave. These past few days, I have felt an ominous premonition, sensing that the unknown enemy will soon reveal itself. Therefore, once this batch of scouts is trained, you must coordinate with the wolf pack to establish a reconnaissance network around the tribe. We must detect any approaching enemies before they near our stronghold. Saber nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I will personally accompany my kin during this task. Time passed swiftly, and after several days, a whole squad of humans suddenly appeared at the forest's edge. They resembled humans, walking upright on 2 legs, yet their bodies were adorned with various furs, retaining tails and limbs reminiscent of beasts. while their faces bore little distinction from ordinary humans. Naturally, not all humans conformed to this appearance. Among them, the one leading the charge was a striking figure, her physique curvaceous, her body largely devoid of fur, her limbs entirely human in form, save for the tail that still remained, apart from her ears. Her facial features were nearly indistinguishable from those of a human. Had Harold laid eyes on this individual, he would undoubtedly have exclaimed, "Mother, Baker, are you certain the human settlement we encountered previously was indeed in the outer forest?" The human, strikingly similar to Harold's mother, inquired of one trailing behind her. Her voice was melodious yet laced with a hint of her kin's languorous timbre. The person named Baker nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, Lady Rebecca, I can assure you, when we first discovered it, we believed them to lack defenses that we intended to assault the human village, but soon realized they possessed earth mages, forcing us to retreat." A flicker of malice flashed in Rebecca's eyes as she raised her right hand, where elongated claws suddenly emerged. "Humph. They are nothing but despicable cowards who strike from afar. Should they come within reach, I can shatter them with a single swipe." Upon hearing Rebecca's words, the humans behind her involuntarily trembled. "Useless fools," Rebecca cast a dissatisfied glance at Baker and the others, her murderous intent intensifying. "Those wretched humans, is the vastness of the world not enough for them? Now they dare encroach upon our territory. We must ensure they pay the price." Baker revealed a hint of conflict before murmuring, "Lady Rebecca, the king has tasked us with reconnaissance. The sudden establishment of a human village in the outer forest surely has its reasons. If we were to attack them, we might provoke unnecessary alarm." Silence. Baker was abruptly cut off by Rebecca, who shot him a fierce glare, her expression growing more menacing. "Do not forget the plight of our kin who have been toyed with and tormented by humans. Humans deserve to perish." Target identified. 32 enemies, likely humans. "Return to the chief and inform him that I shall remain here on watch." A goblin lay motionless in the thicket, whispering to the swift wolf beside him. Not far ahead, Rebecca and her companions from the human race were still on their journey. Upon hearing the goblin, the swift wolf nodded. Cautiously, he retreated to a concealed position down the slope before turning to race back towards the tribe. The goblin adjusted his disguise and once again melded into the jungle. Before long, Rebecca and her companions halted beside the goblin, and a wave of anxiety washed over him as he pressed himself against the ground. Daring not to make a sound, even slowing his heartbeat, he could hardly believe that Rebecca and her group would detect him. Trained as a scout, he had mastered numerous camouflage techniques. With tea present, he had not only cloaked himself with branches and grass, but had also obscured his scent with earth and foliage. It could be said that unless they were exceptionally fortunate enough to step directly upon him, or possessed keen hearing to detect his heartbeat, they would be utterly unaware of his presence. Indeed, although the humans paused, they did not look in his direction. Instead, it appeared they were engaged in a heated argument. Though the goblin could not catch every word, he discerned terms such as village, humans, and reconnaissance. Could it be that they mistakenly believed their tribe to be a human village? The goblin quickly grasped the situation that he suddenly realized that their conflict with the humans could likely be averted. All he needed to do was relay this information back, allowing the chief to clarify the misunderstanding with the humans. However, now that the swift wolf had returned, the responsibility of delivering this message fell solely upon him. He merely had to wait for the group to depart, and then he would have his chance. The goblin clenched his fists in determination. Yet just as he tightened his grip, he noticed that the previously quarrelsome humans had suddenly fallen silent. The leading female human's ears twitched alertly. Soon after, the goblin saw her whip her head around, gazing directly at his concealed position. "This is bad. I've been discovered." He instantly recognized the peril and sprang to flee. His wild wolf was merely 100 meters away. If he could mount it, he would have a chance to escape. However, though the thought was noble, reality proved cruel. The moment he rose, the human leapt and appeared behind him. "You are a goblin?" Observing the branches and mud upon him, Rebecca's eyes registered a flicker of confusion. She had never heard of goblins employing camouflage. If not for the inadvertent slip, she might never have noticed him at all. The goblin swallowed hard. Humans were formidable creatures. Facing her, The mere aura radiating from her made his legs quiver. But recalling the weight of his responsibility, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to meet Rebecca's gaze. Yes, I'm a goblin. How intriguing. You should be terrified of me, yet you dare to speak. Rebecca's curiosity was piqued. Though she seldom ventured from the depths of the forest, she had encountered goblins on several occasions. Each time, they had cowered before her approach, leaving her feeling rather bored. Today, for the first time, she encountered a goblin who did not collapse in fear, but dared to converse with her. He had disguised himself with branches and leaves, masked his scent with earth and vegetation, and upon being discovered, had resolved to flee, only to be apprehended and maintain eye contact with her while speaking. Furthermore, the aura surrounding him was far more potent than that of an ordinary low-tier creature. By all accounts, he did not resemble a typical goblin, as she pondered this. A glimmer of intrigue lit her eyes. You must be a goblin hero. The goblin was taken aback, then shook his head. No, I am merely an ordinary goblin. How is that possible? Rebecca feigned surprise. Have goblins truly become this formidable? Goblins were widely recognized as the weakest of monsters. She had witnessed it firsthand. Yet, in such a short span, an ordinary goblin exhibited such remarkable strength. This exceeded her understanding. Only a divine being could bestow such power upon an ordinary goblin, she mused. Noticing Rebecca's curiosity, the goblin suddenly sensed there was no malice in her demeanor. And so he bravely declared, No, I was once an ordinary goblin, but my chief granted me great power. Not only that, he has bestowed upon us the ability to combat other ferocious creatures and improved our way of life. The chief, a goblin hero? Rebecca became intrigued by the goblin's mention of a chief, a goblin capable of empowering its kin, significantly amplifying their strength. This notion alone seemed preposterous. If she could recruit him, the strength of her people would undoubtedly increase. The more she contemplated, the more excited she became, seizing the goblin's shoulder and inquiring, Where do you dwell now? Can you take me to meet your chief? Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to converse with him. Observing Rebecca's animated expression, the goblin felt uncertain about revealing Harold's identity. However, he had come this far and could only press on. What you refer to as a village is actually our tribe. What? Rebecca's countenance shifted, her gaze toward the goblin growing cold. And no wonder, I must have overthought this, I thought to myself, being merely a goblin. Even if he were a goblin hero, he could not possess the ability to empower his kin, let alone multiply their strength by several times. Such feats could only be achieved through divine intervention or by those fearsome alchemists among humans. Now it dawned on me. You must be a human slave, and your strength is merely a result of some alchemical enhancement bestowed upon you by those humans. The words you speak are merely an attempt to lower our guard, to strike when we are unawares that not so. You despicable traitor. Rebecca's preconceptions made her dismiss the idea that a mere goblin could construct a tribe akin to a human village, especially one boasting towering walls and earth mages. Such fortifications and defenses could not be created solely through strength. They necessitated knowledge and wisdom. It was well known that even among humans, the capability to erect such walls had yet to be realized. After all, they were monsters, lacking the skills and knowledge to construct defenses comparable to human cities. T.O. suggests that a goblin could accompli. Harold cast a somewhat surprised glance at Saber. Initially, he merely sought to comprehend the strength of the human race. Yet he was taken aback to discover that Saber was well informed about the leader's abilities, temperament, and more. It struck him as rather peculiar that a low-tier monster possessed such extensive knowledge. Saber elucidated. Wolf-type monsters exhibit a greater sense of unity compared to others. Although I am a low-tier creature, my position as the leader of the Gale Wolf tribe has garnered the attention of mid-tier wolf-type monsters. And much of the information I possess has been relayed to me by them. A.S. for my name is a gift from a formidable high-tier monster. Ah, I see, Harold mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Then why did you not seek assistance from the humans when you were previously attacked? Saber shook his head with a bitter expression. It is not a matter of choice, but rather one of inability. Should mid-tier monsters appear in large numbers within the outer forests or human villages, it would inevitably attract more powerful human warriors. This would only exacerbate the conflicts between humans and monsters, affecting numerous innocent monster tribes. Thus, it has become an unspoken rule that lower-tier monster tribes do not call upon higher-tier monsters in times of crisis. Indeed, Harold agreed, noting the presence of wisdom among monsters. For the greater good, even if individual monster tribes are decimated by humans, retaliation cannot be an option. This is a form of concession. Harold then shifted the conversation back to the pressing issue, stating, "It is an undeniable fact that the humans are invading our tribe, and we must prepare ourselves. Chief, leave this matter to us." Bari stepped forward, declaring, "Let our Gale Wolf Riders handle it. With their speed, we can surely catch them off guard." "That is impossible," Saber retorted immediately. "Humans are not slow, and their greatest strength lies in their agility. Within the forest, they can nimbly navigate between trees and could seize us in the blink of an eye." "What about close combat?" Bari protested stubbornly. "We are trained soldiers with 2 rounds of combat training." "That won't suffice either." Saber shook his head. "Once more, in a one-on-one confrontation, you would not stand a chance against a Hellfire Tiger. And a single human can effortlessly tear apart several Hellfire Tigers." "What shall we do then?" Bari threw up his hands, looking to Saber for guidance. However, Saber directed his gaze towards Harold. He understood the formidable nature of humans. In his view, combating them was an impossible task. Sensing the collective scrutiny, Harold sighed. "I did not anticipate encountering mid-tier monsters so soon. Given your current strength, achieving a direct victory will indeed be exceedingly difficult. For now, our only option is to fortify our defenses. The last time, they failed to breach our tribe, and I believe they will not succeed this time either." As he spoke, Harold turned to Bari, asking, "How many days' worth of provisions do we have left in the tribe?" Bari scratched his head, uncertain. "Well, I'm not sure. All the leftover food from our daily hunts has been turned into jerky, as per your instructions. And I haven't counted." Harold covered his forehead in exasperation. Although the tribe had a food factory, its daily output was insufficient to meet the entire tribe's needs to ensure both daily consumption and prepare for emergencies. Harold had specifically tasked Bari with organizing hunting parties to procure food daily, and had taught them preservation methods to maintain a certain stock of rations. Yet now, he realized he had overestimated Bari's capabilities. While both goblins and Gale Wolves thrived in combat, they struggled with management and planning tasks. Clearly, the tribe was in dire need of someone skilled in governance. "Chief, are you worried that if humans cannot breach our tribe, they will instead lay siege to us?" Saber quickly deduced Harold's concerns. Harold nodded. "Indeed, we must be prepared for a prolonged conflict. If our kin decide to fortify their resolve, we may find ourselves unable to leave the tribe at all. As for water, we possess a small reservoir, but for food, we must rely solely on our stored provisions." Bari suddenly grasped the severity of the situation. "Are our rations that critical?" Harold shot him a glare. "Realizing this now is too late. If we run out of supplies, you shall be the first to go into the pot." Bari shivered in fear, silenced by the wrath of his chief. By the way, have the scouts who went out returned?" Harold inquired abruptly. Bari quickly responded, "One of our kin has yet to return. He should still be on his way." Harold cast a resigned glance at Bari. "It is a miracle you have managed to survive this long. All scouts travel the same distance, and yet he alone remains unaccounted for. It is evident that he has encountered trouble, most likely captured by humans. The daily increase in evolution points has not diminished, so I'm certain he has not perished. The most probable outcome is that he's been taken captive at that moment." Saber suddenly perked up, his ears twitching as he gazed towards the outskirts of the tribe. "Chief, someone is approaching." Harold furrowed his brow and rode Saber to the top of the walls. He spotted several figures stealthily approaching the base of the fortifications, including 2 humans who had already scaled the walls. "This is bad. We have been careless." Harold's heart raced. He had not fully registered Saber's earlier warning about humans being natural assassins, and was now alarmed by their impressive stealth capabilities. Having managed to reach the walls without detection, "Bari, humans are here. Rally the tribe and man the defensive weapons on all sides to counterattack. Some may have already climbed the walls. Remember, we cannot allow them entry." Harold understood that if even one human breached the tribe's defenses, it would be akin to a tiger infiltrating a flock of sheep, leading to a collapse of the tribe's defenses. Bari snapped to attention. swiftly turning to assign tasks to the goblins. Kill! Harold shouted as the goblins took their positions in the next moment, for crossbows began to rain arrows down, quickly forcing back the encroaching humans. Yet it merely succeeded in pushing them away. Not a single one had fallen to the volley. Lady Rebecca, the enemy possesses a significant number of rangers. We cannot find an opportunity to infiltrate the tribe. Buckler rushed to Rebecca, several short arrows still embedded in his body. Rangers? Rebecca furrowed her brow. Indeed, many of our brethren had managed to climb the walls, only to be suddenly met with a barrage of arrows from above. The speed of those arrows was remarkable, and they were fired in pairs, something not achievable by an ordinary archer, Buckler explained. What is the status of our brethren? Rebecca inquired with concern. Fortunately, the arrows were poorly crafted, and none of our brothers perished. However, they have all sustained injuries and can no longer scale the walls, Buckler replied. Damn it, Rebecca slammed her fist into a nearby tree, leaving a dent in the trunk. She then turned to the captured goblin behind her. Seething, you dare claim you are not in league with the humans. Ordinary arrows could not possibly strike my kin. It must be those accursed rangers. Are you saying that goblins can become rangers? Rangers are predominantly human or elven. They possess extraordinary strength and keen eyesight, far beyond what ordinary monsters can achieve. The idea of a mere goblin becoming a ranger is preposterous. The bound goblin understood that Buckler's reference to rangers was actually about the tribe's defensive weaponry. However, he refrained from revealing the truth, and instead urged, I've already stated that we have no ties to humans. You are mistaken about our tribe. You can speak directly to my chief, and all will be clarified. Nonsense. How could I possibly trust your deceitful words? Rebecca dismissed the goblin's claims, firmly believing that the tribe she faced was merely a human settlement. Thus, every explanation regarding goblins appeared to her as mere fabrications and traps. With that, Rebecca turned her gaze once more towards Buckle and commanded, We shall encamp here. Let the wounded brethren attend to their injuries and rest well. Subsequently, send forth a few brothers to ascertain the range of the enemy's archery. So we may appropriately position our forces around the village. I intend to seal off all their escape routes and trap them. Buckle hesitated momentarily before murmuring, My lady, our mission from the king is solely to scout the situation. We have already stirred the hornet's nest. Should we linger here to besiege them, we may squander an indeterminate amount of time. This could very well invoke the king's eye, or the mention of possibly inciting the king's wrath. Rebecca's pupils constricted slightly. However, her animosity towards humanity fueled her unwillingness to concede easily. After much deliberation, she sighed and declared, Then let us besiege them for 5 days, if they still possess the capacity for resistance after that. We shall take our leave. Observing that Rebecca had not relinquished her intent, but had provided a final deadline, Buckle sighed in relief and departed with a sense of satisfaction. After all, Rebecca was favored by the king. Should she truly provoke his anger, it would be they who would suffer the consequences. As Buckle left, Rebecca's gaze shifted once again to the distant tribe. From her previous observations, it was evident that the enemy not only harbored earth mages, but also a considerable number of rangers. In addition to the leader mentioned by the goblins and potential traitors among them, this village likely boasted at least a dozen inhabitants. Rebecca could not fathom how a tribe of merely a dozen could survive for 5 days without any supplies. After 5 days, it would be their demise. She regarded the tribe with a gaze brimming with murderous intent. Yet at that moment, Rebecca remained oblivious to the fact that the very strategy she contemplated had already been anticipated by Harold. Simultaneously, within the tribe, after confirming that the attacking humans had retreated, Harold summoned Barry once more. Barry, from this moment forth, doubled the guards along the walls. Remember, not a single human must infiltrate. Furthermore, do not permit our kin to venture outside. If I am not mistaken, the enemy has likely set ambushes around the tribe. Barry understood the gravity of the situation and nodded solemnly. Yet, as he was about to leave, he could not help but inquire, Chief, how long must we maintain this vigilance? When food runs low, you wouldn't truly consider cooking me, would you? You might want to stock up on meat in the meantime. Harold shot Barry an exasperated glance and dismissed him with a swift kick. Thus, both parties found themselves ensnared in a stalemate. 4 days passed in succession, and Rebecca at the human encampment noticeably grew increasingly agitated. She had expected that, after confirming their retreat, the enemy would resume their normal activities. Surely, daily hunting would be indispensable. Yet, even now, she had not witnessed a single soul depart from the tribe. This led her to question whether they had already prepared and stockpiled ample supplies, if that were the case. Her scheme would become utterly futile. In the midst of her growing unease, Buckle suddenly rushed over in haste. "My lady, we have made a new discovery, not far from the west side of the village. We have stumbled upon a small cemetery." "A cemetery." Rebecca paused, then exclaimed with delight. "As I suspected, this is indeed a human village. Ordinary magical creatures could not possibly construct a cemetery. Only humans could." However, Buckle continued, albeit with a peculiar tone, "but the graves are only about a meter in size, and the tombstones bear the inscription Goblin Wolf Riders." "Goblin Wolf Riders?" Rebecca's brow furrowed in confusion. After a moment of contemplation, she rose and said, "Lead me there, and bring that goblin along." Soon, Rebecca and several others arrived at the burial site. Just as Buckle had stated, the 12 graves measured only about a meter in length, and each tombstone was inscribed with the words Goblin Wolf Riders. "This is the resting place of our kin," the goblin interjected before Rebecca could pose any questions. Turning to face the goblin, she sensed the sorrow etched upon its features. What a jest! Goblins are capable of maintaining a burial site. Before she could voice her thoughts, Buckle scoffed, "Surely, you goblins cannot even recognize letters. Moreover, how could mere goblins possibly possess names?" The goblin shot him a glare and replied solemnly, "We may not recognize letters, but our leader does. Those interred here are the heroes of our tribe. Their names were bestowed upon them by our leader, and he personally inscribed them." "Preposterous," Buckle retorted angrily. "Names symbolize identity and strength among magical beings. Even among humans, few possess names that I in this gathering. Only Rebecca and he bore names. Now, this goblin claimed that those buried here possessed names. Did that not imply that their kin were inferior to goblins? Such a notion was a disgrace to him to know. I must see for myself. I refuse to believe that goblins lie buried here," Buckle declared, brandishing his weapon and attempting to unearth the graves. The goblin, witnessing Buckle's furious expression, erupted in outrage, shouting, "Halt! Those buried here are the heroes of our goblin kin. If you dare to dig them up, we shall not let you go." Taken aback by the goblin's sudden fury, Buckle hesitated. It was the first time in all these days that the goblin had displayed such anger. This made him falter, instinctively glancing towards Rebecca. Rebecca, contemplating the grave before her, found herself ensnared in thought. Indeed, uncovering the graves would validate the goblin's claims. Yet, what if they truly were goblins? The expression on the goblin's face revealed a profound connection to the deceased, should it turn out to be, as the goblin asserted. They might indeed seek vengeance against them. Naturally, Rebecca held no fear of ordinary goblins. However, what if this goblin was a leader capable of bestowing names upon its kin and had constructed this tribe? At least from the current circumstances, the enemy's strength had evidently reached the threshold of a mid-tier magical race. A goblin tribe achieving such stature could very well grow even stronger. Unbeknownst to her, Rebecca found herself quietly swayed by the goblin's words. After a prolonged silence, she finally turned to the goblin and said, "Very well, I shall believe you that I wish to meet your leader." "Hey, goblins inside, listen, summon your leader. We wish to discuss matters." Outside the tribe, Rebecca stood defiantly with her hands on her hips beneath the wall, her foot resting upon the bound goblin, having placed her faith in the goblin's words. She opted for negotiation to demonstrate her sincerity. She approached alone, of course. This only represented the surface of the situation. As the second in command of the human race, she was far from defenseless. Not far behind her, concealed within the forest, Buckle lay in wait with a fully armed contingent of humans, prepared for any eventuality. According to Rebecca's plan, if the enemy had no intention of negotiating and opted to attack her directly, her agility would allow her to evade unscathed. In such a scenario, she would intentionally leave the goblin behind. Should the enemy choose to rescue him or pursue her, Buckle would lead the humans in a direct ambush against them. Conversely, If the enemy displayed indifference towards the goblin's fate, it would indicate that they had indeed deceived her. After all, a goblin that held such reverence for its fallen kin would not abandon its living kindred in peril. So, what course of action would they take? Rebecca gazed up at the wall, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in her eyes. Soon, Harold appeared atop the wall, mounted upon Saber. When Harold's gaze met Rebecca's, both parties exchanged a moment of astonishment. The instant Harold laid eyes upon Rebecca, two words sprang to his mind. A woman. Moreover, she epitomizes the quintessential beauty that resonates profoundly with popular aesthetics, whether it be her curvaceous figure or her exquisite facial features. Particularly her pouting lips and sparkling large eyes, she embodies a divine presence. She truly a member of the human race? Harold could not suppress his incredulity. How is it that even the artistic style appears so different? Initially, he had harbored expectations regarding the appearance of humans. However, during the recent offensive by the human race, he was left utterly disillusioned. Those humans, apart from their bipedal gait, bore little resemblance to what he had envisioned. They were merely exaggerated versions of their kind. Yet now, the emergence of Rebecca has shattered his preconceived notions once more. Harold stood in shock. A flicker of surprise crossed Rebecca's face as well. Through her dialogue with the goblins, she endeavored to accept that the chieftain of the tribe before her was indeed a goblin. However, witnessing a goblin astride a swift wolf was far beyond her expectations. More importantly, she could distinctly sense that this swift wolf possessed considerable strength, likely of a leader's caliber. The sight of a chief from a top-tier lowly monster being ridden by a being deemed the weakest of monsters was nothing short of bizarre and unfathomable. Had Rebecca not seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed he truly the chieftain of the goblins, the master of this tribe. A hint of skepticism laced Rebecca's words. Indeed, I am Harold Alge, the chieftain of this tribe. Harold Alge? Not only does he possess a name, but he also has a surname. Rebecca's expression shifted drastically. If a name symbolizes strength and identity, then a surname serves as a marker of status and power. In the realm of monsters, only those with surnames can substantiate their race's might. Yet, even Rebecca and her kin could not claim surnames, and now she was hearing one from the mouth of a mere goblin. This was utterly absurd. Rebecca had never contemplated that Harold might be deceiving her, for in the world of monsters, names are an absolute truth. This is a rule of the monster realm. If one lacks a name, they are incapable of uttering one that a change is upon us. Taking a deep breath, Rebecca's tone softened, imbued with a trace of respect. I am Rebecca, a member of the human race, and I have come to meet Chieftain Harold. Regardless of the other party's identity, the mere presence of that surname was sufficient for her to regard him with due respect. Harold raised an eyebrow, noticing the shift in Rebecca's demeanor, and deduced the reason behind it. It seems that names truly hold great significance. Harold mused silently, then turned to Rebecca. Rebecca, may I inquire what you wish to discuss with me? Rebecca replied. I wish to address the misunderstanding. Your kin have consistently claimed that there's a misunderstanding between us, and I had previously been skeptical. However, upon seeing you, I am now convinced that a goblin with a surname, residing in a fortified tribe, is not surprising. Harold understood the implication behind Rebecca's words. Are you suggesting that you have mistakenly regarded my tribe as a human settlement, thus instigating an attack? Indeed, Rebecca nodded. The outskirts of the forest are also the territory of monsters. We cannot allow human incursions. Consequently, when we encountered your tribe, we mistakenly believed it to be a human village, which prompted our attack. This was a grave mistake on our part, and I sincerely apologize. I hope that you can forgive us, that I believe we can meet in earnest and discuss matters amicably. Is it truth or deception? Observing the sincerity etched upon Rebecca's face, Harold fell into a contemplative silence. If he were to misjudge, and Rebecca was merely deceiving him, the repercussions could spell doom for his entire tribe. Yet, what if he were to refuse? If the stalemate continued, they would soon find themselves lacking in food and water. Leading to inevitable demise, he resolved to gamble. Gritting his teeth, Harold nodded. Very well, I shall place my trust in you. However, only you may enter. Bring no one from my tribe with you. With that, Harold gestured grandly. and the previously closed gates of the tribe began to creak open that if Rebecca were indeed lying, she would likely hesitate to enter. Harold gazed intently at Rebecca. As she beheld the opening gates. She first raised her hand to signal Bakel and the others to remain in place, before bravely entering the tribe alone, unafraid of the goblins surrounding her. Upon entering the tribe, Rebecca was once again taken aback by the sight before her. The residential structures were acceptable, though advanced, yet still within the bounds of comprehension. However, the buildings designated for the command center, military affairs, and city defense appeared excessively sophisticated. Particularly, the bizarre large apparatuses atop the walls left Rebecca in awe. "Welcome to my tribe, that I believe you may now release my kin." Harold's voice resonated from behind her. Turning to look, Rebecca saw a saber bearing Harold as he strolled towards her. Realizing the situation, she swiftly cut the bonds restraining the goblin and remarked, "Your tribe is indeed extraordinary. Truly an eye-opener." Harold chuckled. "Of course, otherwise you would not have mistaken it for a human settlement. However, now that you are aware of the circumstances, I trust you will not launch any further assaults on our tribe." While Harold spoke, one of his hands remained firmly gripping the revolver hidden behind his back. Though uncertain whether he could hit Rebecca, he was prepared to fire without hesitation should she exhibit any signs of hostility. "Since you are not of the human race, we shall cease our attacks." Rebecca shook her head, her tone taking on a hint of caution. "However, I hope you can grant me a favor." "What favor?" Harold tightened his grip on the gun. Taking a breath to steady herself, Rebecca replied, "I wish for you to accompany me to the human settlement." In an instant, Harold drew his revolver and aimed it directly at Rebecca's forehead, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, blood gushing forth. Rebecca staggered back several paces, a bloody hole visibly marring her right arm. "Wait!" Rebecca cried out, her face pale with residual shock, the moment Harold drew his weapon. She sensed something amiss and instinctively recoiled. Barry nodded. Comprehending Harold's intent, he then approached Rebecca, placing his hands gently upon her right arm, murmuring incantations under his breath. Soon, a soft green glow emanated from his hands, enveloping Rebecca's arm in a similar HUE. In no time, the gaping wound, which had previously bled profusely, transformed into a scarred IT was a healing spell. Rebecca exclaimed in astonishment, looking at Barry with incredulity. "You are also a goblin hero." Barry, lifting his chin with a sense of pride, replied, "Of course, just look at who I serve." Such flattery was quite commendable. Harold, overhearing Barry's words, couldn't help but smile slightly. How could it be possible? A tribe can hardly possess two goblin heroes. "That is simply inconceivable," Rebecca retorted skeptically. Harold appeared to grasp something, posing the question, "What do you mean by that?" Rebecca elaborated. "Just as a tribe can only have one leader, it can only have one individual favored by the divine. The one chosen by the deity becomes the new leader, revered by the rest of the tribe." As soon as Rebecca finished speaking, before Harold could respond, Barry interjected in a flurry. "Nonsense. I have no desire to be any leader. I have sworn to dedicate everything to Chief Harold." Realizing her slip of tongue, Rebecca quickly clarified, "Of course, it might also be due to your tribe's sheer numbers. I have never witnessed a tribe with so many goblins." She had witnessed the revolver in Harold's hand, though she was unaware of its nature. Yet its formidable power convinced her of Harold's status as a goblin hero. After all, no ordinary goblin could wield such a fearsome weapon, let alone shape a tribe into its current form. Thus, the only plausible explanation was divine favor. As for why there were two goblin heroes, that was beyond her consideration. "Barry, your name is a gift from me. I place my trust in you." Harold reassured Barry that he recognized Barry's loyalty and was confident that he would not betray him. Turning to Rebecca, Harold inquired, "Now, let us discuss how I can assist your tribe." Rebecca replied, "I hope, Your Excellency, that you can bestow upon our clan your surname. Of course, this is merely my unilateral wish and requires the approval of my king. Therefore, I hope you can meet with my king." "Bestow a surname?" Harold furrowed his brow, perplexed. "Is a surname truly that significant?" Rebecca nodded emphatically. "It is entirely understandable that you are unaware, as there has never been a precedent for lowly magical creatures to possess surnames. In simple terms, a surname, much like a name, signifies potential. A magical creature with a name signifies a greater capacity for growth. If a leader-class magical creature were to receive a surname, it would grant the entire tribe's members greater opportunities for advancement. Naturally, since potential is invisible, you may not perceive its impact. However, I believe the formidable strength of your tribe's members is attributed to their surnames. Although Harold recognized Rebecca's error, he refrained from correction. He had no reason to explain the workings of the military department, and now he could conveniently use surnames as an excuse. Nearby, Saber and Barry were equally stirred by Rebecca's words. Greater potential. This indicated that they could become even more powerful, perhaps even allowing mid-level magical creatures to transcend their limits. With such thoughts, their gazes towards Harold grew more fervent. Yet, at that moment, Harold remained oblivious to their intentions, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. I fear that it may not be as you wish. Rebecca was taken aback, believing Harold was unwilling to assist her, a hint of grievance swelling within her. I nearly perished at your hands, and now you refuse to even discuss it. Observing Rebecca's aggrieved demeanor stirred something within Harold. Though he was a goblin, his sense of aesthetics remained unchanged. Seeing such a perfect maiden display, such an expression was indeed difficult for him to resist. Clearing his throat, he said, "Previously, I may have been too hasty, but for the sake of self-preservation, I must exercise utmost caution. Furthermore, it is not that I do not wish to assist you. It is simply that bestowing names and surnames is no trivial matter. It places a considerable burden on my being, which I trust you can comprehend. Even now, there are few in my tribe who possess names," Harold explained. Although he had harmed Rebecca, it was due to her previous actions that warranted his caution. After all, naming someone requires evolutionary points, and surnames demand even more. Now, he was expected to bestow a surname upon a human king without any compensation. Such a loss was not something he would entertain. "We are willing to pay the price. As long as you agree to bestow a surname, we are prepared to meet one of your conditions, provided it is within our capabilities." The significance of a surname was paramount, and Rebecca, without overthinking, boldly committed to a substantial sacrifice. Hearing this, Harold's eyes narrowed as he fell into contemplation once more. In truth, beyond his reluctance to act without recompense, Harold harbored a lingering concern. He did not possess absolute certainty that Rebecca or the humans would not turn against him. Thus, if he were to agree to accompany Rebecca to the human realm, he would be entirely placing his life in her hands. Such a perilous endeavor was one Harold was loath to undertake. However, on the other hand, if this led to an alliance with the humans, it would greatly benefit the development of his tribe. "What if I request that your human king come to our tribe for negotiations?" Harold proposed. Rebecca displayed a hint of difficulty, shaking her head. "I apologize, but due to special circumstances, my king cannot leave the tribe. I understand your concerns, but rest assured, we can first assist you in fulfilling your conditions to demonstrate our sincerity." Harold stroked his chin, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. "Very well, I agree. My conditions are simple. I require your assistance in expanding my tribe, increasing its territory to 100,000 square meters. If one clings to their fears and hesitates in the face of risk, how can one speak of establishing a goblin city? As for the worry of the other party resorting to underhanded tactics, he would simply need to grow strong enough that they would not dare to act against him. Moreover, should his tribe expand to 100,000 square meters, meeting the conditions for an upgrade, his fortress system would advance to level 2. At that point, the system would surely reward him with a level 3 weapon, just as it had with the revolver. He would then have the confidence to protect himself among humans. Expand the tribe's territory. Rebecca was taken aback, glancing around before expressing her confusion. With your current population, attempting to expand the territory would only become a burden. Greater territory does not equate to better. A larger area simply means a greater expanse to defend. If the population is insufficient, it will only lead to a decline in defensive capabilities. Therefore, I suggest that you focus on increasing your population first. Harold regarded Rebecca with surprise, not expecting her to consider so many factors. "This matter is under my consideration. I merely seek your answer. Rest assured, I do not require you to construct walls akin to those of my tribe. Merely erect ordinary wooden fences at the borders." After pondering for a moment, Rebecca nodded and replied, "Very well, I agree. However, I hope you will not go back on your word." Harold exhaled in relief. Smiling, "Rest assured, Harold, never deceive. Once the construction is complete, I shall accompany you to your tribe." Soon, under the guidance of Rebecca, the human tribe embarked on the ambitious task of expanding their settlement as a formidable mid-tier magical creature. Their strength and agility far surpassed that of goblins by several multiples. Remarkably, within a single day, the humans managed to construct an entire 10,000 square meters of fencing in just 7 brief days. The territory of Harold's tribe had expanded to an impressive 100,000 square meters. At the very moment the territory reached this milestone, a voice resonated in Harold's mind from the command center. Ding. Host territory has met the upgrade criteria. Would you like to elevate the fortress level? Upgrade. Requires 10,000 evolution points. Truly outrageous. Harold couldn't help but exclaim. Over the past 20 days, he had been diligently accumulating evolution points, intending to unlock Tier 2 steel resources to enhance the weaponry of Barry and others. However, it now seemed that the notion of upgrading the steel resources had been rendered futile. All points would have to be allocated to upgrading the fortress instead. Confirm upgrade to fortress. Harold gritted his teeth and declared, in the next moment, the value of his evolution points flashed in his mind, rapidly descending from 10,421 to a mere 421 points before finally halting. Ding! Successful upgrade to Tier 2 Fortress. Congratulations, host. You have received an upgrade reward. Tier 3 Weapon. Titanium alloy mechanical left arm. Automatically recharges once every 7 days. Self-repairs damage. Explanation. The titanium alloy mechanical left arm boasts exceptional stability, corrosion resistance, and resilience to extreme temperatures, enhancing the user's strength up to 1,000-fold. It can extend an energy shield and fire a pulse cannon. A titanium alloy mechanical left arm. This sounds particularly familiar. Harold mused. Suddenly, a fitted mechanical arm appeared on his left arm. The arm was predominantly black, with dark golden accents at the edges and intricate details, exuding a profound sense of heft. Initially taken aback by the sight of the mechanical arm, Harold quickly came to his senses. The description clearly indicated that it resembled the arm of Iron Man's armor. After a brief test of movement, Harold was filled with exhilaration. What a remarkable item! Indeed, upon reaching Tier 2, one is granted a Tier 3 weapon. Moreover, the strength of this Tier 3 weapon exceeded Harold's expectations. With the titanium alloy mechanical left arm, Harold now possessed formidable combat capabilities. He was confident that if he were to encounter Rebecca again, he could easily overpower her. The only regret lingered in the fact that he had only received a left arm instead of a complete suit of armor. Had he been provided with a full set, Harold felt he could truly confront high-tier magical creatures head dash. As Harold reflected on this, a data panel once more materialized in his mind. Host, Harold Fortress, Tier 2 territory, 100,000 square meter citizens, dual-class goblins, 13, single-class goblins, 35, swift wolves, 15, swift wolf leader, 1, weapon 1, Tier 2 weapon, Colt 1917 revolver, resets 6 rounds daily. Weapon 2, Tier 3 weapon, titanium alloy mechanical left arm, automatically recharges once every 7 days. Self-repairs damage, skills, basic firearms, mechanical fundamentals evolution points, 421, 578 points today. Notice, upgrading to Tier 3 Fortress requires a territory of 5 million square meters and a population of 1,000. Notice, each department can be upgraded again only after 2 enhancements of the respective Tier 2 Fortress departments. Indeed, the conditions for upgrading were becoming increasingly stringent. The requirement for advancing from Tier 1 to Tier 2 was merely a 10-fold increase in territory. However, the leap from Tier 2 to Tier 3 demanded not only a 50-fold expansion of territory, but also imposed a population constraint, necessitating 1,000 inhabitants for the upgrade requirements for the other departments. They were even more demanding, requiring vast amounts of evolution points. Nevertheless, Harold was not overly concerned with these matters at the moment. While the tribe's development was undeniably important, his immediate priority was to fulfill his promise to Rebecca. With this thought, Harold clenched his mechanical left arm. a smile creeping onto his lips. Now that I possess a mechanical arm, the ones I should be worried about are the humans in the heart of the forest. Harold rode Saber along the path, leading deeper into the woods. Beside him walked Rebecca and her fellow tribesmen. Upon the tribe's territory, reaching 100,000 square meters, Rebecca eagerly sought Harold, hoping for him to honor his commitment. After completing the construction of the tribe's wall, Harold had agreed to accompany Rebecca, bringing only Saber along with him. As he put it, having more people was unnecessary. If they truly intended to scheme against him, others would merely become a burden. The reasoning for bringing Saber was twofold. He required a means of transport, and, in critical moments, he would rely on Saber's speed. As for Barry and the others, Harold assigned them new tasks. First and foremost was resource accumulation, as the materials used for constructing the wall had been depleted. Thus, resource gathering was paramount. Secondly, there was the matter of population. Currently, the two strongest tribes in the surrounding forest were the Inferno Tiger tribe and the Swift Wolf tribe. The former had been vanquished by them, while the latter had joined their ranks. Hence, they faced no obstacles now and could confidently recruit new members. Although Harold held little hope for Barry's intelligence, he believed these two tasks should be manageable for him. Additionally, Barry now had a new aide, a goblin previously captured by Rebecca, whose performance and work ethic had greatly impressed Harold. Consequently, he was granted the name Gardner. Harold was confident that with Barry and Gardner on board, the tribe would encounter no issues. "Chief, you seem to have gained quite a bit of weight recently," Saber suddenly remarked, turning to Harold. Harold was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at his mechanical arm. "It's not that I've gained weight, but rather due to this mechanical arm." Mechanical arm? Saber expressed a hint of curiosity that a few days prior he had noticed Harold's mechanical arm, but had refrained from inquiring the chief. Harold's affairs were not something he could meddle in, especially if the questions ventured in a sensitive territory that might lead to an awkward situation. Thus, for several days, Saber had suppressed his curiosity until now, when he noticed Harold's change in weight. "Yes, this arm is made of metal. Hence its weight," Harold briefly explained. "Metal?" Saber gazed at the mechanical arm in astonishment. It's steel, yet it appeared entirely different and seemed rather perilous. As Saber concluded his thoughts, a flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes. His instincts as a magical creature warned him that Harold's mechanical arm could potentially be lethal. In response to Saber's curiosity, Harold patted his back and replied with a wry smile. "You're not mistaken. It is indeed powerful." Though it was merely a few words, Saber understood the implication behind Harold's statement. Yes, it was indeed powerful, stronger than the surrounding humans, and perhaps even more formidable than the unseen human king. "The sun is quite intense. Let us rest here for today," Rebecca suggested, glancing up at the blazing sun. Immediately, the humans skillfully set down their gear, preparing to take a break. Observing this, Harold sighed and found a spot to sit alongside Saber. These past few days with the humans had thrown their biological clocks into disarray. Though they were magical beings, their habits were akin to those of ordinary creatures, being nocturnal. Thus, for several days, Harold and his companions had been resting during the midday hours and embarking on their journeys only after dusk. "Lord Harold, would you and your companion care for a meal?" Rebecca approached, carrying food. Harold shook his head and produced a ration bag from his waist. He had yet to fully trust Rebecca, so he had brought his own provisions for water and sustenance. "Your caution is commendable," Rebecca remarked. Rebecca was indifferent as the food was taken away. She naturally settled beside Harold, though her gaze discreetly flicked towards Harold's left arm. Clearly, she was also quite concerned about the sudden addition to Harold's appearance. After all, that revolver had left a lasting impression on her that I am a goblin. After all, one must exercise caution to survive. Harold mused with self-deprecation. That's so." Rebecca glanced at Harold. "Yet, aside from your exterior, everything else about you is utterly ungoblin-like. I have encountered many goblins, including some heroic ones. Ordinary goblins would be so frightened upon seeing me that they could barely stand, let alone speak. Even those heroic goblins, despite their enhanced abilities, would tremble in fear my sight, offering only pleas for mercy without any semblance of resistance. But you are entirely different. Your defiance and cunning in facing us, as a mid-tier monster, command my respect." especially your decisiveness and ruthlessness in action. As she spoke, Rebecca's eyes drifted to her left arm, previously injured by Harold. This is the first time I have come so close to death at the hands of a goblin. Cough, cough. Harold, who had been eating, found Rebecca's words increasingly unsettling. Her last remark nearly caused him to choke. The primary reason he found it hard to believe Rebecca was due to this very point. How could one harbor no resentment towards someone who nearly took their life? Miss Rebecca, your appraisal is far too flattering. Everything I've done was purely for self-preservation, and my subordinates are certainly nothing like the goblins you described. Miss Rebecca raised an eyebrow, an intriguing title, akin to that of the human race. That Harold's eyes twitched slightly. Indeed, I have studied the human race. That I believe addressing you as Miss Rebecca is a matter of courtesy. Unnecessary. I dislike the titles of humans. Rebecca's eyes flickered with disdain as she fell into contemplation. It seemed she was yet another individual with a story. Harold gazed at her exquisite profile, momentarily entranced. At that moment, Saber, who was beside him, discreetly nudged him. Harold turned in confusion, meeting Saber's eager gaze. Do you want me to ask that? Harold whispered. Saber nodded vigorously, a hint of pleading in his eyes. Reluctantly, Harold shrugged and turned back to Rebecca. Miss Rebecca, I wish to inquire about something. Recalling Rebecca's aversion to the title Miss, he restrained the latter part of his sentence. Rebecca returned to the present, looking at Harold. What is your question? Feel free to ask. I would like to know why your appearance differs from that of your kin, Harold inquired, deliberately gesturing to his own face that a few days prior, Saber had secretly implored him to ask Rebecca this very question. As Saber too wished to possess features akin to humans. Should that occur, he could, like the goblins, continue training in the military department and grow stronger. However, fearing that this question might provoke Rebecca's ire, he sought Harold's assistance. Rebecca touched her own face, responding with profound significance. Because I am the second of my kind to possess a name. That is the essence of a name. It signifies the proof of a monster's evolution. Possessing a surname would make it even more distinct. Deep within the forest lies the realm of mid-tier and high-tier monsters. Their lifestyle is entirely different from that of low-tier monsters. The low-tier monsters living at the forest's edge boast an immense population across most races. Thus, even within the same race, they are divided into numerous small tribes. For instance, goblin tribes typically consist of around 10 individuals, and there are at least thousands of such tribes. Additionally, there exists a profound sense of exclusion between different races, with minimal interaction. However, the mid-tier and high-tier monsters deep within the forest are strikingly different. Firstly, their numbers are significantly fewer than low-tier monsters. Many mid-tier monster races may consist of only a few hundred individuals. High-tier monsters are even rarer, with some races comprising merely a handful. Consequently, for them, while the same race might still be divided into different tribes, each tribe will at least have dozens or hundreds of members. Moreover, there are typically only a few tribes of the same race, fostering connections among them. As for high-tier monsters, some cannot even form a complete tribe and must live as solitary individuals or within familial bloodlines. Now, Harold found himself accompanying Rebecca to the human tribe. Upon witnessing the rather primitive village before him, he couldn't help but gaze at Rebecca in astonishment. He had not anticipated that a mid-tier monsters tribe would resemble this. Rebecca averted her gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She had lived here for so long without sensing anything amiss, but after visiting Harold's tribe, she felt a tinge of shame upon seeing her own human tribe. You may rest for a while. Once I have reported to my king, I will invite you in for discussions. With that, Rebecca casually pointed to a nearby individual. If you have any needs, you may approach him. After speaking, Rebecca hurriedly departed. Observing the curious gazes of the surrounding humans, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Harold's eyes. Hello, you must be Buckle. Harold addressed the individual. Buckle approached. Yes, I am. May I ask what orders Chief Harold has? Despite the fact that the other party was merely a low-tier goblin, Buckle had heard from Rebecca that he was a goblin of significance, possessing a surname. Moreover, this visit was primarily to assist their human race by bestowing surnames upon them. Aware of the importance of this matter, Buckle did not dare to show any negligence towards Harold. You have quite a number of kin. You must represent the strongest human tribe deep within the forest. Harold remarked, feigning admiration. Unsure of the human king's intentions, he sought to extract useful information first. Buckle, flattered by Harold's praise, replied proudly, "Indeed, among the 3 human tribes deep within the forest, ours is the most powerful. Especially our king, whose strength rivals that of a mid-tier monster's pinnacle." The pinnacle of a mid-tier monster? Such a simple statement instilled pressure within Harold. "Does that mean your tribe could dominate the depths of the forest?" Harold inquired. Buckle shook his head, a hint of shame crossing his face. "Not at all. We are currently struggling to establish ourselves in the depths of the forest." "Oh." Harold's eyes brightened. He sensed an opportunity for further inquiry. "You mentioned your king is strong, so how is it that you struggle to establish yourselves? Surely you aren't suggesting that your previous claims were deceitful." "Not at all. I would never deceive you. When humans lie, our tails will twitch excitedly. Look, my tail remains calm," Buckle asserted, lifting his tail for Harold to see, eager to prove his honesty. Harold observed Buckle's tail, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This was yet another piece of crucial information. Saber, beneath Harold, also wore an unusual expression upon realizing how straightforward Buckle was. "Then why do you say your tribe struggles to establish itself?" Harold pressed on. Buckle explained, "It is because we are too weak. The other 2 human tribes in the forest, while not as strong as our king, have 5 or 6 members capable of taking on human forms. In contrast, aside from our king, currently, only Lady Rebecca can take on human form in our tribe. I've possessed a name for over 3 years now, yet I still show no progress. I feel I have let down both the king and Lady Rebecca." As he spoke, Buckle's face was filled with remorse. Taking on human form? It must be as Rebecca previously mentioned. The monsters, upon evolving, take on a more humanoid appearance. This elucidates why Rebecca, despite nearly being slain by him, still exhibits such warmth towards him, hoping he might bestow a name upon her people's king. It appears they are beset by an insurmountable crisis. Point 1 can surmise that the only glimmer of hope for them now rests upon this surname. As Harold contemplated this, his eyes instinctively narrowed slightly. Buckler's words had considerably eased Harold's mind. At least until the surname was granted, he was assuredly safe. However, under such circumstances, that surname could not be simply bestowed. Observing Harold's sudden silence, Buckler, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Has Chief Harold had a thought?" Harold snapped back to reality, heartily patting Buckler's shoulder, and with genuine warmth, remarked, "I envy your king for having such an exceptional subordinate as you." To this, Harold silently added in his heart, "If I had someone like that in my tribe, I would have undoubtedly dispatched him on the very first day." Unbeknownst to Buckler, who believed Harold was earnestly complimenting him, he awkwardly scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. When Rebecca emerged, she chanced upon Buckler's demeanor, and a sudden jolt of unease surged within her. She knew Buckler all too well. Had he spoken words he ought not to have? Just as Rebecca was engulfed in confusion, Harold took the initiative to speak. "Rebecca, have you conferred with your king?" Witnessing Harold's seemingly transformed demeanor, Rebecca's anxiety deepened. "It has been agreed. My king permits you to approach. However, your companions must remain." She halted Saber in his tracks. Harold glanced at Rebecca's tail and nodded. "Very well, then I shall proceed alone." With that, after giving Saber his instructions, Harold set forth toward the dwelling of the human king. Meanwhile, as the others remained oblivious, a glimmer of keen insight flickered in Harold's eyes. Just moments ago, Rebecca's tale had been rather animated. It seems the human king harbors ulterior motives. Upon entering the chamber, Harold was greeted by a rich scent of mint. The room, though simply adorned, exuded a certain refinement in its details. For a tribe with such rudimentary architecture, it could be considered the finest chamber available. Following the fragrant trail, Harold quickly found the source. There, reclining languidly upon a bench akin to a single bed, was a humanoid figure of exquisite beauty, her curvaceous form and long, fair legs draped casually over the armrest. A slender tail swayed languidly in midair, conveying a sense of leisure. Unlike the others of her kind, she was clad in scant human attire that barely concealed her modesty. Harold's gaze drank in the splendid sight before him. "You must be Harold, the goblin chief." A sultry voice floated to Harold's ears. Following the sound, he beheld a stunning beauty with pointed ears gazing at him with curiosity. and no wonder there were so many admirers in the past. Could it be that all humanoid forms of this race possess such breathtaking beauty? Harold exhaled softly, gathering his thoughts before nodding in affirmation. Indeed, I am Harold Alge. The woman stretched lazily like a cat upon the bench, tilting her head to regard Harold. I am Itis, the king of this tribe of humans. You may refer to me simply as Miss Itis. Her keen gaze pierced through him. Your eyes hold a strange quality, reminiscent of a human S. At IT seemed the woman's intuition was remarkably sharp. Harold was taken aback. He anticipated Itis would make such an assertion. Miss Itis, I am but a goblin, hardly resembling a human. Am I? No, you bear a striking resemblance. Itis adjusted her posture, leaning against the armrest, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Your gaze reflects a cunning unique to humans. Furthermore, I have gleaned information about you from Rebecca. Your actions do not align with those of an ordinary goblin. Thus, I am intrigued to know who you truly are. Harold raised an eyebrow. Miss Itis, do you perhaps misunderstand? I do not harbor any misunderstandings. Am I incorrect? Itis replied with a hint of amusement. No, it is not that type of misunderstanding. Harold shook his head, then fixed his gaze intently upon Itis. What I mean is, have you misinterpreted the nature of our relationship? I am not your captive, and thus, I have no obligation to answer your inquiries. How audacious, to attempt to extract information from him upon their very first encounter. Itis narrowed her eyes, her tail rising slightly. You have misconstrued my intentions. I am merely curious. Then I apologize, but I have no desire to satisfy your curiosity, Harold asserted with resolute firmness. Listening to Harold's consistent refusals, a flicker of sharpness crossed Itis's eyes. She rose gradually, striding toward Harold, towering over him as she fixed her gaze upon him. It seems you have forgotten your own standing. I'm the king of the humans, while you are merely a goblin, a lowly creature of lesser rank. Do not be so presumptuous that she resorting to intimidation. Harold's mechanical left arm subtly lifted, and he met Itis's gaze head-on, unyielding. And what of it? It appears you are the one in need of my assistance at present. If I have come, I possess the confidence to depart. Do you truly believe I am an easy target? Noticing Harold's shifting left arm, a hint of wariness flashed in Itis's eyes. Though she could not discern the nature of his arm, she recalled Rebecca mentioning a metal weapon he had wielded that nearly claimed her life. Could he genuinely believe he could elude her grasp? A flicker of doubt crept into Itis's mind. In truth, she desperately required Harold's surname. Despite her formidable prowess, her tribe boasted only 2 top-tier fighters, herself and Rebecca. In contrast, the other 2 tribes had over a dozen warriors of equal caliber to Rebecca. Should those tribes conjoin, even she would be unable to hold them at bay. Thus, her sole hope lay in Harold's surname. Itis was convinced that securing the surname would elevate her strength, thereby benefiting her kin. Perhaps even Buckler could directly achieve a human-like transformation. However, receiving a surname from a goblin would not bear a favorable reputation. If others were to discover this, her people would surely become the subject of ridicule. Yet, should Harold's tribe become her vassal, the narrative would shift entirely. Hence, from the onset, Itis had been exerting her aura over Harold, striving to assert dominance and compel him to submit. Yet, the current outcome was evidently a failure. She could not fathom why Harold remained so assertively strong on the other side. Observing Itis's fluctuating expressions, Harold spoke once more. Now, let us discuss the terms of our transaction. What sincerity do you offer in exchange for my surname? Sincerity? Harold's words jolted Itis back to reality. What do you mean by sincerity? Feigning surprise, Harold replied, You cannot possibly believe I would grant you my surname without compensation, can you? Itis's brows furrowed, anger simmering within her. I have heard from Rebecca that you had already negotiated terms with her. If we assist in expanding your tribe, you would grant me your surname. Are you now reneging on that agreement? Is that so? A peculiar smile crept across Harold's lips. It seems she may have misremembered. What I actually stated was, once construction is completed, I will agree to accompany her to your tribe. If you doubt my word, feel free to summon Rebecca for a confrontation. Witnessing Harold's audacity, Idis quickly deduced his intentions. He was clearly attempting to take advantage of the situation. However, it appeared that the other party was acutely aware of her pressing need for a surname. Contemplating this, Edith ventured cautiously, "Humph, it is merely a trivial surname. Since you lack sincerity, I shall forego it. However, you have offended me, and from this moment forth, my kin shall be in perpetual conflict with your goblin clan." Edith found it hard to believe that Harold could remain unruffled in the face of such a threat. Yet, the reality was a stark slap to her face. After she finished speaking, Harold maintained his calm demeanor, responding nonchalantly, "Is that so? Then I shall prepare diligently to welcome the retribution of your human race." He observed Edith's tail, which was nearly spinning like a propeller, and almost burst into laughter. He realized he had seized the upper hand. Indeed, upon hearing Harold's words, Edith's fury was palpable, her sharp canines bared. Nevertheless, despite her anger, she refrained from attacking Harold, asking, "How did you come to know of my clan's plight?" At this juncture, if she still believed he was unaware of the truth, she would truly be a fool. "I learned it from one of your kin." Harold shrugged, acknowledging her conjecture. "Indeed. Was it Buckle or Rebecca?" Edith's expression darkened as she fixed her gaze on Harold, enunciating each word with deliberate weight. "Then what is it that you seek?" Harold's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he met her eyes, stating, "What if I were to propose that you join my tribe?" "You seek death!" Edith exclaimed, her face contorted with rage, her fingernails subtly transforming into claws. "A mere goblin. Your ambitions are far too grand. I am the queen of the mid-tier monster race. To expect me to submit to you is preposterous." Although her clan faced dire straits, her pride as a mid-tier monster forbade her from ever yielding to a goblin. It would be preferable to perish at the hands of her own kin. "You misunderstand. I am speaking of joining, not submission," Harold clarified. He empathized with Edith's anger. As a goblin, he was acutely aware of the disdain other monsters held toward his kind. Even as the goblin leader, possessing a surname did not alter the fact of his goblin heritage. Edith and Rebecca had only regarded him with respect in pursuit of his surname. Thus, it was natural for Edith to misinterpret Harold's intentions as a demand for submission. Inciting her fury, "Join?" Edith's form flickered back to the bench, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Such fine words. How does that differ from submission? Will you grant me dominion over the tribe?" "Certainly not," Harold shook his head. "But I shall not enslave you or compel you to do anything against your will. That I in my tribe. All are equal. If you are willing to assist in its development, I will offer appropriate rewards." It is time for the tribe to undergo transformation. When the fortress system reached level 2, he had already made his decision. During this period, his daily influx of evolution points had surged from an initial 578 to over 800. Discounting any potential goblin leaders, calculating 1 evolution point per goblin, his tribe must now boast a population of at least 200, 5 to 6 times that of before. With such numbers, he could no longer manage under the previous system. After all, his energy was finite, and relying solely on himself to oversee everything would inevitably lead to complications. Hence, Harold resolved to establish a fundamental system akin to that of humans, such as creating currency and categorizing labor. However, this would inevitably attract the attention of other monster races as his tribe expanded. When that time came, it was likely they would be targeted by ambitious monster factions to address this situation. Harold would need at least a mid-tier monster-level army. Yet, as of now, the strongest goblins in his tribe only possessed the prowess of low-tier monsters at their peak. Therefore, the most effective course of action would be to recruit monster races that possessed combat strength but lacked ambition. The human race, fitting this criterion perfectly. Equality? Rewards? Edith gazed at Harold with disdain. "Such hollow terms I have heard among humans. What, do you aspire to emulate their model and establish a so-called equal empire? Then, will your goblin clan ascend to the new royalty and enslave the remaining monsters?" Harold was taken aback. Not expecting Edith to ponder so deeply, he shook his head, explaining, "I have not contemplated it to that extent. I merely wish to establish a city that belongs to us goblins. My hope for your inclusion is to leverage your strength to protect my kin. I swear by the gods that I will guarantee you equal treatment. You may join first, and if you feel deceived, you can leave at any time, even to attack us." After all, our goblin clan is not currently your match. Miss Edith, what do you think? Edith scrutinized Harold intently, seemingly attempting to discern the truth behind his words. After a prolonged gaze, she perceived nothing but sincerity in Harold's eyes, her suspicions diminishing significantly. Finally, Edith exhaled deeply, her tone softening. However, we cannot relocate to your tribe. We humans are mid-tier monsters. If we suddenly move to an outer tribe, it could arouse human suspicion, possibly implicating your tribe as well. The Harold's eyes lit up. Edith's statement indicated her acceptance as for the relocation issue. He had already contemplated a solution. I understand your concerns, Miss Edith, of course. I do not require all humans to move to my tribe. However, I hope you can send a portion of your people to reside in our tribe, assisting us in its development and defending against potential external threats. I shall offer ample rewards to those willing to come to AS for distance. You need not worry. My tribe possesses over 100 wild wolves, which can facilitate travel and communication between our two races in critical moments. The swifter wind wolves can also be summoned. Seeing Harold's thorough considerations, Edith's remaining doubts were assuaged. Her only lingering question pertained to the rewards Harold had mentioned. What sort of rewards do you speak of? A means to enhance the strength of your kin, Harold replied mysteriously. If there was one thing Edith was most concerned about at that moment, it was undoubtedly the enhancement of her kin's power. Harold believed that only by demonstrating the capabilities of the military department could he secure the allegiance of the human race. Indeed, upon hearing Harold's words, Edith's eyes brightened, and in an instant, she appeared before Harold. Her voice tinged with excitement. She asked, "Are you saying that, aside from surname, you possess the ability to empower my kin?" Harold smiled. "I believe Rebecca has informed you about the circumstances of my kin. Not only goblins, but also wind wolves. Their strength far surpasses that of ordinary tribesmen. Among my kin, only 2 goblins bear names." Harold paused, leaving the implications hanging. Edith understood the weight of his words. In comparison to a surname, the prospect of enhancing her kin's power was evidently more alluring. "Very well. If what you say is true, I am willing to join your tribe. However, I must also insist on a surname." "That is only natural." Harold readily acquiesced to Edith's demand. With the assistance of the human race, the development of his tribe would undoubtedly accelerate. Subsequently, Harold and Edith swore an oath before the gods, finally solidifying their agreement. "Now, it is time for you to grant me your surname," Edith said, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. That is only natural. Harold's heart was filled with uncontainable joy. What was a mere surname worth? Just moments after Edith had sworn her oath, Harold's daily evolution points surged by an astonishing 1260 to now. His daily increase had stabilized at 2,100 points. Such a formidable daily growth would allow Harold to accumulate enough evolution points to upgrade the Iron Factory in just 4 days. "Very well, I bestow upon you my surname. From this moment forth, you shall be known as Edith Alge," Harold declared solemnly as he gazed at Edith. Yet the instant he uttered those words, the hard-earned evolution points, which had taken him days to amass, vanished in an instant, leaving him with but a few points. Could it be? Was a surname truly worth that many evolution points? As Harold and Edith emerged, he bore a look of anxiety, still reeling from the sudden spike in evolution points followed by their abrupt decline. The system provided a comprehensive explanation regarding the reduction in evolution points. Bestowing a name requires 10 times the target's base evolution points. Granting a surname demands 100 times the target's base evolution points, in addition to 10 times the base evolution points of the target's subordinates. For a human, the base value is 10 points. For a humanoid race, it is 20 points, and for a leader-level humanoid, it is 40 points. Given that the total number of ordinary human tribe members was 120, the total evolution points required to bestow Edith a surname amounted to 16. 200 points. Such a staggering sum meant that even with Harold's current status, he would need a full 10 days to accumulate enough. How could Harold not feel a pang of regret? On the other hand, Edith's visage was fraught with entanglement. Prior to meeting Harold, she and Rebecca had meticulously crafted a plan. Their intention was to intimidate Harold into submission and subsequently feign friendliness, prompting him to willingly grant Edith his surname. Ultimately, they aimed to assert dominance and subjugate Harold's tribe as a vassal of the human race. However, Upon agreeing to Harold's terms, Edith suddenly realized the situation was entirely different from her expectations. Not only had she failed to conquer Harold's tribe, but the entire human race had instead become part of Harold's tribe. The thought of revealing this truth to her fellow tribesmen left her utterly distressed. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Harold and Edith, their expressions had caused Rebecca, Saber, and others to feel an immediate sense of dread. Did it seem as if the negotiations had failed? Would they truly resort to violence? With this thought, Saber began to cautiously inch closer to Harold, ready to spring into action at a mere glance from him. Simultaneously, Rebecca and the other humans began to block all possible exits. Awaiting Edith's command that "My king, how goes your negotiation with Lord Harold?" Rebecca inquired earnestly, her gaze fixed on Edith. Ahem. Edith coughed awkwardly a couple of times, then somewhat bashfully replied, "It's progressing well. We are nearing an agreement." Nearing an agreement? Then why that expression? Saber pondered, his anxiety manifesting as he nearly dug a pit in the ground with his feet, uncertain of how to interpret the apparent success of the negotiations. He glanced at Harold, who stood up and smiled at the crowd, proclaiming, "Not only have we fulfilled our agreement, but we have also taken a step further in deepening the relationship between our tribes and yours. Now, you humans are members of our tribe, what?" As soon as Harold finished speaking, everyone was left dumbfounded, particularly Rebecca, who nearly stumbled and fell. This outcome was the polar opposite of her expectations, while she was lost in her thoughts. Edith hurriedly added, "Though we have joined Lord Harold's tribe, we do not view our relationship as hierarchical. We remain equals. Lord Harold seeks to leverage our strength to protect his tribe, that he has shown us kindness. And I believe it is our duty to reciprocate. Furthermore, Lord Harold has promised to assist us in enhancing our power, much like this swift wolf species." With this, Edith drew everyone's attention toward Saber. Harold, listening to Edith's vague statements, merely smiled without elaborating. After all, it was unprecedented for a mid-tier monster to join a low-tier monster tribe, especially one as humble as a goblin tribe. Thus, he understood that the others would need time to digest this new reality. As companions in the same tribe, Harold was willing to wait. Just then, a male voice boomed from outside the tribe, "Rebecca, I'm here. Why aren't you all rushing out to greet me?" Upon hearing the voice, Rebecca's expression changed, and she turned to Edith, saying, "My king, it's Berkeley. He must be here for that matter." Edith furrowed her brow and glanced at Harold before addressing Buckle. "Buckle, please go bring them in." Turning back to Harold, she continued, "Lord Harold, this is a dispute among our kind. Perhaps you should rest indoors for a moment." Harold shrugged and consented to Edith's suggestion. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications, and given the internal matters among the humans, it was best to refrain from interference. Not long after Harold and Saber retreated indoors, 3 humanoid male humans swaggered into the tribe. The young leader among them, upon spotting Rebecca, leered at her, "Haha. Rebecca, have you missed me after all these days? I've been thinking about your body every single day. Vulgar." A flicker of indignation crossed Rebecca's eyes as her claws subtly extended. "Berkeley, mind your words. This is not your tribe." Edith, seated at the back, interjected angrily. Only then did Berkeley notice Edith, who sat regally among the crowd. The sight of Edith, Berkeley and his companions were instantly captivated, though Edith was cloaked, concealing her fair skin. Her enchanting visage and alluring figure immediately ensnared the hearts of Berkeley and his companions. Goodness, this must be their tribe's queen, Edith. No wonder Uncle Gibson remained infatuated with her. She truly was extraordinary. Berkeley thought to himself, unable to avert his gaze. "Keep your eyes to yourself." Rebecca, noticing the trio's lecherous stares, stepped protectively in front of Edith. "Fear not, Rebecca. I'm entirely focused on you alone," Berkeley replied shamelessly, clearly disregarding Edith's presence. However, in the next moment, Berkeley felt a sudden lightness as he was propelled through the air, landing heavily nearly 10 meters away. "I warned you, Berkeley, to be mindful of your words." Edith's voice echoed again. "This time, I shall spare you for your father's sake. Should there be a next time, you shall meet your end here." Hearing Edith's words, Berkeley, who had just been helped up by his companions, trembled in fear. Yet, steeling himself, he glared at Edith and declared, "You must be Queen Edith. I know of your formidable strength. However, I am here representing my father, King Felton, and King Gibson, should you take my life. You would be opposing two human tribes. Two kings have allied. Edith's expression darkened. Though she was stunned by the union of the other two human tribes, she was not intimidated by Berkeley's words. She coldly regarded him and replied, "And what of it? This is my domain. Whatever I choose to do here is beyond their reach. Now, Berkeley, state your purpose for coming." Sensing the anger in Edith's voice, Berkeley dared not provoke her further. He glanced at Rebecca, then pointed at her, saying to Edith, "I have come for her. Them why father, King Felton, and King Gibson have formed an alliance if your tribe does not wish to face destruction. You must marry Rebecca to me." "Absolutely not." Rebecca vehemently rejected him. How absurd. The man before her, Berkeley, was notorious throughout the realm of monsters. Not only did he take pleasure in bullying the weak, but he also thrived on creating chaos. It was precisely due to his actions that at least 3 races of monsters deep within the forest had developed grievances against humanity. How could Rebecca, a paragon of virtue, ever consider becoming his partner? To decline was to choose annihilation. Berkeley shrugged and turned his gaze towards Edith. He was certain Edith would not refuse. After all, one Rebecca was insignificant compared to the lives of over 100 of her kin. At that moment, Edith's expression was complex, clearly wrestling with Berkeley's words. Meanwhile, Harold and Saber, seated indoors, overheard the conversation. "Chief, do you think King Edith will refuse?" Saber inquired curiously, glancing at Harold. Harold smiled faintly and shook his head. "On the contrary, she will choose to agree." "How can that be?" Saber exclaimed, taken aback. "I've spoken with the kin of humanity, and they all said Rebecca shares a profound bond with King Edith. Moreover, I suspect that this proposed union may be a cunning scheme. Should King Edith acquiesce, her tribe would suffer the loss of a formidable warrior. If the other 2 tribes then allied to invade, they would truly be at the mercy of their enemies. Thus, it would be wiser to refuse outright. Even if they were to fall to the other 2 tribes, they would ensure the adversaries did not have an easy victory. Indeed, your analysis is astute. Yet you have overlooked our existence," Harold replied with a gentle smile, his eyes filled with admiration for Saber. Among the many monsters he had known, Saber's awareness and analytical skills ranked among the top 3, which brought Harold great satisfaction, prompting him to deliberately nurture Saber's leadership abilities. Saber was momentarily taken aback, before hesitantly questioning, "Are you suggesting that King Edith wishes to retract her commitment to our tribe, hence agreeing to their demands?" "No, it is because of a glimmer of hope." Harold shook his head, clarifying, "Before encountering us, if the adversaries had approached, Edith's temperament would have led her to adamantly refuse. As you rightly said, acquiescing would merely result in a slow demise. Thus, outright refusal would be preferable, perhaps instilling some caution in the adversaries. However, the situation has changed with my arrival. You recall what King Edith stated earlier? I promised to assist them in strengthening their capabilities. This is the hope I offer them, that if I can elevate the strength of her kin, they will then possess the confidence to confront the remaining 2 tribes of humanity. Yet, this requires time. Hence, utilizing the Union to navigate this interim period is the optimal strategy." Saber's eyes brightened with understanding. "I see." But then he pondered, "Yet, does this not render Rebecca a sacrificial pawn? Is the affection King Edith holds for her merely a ade?" Harold's gaze deepened, and he murmured softly, "Compared to the lives of over 100 kin, a single beloved kin holds little weight. As the queen of humanity, her primary duty is to her people. Thus, she must prioritize the lives of her kin above all else. Therefore, even if it is a cherished kin, or even a close friend, she must be prepared to forsake them." Saber's expression grew complex at Harold's words. Although he had once been the leader of the Gale Wolf Pack, he had never contemplated making a choice between his closest friends and his kin. Yet now, he realized this was indeed an excruciating dilemma. "And what of you, Chief? How would you choose?" Saber could not help but ask. But as soon as the question escaped his lips, he regretted it, realizing such inquiries were not his place. However, Harold paid no mind. He patted Saber on the back, his tone imbued with unyielding conviction. "I shall never face such a choice, for I will empower you all, allowing our tribe to flourish. And then we shall make our enemies tremble before us." Saber paused, contemplating. Indeed, as long as one was sufficiently strong, such agonizing choices would not arise. Well then, it is time for us to make our exit. Observing Saber lost in thought, Harold interrupted his reverie. You wish to leave? Saber queried, perplexed. But this is a conflict among the tribes of humanity. Were you not reluctant to intervene before? Indeed, Harold replied with a smile, but they are now also my kin are not to be bullied by others. Outside the tribe, Edith, after much contemplation, sighed and finally made her choice. I understand, and I accept your terms. Upon uttering these words, all present were taken aback, especially Rebecca, who turned to Edith with disbelief in her eyes. Perhaps it was due to the fact that only she and Edith could personify their kind. She had always regarded Edith as an elder sister and had steadfastly believed that Edith would never abandon her. Yet in that moment, upon hearing Edith's choice, she felt as though she had plummeted into an abyss, her eyes gradually losing their light. Witnessing Rebecca's transformation, Edith averted her gaze, unable to bear the sight. Just as Harold had anticipated, for the sake of her tribe, she had no choice but to forsake Rebecca. Your Majesty, how could you entrust Lady Rebecca to such a scoundrel? Buckler interjected, unable to contain his indignation as he confronted Edith. Edith furrowed her brow, preparing to speak, but Rebecca interjected, Buckler, cease your words. Since it is the king's decision, we must all comply unconditionally. Buckler's face flushed crimson with anger, yet he obediently fell silent. I knew King Edith was a woman of reason. In that case, I shall pardon the earlier rudeness of your kin. Now, I must take my woman and depart. As he spoke, Berkeley reached out for Rebecca. Wait a moment. Edith suddenly rose, her expression conflicted as she spoke in a low, firm tone. I require a response from your father and Gibson before finalizing this union. Thus, you cannot take Rebecca away just yet. Edith hoped to delay for at least another day. She did not expect Rebecca's forgiveness, but wished for her to remain safe until her eventual counterattack. However, Berkeley clearly had no intention of retreating. He scoffed, King Edith, your demands put me in a difficult position. If I do not return with anyone, how can I ensure you are not deceiving me? I cannot guarantee that my father and Uncle Gibson will refrain from attacking your tribe. Edith's expression shifted, her hands instinctively clenching. A monarch. To be cornered by a spoiled scion was an unbearable indignity. Rest assured, I shall return with you now, Rebecca offered voluntarily. Her response only deepened Edith's guilt. That moment, Harold leisurely emerged from the dwelling, riding on Saber. Shouldn't you express your intentions before taking my kin? Your kin? Berkeley was taken aback, and upon seeing Harold, his face was filled with incredulity. The goblin mounted on a gale wolf appeared in the realm of humanity, referring to another human as his kin. What sort of absurdity was this? Was he imagining things? Berkeley instinctively glanced at his companions, only to find them wearing equally puzzled expressions that, King Edith, your tastes are indeed peculiar. Your pet is rather intriguing. Having contemplated countless possibilities, Berkeley concluded that this was the only reasonable explanation. That, of course, ordinary goblins were hardly appealing. Yet, the goblin before him exuded an impressive aura. Perhaps King Edith had chosen him as a pet precisely for that reason. Berkeley mused. Upon hearing Berkeley's words, Edith exhibited a peculiar expression. She understood Berkeley's statement, but was equally curious about Harold's emergence, especially the phrase my people, which inexplicably stirred something within her. Pet? Harold's lips twitched slightly. Since his transformation into a goblin, every encounter with other monsters had begun with their bewilderment, followed by various suspicions and disdainful remarks regarding goblins. The IT was infuriating. Harold felt a surge of anger. He was thoroughly fed up with such discrimination. It seems you do not comprehend, he said, as his mechanical arm lifted slightly, revealing a pulsing cannon that glimmered ominously. I am Harold, the leader of the goblin tribe. I solemnly inform you that the Rebecca before you, along with these human kin, including King Edith, are all members of my tribe. Do you understand? Little me. Initially taken aback by Harold's declaration, Berkeley's expression darkened as he realized the implications. How dare this mere plaything speak to him in such a manner? Seeking death, was he? Insect, buzz. Just as Berkeley uttered his words, a blinding white light surged from the palm of Harold's mechanical arm. The brilliance shot forth like a lightning bolt, striking Berkeley with brutal force. Berkeley's two companions were caught off guard, remaining in their original positions. They merely registered a flash of light before Berkeley vanished from their midst. What just happened? One companion couldn't help but inquire, a question echoed by all present, particularly Rebecca, Itis, and Saber, who had noticed Harold's mechanical arm. Although they had speculated that Harold's arm was a formidable weapon capable of threatening mid-tier monsters. The fleeting cold light was truly unexpected. Would I have been able to evade it? They all pondered inwardly. The answer was clear. Without preparation, they would undoubtedly be struck. Even with readiness, only Itis felt confident in her ability to escape. The rest, including Rebecca, had no assurance whatsoever. Following the trajectory of Harold's attack, Itis spotted a deep pit on a nearby hill. She realized that Berkeley, who had just been before them, now lay within that chasm. There was no trace of magical fluctuation, indicating it was not a magical assault. Yet, such speed and power were beyond what arrows or similar weapons could achieve, regardless of the nature of the attack. It posed a significant threat to her life. Itis regarded Harold's mechanical arm with newfound seriousness. Is King Itis declaring war on us? One of Berkeley's companions finally regained their composure and questioned Itis. Until now, they had believed Harold to be Itis's pet, and that his attack was sanctioned by her. The stereotypical image of goblins had firmly lodged itself in their minds, leaving them unable to accept Harold's assertions. Dear sirs, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. What Lord Harold just stated is indeed true. Our tribe has aligned with his. Itis interjected, sensing Harold's fury and opting to clarify. She had remained silent earlier, claiming she hadn't processed the situation. But now, if she did not step forward, it would appear as though she was willfully ignoring Harold. After witnessing Harold's prowess, she dared not do so, although Itis understood that now was not the time for confrontation. Harold had already taken action, and Berkeley's fate was uncertain. Continuing to retreat would be futile. She might as well take a stand. Indeed, I believe you should now comprehend. Harold approached the two, raising his mechanical arm once more. So, do you have anything else to say? Berkeley's companions instinctively took a couple of steps back, exchanging glances that conveyed a flicker of resolve. In the blink of an eye, their figures vanished from sight. Both were anthropomorphized humans, top-tier warriors within their respective tribes. Thus, even after witnessing Harold's terrifying attack, they could not submit without a fight. After all, in terms of agility and speed, humans were among the elite in the realm of monsters. Harold had anticipated their response. Suddenly, he clenched his left fist, and a pure, blue net-like shield erupted from the wrist of his mechanical arm. The shield expanded rapidly, forming a semi-spherical protective barrier 5 meters in diameter, encasing Harold and Saber within. Sizzle! Simultaneously, the previously vanished figures of the two humans reappeared at Harold's sides. Their hands had morphed into claws, gripping the edges of the protective shield, their claws embedded within its confines. Yet, that was as far as they got. For when they appeared, Harold had no intention of granting them a second opportunity. Is this the death you have chosen? Harold sneered from within the shield. He raised his left mechanical arm and fired a pulse cannon directly at the human on his left. Seizing the moment of surprise, he performed a swift somersault, rotating 180 degrees in midair, and then brought his mechanical arm down with tremendous force, smashing the head of the human on his right into the ground. This sequence of actions, though seemingly intricate, even if we consider the worst-case scenario and the opposing party decides to abandon Berkeley to attack your tribe, it would still be several days later. During this interval, I can assist you in enhancing your strength. Enhancing strength in just a few days. Edith furrowed her brow, perceiving Harold's words as overly exaggerated. After all, the adversary was merely a goblin, and even with formidable weaponry, it seemed implausible that they could elevate her kin's prowess within such a brief span. Rest assured, I have already taken charge of this matter. If you truly face annihilation, the opposing side would not spare me either. Therefore, I would never trivialize this situation. Harold discerned Edith's thoughts and sought to reassure her once more. Very well, I trust you. Given the circumstances, Edith had no alternative but to proceed. What must we do, my lord, to facilitate the enhancement of my kin's strength? Simply return with me to my tribe, and I shall make it happen, Harold replied. However, That journey is quite distant, Edith remarked. Indeed, which is why we must depart at once. Harold declared earnestly that, of course, not everyone will accompany us. I will assist only a portion of your kin in gaining strength. In return, at least half of those enhanced must remain in my tribe for 3 years. That is my rightful recompense. That seems reasonable, Edith nodded. However, I need to consult my kin to ascertain who is willing to go. With that, she turned to her tribe members. Trading 3 years for an enhancement in strength appeared to be a worthwhile exchange. According to Harold, Saber had undergone a similar enhancement, and Edith could discern that Saber was but a step away from becoming a mid-tier magical being. An astonishing improvement indeed. I'll go. As soon as Edith glanced at her kin, Rebecca stepped forward without hesitation. Buckler quickly followed suit. I shall also go. Soon, under the leadership of the two, nearly 50 humans expressed their willingness to accompany Harold back to his tribe. Rebecca, do you intend to go as well? Edith sighed, realizing that Rebecca sought to escape her. Indeed, my strength is insufficient, Rebecca replied expressionlessly. Moreover, I shall remain in Lord Harold's tribe, as a gesture of goodwill from our human tribe. I believe I still possess some value. Edith's expression shifted, caught between words that if Rebecca was willing, it would certainly be the best outcome. In contrast to Edith's inner turmoil, Harold was overjoyed. Talents like Rebecca, adept in both combat and management, were precisely what the tribe needed. Before long, under Rebecca's selection, along with her and Buckler, a total of 20 humans confirmed their departure with Harold. These 20 were primarily familiar faces from previous visits to Harold's tribe. After a brief farewell, they set off towards the tribe. The journey there had been leisurely, but now, everyone hastened their pace. After several days and nights of relentless travel, they finally arrived at Harold's tribe. Upon their return, Harold was greeted by a sea of unfamiliar faces. However, when the tribespeople noticed him and the humans behind him, they did not display fear. Rather, they instinctively grasped the nearest weapons or tools. Do not panic, everyone. This is our leader, Harold, and the humans behind him are our friends. Gardner, who had just opened the door for Harold, stepped forward and declared loudly. The crowd's eyes lit up, their gazes toward Harold burning with fervor. Faced with the intensity of 300 to 400 pairs of eyes, Harold felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. He waved at the crowd. I am delighted that you have chosen to join my tribe. I trust that during your stay, you have begun to perceive the uniqueness of our community. However, this is merely the beginning. That I will continue to lead you in constructing our tribe until we establish a brand new city belonging to us goblins. So let us strive together for the sake of our tribe. Upon hearing Harold's words, the fervor in the crowd intensified. They excitedly raised their hands in unison and cheered. For the tribe. For leader Harold. Observing this scene, Buckler could not help but click his tongue and quietly remarked to Rebecca, Lady Rebecca, Lord Harold certainly possesses the gift of oration. With just a few words, he has won the goblins' unwavering loyalty. Silence, Rebecca shot Buckler a glare, causing him to shrink back. She then gazed at Harold's retreating figure, memories of days past flooding her mind, how he had valiantly fought off Berkeley and his companions on her behalf. Thus far, he had upheld his promises, treating both goblins and humans with respect. Rebecca murmured to herself, uncertain of when it began, but her heart had gradually shifted in Harold's favor. Now, without further ado, it's time to enhance your strength. Meanwhile, after calming the goblins, Harold turned to Rebecca and the others, stating that time was of the essence. Edith could be under attack from the other 2 human tribes at any moment. Now was not the time for relaxation. Number of trainees, 20. Type of training, warriors. Ding! Targets have entered the Military Affairs Department for training. Training duration, 1 day. Required evolution points, 2,000. Remaining evolution points, 9,200, 2,210 points per day. Watching his evolution points diminish once more. Harold sighed in relief, not overly concerned. Previously, he had learned from Gardner that Barry had been recruiting goblin cavalry for several days, which had led to a steady increase in his evolution points. Currently, the daily growth was at 2,210 points, a sufficient amount to support the tribe's current development. Leader, they have already entered. Where shall we head now? Saber inquired, observing Rebecca and the others walking into the Military Affairs Department. First, take me to the production department, Harold replied after a moment of contemplation. Then, you may check on your kin and arrange for 20 wild wolves. They will be needed when we head to the human tribe. Saber nodded and led Harold swiftly to the production department. Soon, Harold entered the production department alone. System, provide the current data on resources. Production department, level 1 active ability. Bountiful harvest, which allows selected resources to double their daily growth, once per day. Third tier timber, 30 logs daily, quantity determined by the forest area within the territory. The second tier food, 300 servings daily, balanced diet, quantity determined by the arable land area within the territory. The third tier steel, 3 kilograms daily, quantity determined by the mining area within the territory. Third tier stone, 30 kilograms daily, quantity determined by the stone area within the territory. But it seems that as the territory expands, all data has improved significantly, coupled with the resources collected daily by the tribe. The tribe's normal operation should pose no issue. However, the food production still falls short, Harold murmured. With the tribe's population now exceeding 400 and Barry continually recruiting goblins, the daily provision of 300 servings of food is somewhat inadequate. Upgrading the food factory again would undoubtedly require more evolution points than he currently possessed. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to enlarge the arable land area. Although utilizing resources produced by the production department requires 3 times the amount. Without inherent productivity, this is the only viable solution for now. Once the human affairs are resolved, he would explore other options. As Harold spoke, he made his way to the steel mill, his primary objective being to upgrade it. A strong warrior must be equipped with formidable weapons. In anticipation of a possible assault by 2 human factions, Harold resolved to implement an additional safeguard, providing the humans with superior iron tools. System, I wish to upgrade the steel resources. Upgrading the steel resources required 8,000 evolution points. Steel resources upgrading in progress. Ding. Steel resources upgrade complete. Second tier steel. 6 kilograms daily, quantity determined by the area occupied by mines in the territory. Evolution points, 1,200, 2,210 points remaining. Harold was taken aback. The daily output had only doubled. Previously, when he upgraded the food resources, the daily yield had increased tenfold. It was no wonder that this was a scarce resource. But the current stock should suffice, he mused. Although the inventory consisted entirely of third-tier steel, having some was certainly better than none. Subsequently, Harold spent another 1,000 evolution points to create a new weapon mold. Unfortunately, aside from anthropomorphic beings like Rebecca, the rest of the human race possessed claw-like limbs. While they could wield a sword, it would be cumbersome for them. Thus, Harold crafted a specially designed weapon for the humans, the diamond claw. The inspiration for this weapon stemmed from Wolverine's adamantium claws, albeit shorter than his. After all, Harold's materials were not the same as Wolverine's adamantium, and if the claws were too long, they would easily break. Furthermore, the humans were not akin to Wolverine. Their strengths lay more in ambush and assassination, but a longer weapon would be a hindrance to them. Of course, there was a minor reason as well. It would conserve steel resources. Resources were limited, and thus, one had to use them judiciously. A day passed swiftly. Barry finally returned to the tribe with a new batch of goblins. Upon hearing of Harold's return, he hurried to Harold's side. Grinning, Chief, do you see how much the tribe has transformed? Many people, right? Noticing Barry's expectant expression, Harold playfully tapped his head. It has indeed transformed. If I had delayed my return any longer, I fear the tribe would have faced starvation. Barry, clutching his head in feigned pain, protested, the food is managed by Gardner. It has nothing to do with me. Harold shot him an exasperated glance. I assigned Gardner to assist you. The tribe's affairs still require your leadership. Yet, you have offloaded everything onto him while you run about aimlessly. Are you not afraid I might revoke your captaincy and appoint him instead? Barry scratched his head. As long as I can go out. Being captain or not is inconsequential. You lack ambition. Harold rebuked him again, then added earnestly, Barry, I aim to establish a city where goblins can live in peace, not a fortress engaged in perpetual conflict. Therefore, I need not a brawler, but a confidant who can help shoulder responsibilities. You were among the first goblins to follow me, and I've been nurturing your potential with the hope that one day you would assist me in managing the tribe. But look around. The tribe members are working tirelessly, and Gardner is managing affairs efficiently. I have returned with human allies. If this continues, the tribe members will surpass you. How shall I arrange your role then? Bari froze. He never harbored ambitions, simply wishing to follow Harold. He was taken aback by Harold's expectations of him. Chief, I will strive to learn moving forward. Realizing Harold's intentions, Bari felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Good, as long as you understand my intentions, Harold nodded, refraining from chastising Bari further. Currently, the tribe's food supply is insufficient, as I mentioned. Expanding the cultivated land will increase food production, so you know what to do, right? Bari nodded earnestly, replying, Understood, I will arrange for the tribe to expand the cultivated area and simultaneously encourage the members to increase their daily food acquisition, storing any surplus as reserves for emergencies. After speaking, Bari took his leave that moment. The military department finally stirred. Rebecca and 20 human warriors lined up neatly in 2 rows, stepping forward to Harold's surprise. Beside Rebecca stood a newly anthropomorphized male human, Baker, who had previously been delayed in his transformation. In the forest, Harold rode Saber towards the humans. Behind him followed Rebecca and the other humans, all mounted on selected wolves. Let us take a moment to rest here, Harold suggested, noticing Saber beginning to pant. As the wolves halted, Rebecca eagerly approached Harold. Lord Harold, why have we stopped? We have already delayed too long. My people may already be engaging the enemy. We cannot afford to dawdle any longer. I share your eagerness to reach your tribe swiftly, Harold replied. Casting a glance at Rebecca, he then pointed to the panting wolves beneath them. However, the wolves can no longer endure. You wish to push them to their limits? Rebecca turned back, frustration evident on her face. Damn it. Those treacherous bastards must have already attacked my tribe. Remain calm, Harold said, furrowing his brow. You have faced them before. King Edith is not one to easily fall. This time was different. Rebecca bit her lip, her expression filled with worry. King Edith is injured and has not yet recovered. If the enemy joins forces, she will be no match for them. Injured? Harold was taken aback. He had not noticed Edith's condition during his last visit and curiously inquired, Is it serious? Rebecca nodded. Yes, otherwise she would not have said she could not leave the tribe before. It's all those damn humans' fault. How did this conversation turn towards the humans again? Harold grew increasingly curious. Sensing his intrigue, Rebecca sighed after a moment of contemplation. Originally, I couldn't disclose this to you. However, since our tribe has now joined yours, it should be fine to inform you. Our tribe was not always like this. In the past, we had over 10 anthropomorphized members, and our numbers once exceeded 500. We were the undisputed first tribe among humans. And even 2 other tribes combined could not rival us. Yet in our struggle against those vile human slavers, our tribe suffered devastating losses, with all anthropomorphized warriors perishing aside from King Edith and myself. Furthermore, King Edith sustained severe injuries in the battles against the humans that was precisely because of this that the other 2 tribes dared to strike against us. Harold pondered Rebecca's words, stroking his chin in contemplation. But humans rarely venture deep into the forest now, right? Logically, there shouldn't be such a significant conflict. Because of an agreement, Rebecca recalled, explaining, decades ago, human slavers recklessly hunted magical creatures in the forest, leading to the near extinction of numerous magical species. The high-level magical beings deep within the forest were thus enraged, launching a magical beast tide against the humans. However, the despicable humans distorted the truth, claiming we magical beings have become the minions of demons, seeking to dominate the world. They then used this as a pretext to unite with the elven and dwarven races, delivering a devastating blow to us magical beings. Naturally, we magical beings were not to be trifled with, inflicting significant damage on those intelligent races as well. Ultimately, it was the dragon race that intervened to mediate and bring an end to the war, in the aftermath, to protect the lesser magical beings. The high-level magical beings established an agreement, uniting the mid-level magical beings to counter those humans who hunted magical creatures. They're the guardians of the forest, safeguarding the foundation of the magical creatures and resisting the potential threats posed by powerful humans. Our initial attack on your tribe was merely a consequence of having just vanquished the human slavers. Naturally, you goblins were unaware of this. All information bypassed the lesser magical beings that Harold pondered, nodding thoughtfully. But, as you suggest, why have the other two human tribes not suffered significant losses? A flicker of anger ignited in Rebecca's eyes. Because of their selfishness, as time has passed, they have abandoned the agreement. It's not just them. Many magical races are guilty of this, solely focused on their own development, while neglecting their responsibilities as the powerful. After hearing Rebecca's revelations, Harold couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. If what she said were true, then the tribe of Adis was indeed a benefactor to his goblins. Yet he was torn between praising their selflessness and chastising their foolishness. How could one aid the weak while their own tribe teetered on the brink of annihilation? After a moment of contemplation, Harold exhaled deeply and declared aloud, "Enough resting. Let us continue our journey. Regardless, such fools are quite to my liking. Thus, I shall safeguard Adis's tribe." Meanwhile, within the human tribe, Adis stood solemnly in the tribal square. Flanked by her prepared KINMY queen, the enemy's forces are merely 20 miles from the tribe. A frantic tribesman reported as he rushed to her side. "Oh, soon." Adis's expression darkened as she quietly inquired, "How many foes do we face?" The tribesman answered, "At least 150, with 9 humanoid elites among them, including King Felton and King Gibson." The news of both kings arriving together further soured Adis's demeanor. Although she was hailed as the strongest of her kind, the prowess of Felton and Gibson could not be underestimated. If they united their strengths, Adis herself would find it challenging to secure victory, especially with 7 remaining humanoid elites to contend with .my queen. Should we not retreat? One tribesman could no longer contain his thoughts that we cannot retreat. Another countered fiercely, "Let us confront them." Adis's face bore the weight of indecision. Nearly 10 days had elapsed since Harold and his party had departed. During this time, Adis had managed to keep the enemy at bay by capturing the 3 Berkeley siblings. However, as time wore on and Adis showed no intention of releasing them, the enemy ultimately opted for an all-out assault. But could they simply retreat in the face of such aggression? If they withdrew, perhaps they might have a chance to counterattack upon Rebecca's return. Contemplating this, Adis felt a resolution forming within her. Yet, she was abruptly reminded of Harold's parting words. A tribe without the will to resist is no different from obliteration, observing the anger and humiliation etched on her kin's faces. Adis's conflict transformed into an unyielding resolve, her fists clenching involuntarily. Their tribe had retreated countless times under pressure from the other 2 human tribes. Now, they had been driven to the very edge of the forest. What a disgrace for a medium-sized magical race to be forced to the forest's periphery. "We will not retreat," Adis exclaimed, lifting her head with a calm determination. "For the tribe, we shall fight to the death." "Fight! Fight!" Upon her declaration, the human tribespeople revealed their claws, their eyes brimming with fighting spirit, devoid of fear. From a young age, they had battled for the peace of their tribe against the other 2 human factions, striving for the safety of the lesser magical beings against the human slavers. Thus, regardless of age or gender, they were all seasoned warriors. The underage tribesmen must now depart to the forest's edge. To Lord Harold's tribe, "We must secure a future for our people." Adis instructed one of the children among her kin. "No, we fear not death. We wish to stay." A young tribesman stepped forward, his gaze resolute. "Lord Harold has also said that if we are oppressed, he, as our leader, will not stand idly by. I believe he will come to our aid." Perhaps the earlier, striking entrance of Harold had left a profound impression on the humans. Could he truly arrive? Adis instinctively questioned in her heart, but she swiftly cast aside such thoughts. She was the queen of the tribe. It was her duty to protect them. As her claws extended, Adis's gaze turned towards the forest's edge. She could hear the approaching footsteps of the enemy. They had arrived. Soon, several humanoid figures emerged into view, followed by over 100 human warriors. "Queen Adis, release my son, and I can offer you a chance to surrender." An older humanoid stepped forward, addressing Adis. His previously narrowed eyes widened slightly, revealing a blatant intent to kill. "Otherwise, you will die." Adis's expression hardened as she coldly replied, "Felton, you are not in a position to instruct me as for your son. Who knows?" Adis was not one to be easily swayed. Had it not been for the tribe, she would have already torn Berkeley apart. Now that Felton sought to confront her, there was no way she would reveal Berkeley's whereabouts. Not having killed Berkeley was already a mercy. "You seek death." Felton's face flushed red with rage, and without further ado, he commanded, "Charge!" At his signal, the human warriors surged towards Adis's tribe. Meanwhile, Gibson, who had remained silent, felt a shift in expression, harboring dissatisfaction towards Felton's unilateral decision to engage in battle. He had hoped to peacefully assimilate Adis's tribe, and perhaps even subdue Adis herself. However, with Felton's declaration of war, his plans were now in ruins. Reluctantly, Gibson followed suit and announced the commencement of battle. Soon, the two sides clashed violently. Although Adis's tribe was outnumbered, their combat experience far surpassed that of the other two tribes. Several non-humanoid warriors even banded together to corner a humanoid adversary. For a time, neither side gained the upper hand. As the queen, Adis found herself encircled by Felton and Gibson. Their intentions were clear. They sought not to defeat her, but to contain her. As long as Adis could not reach the battlefield, the downfall of her tribe was merely a matter of time. Yet, Adis was no fool. She had anticipated their strategy. Thus, from the moment battle commenced, she launched herself into a frenzied assault against Felton and Gibson. However, being a queen, she was no ordinary foe. Experienced, Felton and Gibson quickly recognized Adis's objective and shifted to a defensive stance, providing her no opportunity to break free from their encirclement. As time passed, the inadequacy of Adis's forces became painfully evident, and the number of casualties began to rise beneath the enemy's claws. Ultimately, Adis's remaining warriors were herded into a vast encirclement. "Adis, will you not surrender? Do you wish for your kin to perish alongside you?" Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of battle, Felton pointed at the surrounded kin of Edith and shouted fervently. Edith's complexion changed dramatically, causing her to halt in her tracks. Although she was acutely aware that the struggle was a futile endeavor, witnessing her kin ensnared beneath the enemy's menacing claws filled her with profound anguish. Was she destined to perish here? Did surrender truly seem to be the only recourse? Her heart felt as frigid as ice, yet inexplicably, the image of Harold's departure flashed vividly in her mind. His confident demeanor and commanding words left an indelible impression on her. With this thought, Edith suddenly cried out, "Harold, you promised you would not stand idly by." Indeed, just as Edith's voice faded, Harold's voice resonated. "I, Harold, am a man of my word." In that instant, the figure of Saber materialized before the gathered crowd. Like a celestial being descending from the heavens, he leaped directly into the midst of the besieged tribe of Edith. A goblin riding a swift wolf? Upon witnessing Harold's true form, Felton and the others were taken aback. Initially, they had surmised that the Harold Edith spoke was a formidable mid-tier or high-tier magical creature. They even entertained the notion that he might be a divine being or a demon's avatar. However, they never conceived that this Harold was merely a goblin. "Ah, Edith, have you lost your senses? How could you possibly place your hopes in a mere goblin?" Felton could not suppress his laughter. Beside him, Gibson remained silent, yet his face flushed crimson, evidently stifling his amusement. The tribesmen from both factions, not overthinking the situation, erupted into laughter. After all, what significant impact could a diminutive goblin possibly have? Such rigid stereotypes are truly detestable. As the derisive laughter echoed around him, Harold relaxed his muscles, a hint of coldness lacing his words. In the next moment, he slowly raised his left mechanical arm, his eyes gleaming with a scarlet hue. "I believe it is time for you to silence yourselves." As soon as the words left his lips, a dazzling white light emanated from the palm of Harold's mechanical arm. The radiance intensified, and mere seconds later, it erupted forth with a deafening shriek, creating a 1-meter-wide breach in the encirclement of the human tribe. The individuals caught in that breach were not merely flung aside. They were incinerated to ashes. When Harold had previously employed the pulse cannon against Berkeley and his companions, he had chosen a rapid, but less lethal small pulse cannon, considering their potential utility. However, now, faced with adversaries who mocked him, he showed no mercy, unleashing the slow but devastatingly powerful large pulse cannon. If they insult him, then they shall be extinguished. Impossible. The laughter that had previously filled Felton and his companions' faces vanished in an instant. replaced by shock that Harold's strike had claimed at least 7 or 8 of their kin. Yet, this was merely the attack of a goblin. Although they had noticed the peculiar adornments on Harold's left arm, they had not deemed it significant. Who would have thought that his initial strike would wield such devastating power? Everyone, heed my words. His weapon is formidable, but he is still just a goblin, observing the terror etched on the faces of his kin. Gibson was the first to regain his composure, bellowing, "Everyone, let us eliminate him." However, as his words fell, a chorus of anguished cries suddenly erupted from the crowd. Gibson's heart sank, and he turned towards the source of the screams. There, on the outermost edge of the encirclement, several of their kin lay bloodied on the ground. Standing among them were 20 humans armed with peculiar weapons, led by Rebecca and Buckler. Rebecca, in that aura, it was the anthropomorphized Buckler. The series of unexpected developments left Felton flustered, his complexion paling. How is this possible? Buckler could not have completed his transformation so swiftly. Felton and Gibson had long set their sights on Edith's tribe. Possessing extensive knowledge of its inner workings, "Stay composed," Gibson admonished, shooting Felton a glare. Even with Buckler and the others, they are merely 2 additional anthropomorphized humans. He understood that as the king, he could not afford to panic in this moment. Yet, just as his focus wavered, Edith launched a fierce counterattack. Caught off guard, Gibson and Felton finally faltered, failing to intercept Edith's assault, allowing her to break free from the encirclement. Once outside, Edith identified her target and charged at the anthropomorphized foes. Although she too was anthropomorphized as the queen of her tribe, her prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of ordinary anthropomorphized humans. Thus, by the time Gibson and Felton reacted and pursued her, Edith had already inflicted severe wounds upon 2 of the anthropomorphized humans. Simultaneously, Rebecca and the 20 humans who had accompanied Harold were wreaking havoc among the enemy ranks. Armed with the indomitable claws that Harold had crafted for them, they dominated the battlefield. After all, their claws far surpassed second-rate steel. Moreover, they were all seasoned warriors who had undergone training. Among them, Rebecca single-handedly held back 2 anthropomorphized opponents, forcing them into retreat. Consequently, what had once been the enemy's encirclement swiftly transformed into a pincer movement against Felton and Gibson. Before long, under the overwhelming might of Rebecca and her companions, the tribesmen of Felton and Gibson found themselves ensnared in a counter-encirclement by Harold and his allies. The expressions of panic were unmistakable on Felton and Gibson's faces as they continued to grapple with Edith. On the other side, witnessing Harold and his allies gaining control of the battlefield, Edith felt a sense of calm wash over her. She turned to Felton and Gibson with a serene smile. "Now, it is your turn to surrender. Should you yield, I may yet spare your lives." The tides had turned. Mere moments ago, she had been cornered by the 2 of them, and now she relished the opportunity to taunt them. "How dare you?" Felton, incensed, charged toward Edith. "What nonsense is this? I am the sole king of humanity. How could I ever yield to you?" Unable to withstand Edith's provocation, Felton launched a reckless assault. Yet, such rashness presented Edith with an opening. In an instant, her figure vanished, and when she reappeared, Felton lay upon the ground. The ashen-faced Gibson cursed Felton under his breath as a fool, then promptly resigned himself to defeat. Before long, Edith had imprisoned Felton, Gibson, and all their tribesmen. "Lord Harold, I am truly grateful," Edith said as she approached Harold, bowing deeply in gratitude. She understood that without Harold, her tribe would surely have faced annihilation, and no need for thanks. "After all, you have joined my tribe." Harold waved his hand dismissively and then smiled at Edith. "Moreover, I am a man who never speaks falsehoods." Edith's cheeks flushed slightly as she recognized Harold's jest regarding her earlier plea for help. "However, Miss Edith," Harold continued, "what do you intend to do with the members of the other tribes?" A hint of conflict appeared on Edith's face. "The best course of action would certainly be to bring them all under our banner. However, if King Felton and King Gibson do not yield, their kin will undoubtedly resist submission." Harold surveyed the human crowd before leaning closer to Edith, whispering, "Miss Edith, do you not recall that they recently drew their weapons against you? Many of your kin perished at their hands. Will you truly let them go unpunished? Furthermore, even if you were to pardon them, would your kin agree to coexist with them?" Edith sighed deeply. "My lord, I comprehend your words fully, that it is precisely this dilemma that weighs on my heart. Emotionally, I find it difficult to forgive them. However, our human race is scarce in population. Should we eliminate the entirety of the opposing faction, our kin would dwindle to mere dozens. Indeed, the human population has always been limited, and the recent civil war has inflicted severe casualties on the members of the Idith tribe, nearly halving their numbers. If we were to eradicate the individuals from both tribes, the remaining few humans might succumb to unforeseen calamities at any moment. Furthermore, the larger number of Idith tribe members could prove beneficial for Harold. Suddenly, a thought struck Harold, and he gazed at Idith with a mysterious expression, saying, "In truth, I have a rather ingenious solution." "What solution?" Idith inquired, curiosity evident in her voice. Harold replied with a smile, "It would be unwise to allow them to reside together outright. Instead, it would be prudent to arrange for your kin to settle in my tribe, while the members of the other two tribes are sent in rotating batches to my territory. Over time, their relationships shall naturally begin to ease. Send them to Harold's tribe." Idith was taken aback. She was not foolish and recognized Harold's self-serving motives. Yet at present, no better alternatives appeared to exist. However, her brow soon furrowed as she contemplated another issue. "Your Excellency Harold, while your method is indeed feasible, I fear I lack the confidence to maintain stability among the remaining two tribes should all my kin relocate to your domain." Although Idith was formidable, she was but one individual. The other two tribes' humans did not respect her, and she would find herself in peril if that were the case. That a slight smile played on Harold's lips as he spoke in a low voice. "The king need not command so many. Felton and Gibson need only leave one behind, and they can decide amongst themselves who that shall be. Then you may send the remaining members of that tribe to my territory. Thus, your tribe shall naturally stabilize." Idith was taken aback, quickly grasping Harold's plan. Felton and Gibson, in their desperation to survive, would undoubtedly seek to eliminate one another. Consequently, the tribe of the fallen king would harbor animosity towards the other. This would foster a balance, preventing any potential alliance between the two factions. Upon realizing this, Idith regarded Harold with a knowing gaze and remarked, "Indeed, I did not misjudge. Your Excellency Harold bears a striking resemblance to the human race. You are just as formidable." In the early morning, the humans commenced the restoration of their tribe. The bodies of the deceased had been interred, leaving only the stains of blood upon the ground as a testament to the brutality of the recent conflict. Observing the rebuilding efforts, Harold could not help but express his appreciation. Truly, the tribe's reconstruction was progressing at an astonishing pace. "Your Excellency Harold, do you intend to return today?" Just as Harold was reflecting, Rebecca's voice broke through. Turning to her, Harold smiled and replied, "Once my tasks are completed, I shall certainly return." "What? Do you wish for me to stay?" Rebecca gazed into the distance and replied softly, "There is nothing here worth my lingering attachment." Harold cast a deep glance at Rebecca before also looking into the distance, murmuring, "If one of my subordinates were to express such sentiments, I would undoubtedly feel disheartened, but you could never abandon your subordinates," Rebecca asserted, meeting Harold's gaze. Harold chuckled, "Are you so certain of that?" "Indeed," Rebecca affirmed with a resolute nod. "Previously, when I stood before your tribe with your subordinates, it was evident that you were concerned for Gardner's safety, refraining from launching an attack against me. Subsequently, you agreed to negotiations, allowing me entry into your tribe." To this point, Rebecca paused before continuing, "I believe that at that moment, you lacked the confidence to defeat me." Harold regarded Rebecca with interest. "Indeed, your insight is remarkable, as you have deduced so much that I can understand how you infer my apprehension regarding Gardner. Yet I am curious how you discern my previous uncertainties about vanquishing you." Rebecca seemed to perceive Harold's intrigue and elucidated. "Initially, I could not comprehend it. However, I later realized that since you wielded your left-handed iron weapon, you had not produced another smaller weapon, even though your right hand remained unoccupied. I speculated whether your weapon possessed a flaw or was simply ineffective against our kind." "That is correct," Harold confirmed, raising his left mechanical arm. "This weapon is known as a titanium alloy mechanical arm, while the one you previously observed was a revolver. That weapon possesses considerable lethality, yet its effective range is limited, rendering it nearly useless against agile humans. But you still permitted me to enter your tribe." Rebecca reiterated, steering the conversation back. Indeed, however, if I must relinquish my kin, it would cause me great anguish, Harold remarked unexpectedly. Well then, it is time for farewells. You should prepare as well, he concluded, giving Saber a pat on the back before turning to leave. Chief, I believe you ought not to assist Rebecca in resolving her inner turmoil. Her discord with Queen Edith would be more advantageous for you, Saber suddenly suggested midway. Harold gently tapped Saber's head, playfully scolding, Where do you conjure such ill intentions? When I initially subdued your Stormwolf clan, I had no designs to sow discord between you and your my objective has always been to establish a city for goblins, with no thought of conquering other creatures. Presently, I merely seek to temporarily utilize their strength. Alas, the goblins' power remains insufficient for autonomy, compelling Harold to rely on external assistance. Yet in his heart, Harold sensed that this period of reliance would soon pass. His fortress had recently been upgraded to level 2. Based on the level 2 weapon, the Cold M1917 revolver, bestowed by the system, he could predict that the level 2 fortress would undoubtedly feature firearms. Once he acquired such weaponry, the goblins would usher in a new era. After bidding farewell to Edith, Harold set forth with Rebecca and over 100 humans, embarking on their journey back to the tribe. After several days of travel, they finally returned to their homeland. Observing the sight before him, Harold exhaled in relief. Since Edith had consolidated the human factions, Harold's evolution points had surged to an impressive 600 daily. His total evolution points had accumulated to 48,560 now. Harold had resolved to initiate comprehensive upgrades for the tribe. After exchanging pleasantries with Barry and the others, entrusting the arrangement of the humans to Rebecca, Harold made his way to the command center. He aimed to uncover how to activate firearms within the upgraded Level 2 fortress system. How does one unlock the new or advanced departments of a Level 2 fortress? Harold inquired tentatively. Explanation: when all departments of a Level 1 system are upgraded to full capacity, they shall automatically evolve into Level 2 departments and will differentiate into new sectors. Hint: a Level 1 department, once activated, must undergo 2 upgrades to become fully leveled. Military affairs must upgrade once to reach full capacity, in order to transition to a Level 2 department. Indeed, this meant that although Harold had upgraded the fortress to Level 2, the various departments beneath the command center remained at Level 1. Thus, the fortress is unable to showcase the full capabilities of all secondary fortifications. It seems that this fortress is still striving for balanced development, Harold remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Although he possessed over 40,000 evolution points, it was still insufficient to upgrade all departments to Level 1 fully. Not to mention, the evolution points required for upgrading the production department alone exceeded 40,000. Specifically, the evolution points needed for first-level iron resources amounted to 80,000, while the remaining 3 resource categories collectively required 70,000 points. Among the other 2 departments, the City Defense Department required relatively few points. It primarily needed resources, with the evolution points expected to not exceed 20,000 AS for the military department. The costs were also considerable. According to the previous system's settings, Harold knew that the military department would only automatically upgrade to the next level once all goblins within the tribe reached the same training level. In other words, to elevate the military department to a fully leveled state, Harold would first have to ensure that those goblins who had not yet trained or had only trained once completed their secondary training. This would entail a significant expenditure of evolution points for several hundred individuals. Overall, it was estimated that at least over 200,000 evolution points were needed to fully upgrade all departments to Level 1. After deducting the existing 40,000 evolution points, Harold would require an additional 20 days to accumulate enough points for the upgrades. Such an extended duration was unbearable for him. However, if he could facilitate the new goblins in achieving recognition for the human populace, the daily increment of evolution points could potentially rise by several thousand. An idea sparked in Harold's mind. Each human could contribute an additional 10 evolution points, with over 100 humans visiting the tribe. If they all achieved recognition, the increment would surpass 1,000. Moreover, if the new goblins were prioritized for training, they could increase their contribution from 1 point to 5 points, thereby multiplying it by 5. After achieving recognition, their values could double once again. Thus, if several hundred goblins completed their training, the evolution points gained could soar by several thousand. Without hesitation, Harold set off toward the military department, eagerly anticipating the growth of his evolution points. Over the next 4 days, Harold successfully facilitated the secondary training of all goblins. Thanks to his deliberate engagement and promotion during this period, both the goblins and humans swiftly recognized Harold as their leader. After all, the tribe's development and the changes in their lives were evident. They had witnessed these transformations firsthand, and their anticipation for such a leader had long been nurtured. However, the cost of completing the secondary training for all goblins was substantial. Initially, Harold had only roughly calculated the required evolution points, believing that it wouldn't necessitate excessive expenditure. Yet upon implementation, he was taken aback. A staggering total of 74,120 evolution points not only depleted his nearly 50,000 points, but also extended his accumulation period by 4 additional days. Nonetheless, with sacrifice comes reward. Following the completion of the secondary training for all and the collective recognition, Harold witnessed a significant surge in his daily evolution points, which skyrocketed from 6,100 to 12,368, effectively having the time needed to fully elevate all departments. Consequently, Harold's citizen data also underwent transformation. Citizens: dual-class goblins 655, swift wolves 15, swift wolf leader 1, humans 380,150 achieve recognition, anthropomorphic humans 8, 2 achieve recognition. Anthropomorphic human leader 2. Once the military department reached full capacity, Harold did not rest, initiating the upgrade of various resources within the production department, given that the city defense department required substantial quantities of wood, stone, and iron for its upgrade, coupled with the tribe's total population exceeding 1,000, far surpassing the food resource output. Upgrading resources became an urgent matter. After an additional 10 days, Harold finally accomplished the secondary upgrades for all resources within the production department, elevating it to full capacity. This endeavor cost him over 150,000 evolution points, double the expenditure of the military department. Consequently, the system's production department data changed. Production department, level 1 active ability, bountiful harvest, which doubles the daily growth of selected resources, once per day. The first class wood, 100 logs per day, quantity determined by the forest area in the territory. The first class food, 800 portions per day, balanced diet. Quantity determined by the arable land area in the territory. The first class iron, 10 kilograms per day, quantity determined by the mining area in the territory. The first class stone, 100 kilograms per day, quantity determined by the stone area in the territory. Note: various resources have limited storage capacity. It is advisable to construct warehouses to increase storage capacity, perhaps due to the differing land areas occupied by various resources within the tribe, although all have been upgraded to first class. Harold distinctly noted that the iron output remained exceedingly limited at this rate. Equipping each goblin with a short sword would likely take several months. Moreover, considering that the resources from the production department were consumed and converted in multiples, Harold felt a pang of regret. He could only hope that when the secondary fortification array was fully established, his tribe would possess the capability for autonomous mining. The following day, Harold successfully completed the secondary upgrade of the final city defense department, incurring a total cost of merely a few thousand evolution points. However, the resource requirements multiplied several times for the intermediate city defense equipment, exhausting more than half of the tribe's stockpile. Naturally, such expenditures would yield corresponding returns. Following the upgrade, the changes to the facilities in the city defense department were the most pronounced among the various departments. The 3 types of defensive weapons became significantly more automated, and their performance metrics improved several-fold. As for the walls, the transformation was even more remarkable. Upon upgrading to advanced walls, the number of stones required surged dramatically, directly multiplying the wood requirement. The completed walls bore the semblance of a great city wall befitting human civilizations. The interior was constructed using high-quality first-class wood as a framework, with minimal first-class steel used for interconnections. Subsequently, the exterior was fortified with compacted earth and premium first-class stone to shape the structure. Finally, crushed stones and compacted earth were utilized to fill in the gaps, further enhancing the wall's resilience. It could be said that the completed walls possessed the capability to withstand invasions from ordinary mid-tier magical beasts. Indeed, Rebecca, upon witnessing them, remarked that even ordinary high-tier magical beasts might struggle to breach the walls. Having successfully elevated all 3 departments to full capacity, Harold returned to the command center as he stepped inside. The system's voice resonated. Detection confirms that all departments have reached full capacity, thereby unlocking new departments. Logistics Department, Research Department, Education Department. Logistics Department, comprehensive management of citizens' daily lives and resources within the fortress. Research Department, development of facilities, weapons, and biotechnological equipment across various departments. Education Department, educating and enhancing the knowledge of all citizens, continuously nurturing talent. 3 additional departments. They certainly sound formidable. Harold's eyes sparkled with realization. Just by listening to the explanation, he could discern the significance of the 3 departments. Among them, the Logistics Department essentially managed all internal affairs of the tribe. Its existence signified that Harold's tribe would evolve from a primitive community into a modern city. The Research Department was, without a doubt, the department Harold had longed to establish. For instance, the revolver in Harold's hand and the titanium alloy mechanical arm were both products developed by this very department. Therefore, activating the Research Department was akin to possessing the key to unlock advanced weaponry. As for the final department, the Education Department, Harold deemed it the most crucial. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Since the system was activated, the various facilities and resources of the tribe had all been autonomously provided by the system. While this was convenient, it ultimately relied on an external force if one day the system ceased to function. Harold's tribe would be rendered incapacitated. However, with the establishment of the Education Department, everything would change. The Education Department could impart various knowledge to the citizens. Armed with knowledge, Harold would be grasping his fate in his own hands. In the future, whether it was resource cultivation, extraction, or the development of various facilities, there would be no need to depend on the system. The citizens could take matters into their own hands, just as Harold was reveling in this thought. The system chimed. Upgrade. Fortress elevated to level 2. New department benefits for beginners concluded. Following this, the 3 departments activated at level 1 fortress would see system automation within 10 days. 10 days. Harold was taken aback. The cessation of automation in the defense and military departments was not a cause for alarm. However, the production department was another matter entirely. The food supply for the tribe's thousands of inhabitants relied solely on the grain factory. If the production department stopped autonomously generating resources, daily meals would become a significant issue. It was imperative to start planning. Harold contemplated promptly activating the Education Department. From this moment forth, he would usher in an era of universal learning. Although the fortress had upgraded to level 2, the costs of establishing the new departments remained largely unchanged. Harold expended merely 300 evolution points to activate all 3 departments. Yet upon discovering the specific details of the 3 new departments, he was left dumbfounded. Although these departments were said to be of the same level, it was evident that the Education Department held superiority over the other 2. In fact, one could assert that the Education Department surpassed all departments except for the Command Department. This was because the Research and Logistics Departments, along with the 3 departments activated earlier, all required a certain level of specialized knowledge to continue their development. Naturally, all of this knowledge resided within the Education Department. Furthermore, the cost of acquiring this knowledge was staggering. Just to unlock the most basic foundational knowledge, one would need to spend 10,000 evolution points, and that was merely the activation fee, to enable citizens to learn. Additional personnel costs would be incurred. The cost for each individual to study for a month amounted to 100 evolution points, with results varying from person to person. This model mirrored that of a conventional educational institution, a veritable goldmine. Harold couldn't help but exclaim in exasperation. Yet, despite his astonishment, learning remained a necessity. Nevertheless, before proceeding, Harold decided to convene the tribe's key personnel for the first significant meeting of the tribe on the 2nd floor of the command department. 5 individuals were seated in the conference room. Apart from Harold, this was their first time entering the 2nd floor of the command department. Prior to this, only Harold had possessed the privilege to enter. The conference room was exceedingly simple, with the most prominent feature being a nearly 10-meter-long mahogany table surrounded by chairs. Aside from these, there were no other facilities. The four individuals summoned by Harold were Saber, Barry, Gardner, and Rebecca. Observing the four seated, Harold rose from the head of the table and stated, "The purpose of this gathering is to discuss the future direction and challenges our tribe will face. Therefore, I hope you will all share your insights." "Here we go again with the human formality," Rebecca remarked, somewhat sarcastically. "Leader Harold, I do not feel suited to be here, that if you seek representation for the human race, you ought to summon our king, Idis." Harold shrugged. "That may be your king, but in my tribe, you are all equal. I only regard your capabilities." Although Rebecca had been with the tribe for a relatively short period, Harold had always admired her awareness and perceptiveness. Such a talent was not something he wished to squander. Upon hearing Harold's words, Rebecca furrowed her brow but fell silent, refraining from further comment. The remaining three individuals, however, sat up straighter, fully aware that their presence here was a testament to Harold's trust and esteem. "Very well, let's delve directly into the main topic," Harold began, noting the absence of dissent. "Firstly, I must address the imminent challenges our tribe will face. The production, defense, and military departments will soon lose divine power and cease autonomous operation." "What?" As soon as Harold articulated the first point, the others leaped to their feet in astonishment. Subsequently, Saber inquired, "Leader, have you offended the divine?" Previously, Harold had framed the department's autonomous operations as a blessing from the deities to alleviate their concerns. Now that he mentioned the departments would lose divine power, their immediate reaction was to assume Harold would be forsaken by the gods. "Not at all," Harold shook his head. "I have previously mentioned that the deities wish for us to be self-reliant. When our tribe was still in its rudimentary stages, the gods bestowed their assistance upon us. However, now that we have entered a more stable phase, even reaching the standards for city establishment, the deities have withdrawn their divine power. But there is no need for concern. The deities have granted me another form of power, which I can bestow upon all of you. Bestow upon all of us? What is it?" The others inquired with curiosity. "Knowledge," Harold replied. Knowledge. The group was further perplexed. They were aware that being favored by the deity governing knowledge could yield endless wisdom. Yet they had never heard of the gods imparting knowledge to ordinary individuals. "Have you noticed the new construction outside? That 3-story building is the education department. The IT is the new department that can grant us knowledge. In simple terms, it provides us all with an opportunity to learn as he spoke." Harold's expression turned serious. However, it differs from the previous training in the military department. Its effectiveness is contingent upon the individual. In other words, only those who truly exert effort will see results. Now, to address the potential resource issues we may encounter, I will activate knowledge related to resource extraction and cultivation at that point. All tribespeople will enter the education department to study. Once completed, the disparities among individuals will manifest immediately. Subsequently, I will select the most capable individuals to join another new department, the logistics department, to manage the tribe's internal affairs. Those present here are my most valued subordinates. Therefore, I hope you will not disappoint me. The phrase "manage internal affairs" resonated deeply in the hearts of the four individuals present. They understood that being entrusted with internal management equated to ascending to the upper echelons of the tribe. Consequently, each of them displayed a glimmer of determination on their faces, since the goblins in the tribe underwent their second training. Apart from Rebecca, the remaining three had clearly sensed a looming crisis. Others had already caught up to them. Thus, they had been training fervently each day, striving to widen the gap between themselves and the others once more. Now, entering the education department for study represented the fastest route. However, the challenge lay in the fact that they held no advantages in learning. Therefore, to surpass their peers, they must exert even greater effort. Sensing the determination of the four, Harold's eyes flickered with appreciation. He was quite nostalgic. He did not wish for the tribe to thrive in the future while venerable figures like Saber were left behind. All right, let us move on to the next agenda item. As Harold spoke, he transitioned to the second topic. The meeting continued for an entire day before it finally concluded. Subsequently, Saber and a few others communicated the significant decisions made during the meeting to all the tribespeople as instructed by Harold. Among these decisions, The most crucial was the impending selection of personnel for the logistics department. Consequently, all tribe members exerted themselves in preparation for the upcoming learning process that on the third day following the meeting's conclusion, Harold finally ignited a fervor for learning that he curated a selection of subjects for the tribespeople, which included the opportunity to learn reading and writing free of charge. Naturally, this also encompassed agricultural cultivation and livestock rearing. Harold was confident that, in due time, his tribe would enter an agricultural boom. Within the human tribe, in the abode of Edith, she clutched the invitation letter with a grim expression. Opposite her knelt a humanoid figure from the human tribe. "Marcus, are you certain that they have requested our participation in the council and the preparation of provisions?" Edith inquired. Marcus nodded and replied, "Indeed, and they require us to be prepared within half a month. Otherwise, we shall be deemed rebels and face their wrath." "Absurd!" Edith exclaimed, slamming her hand on the armrest, her voice icy. "Even a monster council has no right to dictate the fate of other monster races. That detestable group has adopted every tactic of the human tribe. Are they truly unconcerned about the retribution from the higher monsters? Moreover, why do they demand such an abundance of provisions?" As she spoke, Edith gazed at Marcus, who lowered his head, displaying no reaction, but a flicker of disappointment crossed Edith's eyes as she waved him away, dismissing him from a room. It had been half a month since the unification of the human tribe. Following Harold's departure with the original members of her tribe, Edith swiftly gathered the remaining personnel from the other two tribes who had stayed behind. The total population of the human tribe had now surpassed 300. The ensuing circumstances unfolded just as Harold had anticipated. The original Felton tribe members, fearing persecution from Gibson and his kin, instinctively gravitated towards Edith. Among them, Marcus emerged as the small leader of the Felton tribe. "If only Rebecca were here," Edith sighed. If Rebecca were present, she would assist her with strategies, in stark contrast to Marcus, who, aside from completing tasks, exhibited no initiative whatsoever. However, the thought of the recently received invitation letter left Edith feeling overwhelmed. In the realm of monsters, only the high-ranking monsters and the upper echelon of intermediate monsters possessed a complete culture and tools. The same applied to letter paper. This invitation was an official correspondence from the Monster Council. Established by the intermediate monsters, the letter contained two key points. First, an invitation for the human tribe to join the Monster Council. Second, a demand for the human tribe to prepare provisions for 10,000 people, with a mere half-month deadline. Setting aside Edith's ability to gather such provisions in half a month, she had never contemplated agreeing to join the Monster Council. The council was formed after the previous conflict with the human tribe. Established by several high-ranking monsters to safeguard the legacy of monsters, the plan for the intermediate monsters to unite against the human tribe, which sought to capture them, was proposed by the Monster Council. Initially, the council indeed provided security for the monsters. However, as time passed, the high-ranking monsters delegated power to the intermediate monsters to restrain the human tribe's strength. The newly empowered intermediate monsters quickly revealed their ambitions, engaging in open and covert struggles for power and territory. Abandoning their original purpose to it was during this time that the human tribe was influenced and fractured, ultimately being expelled from the Monster Council. Now, it seemed the council, observing the human tribe's reorganization and newfound utility, had sent Edith an invitation once more. Moreover, the letter explicitly demanded a substantial supply of provisions, treating the human tribe as mere tools. Yet could Edith refuse? Deep down, she understood that, despite the corruption within the Monster Council, it remained a coalition of powerful intermediate monsters that a single human tribe could not hope to challenge. What should I do? The high-ranking monsters were unlikely to seek their assistance, given the preoccupation of the human tribe's formidable members. Suddenly, the image of Harold surfaced in Edith's mind, yet he was, after all, just a goblin. Could he genuinely resolve this predicament? Furrowing her brow in contemplation, Edith ultimately sighed deeply and summoned Marcus once more. "Marcus, send someone to deliver this invitation letter to Lord Harold. Inform him that we require his assistance." What is this? What on earth is this? Within the goblin tribe, Harold gazed at the wilted vegetable seedlings before him. Infuriated, he playfully rapped Barry on the head. It had been over 10 days since classes began in the education department. Considering the learning capabilities of his tribespeople, Harold had deliberately allowed them to choose between agriculture and animal husbandry. For those who had no preference for either, he subsequently introduced courses in logging, mining, and metallurgy to provide additional options. Now, the earliest batch of tribespeople studying agriculture and animal husbandry had completed their lessons on basic planting methods and animal husbandry techniques to expedite food self-sufficiency. Harold had set aside a small experimental field and breeding ground for the learners to practice. Today, he had been eager to see the results, only to be met with disappointment upon visiting Barry's farm. "Did you even take the classes seriously?" Harold couldn't help but ask Barry. Looking contrite, Barry scratched his head. "I paid attention and thought it was quite easy, but I just can't seem to get it right." Harold's lips twitched. "In this blazing sun, you water the plants at noon? Is that what you learned in class?" Barry paused, contemplating earnestly. "I believe it was mentioned that watering at noon is best. Otherwise, the lower temperatures might harm the roots." Harold, exasperated, delivered another playful knock on the head. "That was for winter. It's the height of summer now. In this sweltering heat, will the plants freeze?" Harold felt a sense of despair regarding Barry's intellect, ultimately waving his hand in resignation. "Forget it. Just focus on being the captain of the goblin cavalry for now. The tribe needs someone to manage the troops, and since Barry lacks the talent for farming, this arrangement will have to suffice." Afterward, Harold continued to inspect the fields and farms of the other tribespeople. However, perhaps due to insufficient learning time, the majority of their results were rather unsatisfactory. Few managed to sustain their vegetables and animals. Among them, Saber and Rebecca had also failed to keep their bamboo rats alive. The sole source of solace for Harold was Gardner, who exhibited remarkable talent in both agriculture and animal husbandry. Not only did he manage to keep the vegetables alive, but he also successfully tended to the bamboo rats for his companions. Undoubtedly, he emerged as the top performer among the first batch of learners. For this reason, Harold promptly appointed Gardner as the head of the production department, entrusting him with the crucial responsibility of food supply. Just as Harold was preparing to hold an inauguration ceremony for Gardner, a human suddenly rushed up to him, clutching the very invitation letter that had previously appeared in the human tribe. The Monster Council. In the command center on the second floor, Harold regarded the letter resting on the table, rhythmically tapping it with his fingers. "You all have seen the invitation, have you not?" Harold remarked. Whether by coincidence or some other reason, the written language of this world mirrored that of Harold's previous life. Thus, he could comprehend the words on the invitation without the need for study. However, the other four individuals, with the exception of Rebecca, who had prior knowledge of the script, found themselves grappling with the unfamiliar characters, unable to decipher the invitation's text. Consequently, upon hearing Harold's inquiry, the three of them averted their gazes, feeling somewhat guilty. "Rebecca, could you kindly read it for us?" Harold did not press the three further. He handed the invitation to Rebecca and added, "Also, could you elaborate on the matter of the Monster Council? I believe you are well informed." Rebecca nodded, accepted the invitation, and recounted its contents before explaining the origins of the Monster Council to the group. Once she finished, the atmosphere grew solemn among them, including Harold. In essence, offending the Monster Council equated to antagonizing the entire faction of intermediate monsters. "This is outrageous," Saber could not help but exclaim. "However, to demand provisions for 10,000 people is utterly absurd." Gardner interjected, as he was most knowledgeable about food production among those present. "What are we worried about? Why prepare provisions? With a leader in place, we can simply charge in," Barry retorted loudly, slamming his hand on the table without a second thought. The others were momentarily taken aback and instinctively turned their gazes toward Harold. He shot a fierce glare at Barry and scolded, "Have you filled your head with fish? It seems you are wishing for my demise. They are a united coalition of the entire intermediate monster tribe. Even if I possess the strength to confront a leader, do you believe you can stand against their kin?" Upon hearing Harold's words, everyone present lowered their heads. That Harold's reputation had already spread throughout the human tribes, and it was common knowledge that he possessed at least the power of an ordinary leader among intermediate monsters. As Harold articulated, it was not a matter of him lacking the courage to confront them. Rather, it was their own inadequacy that was disheartening. "Why, Lord Harold, we have failed to meet your expectations." Rebecca was the first to apologize. Harold waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of that. I have summoned you for discussion, not to hold a confession session." With that, Harold rose and gazed out at the experimental fields, posing a question to Gardner. Given the current circumstances, how long do you estimate it will take to yield food and meat? Gardner pondered for a moment before responding. Ordinary crops require at least a month or two to mature. However, if we consider bok choy, it can reach maturity in as little as 20 days. With the fertilizer from the production department to hasten growth, disregarding quality, we could speed it up by a few days. Thus, we could potentially harvest a batch in 10 days at the earliest. As for livestock, there is currently no possibility of short-term production. Since the production department ceased its operation, the 4 resource facilities had taken on additional functions. Among them, the grain factory's role was to provide seeds and fertilizers, albeit temporarily and requiring evolution points in 3 months at most. This supplementary support would cease at a batch, you say? Harold stroked his chin thoughtfully. Considering the current arable land of the tribe, we could expect around 20,000 gene of bok choy from one batch. And if we double that, it should suffice for thousands of people for a meal. If we find it insufficient, we can supplement it with some meat. Although the production department was inactive, the ability for a bountiful harvest remained intact. With this capability, Harold could double the yield of 20,000 gene of bok choy. But if it is only vegetables, I fear they may deliberately complicate matters. Rebecca expressed her concerns. Most monsters are primarily carnivorous, and if we provide only vegetables, they will certainly cause trouble. They never specify that vegetables are unacceptable. Harold shrugged. For now, this is our only option. As for future matters, we shall address them when the time comes. At this point, Harold paused before continuing. Additionally, I will personally attend the Monster Council. What? The group gasped in surprise. And Saber quickly countered, Leader, you cannot go. We have no idea if they will set a trap. Indeed, I support Saber's viewpoint, Rebecca chimed in. Moreover, if the Monster Council discovers you have acquired surname, it could be detrimental to you. I understand, Harold replied. However, if they know about the humans, how could they possibly be unaware of me? While I cannot disclose my surname, my identity as your leader is something I cannot conceal. Those who have risen to high ranks in the Monster Council are not fools. Their spies have surely already discerned Harold's identity, and there are likely their agents lurking around the tribe. Thus, Harold felt compelled to attend personally. As for danger, he was not overly concerned. Ever since he had retrained the goblins, he had felt a noticeable increase in his strength. He now even had the confidence to confront ordinary humans without his mechanical arm. With it, he would be even more formidable. Therefore, Harold believed that as long as they did not all conspire against him, he could at least manage to escape. While Harold contemplated the pros and cons, Rebecca interjected once more. In that case, I wish to accompany you. So do I. Saber and the others quickly voiced their agreement. Harold regarded the 4 of them thoughtfully before stating, Not all of you need to come. Here's the plan. Rebecca and Saber will accompany me, while Gardner will expedite his studies on agriculture and livestock. Barry, you will remain in the tribe. What? I have to stay behind again, Barry protested reluctantly. Harold shot him a glare. You can discuss going out once you have attained Rebecca's combat prowess or saber speed. Though he said this, Harold had considered bringing Barry along. After all, Barry had received the favor of the healing goddess, making his healing abilities crucial if they were injured. However, the uncertainty remained whether there were similar divine followers within the Monster Council. If so, discovering that Harold's tribe possessed both Harold and Barry, 2 goblin heroes, would only heighten their caution and interest. Moreover, Harold's pretense of being a goblin hero might be exposed. Yet, Barry was unaware of these considerations. Thus, when faced with Harold's reprimand, he could only lower his head in dejection. All right, let us conclude this discussion. Harold patted Barry's shoulder in a gesture of consolation and continued, Gardner will handle the planting. As for you, Rebecca, please have your kin relay a message to Edith, instructing her to ensure the tribe's well-being and to avoid letting the food supply dwindle to the point of hunger. As for the Monster Council, I will take care of everything. 10 days swiftly passed. Under Gardner's guidance and cultivation, the first batch of bok choy finally matured. Thanks to the production department's ability for a bountiful harvest, the yield had doubled to 40,000 gene. Harold had invested a significant amount of evolution points for this achievement. Initially, he had planned to activate the bountiful harvest skill on the final day of the bok choy's maturity. However, he soon learned from the system that the cost to activate the skill was based on the resource's base value multiplied by its weight and growth time. In other words, to double the yield of bok choy. He would need to spend 20,000 evolution points in a single day. Altogether, that amounted to a total of 200,000 evolution points over the course of 10 days. Presently, Harold's daily increase in evolution points was only around 12,000. Had he not saved up evolution points beforehand, he would have truly struggled to gather the necessary 200,000. However, after using the bountiful harvest skill, his evolution points were once again depleted. Watching his kin busily collecting the vegetables, Harold grew increasingly troubled. Transporting 40,000 Gina bok choy was a significant challenge. After all, the Monster Council would dispatch personnel to inspect the food supplies, but would not assign additional staff for transportation. "My Lord Harold, are you troubled about how to transport it?" Unbeknownst to him, Rebecca had stealthily approached from behind. Harold, intrigued, turned to her and inquired, "Do you have a solution?" Rebecca nodded. "Our tribe possesses wooden carts, which have all been transported here for use in transportation." "Wooden carts?" Harold raised an eyebrow. "It seems you've learned quite a bit from the humans." With this revelation, the transportation issue appeared to be resolved. Wooden carts were indeed commonplace among humans, typically employed for shopping and transport. However, lower-tier magical creatures, such as goblins, lacked the ability to construct such tools. It seemed imperative to expedite the teaching of essential trades like carpentry, masonry, and blacksmithing, Harold mused. These professions were vital for the tribe's development. The logging, mining, and smelting courses Harold had previously initiated were essentially the foundational education for these three skills. Once they mastered these skills, Harold would select the most promising individuals to further their studies in these crafts. At that point, once the first batch of artisans completed their training, the tribe's advancement would progress significantly, allowing the research and logistics departments to commence their operations officially. Hearing Harold's thoughts, Rebecca clarified, "We have been dealing with human slavers for an extended period, which has gradually acquainted us with the basics of tool-making. However, in the human world, these are merely rudimentary devices." At this juncture, Rebecca's gaze deepened with meaning. "Lord Harold, your tribe is developing rapidly and is drawing ever closer to human advancements. Although I do not comprehend how you have acquired such knowledge, I fear that should the tribe continue to progress, it will inevitably attract human attention, and the humans will never permit magical creatures to be their equals." Harold understood Rebecca's warning and shrugged. Smiling, "I am aware of your concerns. That is precisely why we must grow more swiftly. This is also the reason I agreed to join the Council of Monsters, that we still require time, and the Council can help obscure our presence from the humans." "Buying us that time, you intend to exploit the Council of Monsters?" Rebecca gasped in astonishment. The Council was not as simple as one might think. Indeed, Rebecca had long been curious as to why Harold so readily acquiesced to the Council's directives. She believed she knew him well enough. He was undoubtedly obstinate, bold, and loath to concede defeat. Even when faced with the Council, Harold's temperament did not suggest he would instinctively choose to yield. Thus, she had harbored doubts about his decisions. However, upon hearing his words now, she realized she had underestimated him. He was not only audacious, but also a reckless daredevil. If the Council were to discover his intentions to manipulate them, they would surely obliterate him without hesitation. Observing the complex emotions on Rebecca's face, Harold patted the now distracted saber beside him. "It is precisely because I recognize their intricacies that I choose to take risks. I am acutely aware of the dangers that lurk within our tribe. Months have passed since its establishment, and as we expand our territory and broaden our horizons, we have yet to detect any sign of humans, which is exceedingly peculiar. It is as if the humans have suddenly become compliant, no longer venturing into the forest's outskirts. Thus, I have pondered for over a month whether our existence has been exposed. Now, the invitation from the Council only reinforces my suspicions. After all, it is clear that the Council has already discovered our tribe and possesses a certain understanding of us. Consider this: a supply of food sufficient for 10,000 people, allotted a span of 15 days. When that time elapses, the Council's representatives will arrive to collect the provisions that, if we truly muster all our efforts, our tribe of 1,000 could feasibly gather the requisite food within 8 days. Then, accounting for the 7 days required for the swift wolves to journey between the humans and our tribe, it perfectly aligns with the 15-day time frame. Upon hearing Harold's analysis, both Rebecca and Saber were struck with terror, their skin crawling. Indeed, the absence of human sightings, coupled with the council's bizarre conditions, was unsettling to Harold's reasoning provided a rational explanation for it all. They gazed at Harold with incredulity, a hint of reverence creeping into their eyes. Such foresight and depth of understanding were formidable. But we spent 10 days cultivating the bok choy. Wouldn't that mean we would exceed the deadline? Saber suddenly inquired. No problem. Harold replied with a grin. If we deploy all the swift wolves and wild wolves, we should be able to catch up as long as the first batch arrives on time. The rest, even if delayed, should not provoke any complaints. And what about the humans? Rebecca's expression grew serious. If what you say is true, the humans must have already discovered our tribe. Why have they yet to make a move? A strange glimmer flickered in Harold's eyes as he spoke in a low voice. If I am not mistaken, they are waiting. Waiting? Rebecca was taken aback. Indeed, Harold continued, they are waiting for me to recruit all the goblins. Then they will come to take over directly. They intend to sweep all the goblins from the forest's edge. Soon, all the swift wolves and wild wolves, led by Saber, arrived at the human settlement, laden with provisions. Harold, too, was unusually walking alongside Rebecca. After all, 40,000 pounds of bok choy was no trifling matter, equivalent to 20 tons. Such a massive quantity of food would have been impossible to transport without Rebecca's prior preparations of the wooden carts. Nonetheless, despite this, Harold and Rebecca reached the human settlement first. As the two caught sight of the human settlement ahead, they immediately spotted the eagerly awaiting Edie's. Lord Harold, Rebecca, you have arrived. Upon seeing them, Edie's hurried forward. The food will arrive shortly. Harold first sought to assuage Edie's concerns before asking, have the representatives from the council arrived? Edie shook his head. Not yet. Those fellows are never punctual. Being late works to our advantage. Harold chuckled, continuing his inquiry. Do you know who will be sent? Edie's again shook his head, then pondered thoughtfully. Normally, it would be the lizard men. They are powerful and numerous, essentially serving as the guards for the council. It was also their kin who delivered the invitation previously. Lizard men, you say? Harold stroked his chin. What is their disposition? Or rather, how will they regard us? Edie's expression darkened as he replied, the lizard men pride themselves on their dragon lineage, thus looking down upon most magical species. During our time in the council, they often bullied us. Therefore, if they encounter you, Lord, their attitude will likely be even more disdainful, especially since I am a goblin. A peculiar light flickered in Harold's eyes. Before long, Saber and the swift wolves arrived with the provisions. He could see that moment. A towering figure cloaked in dark green scales, standing upright with a lizard-like head, appeared before the human settlement. He was impressively tall, over 2 meters, his body taut with muscle, and a robust tail trailing behind him. Edie's, I am here to inspect the provisions, the lizard man bellowed as he approached the settlement. His gaze swept over Edie's and the others within the tribe. Yet, when his eyes fell upon Harold, there was no hint of surprise. As expected, Harold's eyes narrowed slightly. He understood that he had guessed correctly. The other party had long been aware of his presence. However, this lizard man, despite clearly seeing him, chose to deliberately ignore him, indicating that his intentions were far from benign. Harold restrained Edith, who was preparing to advance, and mounted Saber himself, heading toward the lizard man. I am Harold. The human race has already joined my tribe, so matters regarding the invitation fall under my purview. As for provisions, we are well prepared. You must be from the Monster Council. May I ask your name? Harold greeted the lizard man proactively as he approached. The lizard man glanced at Harold, snorted disdainfully, and offered no response. Harold's eyes narrowed again as he continued. It seems you are not from the Monster Council. In that case, let us forget this matter. With that, Harold raised his hand dismissively. Since no one from the Monster Council has arrived, we shall take our provisions back. Who says no one has come? The lizard man abruptly turned his head, glaring at Harold as he questioned him loudly. Have they come, then? Harold shrugged, but I haven't seen anyone. Humph. The lizard man scoffed coldly. The invitation from the Monster Council was given to humans, not to lowly goblins like you, lowly. Harold regarded the lizard man with a penetrating gaze, his voice deepening. I see you wish to intimidate me. However, I must apologize. I am not one to be easily provoked. If you are unwilling to continue this conversation, then consider my refusal of the Monster Council's invitation as given. Yet, Should that be the case, you may find it difficult to leave here alive. Do you dare to lay a hand on me?" In the face of Harold's threat, the lizard man raised his head and bellowed, "If you dare to strike me, the Monster Council will never let you go." Harold let out a cold laugh. "Indifferent. That is a matter for another day." The lizard man looked at Harold, momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such directness from him. Logically, upon hearing his threat, the other party should have shown some deference. Yet, Harold's demeanor was that of a foolhardy individual, forcing him to respond. Meanwhile, the humans under Edith's command had approached the two. It seemed that at Harold's command, they would charge towards the lizard man. The lizard man swallowed hard. Though he looked down on humans, especially goblins, he was acutely aware that 2 fists could not contend with 4 hands. If the humans truly aimed to eradicate him, he would have no chance of escape. Realizing this, he reluctantly replied, "My name is Gunter. I am indeed sent by the Monster Council. They have instructed me to invite you, Lord Harold, to the council. See how much better it is to be compliant." Harold smiled faintly. "In that case, shall we proceed?" Gunter's mouth twitched, and he clenched his fists. However, upon seeing the humans behind Harold, he deflated. Ultimately, he could only let out a cold huff. "Humph. Let us go then." With that, Gunter turned to lead the way, his eyes filled with malice. He could not believe that those humans could accompany Harold to the Monster Council. After all, once they were en route, would they not be at his mercy? Regardless, his task was to escort Harold to the council. Whether Harold lost an arm or a leg was of no concern to anyone on the other side. Harold observed Gunter's retreating figure with a faint smile. He waved his hand, signaling Rebecca and the wolves pulling the cart to follow in Gunter's footsteps. Though he could not see Gunter's eyes, he sensed the animosity emanating from his back. Yet he felt no worry. Rather, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. After approximately half a day, Harold and his companions followed Gunter deep into the forest. Suddenly, Gunter halted. "What now? Have we arrived?" Harold inquired, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. Having already guessed Gunter's intentions. "Ha!" Gunter turned around, his eyes gleaming red. "Do not be in such a hurry. Before we go to the Monster Council, let me have a little fun with you." With that, Gunter unleashed his massive lizard claws and lunged at Harold. Harold's eyes narrowed as he prepared to activate his mechanical arm. Just then, he heard Rebecca's voice beside him. "Lord Harold, allow me to handle this." As her words fell, Rebecca charged towards Gunter. Although the lizard man race was not the strongest among mid-tier monsters, they ranked among the top FEW. In contrast, humans were a notch below. More importantly, both of these monster races were not particularly adept at magic, favoring close combat. The difference lay in that humans excelled in agility, speed, and stealth, while lizardmen were known for their high defense, strength, and direct confrontation. Thus, under normal circumstances, even anthropomorphized humans would find it challenging to contend with ordinary lizardmen. This was precisely why Gunter felt emboldened to attack Harold in Rebecca's presence. However, as Rebecca truly engaged him, Gunter was taken aback. The human, who should have been weaker in terms of strength, was managing to stand toe-to-toe with him. "Your strength surpasses that of an ordinary anthropomorphized human. You've already reached the semi-king level." Gunter crossed his arms to block Rebecca's claws, surprise flashing in his eyes. Although humans were not part of the Monster Council, the council had records of the situations among various races in the depths of the forest. Particularly, those who reached the semi-king level were closely monitored by the council. The Rebecca before him was not among them. Yet her displayed strength was certainly beyond that of a newly emerged semi-king. "You are not bad yourself. Managing to withstand my attack, it seems you are no ordinary lizard man." Rebecca's eyes narrowed. Her understanding of lizard men was profound, and anyone capable of withstanding her assault was not merely a common member of their race. "Humph." Gunter snorted coldly, forcefully pushing his crossed arms outward, sending Rebecca staggering back several meters. He then calmly drew a large blade from his waist and addressed Rebecca gravely. "I am Gunter, the captain of the 3rd Squad of the Lizard Men, personally appointed by King Wolf Leonard. Prepare to die," Gunter declared, raising his blade to strike at Rebecca. Upon seeing the blade, Rebecca swiftly unsheathed the adamantine claws strapped to her leg and blocked Gunter's massive sword. Clang! The blade struck the golden claws, producing a metallic clash. "What?" Upon seeing the adamantine claws in Rebecca's hands, Gunter's face filled with shock. How could you possibly possess a weapon of such quality? Buzz! Rebecca yanked her hands, deflecting Gunter's sword, and replied with a cold smile. If you have one, why should I not? She dismissed the small talk. Let us see who meets their end. With that, Rebecca transitioned from defense to offense, her form becoming an ethereal blur as she vanished from Gunter's sight. The next moment, she reappeared at Gunter's side, her adamantine claw thrusting fiercely towards his right arm, where he held the blade. Do not underestimate me. Just as Rebecca's claws were about to pierce Gunter's arm, he swiftly twisted the blade, using its back to block her attack. Simultaneously, he executed a 360-degree spin, slashing the air towards the airborne Rebecca. Upon witnessing this, Rebecca immediately evaded, her figure disappearing once more. Then, she began to dart around Gunter, using the surrounding trees as leverage to launch continuous assaults. Each time, Gunter managed to perfectly block Rebecca's strikes at the last moment. For a time, the two were locked in a stalemate. Meanwhile, Saber swallowed hard, looking at Harold and inquiring, Chief, shall we intervene? Though he asked, Saber understood that only Harold could truly step in at AS for the rest of them. They likely could not approach the fray. Harold discerned that this Gunther was fundamentally outmatched in speed by Rebecca. The only reason he could block Rebecca's attacks was due to sheer instinct. Such instinct would inevitably falter sooner or later. When that moment arrived, Gunther would be swiftly defeated by Rebecca's strike. However, on another front, Harold began to harbor a sense of wariness toward Gunther's lizardfolk clan. Gunther's instinctive reactions bore no semblance of predictability. They were purely the result of countless battles and experiences accumulated over time. The cultivation of a chieftain-level tribe such as this undoubtedly indicated considerable ambition. Suddenly, as Harold pondered the lizardfolk's aspirations, a green shadow leaped out from the darkness, lunging fiercely at him. In the next instant, two glinting daggers were pressed against the back of Harold's head, just as the blade tips were about to make contact. A blue net surged from Harold's left arm, pushing the daggers away to a safe distance. Where did this rat come from? Harold exclaimed, sweeping his left arm with force, causing the daggers behind him to vanish in an instant. Before him stood a lizard folk, whose stature was less than half that of Gunther. But unlike Gunther, he wielded a dagger in each hand. I am Becky, the dual dagger captain of the 4th squad of the lizard folk, personally appointed by King Wolf Leonard. Yet another lizard folk. Harold narrowed his eyes slightly. This Becky appeared to be an assassin-type combatant, clearly on par with Gunther. It was evident that their leader had systematically trained different combat units based on the varying abilities of his kin. Indeed, a formidable adversary. Harold's mind brimmed with trepidation for the unseen lizard king, Wolf Leonard. Becky, quickly capture that goblin. This human is quite troublesome, Gunther shouted from a distance. Without turning back, Becky responded loudly. Gunther, this goblin is no ordinary foe. Although they had only exchanged blows once, Becky had already sensed Harold's exceptional prowess. Harold, contemplative, gazed at Becky. Are you attempting to capture me in order to threaten my subordinates? Indeed, but your strength exceeds my expectations. Becky replied, his eyes locked onto Harold. He crouched low, gradually shifting his position, evidently searching for a flaw in Harold's defenses. Crack, crack. Harold's left arm slightly lifted, producing a mechanical sound. His eyes cold, he addressed Becky. Let me ascertain this. Your intent is to confront me and my subordinates. Correct? Becky instinctively felt a jolt of fear. For some reason, he perceived the goblin before him as a significant threat, particularly those piercing eyes, which compelled him to involuntarily step back. Hey, Becky, what are you doing? Gunther questioned again from afar, clearly struggling to maintain his ground. Becky took a deep breath, gripping his daggers tightly. He then disregarded Gunther's inquiry, responding to Harold instead. We have no intention of killing you. After all, you are to attend the Monster Council. However, your subordinates have attacked our lizard folk, and thus, they must pay the price. Therefore, before Becky could finish, Harold interjected. Enough. No need to elaborate further. I comprehend your position. Thus, our discussion has reached an impasse. The Mudman still retains a measure of earth affinity. Incensed by the repeated provocations from his adversaries, Harold resolved to show no mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, he surged toward Becky. In an instant, Harold raised his mechanical arm, materializing directly before Becky. Reacting just in time, Becky saw the rapidly enlarging mechanical fist and instinctively raised his daggers to block. However, when the mechanical fist collided with the daggers, Becky was struck with an overwhelming force that sent him flying. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself in a pit of timber, his body racked with pain. The sound of crunching footsteps approached. Harold, stepping over the scattered branches, reached down and pulled Becky from the pit. "Though our acquaintance has been brief, it is a pleasure to meet you. And remember my name, Harold, the one who shall bring about your demise." With that, Harold raised his mechanical arm and delivered a devastating punch, burying the unrepentant Becky into the earth. This blow created a half-meter deep crater in the previously flat ground, with cracks extending for dozens. It was not our king's idea. Harold cast a deep glance at Gunter, and after a prolonged moment, shrugged and smiled. "This is for the best. Well then, let us continue our journey." Having witnessed Harold's formidable presence, Gunter dared not even breathe as he focused solely on hastening Harold and his companions to the Monster Council. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the cave. "Lord Harold, we have arrived. Please hold on for a moment while I go inside to report," Gunter said with utmost respect. Harold narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering the veracity of Gunter's words. After all, the latter had already attacked him once, and it was conceivable that his kin lay in ambush within the cave. Furthermore, even if this truly was the Monster Council, Gunter might distort the truth upon entering. Yet if Harold were to accompany him, it would also pose a danger, as he could easily fall victim to an ambush. What to do? Harold's mind raced as he contemplated his options. Meanwhile, Gunter mistakenly believed Harold was deliberating whether to kill him, causing him to tremble in fear, yet he did not dare interrupt Harold's thoughts. After some time, Harold, mounted on Saber, approached the mouth of the cave and shouted, "I am Harold, the current leader of the human race, here at the behest of an invitation that if there is any doubt, then let no one enter." Harold was confident that if anyone was inside the cave, they would surely hear him. Conversely, if there was no response, he would promptly execute Gunter. Just as Harold was formulating this plan, a deep voice emanated from the cave. "I am Wolf Leonard, the king of the lizard men and a member of the Monster Council. Since you have arrived, you may enter AS for provisions. Leave them outside. Gunter will handle it." The voice resonated with an undeniable authority. Wolf Leonard. Harold's eyelid twitched. He had not anticipated that it would be the very king of the lizard men he had already offended responding to him. This only intensified Harold's suspicion that it was all a conspiracy orchestrated by the lizard men. However, having reached this juncture, Harold found himself devoid of alternatives. With this thought, he turned to Rebecca, intending to leave her outside. But as he did, he met her resolute gaze. It was clear that Rebecca had discerned his intentions but remained steadfast in her desire to accompany him into the cave. "Leader, let us proceed," she urged, with Saber also expressing a hint of trepidation in his voice. Harold felt a sense of inexplicable relief at their determination. The calm demeanor he had previously exhibited resurfaced in his eyes. "Very well, let us venture forth." Mounted on Saber, with Rebecca by his side, the trio cautiously traversed the cave. The flames flickered on either side, revealing nothing of the depths beyond. Yet soon enough they beheld a vast, well-lit cavern ahead, within which loomed several oddly shaped, enormous shadows. Suddenly, a claw emerged from the cave entrance, followed by a towering shadow exceeding 3 meters that obstructed the light, slowly advancing towards Harold and his companions. "Lord Harold, be cautious!" Rebecca's voice trembled with anxiety as she warily observed the advancing shadow. She crouched low, instinctively reaching for the claws beside her legs. Harold squinted, speaking in a deep tone, "It is all right. Let us continue forward. Judging by its stature, this figure is robust and lacks a long tail. It is likely not the king of the lizard men." Just as Harold voiced his thoughts, Saber sniffed the air, revealing a look of complexity upon his face. He then looked up at Harold, seemingly wishing to say something at that moment. However, a muffled voice from the distance called out, "Hey, goblin, you are quite bold, aren't you?" This does not bode well. Harold frowned, his left mechanical arm emitting a series of clicks. Beside him, Rebecca swiftly donned her claws. Gradually, the shadow approached the torchlight, revealing its true form, a towering werewolf, Lord Marcus Theodore. Saber exclaimed in astonishment, "An acquaintance?" Harold's eyes flickered as he regarded the werewolf before him. The werewolf retained the facial features of a wolf, its body cloaked in a thick coat of gray-white fur that could not conceal its extraordinarily developed muscles. Its limbs bore the claws of a wolf, yet its fingers possessed the dexterity of human hands. Huff! Marcus exhaled a plume of warm breath, turning to Saber and inquired, "Saber, has this goblin enslaved you?" Saber hesitated, then shook his head. "No. While I did suffer defeat at Lord Harold's hands previously, we have been treated equally that I willingly serve Lord Harold." A flicker of doubt crossed Marcus's face as he shot a skeptical glance at Harold. "Saber, when I sought to recruit your tribe, you vehemently refused, claiming you wish to be a wolf king and conquer the outskirts of the forest. How is it that you now willingly submit to a goblin?" Harold raised an eyebrow, eyeing Saber with newfound intrigue. He had not anticipated such ambition from him. Saber's expression grew somewhat pained as he replied, "Indeed, I once harbored such thoughts. However, we faced relentless hunts from the humans, leaving only a handful of our kin struggling to survive. From that point onward, I relinquished my aspirations of conquering the outer forest, for I realized that no matter how strong I became, I could never rival the humans. Yet then, the emergence of Lord Harold instilled within me a sense of hope and confidence, prompting me to lead my kin into his tribe." "What?" Marcus's voice thundered as he slammed his fist against the wall, causing the entire cavern to tremble slightly. That Harold's eyelids flickered in alarm, fearing that Marcus's punch might collapse the cave. Yet Marcus continued to rage. "Those vile humans! How dare they lay a hand on my kin? I shall not let them go unpunished. But Saber, why did you not seek me out at that time? And what capabilities does this goblin possess that would compel you to submit to him?" Saber's expression was conflicted, on the verge of explaining when a female voice echoed from deep within the cave. "Marcus, do you wish to bury us alive? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring them inside." Marcus bared his teeth and shouted back, "Silence, you feathered nuisance. Local Inn, it is not your place to meddle in my affairs. You seek death." The female voice resounded once more, followed by a series of dull thuds. But soon after, gentle voices emerged from others, seemingly attempting to soothe her. Moments later, a resounding male voice broke through. "Marcus, have you had your fill of chaos? We have all been waiting for quite some time." Marcus snorted coldly, seemingly wary of the speaker, and refrained from further retorts. Instead, he turned back to Harold, speaking in a low voice. "Boy, our matter is far from settled. However, since Saber remains in your tribe, I shall side with you this time. But do not harbor excessive hopes. Those individuals are formidable adversaries." Harold felt a stirring within, grasping the implication behind Marcus's words. That it was evident that a rift had emerged among the higher echelons of the Monster Council regarding his invitation to join. Currently, it seemed that the dissenting voices were more pronounced. Following closely behind Marcus, Harold and the others finally arrived at the cave's entrance. As they stepped inside, 9 figures of varying sizes materialized before Harold's eyes. Aside from Marcus, he recognized the Werewolf King. The rest of the monsters he was beginning to form conjectures about. "Let me introduce myself," began a towering figure over 3 meters tall, with the head of a bull. The unmistakable horns and snout revealed that he was a minotaur. "Is it necessary to introduce a mere goblin?" interjected another familiar figure. The long tail and green-scaled armor clearly identified him as Wolf Leonard, the Lizard-Man King, whom Harold had heard about from Gunther. "Wolf, the discussion is not yet concluded. You do not possess the authority to determine his fate," retorted a feminine voice promptly. The owner of the voice possessed a slender serpentine lower body. While her upper half resembled a voluptuous human woman, her features exquisitely refined. A serpent demon. "Melissa, the outcome is already quite evident. Perhaps you should focus your energies on your footless little serpents instead," Wolf remarked, a touch of derision lacing his voice as he turned to the serpent demon. "What did you just say?" It was clear that Wolf's words had struck a nerve with Melissa. Enough. At that moment, a giant seated at the head of the table, towering above the others, slammed his hand on the stone table. "I have already stated this twice. I do not wish to waste any more time." This monstrous creature was imposing, his body a deep green and rippling with taut muscles. His head bore resemblance to that of a large goblin, with two enormous tusks protruding from his mouth. Harold quickly recalled a name: Troll. Once the troll finished speaking, silence enveloped the gathering. The troll then turned his gaze to Harold and spoke first. "Goblin, I am Atreus Talons, the king of the trolls. Welcome to the Monster Council." He gestured to the others in succession, stating, "The remaining individuals are Marcus Theodore, king of the werewolves; Locrin Kay, queen of the harpies; Wolf Leonard, king of the lizardmen; Melissa Bernice, queen of the serpent demons; Craig Gadgel, king of the minotaurs; Greth Adair, king of the griffins; Bert Usbashton, king of the centaurs; and Flynn Carroll, king of the spider demons." As he glanced around the assembly, he matched names to faces. Harold was already familiar with Wolf, the king of the lizardmen, and Marcus, the werewolf king. He had also remembered Atreus, the king of the trolls. He retained a mental image of Craig, the minotaur king, and Melissa, the serpent demon queen, who had spoken earlier. Next, Harold turned his attention to the remaining four. The harpy, Locrin, who had previously quarreled with Marcus, was of a stature comparable to a typical human. Her arms extended into massive eagle wings, while her legs ended in sharp talons. Remarkably, her wings bore human-like hands at the tips, and her elongated legs resembled those of a human. Her head and upper body were strikingly human-like as well, her beauty quite notable. Beside Locrin was the spider demon Flynn, whose lower half was that of a giant spider, comparable in size to Saber. From the spider's head emerged a human upper body, equally feminine and striking in appearance. Adjacent to her was Bert, the centaur king, whose build mirrored that of Saber. His lower half consisted of equine limbs and torso, while his upper half was distinctly human. As a fellow male, he possessed a rather handsome visage. The final individual, Greth, the griffin king, was larger than Saber, boasting the body and limbs of a lion. However, he sported immense wings reminiscent of a griffin, and his head was entirely that of a griffin. At that moment, Harold couldn't help but muse to himself about the surreal experience of entering a realm of monsters. He then addressed the assembly. "Greetings, everyone. I am Harold, the chieftain of the goblin tribe, and I also lead the windwolves and the human race. Beside me are the former windwolf leader, Saber, and the human Rebecca." The assembly cast curious glances at Harold, but their attention quickly shifted to Saber and Rebecca. Compared to Harold, they were more intrigued by why these two would bow to a goblin. "Marcus, it seems your wolf tribe is not as formidable as one might think, given that a wolf would submit to a goblin." Wolf launched a taunt at Marcus. Harold narrowed his eyes, realizing that Wolf was attempting to sow discord between him and Marcus. However, judging by the latter's demeanor, Harold surmised that Wolf was unaware that he had already slain some of Marcus's subordinates. He couldn't help but wonder how Wolf would react if he discovered that Harold had killed Becky. "Humph." Marcus shot a glare at Wolf, retorting, "The affairs of my wolf tribe are none of your concern. We have matters to discuss today, and I have no desire to bicker with you. Once this matter concludes, we can settle our differences in a duel, if you wish." Wolf regarded Marcus with a cold gaze. But after a fleeting glance at Atreus, he offered Marcus a sinister smile. "There will be an opportunity." With that, he turned back to Atreus and inquired, "All right, Atreus, now that we are all acquainted, it is time to reach a conclusion. I stand by my original stance. How could a goblin possibly qualify for membership in the Monster Council?" "Indeed," Greth interjected, flapping his wings, "that I concur with Wolf's viewpoint. The Monster Council is not child's play. If even goblins are allowed to join, we would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of other intelligent races. When did we, as monsters, ever concern ourselves with the opinions of others?" Melissa immediately countered, "But as you can see, he has managed to unify the windwolves and the intermediate race of humans. Particularly, the human king, Edith, may not match our strength, but she is certainly among the elite of the intermediate races." "Edith?" Flynn suddenly chuckled. "While Edith's abilities are noteworthy, her potential has already peaked. Even if she were to unite all of humanity, her race remains of inferior status. At best, they are fit to be our food supply." As Flynn finished, the other monsters began to interject, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tumultuous. Meanwhile, Rebecca clenched her fists in response to Flynn's words. Although she understood that humans were indeed inferior, Flynn's remarks still ignited her ire. Harold noticed her distress and instinctively grasped her hand, hoping to calm her nerves. Yet, the moment he touched her, he felt her hand tremble, as if she had grown tense. Startled, he looked at Rebecca, only to find her face flushed. Though it did not appear to be anger. Rather, it seemed quite peculiar. "Are you feeling unwell?" Harold was somewhat perplexed, but at that moment, he lacked the energy to concern himself with such matters from the recent discussions among the gathered individuals. He had gleaned the essence of their debate, whether he was worthy of joining the Monster Council. Moreover, none had inquired about his own thoughts. Among them, the Harpy King, Localin, the Serpent King, Melissa, and the Minotaur King. Craig were clearly in favor of Harold's inclusion. Conversely, the Troll King, Atli, and the Wolfman King, Marcus, had yet to express their stance. The remaining four were vehemently opposed to Harold's admission into the council. For the time being, it appeared that the trio supporting Harold was at a numerical disadvantage. However, Harold was aware that Marcus had previously pledged his support, which meant the decisive power rested in Atli's hands. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Bert, amidst the argument, turned to Marcus and asked, "Marcus, it's time for you to share your thoughts. I presume you stand with us against this, do you not?" Marcus glanced at Harold, revealing a toothy grin as he replied, "No. On this matter, I support Harold's inclusion in the Monster Council." "What?" As soon as Marcus finished speaking, Bert and the others were left dumbfounded. Even Melissa and her companions, who had initially sided with Harold, displayed a glimmer of confusion. Marcus had not previously voiced his opinion, yet his attitude had clearly suggested skepticism towards Harold. "Marcus, have you lost your mind?" Phelan interjected, unable to contain herself. "I know you have a feud with Wolf, but do not forget that Harold has enslaved wolves of your kind, and you still wish to assist him?" Marcus merely shrugged after casting a glance at Saber, saying, "And what of it? I simply believe that Harold's admission to the council would be beneficial for us all." "Damn it." Wolf rose in anger, exclaiming, "Marcus, you must be doing this deliberately." Marcus shot him a sidelong glance but remained silent. The others exchanged glances, falling into a hush, with the sides evenly split at 4 against 4. Further arguments seemed futile. In the next moment, all eyes turned towards the still undecided Atli. Atli first regarded Marcus, then cast a meaningful glance at Harold. After a brief moment of contemplation, he proposed, "How about this? We had requested Harold to bring 1,000 portions of food, correct? Let us use this food to determine his fate." Outside the cave, bags of food were piled high, like a small mountain. The wolves that had been transporting the provisions had long since returned with empty carts. Gunter approached the bags and unsheathed a knife, slicing open one of the sacks. "What is this?" Upon seeing the green bok choy within, Gunter was taken aback. He grabbed a handful of the greens, sniffed them, and his expression soured further. "Isn't this just grass?" Gunter had never interacted with humans, and thus was unaware that the plant in his hand was an edible vegetable to him. Only meat constituted food, rendering the bok choy nothing more than worthless weeds. "It can't all be like this, can it?" Gunter thought, eyeing the other bags with a peculiar look. He hastily cut open several more sacks, only to find them filled with the vibrant green bok choy. At this point, Gunter was utterly flabbergasted. Just then, Wolf's voice echoed from within the cave. "Gunter, once you've inspected the food, come inside. Remember to bring a sample." Gunter stared at the bok choy in his hand and then at the cave, momentarily at a loss. But soon he snapped back to reality, grabbing a handful of bok choy and rushing into the cave. Those weeds were brought by that goblin, and he could hardly wait to see the goblin meet its demise at the hands of the esteemed assembly. Inside the cave, upon hearing Wolf's call, Rebecca and Saber appeared somewhat anxious. They were well aware of what lay within that batch of food. They certainly did not naively believe that this assembly of carnivorous monsters would be satisfied with mere tens of thousands of pounds of vegetables. Yet, in contrast to their apprehension, Harold remained remarkably composed. From the moment he decided to fulfill the task with vegetables, he had anticipated this very scenario. Of course, he understood that the others would likely harbor grievances regarding the vegetables. Nevertheless, he remained confident in his ability to persuade Atli and the others. After all, the ability to cultivate bok choy signified greater possibilities. Before long, Gunter appeared before everyone with the vegetables in hand. Upon seeing the contents in Gunter's grasp, the expressions of those present turned peculiar. "Gunter, what on earth have you brought? I specifically instructed you to procure food." Wolf scolded vehemently, suspecting Gunter had made a mistake by bringing a heap of wild grass. Gunter, looking aggrieved, replied softly, "My king, this is indeed the food brought by the goblin. All those tens of thousands of pounds of food consist solely of these." "What?" Wolf's expression grew even more exaggerated as he abruptly turned to Harold, demanding, "Goblin, what do you mean by this? Have you brought us tens of thousands of pounds of weeds for our amusement?" The others, some of whom recognized Gunter's bok choy, chose to remain silent in a display of tacit understanding. Even Marcus and the others felt the same way, as they too perceived that Harold had indeed gone a bit too far. Harold casually surveyed the faces of those present before addressing Wolf, retorting, "Who says these are weeds? They are edible vegetables known as bok choy. A senior member of the Monster Council. You ought to be familiar with them, as he concluded. A subtle undertone of significance crept into Harold's voice. Wolf hesitated, momentarily caught off guard. Without further thought, he slammed his hand on the stone table and retorted, "Bok choy, I know nothing of it. Goblin, do not attempt to obfuscate the truth." A faint smile graced the corners of Harold's mouth as he turned to the others present, suggesting, "I trust that at least one among you recognizes this vegetable." Among the 8 present, most displayed expressions of complex emotions, having discerned the mockery embedded in Harold's words as a council established to protect the interests of other monsters. They should have been the most knowledgeable about humans. Yet, it was evident that some among them did not even recognize bok choy. This was a clear indictment of their incompetence. However, rather than inciting anger, their curiosity was piqued. Just where had Harold procured those tens of thousands of pounds of bok choy? At this moment, Atli stepped forward, saying, "All right, Harold, we all know this is a type of vegetable favored by humans called bok choy. However, I recall that this vegetable does not grow in the forest. Where did you acquire such a large quantity?" "Well, what of it?" Harold shrugged as for how I obtained them. "I can tell you that these vegetables were cultivated by my tribe." Cultivated? The few members of the Monster Council who understood bok choy exchanged astonished glances. Monsters were inherently creatures of battle. While hunting was within their purview, the idea of learning agriculture or husbandry was utterly foreign. Thus, while they were vaguely aware that humans possessed the ability to produce their own food, they had never considered learning such skills themselves. Yet now, Harold was asserting that he had acquired the capability to produce food. Though it was merely vegetables, the revelation left them in shock. If they could cultivate vegetables, could they also learn to raise livestock? Contemplating this, their gazes toward Harold shifted significantly. "Harold, are you certain that these vegetables were cultivated by your tribe?" Marcus inquired. Harold nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, we have clashed with humans before. This is knowledge we have stealthily acquired from them. Regardless of whether the opposing side truly surveils his tribe, it is improbable that there would be no gaps at all." Harold boldly claimed that he had pilfered knowledge from the human race, and not only would they harbor no suspicion, but they would even find it reasonable. Indeed, upon hearing Harold's words, Atli and the others nodded thoughtfully, convinced by his explanation. Shortly thereafter, Melissa turned her gaze to Harold, her expression tinged with anticipation. "Apart from this little bok choy, do you possess any other skills?" "Of course, there are many others," Harold replied with a subtle smile. "However, the time you afforded me was rather limited, and for now, I have only managed to cultivate the bok choy." "Many others? What about some animals?" Lokelin could not restrain her curiosity. "Do you also rear animals?" Harold casually nodded. "Certainly, but breeding animals requires a considerable amount of time." Upon hearing Harold's response, the crowd's expressions brightened. They regarded Harold with newfound admiration, as though he were some rare treasure. For the majority of the magical creatures in the forest, their sustenance had always come from the ordinary animals that inhabited it. Naturally, the forest was vast, and the number of animals was plentiful. Thus, they had never had to worry about food throughout history. However, as the magical beings evolved, particularly with the establishment of the Magical Council, interspecies conflicts had diminished significantly. Most of them had failed to fulfill the obligations expected of the higher echelons of the Council, no longer resisting the human race to protect their own kind. This had consequently led to a dramatic increase in the population of their species. If only 1 or 2 races were experiencing such growth, it would not pose a problem. The issue lay in the fact that this was the case for the majority of the mid-tier magical creatures. As a result, the demand for meat among the magical beings was steadily escalating. Gradually, the equilibrium between magical creatures and animals was disrupted. At least those present had already sensed that hunting was becoming increasingly difficult. This instilled in them a sense of urgency, fearing that at any moment, the animals might be hunted to extinction, leaving them to starve. Hence, they had tasked the humans with gathering provisions sufficient for 10,000, and now Harold's emergence had bestowed upon them renewed hope. A goblin tribe capable of animal husbandry was akin to a veritable treasure trove of meat. Gunter, who had initially awaited Harold's misfortune, found himself rendered speechless as the situation increasingly favored Harold. He hurriedly approached Wolf, whispering, "My king, you cannot allow that goblin to escape. He has slain Becky." "What?" Upon learning that Harold could rear animals, Wolf had been contemplating whether to cultivate a relationship with him. Little did he expect Gunter to reveal the news of Becky's demise at such a crucial moment. "You say he killed Becky?" Wolf exclaimed incredulously. After confirming Gunter's nod, he turned with fury toward Harold, who was encircled by others, and shouted, "Goblin, did you kill my subordinate Becky?" Having just addressed the crowd's inquiries, a glint of clarity flashed in Harold's eyes as he calmly replied to Wolf. "Indeed, it was I who killed the one named Becky. However, it was your two subordinates who attacked me first. Moreover, you should be grateful that I left one of them alive." "What did you say?" Veins bulged on Wolf's forehead. Harold had slain his subordinate and still expected him to express gratitude. Was this the sort of thing a person would say? Was he to thank Harold for not killing him on the spot? With that thought, Wolf could no longer restrain himself, that he leaped forward, extending his hand toward Harold. In an instant, Wolf's hand was mere millimeters from Harold's face. Yet at that moment, Harold seemed oblivious, frozen in place. The nearest Marcus swiftly seized Wolf's wrist and hurled him against the wall. With a resounding crash, the cave reverberated, and a few small stones fell to the ground. "Leader Harold, are you all right?" "You are bleeding." Rebecca, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. The crowd gasped and turned their anxious gazes toward Harold. This was no jest. Harold was a precious asset that must not be harmed. They soon observed a 2-centimeter-long gash beneath Harold's left eye, with blood already seeping from it. "I am fine," Harold stammered, appearing deeply shaken before gradually calming himself. Seeing that Harold was not gravely injured, the others turned their wrath toward Wolf. "Wolf, have you lost your mind? This is the Magical Council, not your lizard man lair." "Indeed, Wolf, do not overstep your bounds. If you provoke public outrage, we would not hesitate to unite against your lizardman clan. Harold's presence is of paramount importance. Wolf, your actions were reckless." "Yes, and besides, Harold already mentioned that it was your people who attacked him first." Several others chimed in, chastising Wolf. Even Gret and his companions, who had initially sided with Wolf, could not refrain from offering their own rebukes. Wolf, who had just risen from the ground, appeared oblivious to the admonitions. His gaze fixated on Harold. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "I understand now. This was my error." He then turned to Gunter and barked, "Get lost, you worthless fool." Gunter trembled, witnessing the whirlwind of events unfold, from Wolf's attack to his being slammed against the wall, culminating in being forced to admit his mistake. This shattered his perception of Wolf, instilling a primal fear of Harold within him. Hearing Wolf's harsh reprimand felt like a reward, prompting him to flee the cave in a frenzy. "Very well, this matter ends here." Atli issued another warning to Wolf before surveying the others and inquiring, "Now, I have agreed to Harold's inclusion in the Magical Council. Do any of you oppose this?" The crowd shook their heads. Harold had already demonstrated his worth. How could they possibly oppose him now? "Good. Then from this moment forth, Harold shall be considered a member of our Magical Council." Atli nodded with satisfaction. Then turned to Harold. "Harold, you are now one of us. From now on, we are united. We share both honor and misfortune. Should you encounter any peril, do not hesitate to seek our assistance." Is he trying to ensnare me? Harold's heart skipped a beat as he discerned the trap within Atli's words. This notion of sharing honor and misfortune was merely a ploy to have Harold assist them with animal husbandry. Yet, fully aware of this, Harold replied to Atli, "Thank you, Lord Atli, and to all of you for your support. Likewise, if any of you have matters in which I can be of assistance, I shall certainly lend a hand." Upon hearing Harold's declaration, the eyes of those present lit up. This was precisely the assurance they had been awaiting. Atli continued, "Ahem, we actually do have something for you to assist us with. As it stands, the animals deep within the forest have dwindled considerably, and our food supplies have diminished accordingly. If this continues, we may soon face a food shortage. While we may fare well, we are concerned that some of the less compliant mid-tier magical creatures might venture into the outer forest, potentially jeopardizing the safety of your tribe. Coincidentally, I heard you mention that you can rear animals. Therefore, I was wondering if you could help us breed animals as our source of sustenance." A clever strategy indeed. Harold's eyes narrowed slightly. It was clear that if he declined, the unruly mid-tier magical creatures Atli spoke of might conveniently raid his tribe the very next day. "Yes, that's so." Harold feigned reluctance. "However, with so many of you, I fear I might not be able to gather all the necessary resources for breeding." Particularly regarding resources, the atmosphere grew tense as Atli exchanged glances with his companions. Harold's intent was unmistakable. It was out of the question to assist without compensation. They were required to furnish the corresponding resources. Atli and his fellows did not take offense to Harold's stipulations. Conversely, if Harold had appeared overly eager to assist without any form of reciprocity, it might have sparked their suspicion. "What do you require?" Atli inquired. Harold raised 3 fingers and stated, "First, I require a substantial quantity of metal resources to construct the breeding facilities and equipment. Second, capturing breeding animals is no easy feat. Thus, I need you to regularly supply me with a batch of animals for sustainable breeding. Third, breeding grounds necessitate ample space. The more animals I rear, the larger the area needed, so I require a more extensive territory. Finally, I shall provide you with rations of equal value corresponding to the resources you supply." Such audacious demands. A ripple of shock coursed through the assembly, for none had anticipated Harold's extensive requirements, each one being critically significant. Firstly, the matter of metal was paramount. As intermediate magical beings, they possessed a limited capacity for metal extraction and weapon forging, making metal a vital resource for each of their tribes. Then there were the animals. The creatures deep within the forest were already dwindling, and if they were to send another batch to Harold, their own sustenance would be further diminished. As for the last point, it was even more daunting. Agreeing to these terms would effectively grant Harold legitimate rights to territorial expansion. Therefore, each of these 3 conditions posed a significant challenge. Yet after exchanging glances, they all nodded in agreement. With a deep breath, Atli addressed Harold. "Very well. We accept these 3 conditions. However, we shall need to discuss the specifics further." Outside the cave, Harold rode alongside Saber, flanked by Rebecca, retracing their steps as the sun illuminated their path. Behind them, the senior members of the Magical Council waved farewell to Harold with friendly gestures, almost as if to say, "Do come again, dear Lord." Yet once Harold and his companions vanished from sight, the smiles of the assembly quickly faded. "Let us confer further," Atli suggested, casting a sidelong glance at Wolf. The others nodded and ventured back into the shadows of the cave. "Lord Harold, is your injury on the face all right?" Along the way, Rebecca occasionally glanced at the scar beneath Harold's left eye, unable to suppress her inquiry. Harold touched the already healed wound and replied with a smile, "It's nothing, merely a minor injury." "Minor injury, you say?" Saber interjected, his voice laced with a hint of apprehension. "Had it not been for Lord Marcus's timely intervention, your eye could have been gouged out by that wolf." Harold chuckled, patting Saber's back without responding. However, a flicker of doubt crossed Rebecca's eyes as she remarked, "Lord Harold, I still find it rather peculiar. Yes, there's something you cannot comprehend." Harold turned his gaze towards Rebecca, a glint of admiration in his eyes. Indeed, Rebecca's perception was notably astute. "That I believe Wolf is powerful. Yet given your speed, even if you could not evade him, you ought to have been able to defend yourself," Rebecca continued, her eyes fixed intently on Harold. "But you appeared completely unresponsive. Moreover, if Wolf had truly launched a full-scale attack, Lord Marcus would not have merely tossed him aside so casually. Yes, fellow kings of our kind, the disparity in their strengths cannot be so vast. Furthermore, even if Wolf were indeed inferior to Lord Marcus, The timing of Marcus's intervention was rather suspect, almost as if it were deliberate. Indeed, Saber chimed in, reflecting on the situation. He halted and turned to Harold. Leader, if your strength is on par with Wolf's, it seems unlikely that he could overpower you. Harold had previously informed them that his prowess rivaled that of the kings among intermediate magical beings. So he should not be so easily bested. Hearing their words, Harold shook his head, his gaze deepening. Though we have yet to engage, I can sense that my strength does not measure up to Wolf's. Both Rebecca and Saber paused, about to question him, when Harold added, not only myself, but most of the other kings within a magical council are likely no match for Wolf. Rebecca and Saber felt increasingly bewildered. Observing their confusion, Harold patted Saber's back and chuckled. All right, let's walk and talk. There's no need to linger. Then, Harold began to clarify, is it not strange? At that moment, I was indeed encircled by Atli and the others. Yet I nearly fell victim to Wolf's assault. Moreover, it is worth noting that Wolf had questioned me before striking, calling out loudly, as if to deliberately alert me and the others. Are you suggesting that he was intentionally announcing his intent to attack you? Rebecca's eyes lit up as she interjected. Harold nodded. Precisely at that time, I had already captured the attention of the others. There was no way he could have succeeded, since he has managed to ascend to a high position within the magical council. He cannot possibly be a fool. Therefore, it stands to reason that he acted with intent, likely seeking to probe my capabilities. However, they did not anticipate my lack of response, which is why it was only at the last moment that Marcus reacted to save me. Simultaneously, it is likely that Wolf had already tempered his force, which is why Marcus was able to easily throw him against the wall. So, you intentionally refrained from resisting. Rebecca grasped the crux of the matter. Yes, Harold affirmed with a nod. They sought to gauge my strength, and how could I acquiesce to their desires? But if your speculation is incorrect, you could very well find yourself at Wolf's mercy. Rebecca's expression turned grave as she regarded Harold earnestly. Lord Harold, you are the leader of our tribe. It is imperative that you remain unharmed. I implore you not to take such dangerous risks in the future. Harold shrugged. I, like you, am not so fragile. No. Rebecca interjected, positioning herself in front of Harold and kneeling. You must promise me. Harold gazed at the resolute Rebecca and sighed. Very well, I promise to be more cautious in the future. Satisfied with Harold's response, Rebecca finally moved aside. That moment. Saber suddenly inquired, Leader, why did you assert that Wolf's strength surpasses that of the others? I sense he is strong, yet he often acts impulsively, much like a brash fool. Not so. Before Harold could respond, Rebecca interjected, I believe Wolf is also deliberately concealing his true capabilities. His volatility seems to be a feigned display. Harold nodded, adding, Indeed, he is putting on an act. However, it is a calculated performance. Can you not see it? If you can discern this, surely the cunning elders of the Magical Council have recognized it as well. That Harold's words bore a deeper meaning. Wolf has been masquerading, but he is not pretending to be reckless. Rather, he is portraying himself as a scheming individual. His subordinates, whether Becky or Gunter, possess nearly royal-level strength. It is inconceivable that someone capable of nurturing such followers could be simple-minded. Furthermore, while his impulsiveness may be feigned, the arrogance in his gaze is genuine. He fears neither Marcus nor Atli. Such confidence is impossible without formidable strength. Thus, in comparison to others, even Atli, it is Wolf whom I regard with the greatest trepidation. Witnessing Harold's unexpectedly high regard for Wolf, Rebecca and Saber began to harbor apprehensions towards him. Then why do you agree to assist the lizard folk in cultivating their food supplies? Rebecca inquired once more. Everyone knows you harbor a grudge against Wolf, and there's an ongoing rivalry between you two. If you were to refuse, they would undoubtedly come to your aid. Harold smirked and cryptically replied, Precisely because he is the most perilous, I am compelled to aid him in food cultivation. Moreover, the higher the stakes, the better. At this point, Harold turned to the bewildered Rebecca and Saber, intoning gravely, Are you aware of food monopolization? After several days, Harold and his companions traversed through the human territories and finally returned to the goblin tribe. Upon their return, they were greeted by a fresh scene. The former experimental fields had sprouted countless new shoots, and the neighboring farm had seen the bamboo rats and wild rabbits grow significantly larger. at this rate. The first batch of food would be ready for harvest within a month. Harold expressed his satisfaction. Just then, Gardner emerged from the breeding grounds, beaming with joy at the sight of Harold. "Leader, you have returned. Look at this new cultivation method I have learned that by combining farming and animal husbandry, we can feed the rabbits and bamboo rats with weeds and discarded leaves from our fields. And in turn, use their manure to irrigate the farmland out of course. This is merely supplementary. Their main diet will still be provided." "Well done," Harold nodded. "However, do not become complacent. You must continue to learn diligently. You will soon find yourself busier, as there are large numbers of animals awaiting your care." "Large numbers?" Gardner was taken aback. "Leader, are you planning to expand the breeding grounds? But with our current population, we do not require that many animals. Too many would become a burden. Overbreeding necessitates a greater labor force, as managing the breeding grounds and providing food for the animals both require manpower. This is not for our tribe," Harold elucidated. "During the negotiations with the Monster Council, we reached an agreement for our tribe to supply them with food that, in return, they will provide corresponding compensation. Consequently, once we expand our breeding operations, we won't be managing just dozens or hundreds of animals, but at least thousands." Gardner refrained from inquiring about the nature of the compensation, trusting that his leader would not suffer any losses that I understand. "As long as the base number of animals is sufficient, I will not disappoint your expectations," Harold patted Gardner on the shoulder. "Rest assured, the animals will be delivered to us. Now, you may return to your tasks." With that, Harold turned and departed. Next, Harold made his way to the military department. The goblins in the tribe who were suited for learning had gradually been separated from those who were not. The latter would be assigned to the military department after mastering basic language skills to commence training in military prowess. Meanwhile, those suited for learning would pursue their studies while simultaneously contributing to the tribe's development. For instance, those who had completed basic education in agriculture, animal husbandry, logging, and metallurgy had already begun their respective work. As for the more specialized trades of carpentry, masonry, and blacksmithing, there were currently no goblins in the tribe who had mastered these skills. After all, these crafts require time and experience. Starting classes just a month or two ago was still too soon for them to achieve proficiency. "Your Excellency, Harold, you have arrived," Rebecca and Barry greeted him as he approached the military department. Upon noticing the injury beneath Harold's left eye, Barry's expression shifted to one of alarm. "Leader, what happened to you? Was it those Monster Council members? How infuriating! Allow me to lead the troops against them." Seeing Barry's agitation, Harold lightly tapped his head, saying, "Calm down. It's merely a minor injury. Did Rebecca not inform you of my purpose in seeking you?" "Oh, that tap didn't hurt," Barry chuckled, covering his head. "Rebecca told me that I would be accompanying her and the humans to capture more animals for domestication. She also mentioned assisting the Monster Council with animal husbandry. But didn't they say the animals would be delivered to us? Why do we need to capture them ourselves?" Harold's lips curled into a smile. "Because I intend to monopolize the food supply. The animals deep within the forest are dwindling in number, and once those tribes begin widespread hunting, the population of animals will plummet once more to that point. They will likely venture to the forest periphery for hunting. What I need you to do is capture all the animals in the transitional zone between the periphery and the depths of the forest." Barry grasped the implication. "You want them to be left without a food source, forcing them to rely on you?" "Precisely," Harold affirmed with a grin. "Although they may not notice immediately, over time, they will come to depend on us. Furthermore, I will establish the breeding grounds just outside the forest, creating a protective barrier. Should the humans come to trouble us, they will have no choice but to intervene on our behalf. For the monsters, food is of paramount importance. If Harold's plan succeeds, the entire Monster Council will be at his beck and call. Of course, this hinges on the strength of his tribe matching that of the various races within the Monster Council. Harold is confident that he can achieve this swiftly. After all, the metallurgy factory is already operational. And once the educational department's weaponry curriculum is initiated, it won't be long before he ushers in the era of firearms. Soon after, Barry led the goblin wolf riders and the humans to capture prey. The human leader was Buckler, while Rebecca remained by Harold's side. Naturally, in exchange for the humans' assistance, Harold offered compensation, opportunities for learning or training within the military department. After all, he had previously assured Edith that he would not impose restrictions on the humans. In turn, he would not provide unconditional support to them either. In the days that followed, the tribe developed in an orderly fashion. New breeding grounds were under construction, and Barry and Buckler frequently returned with animals. Meanwhile, Harold initiated more specialized intermediate courses in the educational department, including forestry and aquaculture. Simultaneously, he expanded the foundational curriculum to include basic mathematics and physics. Harold did not hold high hopes for the physics curriculum, but he aspired to cultivate genuine high-level talents. However, the establishment of these courses and their associated costs once again drained Harold's evolution points. He had not anticipated that courses would vary in expense. The trio of physics courses alone consumed nearly 200,000 evolution points, and this was merely for the foundational level. One day, while inspecting the breeding grounds, Harold was approached by Rebecca, who hurriedly announced, "Leader, your kin are about to give birth." Harold was momentarily taken aback before joy surged within him. Is it finally happening? It was indeed remarkable. Since the founding of the tribe, the goblins have been tirelessly focused on development, resulting in several months without a single newborn. Now that the tribe had entered a period of stability, the members could finally relax. The arrival of new life signified the tribe's transition into a new era. System notification: a new citizen has been detected in the tribe. Automatic recognition grants an increase of 4 evolution points daily. Current evolution points: 15200, 14872 points remaining. Within the dwelling, Harold gazed upon the newborn, his heart brimming with emotion. The base value of goblins was initially set at 1 point, and to progress to 2 points, they must possess a spirit of resistance. Now, with the newborn's base value elevated to 2 points, it indicated that this goblin had indeed developed a sense of defiance. This signified a fundamental evolution within Harold's tribe. As Harold gazed around, he was met with the benevolent and curious expressions of the goblins. Alongside the expectant faces of the new parents before him, a decision unfurled within his heart. It was time to bestow names upon his kin. Cradling the child, he addressed the assembly, declaring, "My dear kin, I have promised you a life of peace and the establishment of a city that belongs solely to us goblins. Though the city is yet to be built, we have already secured a life of tranquility. This hard-won existence is a testament to the efforts and contributions of each one of you. Therefore, I have resolved to grant you all names." Instantly, the gathered goblins erupted in fervor. The significance of names needed no elaboration. They had all heard Harold proclaim that those who contributed to the tribe would receive his naming. They had tirelessly worked to build their community, partly in hopes of earning his recognition. Yet, despite their efforts, they felt they had achieved little. Believing their current endeavors mirrored those before they joined Harold's tribe, they attributed the tribe's growth solely to Harold himself. Thus, as Harold announced his intention to bestow names, they felt a mixture of anticipation and unworthiness. Then, one goblin stepped forward, his voice tinged with apprehension. "Chief, we understand that our tribe's advancement is due to your grace. We have not contributed as significantly as Lord Barry or Lord Gardner. Are you truly prepared to grant us names?" Harold chuckled softly. "I alone could not have forged such a formidable tribe. This honor belongs to each of you. Moreover, starting today, the newborns of our tribe shall also receive my naming." With that, Harold turned to the little goblin in his arms and proclaimed, "Let us begin with him. Harold, bestow upon you the name Lidun." The newborn goblin seemed to sense the moment, suddenly bursting into loud wails. Harold laughed heartily. Handing the child back to his parents, he then addressed the crowd. "Most of you can now read, so I will soon instruct our carpenter kin to craft uniformly sized wooden plaques. Once I have bestowed your names, we shall engrave them upon these plaques. From now on, these plaques shall symbolize your identities." Contemplating the unified naming process, Harold swiftly considered the creation of identification cards for the goblins. He also envisioned compiling a registry to maintain records of all goblins, thereby enhancing the management of his kin. Naturally, he decided to assign the task of handling records to Rebecca, as the position of logistics minister had remained unfilled. She was undoubtedly the best candidate for the role. "You want me to assume the role of logistics minister?" "No, I cannot agree to that." Within the command center, Harold's announcement to Rebecca was met with immediate rejection. Harold was taken aback, questioning why the reluctance. I do not wish to entirely integrate into the goblin tribe. I'm formally inviting you to be our tribe's logistics minister, although the human race has effectively merged with the goblin tribe. Especially after several population exchanges with human tribes, all humans have completely acknowledged your leadership. However, outwardly, I must still maintain appearances, he replied. Enough of this human charade, Rebecca retorted with an eye roll, that we humans have fully integrated into your tribe. There is no separation left. It's not a matter of identity. I simply do not believe I am suited for the role of logistics minister. You could easily appoint Saber instead, as she spoke. Rebecca gestured toward the listless Saber, who lifted his head despondently to address her. Rebecca, please do not jest that I can hardly manage as it is. How could I possibly fulfill the responsibilities of the logistics minister? In truth, Saber had harbored hopes when he first learned of the need for a logistics minister. However, upon grasping the duties involved, organizing data, writing, and managing daily resources, his confidence evaporated. How could a lone wolf like him accomplish such tasks? Observing Saber's demeanor, Rebecca quickly realized the futility of her suggestion and continued, Then, my Lord Harold, you might consider appointing Queen Edith for the position. She possesses greater aptitude for management than I. Harold sighed. I have indeed contemplated this, but she is, after all, the leader of the human tribe. Their clan resides deep within the forest. It would be unreasonable to expect her to neglect her people to manage our tribe. She would certainly refuse. How can you know Queen Edith would be unwilling without asking her? Rebecca countered. From what I know of her, she would undoubtedly be eager to assist you in managing the tribe. As for the humans, I believe they would jump at the chance to relocate to your tribe. The truth is, in comparison to Harold's tribe, the human settlement pales in all respects. After spending time here, humans would find it hard to adjust back to their own tribe. Even I have grown fond of life in Harold's tribe. Such outcomes had long been anticipated by Harold. He stroked his chin in contemplation before replying. Very well, I shall inquire with Edith. However, why are you so averse to the idea of becoming the logistics minister? Rebecca's expression grew complex. After a moment's hesitation, she turned to Harold and said, You have saved my life and repeatedly rescued my tribe. Thus, I have resolved to remain by your side, ensuring your safety. Harold dismissed her statement with a smile. My strength hardly necessitates your protection. Humph. Rebecca's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot Harold a glare. Then with a huff, she leapt away. Hey. Seeing Rebecca dash off, Harold called after her, You may opt out of the ministerial role, but you must still manage the documentation after several days of diligent effort. The tribe's novice carpenters successfully crafted the identification wooden plaques. Each plaque was uniform in size and shape, with Harold's pre-prepared seal stamped on the reverse and on the front. The bottom displayed a unique 12-digit number, each distinct in meaning. The first 4 digits indicated the year, with all plaques in this initial batch marked with 4 zeros, signifying the inaugural year. The middle 4 digits represented the specific month and day, as Harold had chosen to name the tribe over 3 days due to its large population. The final 4 digits denoted the order of naming. Before the logistics department, hundreds of goblins stood in orderly lines, selected as the first batch to receive names. Inside the first floor hall of the department, Harold and Rebecca worked in tandem. Harold would bestow names, inscribing them on the plaques, while Rebecca gathered basic information for record keeping. Once the process was complete, the newly named goblins would take their plaques to the carpenters for engraving. Thus, they would officially become citizens of the tribe. To facilitate this, Harold had prepared over 1,000 names in advance. Otherwise, generating names on the spot for hundreds in one day would surely overwhelm him. Thus, over the course of 3 consecutive days, every goblin in the tribe received their own name. After the identity information was fully organized, Harold convened another meeting with Barry and the others to commence the tribe's second assembly. Chief, when will you bestow names upon the Wind Wolf tribe? Upon entering the meeting room, Saber could no longer contain his curiosity. Meanwhile, Rebecca covertly glanced at Harold, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Harold replied with a smile, Do not fret. After this meeting concludes, I shall also name your Wind Wolf clan AS for the human race. I've already extended an invitation to Edith to join our tribe. Thus, we must await the response from Queen Edith, for she is indeed the sovereign of the humans. For now, let us discuss the plans for our tribe. With that, Harold handed over a dozen documents to the assembly. Through the statistical analysis of our kin's information, I have discovered that there are several pregnant goblins among our tribe. This signifies that our tribe is progressing in a positive direction, entering a phase of stable population growth. Therefore, we need to hasten the establishment of various departments to ensure the stability of our tribe. The individuals I've selected are the cream of the crop among all our kin. Each of them excels in at least one field, making them indispensable talents for our tribe. Consequently, I have decided to incorporate them all into the management department, primarily focusing on the production, logistics, and military departments. The goblins assigned to the production department will be managed by Gardner, while those in the military department will fall under Barry's oversight. As for the goblins in the logistics department, they will be managed by the future head of logistics. Of course, if either of you has any uncertainties, feel free to consult Rebecca, as her expertise in management surpasses yours significantly. Upon hearing Harold's words, Barry was taken aback and exclaimed with joy, "Does this mean I am now the head of the military department?" Harold playfully rapped Barry on the head, chiding, "Who said you were the head of the military department? I have merely entrusted you with the management of the personnel in that department temporarily." The military department differs from other departments. It places greater emphasis on strength and strategy. Barry, your power is still insufficient. Although his words may sting, Harold's assertion is indeed factual. Presently, with the unified training of the goblins, there are those among them who possess extraordinary talents, and Barry's strength cannot instill fear in all of them. In Harold's mind, he already has a suitable candidate for the position of military department head. However, this individual remains uncertain as to when they will return to the tribe. Barry's expression shifted, and he sighed. "Does this mean I will be subordinate to Gardner and the others?" Among those present, Gardner is the head of the production department. Saber serves as a half-mount and advisor, and Rebecca has subtly become Harold's personal guard. Only he remains merely the captain of the Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Harold patted Barry on the back, reassuring him, "Barry, your talents are not limited to this, and there is no need for you to force not forget, you are a goblin hero favored by the god of healing. And in comparison, you may be more suited for the city defense department. Barry's face fell. "Does that mean I must remain in the tribe indefinitely?" Though he voiced this concern, the disappointment on his face diminished somewhat. He understood that Harold still valued him greatly. "All right, enough of that." Harold interrupted Barry's lamentations and continued, "The second matter concerns the issue of livestock. Due to the expansion of the breeding grounds, our tribe's territory must be enlarged once more. This time I anticipate doubling our territory." "Doubled?" Saber interjected. "The tribe's carpenters and stonemasons have nearly mastered the basics. Given our current manpower, if we are merely constructing walls, it should be completed within 3 months. The city defense department can no longer independently construct walls. Thus, everything will require their own efforts, which will take some time. That if the tribe expands its territory by another half, does that mean we can establish a city?" Upon hearing about the expansion of territory, Barry's enthusiasm surged once again. In truth, the tribe had been slowly expanding outward during this period, and it now spanned approximately 150,000 square meters. If we were to double that, it would amount to a substantial 300,000 square meters. The small city of humans typically ranges from 1 million to 2 million square meters. For Goblin City, 300,000 square meters could barely be considered an inner city. Rebecca analyzed. "Indeed, if we were to establish a city, would we not need to bestow it with a fitting name?" Barry looked towards the others, his excitement palpable. Hearing Barry's words, the others also grew intrigued. If a city were truly established, it would indeed be a historic milestone, the first city of goblins. Hence, the significance of the city would be extraordinary, and its name must not be taken lightly. "In my opinion, we should name it after the chief and call it Herald City," Barry suggested first. "That is acceptable, but I believe naming it by surname, Alge City, would be more fitting," Saber chimed in. "That won't do. Surnames aren't as melodious as a given name. Herald City is better," Barry retorted. "Monsters typically name their factions by surname, so it is far more reasonable to call it Alge City." Saber countered, unwilling to concede that a city does not entirely represent a faction. Barry replied, turning to Gardner. "Gardner, which name do you find more appealing?" Gardner, taken aback, scratched his head. "I think both sound fine." That was a beautifully stated answer. Akin to mere chatter, Barry couldn't help but scoffed at that moment. Rebecca, who had been silent throughout the discussion, turned to Harold and inquired, "Lord Harold, what do you think would be a suitable name if we were to establish a city?" Harold shook his head with a smile. "I do not possess as many thoughts as he did. It is still too early for us to establish a city. Without advanced weaponry, I will not decide to build a city." However, upon seeing the expectant gazes of the assembly, he continued, "Of course, if we indeed establish a city in the future, I think it could be called the City of Hope." The meeting continued for the better part of the day, and Harold and the others finally resolved all matters at hand. During this time, the news of Edith's willingness to join the tribe also arrived. Once the discussions concluded, Harold dropped another significant piece of news on the assembly. Upon Edith's arrival, he intends to grant surnames to Saber, Gardner, and Rebecca in front of everyone. Among them, Saber and Gardner had long coveted surnames. Upon receiving Harold's promise, they exuberantly leapt up from their seats, although Rebecca was equally exhilarated. She felt a greater sense of trepidation. She turned to Harold and said, "Lord Harold, I believe I am unworthy of your bestowal." "Oh." Harold raised an eyebrow. "Why is that?" Rebecca took a deep breath and explained, "While I have expressed my intention to protect you, I remain a member of the human race, bound to obey the king's directives. Currently, I do not possess the power of a king. If I were to bear a surname like Queen Edith, it would be a great disrespect to her. I believe Queen Edith would never permit it." Harold nodded in understanding and smiled. "How can you know she would disagree if you do not ask her?" Harold echoed Rebecca's earlier words back to her. Rebecca was momentarily taken aback, her expression complex as she fell into contemplation. Soon, several days passed, and Edith finally arrived at the tribe. Upon entering, she was immediately awestruck by the scene before her. Having secretly infiltrated human cities before, she had witnessed their architecture and way of life. The sight of Harold's tribe evoked a sense of nostalgia within her. Rebecca approached Queen Edith as Edith marveled at her surroundings. Rebecca unconsciously moved closer to her side. "Rebecca, it has been a long time." Upon seeing Rebecca, Edith appeared quite excited. She instinctively reached out for an embrace, but halted upon noticing Rebecca take a half step back. Allowing her composure to return, she understood that Rebecca still harbored resentment towards her. "Since your departure from the human realm to Lord Harold's tribe, you have not lingered in the tribe. Even during your previous delivery of supplies to Lord Harold, you scarcely exchanged a few words with me," Edith remarked, her gaze deeply fixed on Rebecca. "Rebecca, you still hold a grudge against me, do you not?" Rebecca's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. "No. As a member of the clan, I must adhere to the king's arrangements. Hence I bear no resentment towards your authority. Is there even a need for authority to harbor resentment?" Edith revealed a faint, bitter smile. "I apologize, Rebecca. I am aware that my previous choices have deeply wounded you. Yet at that time, I had no alternative for the sake of the tribe. I do not expect you to understand. But I shall do everything in my power to make amends." Indeed, from her perspective, her actions were undoubtedly the most prudent choice at that moment. However, from Rebecca's vantage point, it felt as though she had been thrust into the depths of despair. Listening to Edith's apology, Rebecca's countenance remained largely unchanged. She resembled an ordinary receptionist, guiding Edith as she spoke. "Edith, Lord Harold is already awaiting you at the command center. You should proceed there first," noting Rebecca's deliberate avoidance of her apology. Edith sighed, but did not press the matter, following Rebecca toward the command center. Soon, they arrived at the conference room. Edith's gaze fell upon Harold and several others. "Miss Edith, it has been a while." Harold extended his hand with warmth. Edith smiled as she shook his hand, replying, "Lord Harold, your tribe is truly remarkable, that it's no wonder that those who return from your domain are constantly yearning to come back." "Ha! Miss Edith, you flatter me," Harold chuckled. "I merely hope to meet your expectations. After all, it is my honor that you have agreed to become the logistics minister of my tribe." Edith shook her head with a wry smile. "Indeed, Lord Harold, you are quite adept at charming with words. Yet, we both know that the human race can no longer do without you. Therefore, should you call upon me, I will surely come." Harold smiled, but did not respond, instead turning to Rebecca to shift the topic. "Rebecca, have you inquired with Miss Edith regarding the surname matter?" Rebecca shook her head. In response to Lord Harold, "I have not." "Surname?" Edith was momentarily taken aback, looking at Rebecca. "Rebecca, do you have a question for me?" Rebecca pressed her lips together and stated, "Lord Harold mentioned bestowing a surname upon me, so I wish to inquire if you would consent to this." The notion of granting Rebecca a surname startled Edith. The significance of a surname aside, she had nearly sacrificed the entire tribe to obtain one from Harold previously. Now, after such a brief time in Harold's tribe, he was prepared to bestow a surname upon Rebecca. In that instant, Edith found herself at a loss, caught between laughter and tears. "Miss Edith, do you disagree?" Harold inquired from the side. He continued to explain. "In fact, it is not just her. I intend to bestow surnames upon my other two subordinates as well." With that, Harold gestured towards Saber and Gardner. Edith regained her composure, casting a complex glance at Rebecca before nodding in agreement. "I consent. I have no reason to refuse." She was well aware of Harold's intentions. Aside from herself, everyone present was among Harold's most trusted subordinates. The inclusion of Rebecca in the bestowal of surnames clearly indicated Harold's high regard for her. The thought of her closest kin becoming one of Harold's key subordinates stirred a whirlwind of emotions within her. As for Rebecca acquiring a surname akin to hers, Edith had never given it much thought. After all, the human race had essentially come under Harold's dominion. Her so-called title of king among them was rapidly becoming obsolete. That, on the other hand, Rebecca, seeing Edith's agreement, felt an exhilarating rush. A creature of magic. Who could resist the allure of a surname? Shortly after finalizing the logistics department's tasks, Harold led the group to the entrance of the command center. That moment, all the goblins, swift wolves, and humans were lined up in formation, awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Harold and the others, they erupted into cheers. Harold, witnessing this, raised his hands to 90 degrees and then gently pressed them down. Instantly, the previously raucous crowd fell silent. Edith, following behind, felt a renewed sense of astonishment. She had not anticipated that Harold would command such loyalty from the populace, even from her own tribe's humans. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to announce some good news," Harold addressed the crowd. "From this day forth, our tribe will implement a comprehensive, rational, and equitable management system. I hereby announce the leaders of several key departments: Gardner as the Minister of Production, and Edith as the Minister of Logistics. The military and city defense departments will be temporarily managed by Rebecca and Barry. Finally, I will bestow surnames upon those who have not yet received one, namely Gardner and Rebecca." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in fervent applause. The air was filled with praises for Harold and congratulations for Gardner and the others. Ultimately, amidst the cacophony of admiration, Harold successfully conferred surnames upon Gardner and Rebecca. Just as he completed these proceedings, a heavy knocking resonated from outside the door, and a deep voice followed suit. "Where are the people? I have come to deliver animals. Ha! I am indeed witnessing something remarkable. I never expected a goblin tribe to achieve such heights. The walls are truly magnificent. Even the human king, Edith, has been lured here. Truly, Lord Harold is deserving of such praise." Inside the command center on the first floor, Marcus surveyed his surroundings before turning to Harold and the others, laughing heartily. Harold raised an eyebrow, responding with a chuckle. "Lord Marcus, you jest. However, I too am surprised that you, as the king of the werewolf tribe, would personally come to deliver animals." Upon hearing the knock, Harold had discerned Marcus's voice. Initially, he assumed Marcus had urgent matters to discuss or was seeking Saber. Yet, to his surprise, Marcus had merely delivered the animals before attempting to ingratiate himself with Harold. Without revealing any other intentions thus far on the other side, Marcus recognized that Harold was probing him for his purpose. He glanced at Rebecca and the others behind Harold. In truth, I do have other matters to address. However, if too many people become aware, it may incite panic." Harold furrowed his brow. Marcus's words were already alarming. "Rest assured, Lord Marcus, I trust everyone present. If you have something to say, please do so directly." Marcus narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before stating, "Very well, I shall speak. I have recently heard that the Lizardmen tribe is planning to take action against you. That I came personally out of concern." "The Lizardmen tribe? Are you referring to Wolf?" Harold inquired. "Indeed." Marcus nodded. "Do not underestimate him. Although he appears impulsive and thoughtless, it is merely a fa. His true nature is exceedingly treacherous, and he operates without any moral boundaries. Previously, you offended him at the Monster Council. I believe he seeks revenge this time. Revenge. A flicker of doubt crossed Harold's mind as he looked at Marcus. Currently, I am aiding your Monster Council with food cultivation, which includes provisions for Wolf. If he truly seeks vengeance against me, would he not also antagonize your other tribes? Moreover, he would face difficulties resolving his food issues. Indeed, but what if he successfully regains control of your tribe? Marcus replied, the Lizardmen tribe is numerous and possesses several formidable warriors, including 3 or 4 at the king level, if Wolf is truly determined to deal with you, even with your towering walls. I doubt you could withstand his assault. 3 or 4 at the king level. Harold was taken aback, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. Indeed, I would not be able to fend them off. Thus, as I was saying, Marcus continued to elucidate, should he manage to seize control of your tribe, the issue of the breeding grounds would no longer pose a problem. Thus, the other members of the Monster Council will not suffer any losses and, naturally, will refrain from extending their assistance to you. My dear Marcus, your purpose for coming here should not merely be to convey a message, should it? Harold seemed to have realized something. Certainly not, Marcus replied with a smile. As I mentioned, I am here to assist you. However, as fellow members of the Monster Council, it is stipulated that a third party cannot interfere in the event of a conflict. Therefore, in my current capacity, I fear I cannot offer you my support. What do you mean by that? Harold's mind had already begun to decipher Marcus's intentions that I was contemplating that if we could become kin, my intervention would not be considered overstepping, Marcus said nonchalantly. Indeed, to become kin, Harold narrowed his eyes. Are you suggesting that you wish to annex my tribe? No. Marcus waved his hands dismissively. What I mean is that you could initially feign integration into my werewolf clan. Once this matter is settled, you could then extricate yourself. Could you not? Of course, if you genuinely wish to join my werewolf clan, I would be most welcoming and could offer you royal treatment. Feign? Marcus himself might struggle with that notion that I see. Harold lowered his head in feigned contemplation, while, unseen by Marcus, a glint of shrewdness flickered in his eyes. Wolf foolish. No. In Harold's view, Wolf was far more astute than the other members of the Monster Council. How could such a cunning individual possibly concoct such a flawed scheme? Harold did not doubt that Wolf would attempt to act against him. Rather, if Wolf truly intended to strike, would Marcus not easily detect it before his departure? If he could not even evade scrutiny from other tribes, then Wolf's assault would surely lead to his own demise. Yet Harold could not believe Wolf would be so naive. Thus, either Marcus was deceiving him, or the message was a fabrication disseminated by Wolf, or perhaps both scenarios were simultaneously true. At this moment, Marcus's displayed ambition further inclined Harold to believe the first possibility. Contemplating this, Harold lifted his gaze to Marcus and inquired, if I agree to your proposal and pretend to join your tribe, what will I need to offer in return? Marcus smiled. Indeed, conversing with an astute individual is quite refreshing. My assistance is not without cost. What I seek as compensation is triple the provisions. I trust this request is not unreasonable. Far from being unreasonable, this demand was rather trivial. Harold mused inwardly if Marcus genuinely intended to safeguard his entire tribe. Then even 30 times the provisions would be a worthy exchange. The fact that Marcus only sought threefold further solidified Harold's suspicions. Marcus was, indeed, crying thief while being a thief himself. Although it was a harsh demand, it was still somewhat acceptable. Having confirmed his conjecture, Harold stroked his chin and probed once more. However, you are here alone. If Wolf and his kin were to launch an assault, could you truly fend them off? The corners of Marcus's eyes twitched, as if he were grappling with whether to respond. After a brief pause, he finally said, of course, I am not alone. With such a multitude of beasts, how could I possibly transport them all on my own? I was merely concerned you might harbor suspicions, which is why I came alone. In truth, many strong members of my tribe are waiting outside. Should you agree, I shall summon them to protect you. With their presence, Wolf would pose no threat that I see. Harold regarded Marcus, all his doubts dissipating in that moment. Everything became clear to him. If Harold's assumptions were correct, Marcus's original intent was to conquer his tribe through force. However, upon seeing the walls of Harold's tribe, he immediately recognized that a direct assault would only result in unnecessary losses. This was why Marcus had repeatedly referenced the tribe's walls in their earlier conversation. Consequently, Marcus opted for a second strategy, to fabricate a fictitious enemy to convince Harold, thereby enticing him to join his tribe. Once Harold acquiesced and allowed Marcus's strongmen entry into the tribe, Harold's clan would become mere prey for him to manipulate. Yet, should he expose the ruse? If he did, Marcus would certainly concoct other justifications. After all of this was merely Harold's speculation. Thus, Harold's current choice was to either consent to or reject Marcus's proposal. With this in mind, Harold's lips curled slightly, only to return to normal in an instant. If that is the case, then I agree. You truly agreed? Upon hearing Harold's response, Marcus felt a surge of joy. He eagerly stated, "In that case, I shall summon my kin to ensure the safety of the goblin tribe." As he spoke, Marcus rose, preparing to depart. "Wait," Harold intercepted him. "Marcus, I believe it unnecessary for your kin to rush into the tribe. We are currently expanding our territory to construct a breeding ground, and your kin could assist in developing new land outside the tribe. This way, if the lizardmen indeed decide to attack, your werewolves could seize the opportunity to ambush from the outside. What do you think, Marcus?" Marcus was taken aback. He had not anticipated Harold to make such a move. Logically, Harold's expansion of the breeding ground was intended to nurture their provisions, and among those, his tribe's supplies had been tripled. Thus, this request for assistance was beneficial to him, leaving him with no grounds for refusal. However, if he acquiesced to Harold's arrangement, his kin would not gain entry into the tribe. The fortified walls of Harold's tribe would become akin to an iron barrel. Even his werewolves would lack complete confidence in mounting an attack. Consequently, all of his previous statements would become meaningless. Moreover, he would not only gain nothing, but would also unwittingly become a laborer for Harold's tribe. Could it be that he has uncovered my scheme? Marcus glanced at Harold, his brow furrowed. He contemplated whether to attempt a forceful conquest, coordinating with his kin waiting outside the tribe. Yet, this notion was swiftly dismissed as he noticed Idas behind Harold. Marcus understood that Idas's strength was not far inferior to his own. Should a conflict arise, coupled with the unpredictable power of Harold, he could very well face defeat or even death on the spot. "What is it, Marcus? Do you find my suggestion unsatisfactory?" Harold pressed once more. Marcus forced a smile, replying, "Of course, that would be acceptable. However, we cannot expect my kin to remain outside indefinitely." Harold chuckled. "Rest assured, we will prepare special accommodations outside the tribe. And we shall provide all 3 meals daily. I have calculated that if we were to expand the tribe ourselves, it would take 3 months. However, if we can enlist your werewolf clan's assistance, I believe we can achieve our goal in half the time. Surely that would be advantageous, would it not?" Marcus's eyes twitched slightly. To conquer Harold's tribe, he had directly brought over 200 werewolves. Each werewolf was equivalent to 5 or 6 goblins in terms of manpower. With their help, the expansion could likely be completed in under 2 months. It seemed that regret was now futile. He could only hope to gain entry into the tribe once the expansion was complete. A hint of coldness flashed in Marcus's eyes as he thought to himself. He then donned a smiling facade and said, "That would indeed be for the best. Since you have expressed it so, my werewolf clan shall certainly lend our assistance." Harold feigned delight, exclaiming, "Wonderful! I shall immediately arrange new accommodations for you all," as Harold summoned Idas to entrust her with the arrangements. He proceeded to lavish praise upon Marcus. However, at that moment, Marcus had lost all desire to remain, preoccupied only with the thought of returning home. After a brief conversation, he took the initiative to take his leave. Before departing, Harold feigned reluctance, expressing his hope that Marcus would stay to assist the tribe in fending off any potential threats from the lizardmen. Yet, Marcus was no fool and naturally declined the offer. Ultimately, he excused himself by citing the pressing matters of his own tribe. Once Marcus had departed, Idas, who had remained silent until then, spoke up. "My lord Harold, it seems that Marcus may have ulterior motives regarding your tribe." "Surely not," Saber interjected, unable to restrain himself. "Lord Marcus has previously aided the chief at the monster conference. His visit this time is to caution the chief against the lizard men, and he has even agreed to help our tribe expand its territory." He hardly appears to be plotting against us. Harold patted Saber on the back, saying, "Calm down, Saber. I believe you understand Marcus better than I do. With your wisdom, you should be able to see through this." Saber fell silent, realizing that he indeed knew Marcus better. The latter was not the type to offer help without reason, even among fellow wolfkin. It was unlikely he would voluntarily assist Harold. If he were genuinely concerned about the lizard men launching a surprise attack that might affect livestock breeding, he would certainly reach out to the Monster Council to collaborate with other tribes for a stern punishment against Wolf. With this thought, Saber exhaled, "I understand now. I was too hasty in my judgment. How could I label Marcus as a villain?" Barry, having finally grasped the conversation, reacted. Harold cast a helpless glance at Barry. "You have received the favor of the god of healing, yet how come they did not also remedy your intellect?" In the following days, the goblins mobilized to delineate the boundaries of their new territory, erecting several simple shelters. Naturally, the wolfkin were dissatisfied, but Harold bluntly stated, "It is beyond our capabilities. If you wish to construct anything more substantial, it will require your own efforts," leaving the wolfkin with no recourse. Ultimately, they had no choice but to renovate the area themselves. After the wolfkin completed their settlement tasks, the tribe was once again visited by the serpent folk. Led by the regal Melissa herself, yet another who seeks to conspire against my tribe, Harold surmised, recognizing her intentions upon her arrival. The ensuing dialogue mirrored that of Marcus's previous visit, with her fabricating threats from Wolf and boasting of her tribe's generosity. Almost as if rehearsed in advance, Harold nearly believed that the two had coordinated their lines. In the end, Harold employed the same ruse to deceive the serpent folk into constructing for him. Shortly thereafter, the remaining races of the Monster Council dispatched representatives to deliver livestock. Among them, the Minotaur King Craig appeared as a mere echo of the previous visitors, ultimately falling victim to Harold's manipulation as well. The others simply dropped off their animals and departed, including the lizard folk who dutifully delivered their livestock. To the newly established borders of Harold's territory, he frequently observed the wolfkin, serpent folk, and minotaurs exchanging glances, clearly realizing that their king had been duped by Harold. Yet by then, it was far too late. The pace of construction for the new territory accelerated exponentially as a result. As time passed, the construction neared completion, and the first batch of carpenters, stonemasons, and blacksmiths from Harold's tribe successfully graduated. The transitional hunting between the depths of the forest and its outskirts also came to an end. The entire tribe thrived in a positive direction. Achoo! Barry, following Harold during an inspection of the tribe's walls, sneezed, shivering involuntarily, caught a chill. Harold inquired, glancing at Barry. Barry wiped his nose and remarked, "Indeed, it feels like the weather has turned colder recently, colder than in previous years, especially at night. It's so frigid, I can't sleep." "Don't you have a wolf pelt?" Harold asked, puzzled. "How can you be cold under a wolf pelt?" "Heh, I gave that wolf pelt away." Barry scratched his head that a family member recently had twins, but they lacked a fur covering. "I feared the children would suffer, so I gave them the wolf pelt." Harold frowned slightly, looking within the tribe. Although it was already autumn, the goblin tribe members were clad in furs, yet the vast majority were merely wrapped around their essential areas. And a scarce few even lacked furs, visibly trembling as they walked at their shortage of furs in the tribe. Harold wondered aloud that he recalled that leftover pelts from hunting were typically stored in the warehouse. Given the passage of time, there should have been plenty accumulated. "I'm not certain, but I heard from Itis that there are indeed no furs left," Barry explained. "And oh, furs." Harold was taken aback, then suggested, "Let us head to the logistics department to investigate." Upon arriving at the logistics department, Harold immediately spotted Itis, who was diligently occupied at her desk, reviewing documents with a serious expression. Her exquisite visage revealed a hint of fatigue, clearly having been busy for quite some time. "Ah, my Lord Harold, you have arrived," Itis exclaimed as she seemed to sense Harold's gaze. Harold nodded and approached her desk, casually picking up a file. Resources needed for tribe construction, daily rations management, work records of tribe members across various professions. He was astonished to discover the multitude of tasks at hand. Glancing at Itis, he felt a pang of guilt. "I apologize for the burden I've placed upon you. I hadn't realized there was so much to manage." Idas pinched the bridge of her nose and smiled at Harold. It's nothing. Today is simply busier than usual. Previously, it was quite manageable. Harold regarded Idas skeptically. What a coincidence. The moment I arrive, you appear swamped. By your appearance, it seems you've been busy for several consecutive days. That I recall that the logistics department had assigned several staff members. Did they not? Idas chuckled softly. They, too, are running around tirelessly. The tribe is currently in a construction phase, and there are far too many matters to address. Harold nodded. Indeed, our tribe never had this many people before, so I was unaware of the workload. Now, with over 1,000 members and an additional 600 or 700 from the Wolfkin and other races, it is indeed challenging to manage. After a moment of contemplation, Harold suggested, how about this? I will have Rebecca and Saber come over to assist you. In the meantime, you should take the opportunity to visit the education department and scout for any promising candidates. If you find someone suitable, you can bring them directly into the logistics department and simply inform me afterward. Idas was taken aback. Does my Lord Harold truly have such confidence in me? Allowing me to select individuals directly from the education department feels like granting me the opportunity to cultivate my own confidence. Harold rolled his eyes. Of course, if I didn't trust you, would I entrust the crucial logistics department to your management? The head of the logistics department is essentially the foundation of a tribe. All resources and the daily arrangements of every tribe member fall under its purview. It is the most arduous yet powerful department in the tribe, aside from the command center. Idas smiled. With this arrangement, I should be able to breathe easier. However, it seems that my Lord Harold possesses qualities that set him apart from humans. Joking aside, I'm not human. I'm a goblin, Harold responded. Harold shrugged his shoulders, then he got straight to the point. By the way, has the tribe exhausted its supply of pelts? Edith shook her head in distress. There are very few left, and most of the remaining hides are from small animals, like bamboo rats. However, these hides do not provide warmth, and we need to reserve some for daily record-keeping and documentation. Thus, there are no pelts available for making clothing or blankets. That poses quite a problem. Harold frowned at. If this continues, we might face the grim possibility of our people freezing to death. Currently, the farms primarily raise animals such as wild rabbits, bamboo rats, and wild boars, which are easy to rear for their meat, without considering the need for warmth and clothing. Moreover, our tribesfolk are either occupied with learning or busy constructing the village, leaving them with little time for extensive hunting, thus limiting the availability of pelts. With this in mind, Harold realized he needed to find alternatives to animal hides for making garments and blankets, and had to satisfy the needs of all the tribe members before winter arrived. Suddenly, he recalled the garments he wore in his past life. In that life, there were a myriad of fabrics available, such as cotton, linen, silk, wool, leather, and so forth. The last three could be immediately disregarded. Silk primarily derives from silkworms. Wool is mostly from sheep, and leather is simply the hide of animals. Currently, it would be exceedingly difficult to procure large quantities of these materials, let alone cultivate them on a grand scale. Therefore, the most viable options were cotton and linen. Given that the purpose was to survive winter, cotton would be the best choice. Considering the time, it was now just the beginning of autumn, which meant there was still time to plant one final batch of cotton. Thus, the most crucial task was to find cotton seeds. Of course, it would be even better if they could locate mature cotton directly. Unfortunately, the production department no longer provided seeds, leaving everything to depend on their own efforts. With this thought, Harold casually picked up a blank hide and a pen, sketching out the appearance of cotton and jotting down its basic information. Seeing the depiction of cotton on the hide, Edith asked curiously, "My Lord Harold, what is this?" Harold held up the hide, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "This is a wonderful thing. It will be our salvation for the winter." He then turned to Barry and said, "Barry, I entrust this matter to you. Take the goblin wolf riders and search the outskirts of the forest. You must find this plant. Remember, only by finding it can we safely endure the winter." "Chief, I found the cotton you mentioned." Barry's excited shout echoed outside the logistics department. Moments later, Barry appeared in the office, holding a tuft of cotton in his hands. Overjoyed, Harold quickly approached Barry, taking the cotton and exclaiming, "Fantastic! This is exactly what we need." After noticing the logistics department was overwhelmed, Harold had sent Rebecca and Saber to assist Edith. Whenever he found a spare moment, he would come by to check in. "Is this cotton?" It resembles snow. Edith approached, looking at the cotton in Harold's hands with some confusion. That IT may look like it, but its existence is the exact opposite of snow. It is the key to helping us survive the winter. Handing the cotton to Edith, Harold continued. Feel it. Isn't it warm? Edith squeezed it, her delicate face slightly agape in surprise. I can indeed feel the warmth. It resembles our furs. Saber and Rebecca also drew closer. Harold nodded. Precisely. It provides warmth just like fur. However, the difference is that it is a plant and can be cultivated continuously. He then turned to Barry and inquired, where did you find the cotton? How much is there in total? Barry's expression grew somewhat complicated as he replied. This cotton was discovered deep within the forest. There's a substantial quantity, but these cotton plants are located within the territory of the serpent folk. This tuft of cotton was a hard-won prize I managed to steal. The serpent folk? Harold frowned slightly, murmuring, I previously deceived their queen, Melissa. If I were to request cotton from her now, she would surely refuse. What if we sneak in and steal it? Saber suggested. Absolutely not, Rebecca immediately countered. The serpent folk are adept at hiding and possess keen insight. It is generally quite difficult for creatures to infiltrate their tribe. But Barry managed to sneak in, didn't he? Saber questioned, puzzled. Barry scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I wouldn't say I snuck in. I kind of stumbled upon it by accident and managed to pluck a flower while explaining myself. He then looked at Harold. Chief, why don't I go out and search again? The forest is vast. It's unlikely that there is only that one spot with cotton. Harold shook his head. We don't have time. Autumn has just begun, and if we can gather cotton seeds now, we can still plant a batch before winter sets in. But if we delay any longer, the cotton won't survive. Then what should we do? Saber inquired. Are we left with no choice but to seek out the serpent folk? At that moment, Edith bit her lip and interjected. If it comes to that, I could go. I have some rapport with Queen Melissa of the serpent folk and might gain her favor. That was in the past. Harold shook his head, not optimistic about Edith's suggestion. Now you represent the goblin tribe, and the tribe is far more important than personal ties. Moreover, I believe cotton is likely significant to them as well. As Harold pondered, a thought struck him. Wait, I just remembered. Snakes are cold-blooded creatures, and they hibernate during winter. The serpent folk hibernate as well. Edith shook her head. The serpent folk are somewhat cold-blooded. They do not leave their territory in winter. However, within their domain, they prepare burrows and warming measures in advance, remaining active in warmer areas. Warming measures? Harold mused, stroking his chin. You mean cotton? Edith nodded. That should be the case. I am not entirely sure, but I've heard they use warm plants to survive the winter that I see. Harold fell into deep thought once more. In other words, the reason they don't venture out is that it's too cold. Insulation, clothing. Harold's mind raced, and suddenly his eyes lit up. If I can devise a way for them to venture out of their tribe during winter, they would surely be willing to trade cotton with me. Let them venture out of their tribe in winter? Rebecca paused, then shook her head. That's impossible unless you can provide them with a portable warming device. Indeed, that is precisely what I intend to do. Harold said with a faint smile. The cotton I require is for making warm clothing. If I can add leather on the outside, the insulation will be even stronger. However, the serpent folk are not like us. Their bodies are cold. Rebecca understood Harold's intention and shook her head in rebuttal. All we need to do is make the warm clothing self-heating. Harold said mysteriously. Make the warm clothing self-heating? Everyone looked puzzled. Saber couldn't help but ask, how do we make the clothing warm itself? By roasting it over a fire? Of course not, Harold explained. With a hot water bag or a thermos? A hot water bag? A thermos? The others were even more bewildered. Seeing this, Harold continued to elaborate. In simple terms, it involves creating a leak-proof item that can hold hot water, fashioned into a bag or a kettle. If placed within the warm clothing, it will ensure the clothing remains warm for several hours. Furthermore, we can also use these hot water bags and thermoses ourselves. How do we make it? Edith asked curiously. Harold smiled. Once I create it, you will all see. Before long, Harold arrived at the steel mill, followed closely by the inquisitive Edith and her entourage. I could see that moment. The first batch of blacksmiths was busy crafting iron nails, the most straightforward and widely used tools at present. Bayer, I have a task that requires your assistance. Harold addressed the leader of the goblins. Upon seeing Harold and his companions, Bayer hurried over, exclaiming, "Chief Harold, Minister Edith, Minister Barry, Deputy Minister Edith, and Lord Saber, what brings you all here?" The excitement was palpable in Bayer's trembling voice. Recognizing the esteemed figures of the tribe, Harold placed a reassuring hand on Bayer's shoulder and said, "Do not be anxious. I need you to forge an iron implement that if you succeed, we shall weather the winter in safety." Upon hearing this, Bayer stood erect, responding earnestly, "Chief, please instruct me. I shall fulfill the task without fail." The goblins of the tribe had undergone rigorous training. Although Bayer was no longer part of the military department, he had not forgotten his military acumen. Harold produced a piece of leather from his pocket. Pointing to the design sketched upon it, "Craft an iron implement resembling this." Bayer examined the leather, noting the illustration of a slender tube. The lower part of the long tube was oval-shaped, while the upper end featured an open mouth. Beside the long tube, a shorter tube of the same diameter was depicted, resembling a cap for the long tube. After several careful glances, Bayer took the leather and summoned the other goblin blacksmiths to commence their work. Meanwhile, as Bayer and his team toiled, Harold was not idle. He retrieved a piece of leather, a metal needle, and a small segment of fish gut, handing them to Rebecca. "Please weave these into a pouch." Rebecca's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shook her head, stammering, I cannot do this." At that moment, Edith stepped forward, offering, "Allow me to assist." She smiled warmly at Rebecca. Rebecca pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Harold, however, was oblivious to this exchange. His focus entirely on the forthcoming creation of the warm water vessel. With a sizzling sound, steam enveloped the air as the forged iron implement cooled instantly. Bayer approached Harold, holding the iron tube aloft. "Chief, it is complete." Harold accepted the iron implement, inspecting it closely. The iron object resembled a test tube from chemical supplies, albeit opaque and crafted from iron, complete with a lid. Following this, Harold first wrapped the mouth of the lid with fish gut to ensure the iron tube's airtightness. He then fitted the leather pouch that Edith had woven around the iron tube. Finally, he ventured back into the steel mill, filling the iron tube with hot water before sealing it with the lid. In no time, warmth radiated through his hands. "It is a success," Harold exclaimed with a smile, presenting the finished warm water bag to Edith. "Come, take a look." Curiously, Edith accepted the warm bag, instantly feeling a pleasant warmth. Her expression shifting in surprise. "Oh, how delightful. Is it truly?" Barry, intrigued, hurried over to inspect. "Let me see as well." Soon, Rebecca and Saber took turns holding the warm bag, each displaying expressions of astonishment. "What is happening?" Rebecca inquired, glancing at Harold. Harold smiled and explained, "Iron conducts heat exceptionally well. The hot water within swiftly radiates warmth. The surrounding leather serves as insulation, preventing heat from escaping. Thus, I carved numerous small holes into the leather exterior, allowing heat to dissipate gradually. This not only prolongs the warmth of the water, but also provides a means to warm one's hands." "Incredible," Edith marveled. "If this were incorporated into the cotton garments you mentioned, it would undoubtedly enhance their warmth." "Chief, I recall that iron implements do not fare well when submerged in water for extended periods," Bayer quietly reminded. Harold nodded. "I am aware. Prolonged exposure will lead to rust. However, that is precisely what I desired." A faint smile played on Harold's lips. Sometimes, overly superior quality becomes a disadvantage. If it does not deteriorate, how might we maintain a long-term relationship with the snake demon tribe? The group nodded in understanding. Indeed, if the warm water bag proved durable, they would only trade with the snake demon tribe once. However, if the quality were limited, requiring replacement every month or two, the snake demon tribe would need to continually engage with the goblin tribe. With Harold holding the reins of control, "Well then, we have our warm water bags. Let us make our way to the snake demon tribe," Harold declared. "I shall accompany you." Barry was the first to rise. Saber and Rebecca quickly positioned themselves beside Harold, their intentions clear. Only Edith furrowed her brow slightly, stating, "I am acquainted with Melissa. My presence may prove beneficial. However, the tribe cannot afford to be short-handed at this juncture." Harold contemplated, stroking his chin before responding. "In that case, I shall go with Edith this time. Rebecca and Saber will temporarily assume Edith's duties. As for you, Barry, continue to send others to search for additional cotton." The snake demon tribe resided deep within the forest, not far from the goblin tribe. Nevertheless, with the wolves as their means of transportation, Harold and Edith reached the snake demon territory in a timely manner. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a vast expanse of cotton. The figure of Melissa, the queen of the snake demon tribe, soon came into view. It is you. Melissa narrowed her eyes, a hint of coldness flashing within. What brings the leaders of two tribes to my snake demon territory? Edith glanced at Harold before speaking. Melissa, it has been a while. Indeed, you did not make an appearance the last time we met in the goblin tribe, Melissa remarked with a hint of mockery. Edith offered a faint smile. I apologize for my absence. There were numerous matters to attend to in the goblin tribe. And no need for apologies. Our friendship has not reached that level, Melissa interjected, cutting short Edith's attempts at emotional appeal. Turning her gaze to Harold, she inquired, Now, speak plainly, Lord Harold. What is your purpose for being here? Harold wasted no time and addressed the matter directly. I wish to propose a trade. A trade? Melissa regarded Harold with suspicion. In truth, she had not taken Harold seriously until now. While she acknowledged his formidable strength, she believed that, being a goblin, he could not possess profound wisdom. However, after being outwitted by Harold, she realized, this goblin is quite cunning. Thus, upon hearing Harold mention a trade, her immediate reaction was to suspect a trap, followed by an instinctive refusal that, I am sorry, but I have no interest in any trade with you. Melissa firmly rejected. Harold felt a bit flustered. I haven't even specified what the trade entails. Moreover, we are allies, are we not? Allies? Have allies ever deceived one another for their own gain? Melissa was filled with indignation. Whatever the trade may be, I'm not interested. She completely overlooked the fact that had she not initially sought to exploit Harold, she would not have found herself ensnared by his counter-scheme. Sensing Melissa's resentment, Harold refrained from arguing and instead retrieved the warm water bag from his pocket. Tossing it to her, You may take a look at this. This is a warm water bag. Simply open the lid, fill it with hot water, and then reattach the lid to use it. Melissa gazed at the warm water bag that had been thrown before her, contemplating for a moment before coiling it with her tail and handing it to one of her subordinates for handling. Meanwhile, she continued to scrutinize Harold and Edith, clearly wary of their presence. Moments later, a snake demon returned, cradling the warm water bag in their arms, rushing to Melissa's side, whispering urgently. Melissa's expression shifted to one of growing astonishment, and she snatched the warm water bag from the subordinate, her surprise deepening further. How did you accomplish this? Melissa could not help but glance at Harold. With a smile, Harold inquired, Is this the deal that has brought me here? Are you interested, my lady? Melissa furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. Observing her reaction, Harold continued, You are preparing to gather cotton, are you not? I can transform the cotton into garments that provide warmth, and then place warming water bags within them. This way, the wearer will consistently maintain a comfortable temperature, I believe, my lady Melissa, that you might find this quite intriguing. Melissa gazed deeply at Harold, and after a long pause, she finally sighed. Very well, you have prevailed. If what you say is true, then we indeed require it. Please, both of you, come to our tribe for a detailed discussion. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Harold's mouth. He knew his objective had been achieved. What? You want all the cotton? Inside the cave of the Serpent Demon clan, Melissa's expression darkened. Absolutely not. Cotton is of utmost importance to us. Harold gestured to the mounds of cotton surrounding them and remarked, Do you not already possess such an abundance? Besides, with that quantity, you surely cannot use it all. While it may be true that we have a surplus, we must retain a certain amount of cotton. Melissa replied that if we give it all to you, we will have no fallback in the event of unforeseen circumstances. Harold rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, pondering for a moment before suggesting, How about this? Since we're also preparing to cultivate a batch of cotton, you may provide me with the cotton here, and once our crop matures, we will return to you 30% of the yield. That is unacceptable. Without a moment's hesitation, Melissa rebuffed him. Who can guarantee your ability to successfully cultivate cotton? Moreover, giving you the cotton would be akin to surrendering our very lives. I shall not acquiesce to such a proposition. So, it seems there is nothing to discuss then? Harold shrugged. That Melissa's expression shifted slightly. She was acutely aware of the significance of the warm cotton garments Harold had mentioned for her people. With such garments, they would gain the ability to move freely during winter. In the past, as autumn arrived, her clan had to begin gathering food and water sources, along with firewood and cotton for warmth. They would then spend the entire winter confined within the pitch-black tunnels, with only those of her strength occasionally venturing onto the surface. Over the years, she had devised countless plans to alter this situation, all of which had ended in failure. Now, with a glimmer of hope appearing before her, how could she possibly let it slip away? Wait. As she observed Harold and his companion preparing to leave, Melissa could not restrain herself from calling out, "How about this? We will retain 20% of the current cotton. If you successfully cultivate mature cotton, we shall then require an additional 10%. This is my utmost concession." Harold regarded Melissa, and his rhythmic finger-tapping on the table came to an abrupt halt. "Very well, I accept." Upon receiving Harold's agreement, Melissa sighed with relief. "And what of the warming water bags and cotton garments? We have 2,280 members in our tribe. When will you have everything ready?" "All of it." Harold shook his head. Why, Lady Melissa, you may have misunderstood. I did not say I would provide cotton garments and warming water bags for your entire clan." "What?" Melissa stood up abruptly. "Are you deceiving me?" No. Harold waved his hand dismissively. I believe you can understand that both the cotton garments and warming water bags are exceedingly valuable commodities. While our tribe has the capability to produce them, our output is also quite limited. Moreover, we have over 1,000 individuals enduring the cold." Melissa felt an unease, but could not quite articulate why. Nonetheless, she found Harold's reasoning somewhat compelling and reluctantly asked, "Then how much can you actually provide?" "As for the cotton garments, a maximum of 100 pieces." Harold held up one finger and continued, "And for the warming water bags, I can provide 4 for each garment. Additionally, the cotton required for the garments will need to come from you, totaling about 10%. Such a meager quantity, yet you still require us to supply cotton?" Melissa's anger flared once more. "Lord Harold, you are being exceedingly unreasonable. We have already relinquished 80% of our cotton to you, and you dare ask for more. Moreover, a mere 100 pieces is far too few. Dear lady, your name is synonymous with greed." Harold sighed, explaining, "Part of the limitation lies in production, and another aspect is the resources. Our tribe's demand for cotton is immense. Even 80% would not suffice. Furthermore, 10% would only yield 100 cotton garments. And time constraints prevent us from producing more today. As for the warming water bags, my Lady Melissa, they require metal, the value of which cannot be overstated." "I understand," Melissa admitted, momentarily speechless, yet her agitation remained palpable. Although she could not articulate it, she felt as though Harold had led her astray. "Very well, my Lady Melissa, I believe our terms conclude here." Harold rose, casting a meaningful glance at Melissa. Having something is better than having nothing. Furthermore, with this initial collaboration, there is potential for future partnerships that I am confident that by next winter, every member of your clan will possess their own warm cotton garment. Harold deliberately painted a rosy picture for Melissa. A flicker of hope ignited in Melissa's eyes, evidently swayed by his words. After a lengthy contemplation, she finally nodded in agreement to Harold's terms. Following the conclusion of their negotiation, Harold and Edith departed without lingering, as many matters awaited their attention within the tribe. Along the way, Edith occasionally glanced at Harold, her thoughts seemingly unspoken. "Edith, if you have inquiries, feel free to ask," Harold remarked, unable to endure her scrutiny any longer. "It is nothing. I merely realize that my presence here has been somewhat superfluous." Edith shook her head, offering a wry smile, "that I had originally thought that my rapport with Melissa might be of assistance to you. Yet, it seems the entire negotiation was accomplished solely by you, and I contributed nothing of value." Harold smiled. "That is not true. Your presence is of the utmost significance. Were I alone, Melissa would not regard me with such apprehension." Edith forced a smile, aware that Harold was merely comforting her. "However, Lord Harold, does manufacturing cotton garments and warming water bags truly necessitate such an abundance of resources? I recall that the warming water bags do not require much iron." "Well, in terms of iron, it is not a substantial amount," Harold chuckled, "but we must account for some processing fees." "Processing fees?" Edith blinked in surprise, her curiosity piqued. "How much can we expect to receive?" Harold smiled. As for the cotton, we might earn a 50% profit. 50%. Edith exclaimed, taken aback by the considerable gain that it seems rather excessive. What can I say? After all, it is purely handcrafted and thus quite costly. Harold remarked cryptically. Will you continue collaborating with Melissa in the future? Edith inquired further. Given that you now possess the cotton seeds, you should no longer require the Serpent Demon Clan's cotton. Oh, we shall undoubtedly continue our collaboration. Harold replied with a peculiar smile. However, the terms will have to change. They can no longer exchange cotton for goods. We will certainly require more valuable items, including the warming water bags that will need replacing. Indeed, it was yet another calculated maneuver that a wave of realization washed over Edith as she regarded Harold, involuntarily murmuring, Lord Harold, you truly possess the essence of humanity. Upon returning to the tribe, Harold first summoned Barry, instructing him to gather a workforce to harvest cotton. He then proceeded to the Department of Education to activate the textile curriculum. Simultaneously, he tasked Bayer with the production of hot water bottles. Recognizing that, apart from the Serpent Demon Clan, their goblin tribe also required such comforts. Within a few days, a substantial quantity of cotton and seeds began to be transported back to the tribe. Under Harold's guidance, Gardner commenced the planting of cotton. The initial group of goblins studying textiles was nearing the end of their introductory lessons, soon to embark on the task of weaving cotton garments. Of course, prior to this, Harold had further activated the intermediate woodworking courses within the education department, directing the carpenters to learn the construction of looms. The initiation of these intermediate courses reinforced Harold's understanding that knowledge equates to wealth. The expenditure for this woodworking course alone drained him of over 100,000 evolution points, causing him considerable distress. This was no mere education. It was a financial drain. Nevertheless, despite his complaints, the tribe's advancement was undeniably linked to knowledge. Just as Harold completed these tasks, Barry approached him with palpable excitement, exclaiming, Chief, the expansion of the tribe's territory has been completed. He continued, the construction of the breeding grounds will also be finished in the next couple of days. Really, that quickly? Harold replied, elated. The original timeline had projected months for completion, but thanks to the voluntary assistance of the other 3 major monster clans, the expansion was accomplished in less than a month. However, as his joy subsided, Harold began to ponder thoughtfully. The 3 monster clans were all plotting against the goblin tribe. Once the breeding grounds were completed, the leaders of those 3 clans would likely arrive simultaneously to negotiate. This was yet another troublesome predicament. 2 days swiftly passed. The kings of Marcus, Melissa, and Craig appear before Harold's tribe as if summoned by fate. This time, Harold had taken the precaution of waiting outside the tribe on his steed. Saber, to be candid, he felt uneasy about having 3 royal-level powerhouses entering his tribe simultaneously. Thus, he had predetermined the negotiation location to be outside the original tribe. What a fortunate coincidence to see all 3 of you here together. Harold greeted them warmly. Have Lord Harold himself welcome us is indeed a great honor. Marcus replied through gritted teeth, his expression dark alongside Craig, clearly displeased with Harold. Conversely, Melissa smiled faintly at Harold, her demeanor influenced by their collaboration on the cotton garments. This moment, she remained unaware that Harold had already set several traps for her. Marcus, we must maintain appearances. After all, I still consider your 3 clans as my tribe's allies. Harold responded with a smile. His words, however, darkened the expressions of Marcus and the others. What subordinate tribe could simultaneously affiliate with several principal tribes? If other monsters were to witness this, they might mistakenly believe that the 3 clans were subservient to Harold's goblin tribe. Craig scoffed, turning to Harold and stating, Enough with the pleasantries. Now that the expansion of the tribe is complete, let my people enter the goblin tribe to protect you. My people shall do the same. Marcus interjected, casting a sidelong glance at Craig. Indeed, the audacity remains. Harold narrowed his eyes, responding with a smile, Why complicate matters? Since your clansmen have already resided in the new territory for quite some time, let them continue living there. It is still considered part of the tribe. What? Stay in that dilapidated place. Marcus and Craig's expressions twitched. While the new area had been constructed, it was still merely an extension of the original goblin tribe's walls. akin to the distinction between an inner city and an outer city that have their people continue living there would essentially make them guards for the breeding grounds. Could they endure such a fate? As Marcus and Craig exchanged glances, a flicker of murderous intent passed between them. Just then, Melissa, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. I believe this proposal is quite reasonable. The original goblin tribe is small. If everyone were to move in, there would hardly be enough space to sleep. Remaining in the original location would save the trouble of relocation. Upon hearing Melissa's words, Marcus and Craig were taken aback. What was happening? Melissa's statement evidently favored Harold's tribe, yet they had no knowledge of any rapport between her and Harold. Had something untoward transpired between them during their unobserved time together? After all, they had heard tales of goblins being weak, yet possessing certain extraordinary traits that, in truth, Melissa did harbor ambitions to conquer the goblin tribe. However, with Marcus and Craig present, she lacked the confidence to ensure victory. Should either of them succeed, the deal for the cotton garments would be jeopardized. Thus, she needed to guarantee Harold's tribe's safety until the transaction was finalized. Melissa makes a valid point. What do you think? Gentlemen, Harold inquired, interrupting their contemplation as he looked towards Marcus and Craig. Humph, Harold, retract your petty schemes. Craig replied sternly. If need be, I shall send my people back, but do not regret it. Wolf's army has already set course for your tribe. Still resorting to such tactics? At the very least, provide a different reason. This creativity earns a failing grade, Harold thought, casting a disbelieving glance at Craig. Even Marcus and Melissa shot mocking looks at Craig. Recognizing their intentions, what purpose could a lie serve when everyone could see through it? However, facing the collective scrutiny, Craig snorted defiantly and declared, "What kind of looks are those? Do you think I am deceiving you?" Enough, Craig. Both Melissa and I have already heard your reasoning. Harold has figured out it is a falsehood, Marcus stated, opting to reveal the truth since annexation was out of the question. What falsehood? Craig responded, taken aback, as if Marcus's words bore no relation to him. His expression was sincere, and even Harold found himself believing him to some degree. Then, as realization dawned upon Craig, he looked at Marcus and Melissa with newfound clarity, saying, I see. You two have been unaware of the lizardman's movements all along, using this as a ruse. Nonetheless, I assure you, this matter is genuine. With that, Craig produced a piece of animal hide from his clothing. Behold, this is a map discovered by my kin after they eliminated a straggler from the lizardmen. It clearly marks the location of the goblin tribe. Marcus, look, the route here even passes through your territory. What? Marcus exclaimed, instinctively taking the hide. Craig continued, at this rate, the enemy has likely just reached your territory. They will arrive at the goblin tribe within 5 days at most. The realization hit Marcus like a thunderbolt. This was a trap. With a howl, he summoned his kin and hastily departed. That moment, Harold comprehended the situation. Initially, he had misjudged Craig. Although he harbored ulterior motives, he was indeed preparing for action. However, Craig had not considered that the lizardman's intentions might not be aimed at the goblin tribe at all, but rather at the werewolf clan. Did this mean the werewolf clan had been utterly defeated? Inside the command center, Harold's expression darkened. Ever since the werewolf king Marcus had departed, both Melissa and Craig had taken their clans away as well. Their withdrawal was not voluntary. The movements of the lizardmen had instilled a sense of caution in them. Naturally, Harold was also concerned about Wolf's actions, and thus he had dispatched scouts to investigate. To his dismay, within a mere 10 days, the scouts reported that the werewolf territory had been overtaken by the lizardmen. Total annihilation? Saber, standing nearby, could not help but inquire as a fellow wolf creature and an acquaintance of Marcus. He was particularly concerned. The scout shook his head, stating, I do not know. When I departed, there were no corpses in sight, and the bloodstains were minimal. Yet, not a single werewolf was found. Only numerous traces of the lizardmen were visible. It seemed that King Marcus might have fled with his kin. Edith interjected. Analyzing the current situation, it appeared highly probable that King Wolf had taken advantage of King Marcus's absence from the tribe, launching a surprise attack while leaving elites behind in our clan. Rebecca elaborated. After all, the absence of the strongest royal and over 200 elites is quite significant. Yet, the absence of any corpses is rather peculiar. Barry remarked, unable to contain his curiosity. How did they handle the slain werewolves? Did they not kill them, but merely capture them? Gardner inquired. Impossible, Saber shook his head. Our werewolfkin are inherently proud and seldom yield to other monstrous races. He then glanced at Harold, adding, unless they encounter a leader of great strength, one with a name and the ability to enhance our power. Are you suggesting that King Wolf could bolster the strength of his subordinates? Barry scratched his head. Yes, they spoke. Everyone's gaze turned toward Harold. Eager to hear his thoughts, Harold's right hand rhythmically tapped on the table. He had remained silent during Barry and the others' discussions, but for some reason, he sensed an underlying peculiarity in the matter. Only when he noticed the attention of the group did he speak up, saying, I, along with Saber and Rebecca, have encountered two captain-level figures from the Lizardman tribe. Both were semi-royal warriors with extensive combat experience. The individuals we faced were the third and fourth captains, indicating that the Lizardman tribe must possess at least 4 such captains. That I am not well-versed in medium-level monstrous races. But I wonder if this number of semi-royals is excessive. Edith raised her brows slightly and responded, for medium-level monstrous races, a tribe can only have 1 royal at most at any given time. If there are more, it implies the presence of a super-royal powerhouse among them. Achieving super-royal status grants one strength comparable to that of high-level monstrous races. Below the royal level lies the semi-royal tier. And many smaller medium-level monstrous races have their strongest members at the semi-royal level. Additionally, there are non-unified monstrous races, where one main tribe is the strongest, led by a royal, while the leaders of the other branches are semi-royals. For instance, among the human race, I am a royal, while Kings Gibson and the deceased King Felton were merely semi-royals. To this point, Edith turned to Rebecca, saying now, Rebecca should also have reached the semi-royal level. To my knowledge, even among the top medium-level monstrous races in the Monstrous Council, a tribe typically comprises 1 royal and 4 or 5 semi-royals. 4 should be normal. Normal? Harold mused, still feeling that something was amiss. After pondering for a moment, he looked at the scout. When you left, what direction were the lizard men heading? The scout replied, before my departure, it seemed that those lizard men were preparing to settle among the werewolves. Settle among the werewolves? Harold was taken aback and turned to Edith. We have a large map of the forest. Edith nodded. I sketched a rough one previously. She then retrieved a large map from her desk. Harold studied the map, silently murmuring as if deep in thought. After a moment, he pressed a finger onto the map, his expression serious as he spoke. To the east of the werewolf territory lies the lizard man's own domain. To the southwest, about 5 or 6 days' journey, is the territory of our goblin tribe. If we head north, we can reach the centaur territory in at most 4 days, and to the west, we can arrive at the serpent folk territory in 3 days. How strange, Harold remarked, tapping the area of the werewolf territory on the map. What is peculiar, Chief? Barry asked. Why would they settle among the werewolves? Harold questioned. The news of the lizard men defeating the werewolves must have spread throughout the depths of the forest. The other tribes in the Monstrous Council are surely aware. According to the rules of the Monstrous Council, other monstrous races would undoubtedly form a coalition to confront the lizard men, and the werewolves are now encircled. Moreover, what is the source of King Wolf's confidence? To act so recklessly against the werewolves is evidently to declare enmity with the entire Monstrous Council. Additionally, this signifies he will lose the supply of livestock from our goblin tribe. Yet, winter is fast approaching. Regardless of the monstrous race, a considerable amount of provisions will be required. Unless, Rebecca interjected, unless the Monstrous Council does not form a coalition. Exactly. Harold's eyes narrowed. Among the various monstrous races in the Monstrous Council, the territories of the werewolves and serpent folk are closest to our goblin tribe. The lizard men have occupied the werewolves, and their allegiances remain uncertain. Consequently, we can only transport food through the territory of the serpent folk. But what if the serpent folk also fall? Are you suggesting that the lizardmen's next target is the serpent folk? Edith exclaimed in surprise. The others were equally shaken. Become a member of the Monstrous Council. A tribe must be exceedingly powerful, Rebecca added. It cannot be as simple as extermination. Yet they successfully annihilated the werewolves, Harold countered. That was due to King Marcus and the absence of over 200 elites. Rebecca retorted. Indeed, Harold gazed at Rebecca, his meaning profound. But do not forget, winter is approaching. The serpent folk will be significantly limited in their actions during the winter, the hibernation habits of cold-blooded creatures, upon hearing Harold's words. Everyone present was taken aback. Indeed, during winter, the combat capability of the serpent folk would diminish drastically. At that point, the lizard men might very well eliminate the serpent folk. If that were to happen, the goblin tribe's provisions would be unable to reach the depths of the forest, and the goblin tribe would be isolated, left to face the lizard men alone. Yet the monstrous council cannot simply stand by and do nothing. Barry interjected suddenly. Days passed in a tense wait, and Harold received no communication from the monstrous council. It was as if the council had ceased to exist. This deepened Harold's unease. Although he did not know the reason, he understood that the monstrous council had seemingly acquiesced to Wolf's actions. Preparations must be made. Harold's eyes narrowed as he once again summoned everyone. Gardener, how is the cotton cultivation progressing? Gardener replied, It is growing normally. It should mature in about 2 months. Well, utilizing the production department's capabilities. We could double the output by then, which should suffice, Harold nodded. His hand began to tap on the table as he pondered for a moment before stating, The lizard men are likely to launch a surprise attack during the winter when the serpent folk are constrained. Therefore, we have roughly 2 months to prepare. During this period, we must expedite the production of cotton clothing. Additionally, the output of warm water bags must also be increased, if we aim for 400. Bayer and the others can complete it swiftly. Edith interjected, That's insufficient. 400 won't be enough. Harold shook his head. We need to increase production, not just for the warm water bags, but also for the cotton clothing. Reluctantly, we must provide the serpent folk with more specially made cotton garments. Only if they withstand the lizardmen's assault can we avoid isolation. Barry, send someone to the serpent folk to convey the gravity of this situation. Of course, the surplus must not be given freely. Let them exchange it for metal. The loss of lips leaves the teeth cold. Harold is well aware of this truth. However, it is equally evident that conducting business at a loss is inadvisable. Understood, Barry nodded in agreement. Yet, even with increased efforts, the current output of hot water bottles can only be doubled at most, which may still prove insufficient. Rebecca expressed her concerns. Indeed, thus we may find ourselves compelled to join the fray. Harold remarked with a grave expression. The thought of the production department as capabilities left him feeling troubled. Their skills could only enhance raw material output, failing to double the production of hot water bottles. This limitation significantly diminished Harold's support. He then turned to Edith. Edith, in terms of individual strength, is our human race capable of defeating the lizard men? Edith shook her head. It is quite difficult. The scales of the lizard men are exceedingly tough. Our claws cannot penetrate them. What if we employed adamantine claws? Harold suggested. Rebecca promptly produced the adamantine claws. She held. Edith's eyes brightened. If our kind possessed such weapons, a surprise attack could yield substantial odds in our favor. A surprise attack, you say? Harold pondered. Then let Bayer and the others commence the crafting of adamantine claws. One for each would suffice, thereby providing an extra layer of assurance. And Barry, how fares the training of the goblin wolf riders? Barry replied, We have been consistently training, yet our numbers remain scant, approximately 300 at this point. A hint of conflict crossed Barry's face as he continued. Moreover, while our strength has improved during this period of training, the results are not markedly evident. Currently, the goblin wolf riders can barely match the capabilities of mid-tier magical beasts. Thus, I comprehend, Harold sighed. This represents the utmost potential for us as ordinary goblins. Any further enhancement would be exceedingly arduous. However, with your newfound names, your potential will gradually expand, allowing for the possibility of breaking free from these constraints. Yet, it seems unlikely in the immediate future. Regarding population, the tribe has indeed seen a continuous increase, surging by a remarkable 10%. However, the newly born goblins have yet to mature and cannot be counted as combatants. The original goblins, due to the development of the tribe, have also taken up various occupations, such as farming, husbandry, and craftsmanship. This has significantly reduced the number of goblins available for combat, let alone the fact that they now face the top-tier magical beasts among mid-level foes. Reflecting on this, Harold spoke solemnly. In light of this, aside from essential duties, let all remaining goblins be placed in a state of wartime readiness. Furthermore, I have decided to officially establish the research department, since upgrading to a Tier 2 fortress. Harold had devoted his thoughts entirely to the education department and the development of tribal infrastructure. However, with the crisis looming, ordinary training can no longer satisfy the goblins' advancement. The research department could once again elevate their combat capabilities. After organizing all necessary matters, Harold ventured alone to the research department. During this time, the education department's curriculum in mathematics and science had also been elevated to an intermediate level, although it had discouraged the majority of goblins. Nonetheless, a select few had completed these courses. With these talents at his disposal, Harold met the requirements to activate the research department. System: I wish to formally activate the research department upon detecting the presence of fundamental talents in physics, chemistry, biology, and mathematics within the fortress. The system confirmed the activation. Activation cost for the basic research department: 500,000 evolution points. My goodness, indeed a significant expense. Although Harold had anticipated this, he was still taken aback. Yet upon reflection, it became clear the activation of the research department would herald a qualitative transformation in the goblins' combat prowess. Activate. Harold commanded. A resonant hum echoed through the air shortly from what had merely been a small room. A multi-story edifice of the research department rose majestically. Harold's accumulated evolution points dwindled by over half, leaving him with merely a few tens of thousands. Basic research department. Active skill-accelerated development allows for the expedited progress of ongoing projects. Only one project can be accelerated at a time. Cold weapons: hand axes, daggers, bows, and knives. Light weapons: pistols, submachine guns, rifles, machine guns, sniper rifles. Hint 1. Upon completion of all basic projects, automatic upgrade to intermediate research department will occur. Hint 2. The time required for subsequent developments of the same weapon type will be reduced. Upon seeing the prospect of firearms, Harold exhaled in relief. At last, a new era was on the horizon. As he contemplated, he began to scrutinize the time and evolution points required for the development of various light weapons. Yet when he beheld the specific values, he was once again flabbergasted. Take, for instance, the simplest pistol. Its development time exceeds half a month. This, however, is not the crux of the matter. The true issue lies in the fact that, despite all being categorized as pistols, there exists a plethora of types, each demanding varying amounts of evolution points. Most alarming was that even the most rudimentary revolver required a staggering 100,000 points. Another hefty expense. Harold could not help but sigh. Gazing at the scant evolution points remaining, he found himself in a quandary. According to the system's design, equivalent basic weapons could be selected for development autonomously. This meant that Harold could bypass the pistol and directly develop more formidable firearms, such as submachine guns or rifles. Naturally, Harold yearned to skip the pistol and instead procure a pair of divine weapons, like a Barrett capable of one-shot kills or an AK that could unleash a torrent of fire. However, the dilemma lay in his insufficient time and limited evolution points. Just considering a submachine gun, which posed only slightly more difficulty than a pistol, the minimum project cost stood at 500,000 evolution points, with a minimum development time of 3 months to be by the time the weapons were completed. It would be too late, of course. This time frame is contingent upon the quantity and quality of talents within the research department. Yet, in the near term, where could Harold possibly find such talents? After much contemplation, Harold could only resort to developing a handgun. The subsequent dilemma was the selection of the firearms model. Although Harold possessed a basic understanding of weaponry, he was not an expert. Thus, from the various handguns presented by the system, he meticulously compared and ultimately narrowed his choices to two: the M500 revolver and the Beretta 92F pistol. The former, the M500 revolver, is a type of revolver renowned as the king of handguns, boasting the most formidable power among its peers. Its .50 caliber grants it exceptional destructive and penetrating capabilities. In contrast, the Beretta 92F is lauded for its overall versatility, being a semi-automatic pistol that excels in both accuracy and reliability. In simpler terms, the former is suited for singular explosive power, while the latter is ideal for precise rapid fire. Considering his adversary, the lizard men with their formidable scales, Harold ultimately opted for the M500 revolver. However, the time and evolution points required to develop the M500 were astonishingly exorbitant. The evolution points alone demanded a staggering 200,000, with a time frame commencing at 1 month, double that of other handguns. With only a few 100,000 evolution points remaining, Harold resolved to wait a few more days. Nevertheless, he did not remain idle. With the intent of developing firearms, the necessity of gunpowder became evident. Fortunately, the tribe had already acquired goblins skilled in intermediate chemistry, thus enabling them to explore methods of gunpowder formulation. Consequently, the key lay in the procurement of the requisite components. It is common knowledge that gunpowder primarily comprises sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal. While the first two can be refined and produced, they still require raw materials. Therefore, Harold summoned Barry once more, assigning him the task of locating sulfurous minerals and saltpeter deposits. Of course, in a world infused with magic. Harold had contemplated the possibility of utilizing magical energy as a substitute for gunpowder. Quite the opposite. In fact, Harold recognized the feasibility of employing magical energy instead. His Colt M1917 revolver served as the finest testament to this. Under normal circumstances, how could an ordinary revolver automatically load 6 rounds daily? The only plausible explanation is the magical energy that Harold had yet to fully comprehend. In Harold's conception, the Colt M1917 revolver must possess a mechanism capable of gathering magical energy, akin to the solar devices from his previous life that convert light into energy. Yet, all of this remained mere speculation, as the current technology available within the system was insufficient to actualize such an idea. Thus, he could only resort to gunpowder for ammunition. Days later, Harold finally amassed the 200,000 evolution points and promptly initiated the research on the M500 revolver. Just as the research department was engrossed in their intense development, Saber rushed in, flustered. "Chief, he has returned." "Who?" Harold, observing the revolver's development, was taken aback. "Ferguson," Saber replied. Harold's eyes brightened. Ferguson, a name both familiar and foreign, he was the goblin hero Harold encountered during the initial recruitment of goblins into his tribe. At that time, Ferguson had chosen to depart alone in search of vengeance against a human slave master. Harold had even discussed the likelihood of Ferguson's return with Saber. To his astonishment, Ferguson had indeed returned after all this time. "Wonderful, his timing could not be better," Harold exclaimed. "Let us seek him out." With that, Harold mounted Saber. In his heart, he had considered Ferguson the ideal candidate for the position of Minister of Military Affairs. After all, he had been favored by the god of war. "Chief," Saber murmured as they journeyed, "Ferguson is gravely injured and currently unconscious." "Gravely injured? By humans?" Harold furrowed his brow. "What of Barry? Surely he can heal Ferguson." Saber shook his head. "Barry is out with the goblin cavalry, searching for sulfurous minerals and saltpeter. He is yet to return. This is troublesome." Harold thought to himself, then inquired, "Do you know Barry's current whereabouts?" Saber nodded. "The wild wolves from the communication network returned yesterday and reported Barry's location. They have ventured deep into the forest and will take at least 5 days to return if we account for the time to send word. It will be 10 days, but Ferguson may not last that long." As they spoke, Harold and Saber arrived at a room, where they found Ferguson lying on the bed, with Edith by his side. Ferguson appeared pallid, his body marred by wounds, with a particularly darkened patch on his left arm, evidently poisoned. His external injuries had been tended to by a goblin shaman, yet the poison in his arm remained unaddressed. "Goblin shaman?" Harold was taken aback. Edith's expression was peculiar as she looked at Harold. "I only recently became aware of this. Typically, a large tribe of over 100 goblins would have at least one goblin shaman. Yet, for some unknown reason, your tribe has not had any until now." Harold frowned slightly. Perhaps it is due to differing developments. He couldn't shake the feeling that the emergence of goblin shamans was odd. Goblin shamans, akin to human priests, possess healing magics. Unlike the favored divine servants, both goblin shamans and human priests independently worship deities to gain their healing abilities, while they are certainly inferior in ability to divine servants. Their contributions should not be underestimated, as healing magic is essential for addressing virtually all ailments in this world. Thus, the presence of goblin shamans indicates that there are goblins in Harold's tribe who revere the god of healing. But is such faith truly suitable? Perhaps it is time to introduce medical courses. Harold's eyes narrowed. Previously, due to Barry's presence, injured goblins could receive prompt treatment. Coupled with the tribe's ongoing busyness, Harold had not given it much thought. However, the recent emergence of goblin shamans stirred a sense of unease within him. Indeed, in a typical large goblin tribe, aside from a few exceptional goblin heroes, some mutated goblins would arise, such as goblin shamans. Goblin shamans and giant goblins. These mutations generally stem from a growing dissatisfaction among the goblin populace, leading a select few individuals to begin venerating deities, thus acquiring magical abilities. However, Harold's tribe was different. The goblins therein should not experience such discontent. Moreover, under Harold's deliberate guidance, the tribe members primarily revered Harold himself and the technology he espoused. Therefore, the sudden emergence of divine worship caused Harold to feel apprehensive that, of course, this was not to say that Harold disdained the veneration of deities or wished to eschew divine power. On the contrary, he hoped for the emergence of hero-level goblins within his tribe. The issue lies in the distinction between faith and divine favor. An intense belief is akin to an unknown seed planted in the heart of the believer. At any moment, this seed may take root and sprout. Without proper management, these seeds could potentially transform into ticking time bombs that threaten to devastate the tribe. Nevertheless, despite this looming risk, Harold had not contemplated forcibly severing the goblin shaman's faith. After all, his ultimate aim had always been to grant the goblin race peace and freedom. Resorting to violence would directly contradict that purpose. Thus, his decision was to initiate medical courses, utilizing medical knowledge to triumph over divine healing. As Harold pondered, the groans of Ferguson interrupted his thoughts. It was best to address the matter at hand first. Harold sighed and turned to Edith. Is there a way to eliminate this poison? Edith furrowed her brow slightly. With our tribe's current capabilities, we cannot detoxify. However, I believe we can seek assistance from the Serpent Demon Tribe. Serpent Demon Tribe? Harold raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Edith nodded. The Serpent Demon Tribe possesses their own beliefs. They are natural poisoners and have considerable knowledge in antidotes. Therefore, when it comes to detoxification, they are undoubtedly the strongest among the mid-tier magical creatures. Harold stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems I must personally pay them a visit. Ferguson was unlike an ordinary goblin. His existence was vital to the tribe. Therefore, Harold was concerned that without his personal presence, the Serpent Demon Tribe would not take the matter seriously. Soon, Harold brought Ferguson to the Serpent Demon Tribe. To expedite their journey, he specifically arranged for 2 swift wolves to pull a cart carrying Ferguson. Due to the tribe's bustling activities, Harold did not bring anyone else along, even leaving Saber behind to assist the tribe. Upon arriving at the Serpent Demon Tribe, the cart's wheels had already worn out. As soon as he saw Melissa, Harold hurriedly said, "Lady Melissa, my tribesman has been poisoned by the humans. I kindly ask for your assistance in treating him." Melissa maintained a stoic expression and glanced at Ferguson lying in the cart. He won't die in the short term. With that, she signaled her people to take Ferguson for treatment. She then turned her attention back to Harold. Sneering, "Lord Harold, now that you are here, we can have a good chat. Please follow me." With that, Melissa gestured for him to enter. Harold raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. However, judging by Melissa's demeanor, she did not seem intent on harming him. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to follow her into the cave. "I wonder what Lady Melissa wishes to discuss with me," he asked as he settled into a seat. Melissa looked at Harold with a cold snort. "Oof. Harold, are you truly unaware of your own actions?" She wrinkled her nose and pouted slightly, appearing to be a wronged woman, as if Harold had done her some great injustice. This stirred an inexplicable sensation within Harold. As the saying goes, beauty transcends race. Although she belonged to the Serpent Demon Tribe, without her serpentine lower half, she was undoubtedly a rare beauty. Had she discovered something? Harold mused inwardly. He had indeed set a trap for Melissa. But that was a matter for the future. Currently, the cotton clothing was not yet ready, so she should not have detected any clues. Reflecting on this, Harold rubbed his nose. "Lady Melissa, I must admit, I do not quite understand what you are implying." Melissa scoffed. "Did you not previously claim that your tribe production was limited? How is it that you now assert that you can increase production and have sent someone to request metal resources?" "Harold, you truly are treacherous." Realizing the misunderstanding, Harold let out a sigh of relief and feigned innocence. Ah, Lady Melissa, you have misunderstood me. Surely you are aware of the extermination of the werewolf tribe? Melissa nodded. Of course I know. The lizard men are still occupying the territory of the former werewolf tribe. Indeed, Harold continued, my subordinates should have informed you of the reasons behind their presence in the territory of the former werewolf tribe. Melissa's brow furrowed. Yes, but Wolf's conflict with Marcus stems from the long-standing enmity between their tribes, which could be described as a rivalry as fierce as fire and water. Thus, they engage in battle. This is well known within the Magical Creature Council, which tacitly acknowledges their feud. However, the Serpent Demon tribe is different. I have no deep-seated hatred with Wolf. Therefore, if you were to attack me, it would mean declaring war against the entire Magical Creature Council. Understanding this, a glimmer of insight flashed in Harold's eyes that he finally grasped why the Magical Creature Council had not intervened. Yet, what if they truly intended to strike against you? Harold said, anything is possible. The lizard men are lurking right next to your territory, that if winter arrives and they indeed decide to attack your Serpent Demon tribe, do you have any chance of winning? Do not forget, by exterminating your tribe. Wolf would sever my goblin tribe's connection with the Magical Creature Council, effectively gaining control over all food resources. At Harold's words, Melissa fell silent. She had spent too long within the confines of the Magical Creature Council, firmly believing that no tribe would dare to oppose them. However, if what Harold said were true, and they truly intended to act against her Serpent Demon tribe, especially with the food crisis deep within the forest, anything could happen. You make a valid point, Melissa murmured thoughtfully, nodding in contemplation. Therefore, Harold skillfully redirected the conversation. In order to assist you in resisting the lizardmen's assault, I have mobilized the full strength of my tribe to help you produce cotton clothing and warm water bags. The shortage of metal resources has compelled me to seek your assistance. Alas, it is regrettable that my goodwill has been mistaken for ulterior motives. Harold concluded with a sorrowful expression, seeing Harold's pained demeanor. Melissa was instantly taken aback, feeling a surge of guilt. I see now. It was my misunderstanding of you. Lord Harold, I sincerely apologize, she added, her face filled with remorse. Observing Melissa's guilt-ridden expression, Harold felt a mix of emotions. The members of the Magical Creature Council were all deeply scheming individuals, yet Melissa appeared excessively naive. Perhaps this was why Wolf had set his sights on the Serpent Demon tribe. My lord, we have managed to control the toxins in the goblin. A serpent demon approached a report, then leaned in to whisper to Melissa that Harold's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly inquired, can he be cured? Melissa replied, since we can control it, of course. He can be cured. Then I must trouble you, Lady Melissa. Harold exhaled in relief. It is no trouble. But should we not first discuss the conditions? Melissa suddenly interjected. Conditions? What conditions? Harold was taken aback. Naturally, the conditions for treating your tribesmen. Melissa stated matter-of-factly. If I'm not mistaken, this tribesman of yours is a goblin hero, correct? Speaking of which, the goblin hero Barry, who previously visited our tribe, also seemed to be one. While I do not know how you manage to recruit other goblin heroes to serve you, I imagine this particular goblin hero is quite important to you. Harold's brow furrowed. Lady Melissa, we are in a cooperative relationship. Moreover, my tribe has sacrificed its own development to aid you in producing cotton clothing. Now, to treat one tribesman, you wish to discuss conditions. That seems a bit excessive. The abrupt shift from Melissa's previous apologies struck him as rather swift. Melissa shot Harold an exasperated glance. Do you truly think I am unaware? You indeed sacrificed your tribe's development to provide us with cotton clothing. However, we both know that your true motivation is the fear that the Serpent Demon tribe may genuinely fall to the lizard men, thereby isolating your goblin tribe. Harold's lips twitched. He realized he had misjudged Melissa. She was no simpleton. You think too much, Lady Melissa, he retorted, but she merely smirked coldly and continued. In truth, my conditions are quite simple. If the lizard men do strike against my Serpent Demon tribe during winter, I hope the goblin tribe will intervene and assist us. Harold narrowed his eyes. You jest, my lady. What business does a low-tier magical creature like my goblin tribe have in the disputes among mid-tier magical creatures? Your Excellency, is this not a call for our demise? Moreover, You have stated that within the Monster Council, when two factions of monsters are at odds, a third party is forbidden from intervening. This is what you have conveyed to me. Melissa's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, under normal circumstances, interference is not permitted, but the current situation is quite different. The lizard men are not inherently weaker than our serpent folk, should they choose to strike against us during winter. The likelihood of our serpent folk withstanding such an assault is minimal, and we could very well face annihilation. The Monster Council allows disputes to arise, yet the complete eradication of a race is forbidden. Therefore, should you choose to act, it would not contravene the Council's regulations. Furthermore, did you not previously assert that if our serpent folk were to be destroyed, your goblin clan would likewise suffer? Harold shrugged indifferently. That is a matter for the future. Perhaps he has little interest in my lowly goblin tribe. Melissa, feeling exasperated, nearly pointed an accusatory finger at Harold. He had spoken with such conviction before, claiming that the lizard men sought to eradicate the serpent folk and isolate the goblin tribe for exclusive resources. How could he so swiftly change his stance? Does that not mean you will rescue your subordinate? Melissa retorted sharply. Harold sighed, appearing helpless. What choice do I have? I cannot sacrifice my entire tribe for one subordinate. Melissa, gritting her teeth in frustration, was well aware of Harold's intentions after their previous encounters, but he was fully cognizant that she would soon seek his assistance, which emboldened his demeanor. In simpler terms, he was clearly only motivated by personal gain. It is quite possible that his offer to double the provision of winter clothing and warm water bags was merely a ploy to entice her. Melissa mused inwardly. She then coldly inquired, "What would it take for you to lend your assistance?" Harold tapped the table lightly, responding with a calm demeanor. "To speak plainly, my goblin tribe remains a lesser monster race. We are but small and frail. Intervening in your conflict would surely lead to significant losses. Therefore, unless sufficient benefits are provided, I cannot return without a satisfactory explanation. State your demands." Melissa replied impatiently. Harold raised an eyebrow. "It's nothing much that I am considering a proposal similar to what you previously suggested, merging the serpent folk with my goblin clan. In such a case, it would be entirely reasonable for my goblin tribe to intervene, and my kin would no longer voice any objections. After all, mutual assistance among kin is expected, is it not? You wish to annex my serpent folk?" Melissa, who had been coiled comfortably, shot upright. She looked down at Harold with a frosty gaze. "Absolutely not. Joining your goblin clan would be no different from being consumed by the lizard men." "Your Excellency has misunderstood." Harold hastily waved his hands. "It would merely be a pretense of joining. We would assist one another. Once this matter is passed, should you wish to depart, I shall not hinder you." Melissa scoffed coldly. "Edith was deceived in such a manner by you. Was she not? Do you truly believe I am oblivious to your schemes?" Harold awkwardly rubbed his nose. Melissa was indeed quite unpredictable. She had previously appeared so innocent, yet now executed a dramatic turnaround. Harold began to question whether her earlier apologies were merely performances for his benefit. This moment, Melissa coiled back her serpent form. Continuing, "I shall lay out my bottom line. Our tribes shall form an alliance, remaining non-intrusive yet mutually supportive. If the serpent folk are beset today, should you be willing to intervene in the future when your goblin tribe faces peril? The serpent folk will extend our utmost assistance." Harold exhaled a sigh of relief and nodded. "Very well. I shall endure some loss and agree to this. Given this, you should also attend to my subordinate's needs." "Naturally. I shall go to aid your subordinate at once." Upon hearing Harold's agreement, Melissa felt a wave of relief wash over her. She then rose to head towards another cave. Although she projected an air of authority, her heart was still unsettled. However, halfway through her stride, she suddenly halted, her expression taken aback. "Wait a moment. He was the one who sought my aid, and I was the one proposing conditions. How did it inexplicably shift to me pleading with him?" Realizing this, Melissa spun around, her voice rising in anger. "Harold, you have deceived me again." Harold, seated at the table, was momentarily taken aback by Melissa's outburst from afar. What is with her sudden dramatics? Has a relative arrived? Where is this place? Ferguson blinked open his eyes, gazing at the dimly lit cave with confusion. "This is the dwelling of the serpent folk. Do not be concerned," Harold reassured him, but a flicker of excitement danced in Ferguson's eyes. "It is you. Lord Harold, how do you fare? Have you regained consciousness?" As he spoke, Melissa's figure appeared before them. Previously, with Melissa's assistance, Ferguson had successfully rid himself of the poison in his left arm. Afterwards, he had remained unconscious for 3 days, only now regaining awareness. The serpent folk. Upon seeing Melissa, Ferguson's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively reaching for a weapon at his side. "Ferguson, calm yourself." Harold pressed down on Ferguson. "The serpent folk are our allies." "Allies?" Ferguson's body trembled in disbelief as he glanced at Melissa, then back at Harold. "You claim she is our ally? And what of your left hand?" Ferguson noticed Harold's mechanical left arm. Harold waved it dismissively. "It is nothing, merely a new ability." He then introduced Ferguson. "This is Melissa, the queen of the serpent folk. We have now formed an alliance with her." Subsequently, he turned to Melissa. "Your Excellency, this is my subordinate, Ferguson." Melissa shot Harold a glance, her tone indifferent. "I have no interest in meeting your subordinate. Now that you have awakened, it will be best to leave promptly." With that, she turned and departed. Clearly, she was still brooding over the previous alliance. Meanwhile, Ferguson stared at Melissa's retreating figure, swallowing hard. "Lord Harold, you say she is the queen of the serpent folk?" "Indeed," Harold replied casually. "You have just returned. There are many matters you are yet unaware of. I will explain everything to you in due time. But first, let us discuss your injuries. What transpired?" Ferguson's expression darkened as he glanced at the bandaged wound on his left arm, gritting his teeth. "It was the damned humans who did this." Just as I suspected, that Harold's eyes narrowed. "Please elaborate." Ferguson nodded, then began to recount. "Since leaving your tribe, I ventured alone into the forest, seeking traces of the human race. After about a month, I finally discovered the whereabouts of a human slaver on the outskirts of the forest." At this point, Ferguson's voice grew hoarse. "I witnessed a nightmare." "A nightmare?" Harold's heart quaked, sensing the gravity of the situation. "Yes, the hell of monsters." Ferguson's body trembled uncontrollably, gritting his teeth. Within their encampment, there were corpses of our kind strewn everywhere. Then in several large cages, various monster races were crammed. Low-tier monsters such as goblins, windwolves, firefoxes, and slimes, as well as mid-tier monsters like humans, werewolves, and foxfolk. They were treated like commodities, packed into the cages. Even mid-tier monsters were numerous. Harold furrowed his brow. The strength of intermediate monsters is far beyond that of low-level ones. The fact that the opposing party could capture various species of intermediate monsters indicates that the human slave master possesses extraordinarily formidable combat power. "Indeed, it is not limited to that," Ferguson remarked. Harold blinked his eyes slightly, inquiring, "What else?" Ferguson, his lips already bloodied from biting, responded, "Those humans are forcing the monsters to ingest strange potions. Most of the monsters that swallow the potions die outright, while those that survive become increasingly human-like, much like the recently encountered Edith." "Anthropomorphism?" Harold gasped in astonishment. He had not anticipated that humans possessed a potion capable of transforming monsters into humanoid forms. "What about their strength?" Harold asked. Ferguson replied, "It feels as if their power has been entirely consumed. Many monsters, I can hardly sense any magic within them." "Unable to sense magic?" "Damn!" Harold's expression darkened, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "The reason they are referred to as monsters is that a part of their being is composed of magical energy. Even goblins, who are not adept at wielding magic, possess magic within their bodies. It can be said that magic is their very essence. Without it, they would lose their lives." Boom! Just as Harold contemplated, a tremendous noise erupted from the depths of the cave behind him, causing countless stones to tumble down. Shortly thereafter, Melissa's figure reappeared, her expression equally grim. "That is a transformation potion. It forces monsters to utilize a significant portion of their magical energy to transform into humanoid forms." "You know?" Harold queried, puzzled. He had long noticed Edith lurking in the shadows, eavesdropping, yet he chose to remain silent. How could he not, when Edith had hidden herself while leaving a conspicuous tail exposed? With her emergence, it was evident she was enraged by the actions of the human slave master. "The noise just now was caused by her tail striking the wall." "Of course I know," Edith replied. Years ago, the human slave masters acted without restraint against the monsters of the forest. Many of my kin from the Serpent clan were captured by them. When we organized a rescue, we discovered that only about 1 in 10 or 12 of the captured kin survived. The few who did were grievously wounded and perished shortly thereafter. We later learned that they had been forcibly made to ingest the transformation potion, leaving them with a lifespan of only about a year. They became playthings for the humans. Indeed, Ferguson interjected, I have witnessed the atrocities committed by those humans. They treat monster species as mere tools for their gratification. The human slave masters deserve to perish. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Harold's eyes. Then why did you not rescue them? Melissa suddenly turned to Ferguson and asked. Ferguson's expression darkened as he replied, I am no match for them. I have attempted many times, but each effort ended in failure. The last time, I was injured and barely managed to escape. No, you did not escape, Melissa stated coldly, fixing her emotionless gaze upon Ferguson. If the humans wished to kill you, you would not stand a chance. They merely allowed you to go free intentionally, to serve as their guide. This. Melissa turned her gaze to Harold. Your tribe has already been targeted. That night, Harold sat alone atop a hillside. Due to Ferguson's injuries, which rendered him unable to move, Harold had no choice but to remain with the Serpent clan for another day, disliking the confines of the cave. He ventured outside alone. A rustling sound came from behind him. Aren't you serpent folk afraid of the cold? Harold remarked without turning around. Unbeknownst to him, autumn had deepened, and the temperature was steadily dropping. He knew the newcomer was Melissa. Sure enough, she approached Harold, entwining her serpentine tail with his. Yes, while ordinary clan members may possess magical energy, prolonged exposure to the outside would still be unbearable for them. However, my magic is sufficiently abundant to withstand the cold, allowing me to remain outside for extended periods. Truly, the queen of the Serpent clan is impressive, Harold remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Melissa. Melissa sighed bitterly. What does it matter to be a queen when we're still oppressed by humans and targeted by the lizard men? Not to mention, deceived by you. Harold cleared his throat. Look at you. As a queen, why be so petty? After all, I wagered the lives of the entire goblin tribe to fulfill your request. Has anyone ever told you how much you resemble humans? Melissa regarded Harold with an odd look. You are as shameless as they are. Harold rubbed his nose. There are indeed those who have said so. Melissa fell silent, staring blankly at the moon. After a lengthy pause, she continued, You must be curious why our Monster Council has not fulfilled its responsibilities to confront the human slave masters. Harold raised an eyebrow, nodding in affirmation. Yes, I have heard humans say that your Monster Council is obsessed with power and has forgotten its former duties. Humans? Melissa pursed her lips. They must harbor great resentment towards our Monster Council. After all, they have sacrificed so much for the monster forest. In the past, their tribes were not fewer in number than ours. Harold gazed at the moon. Remaining silent, he listened as Melissa continued. In truth, it is not that all the monster species within the council are unwilling to confront humans, but rather that the existence of those ambitious individuals has restrained us from taking action against them. Are you referring to Wolf? Harold inquired. Not just him, Melissa replied. During your visit to the Monster Council, you should have noticed that the council was divided into two factions regarding your inclusion. Among us, I, Localin, and Craig are eager to stabilize the council and collectively address the human slave masters. Meanwhile, Wolf, Marcus, Gret, Bert, and Faline are caught in a web of intrigue, seeking to expand their territories and dominate the AS for the council's chairman. Atlee, he can only strive to balance the powers at play. You mean Marcus also seeks to expand his territory? Harold's heart raced suddenly. Yes, Melissa confirmed. I've always found it strange why he chose to side with you previously. However, among us, he harbors the greatest ambition. It is merely unexpected that he would be the first to face extinction. But it is quite peculiar. Harold furrowed his brow, murmuring, What is peculiar? Melissa asked, puzzled as she looked at Harold. You mentioned that Marcus has the greatest ambition, so his tribe should be quite powerful. How could they have been so easily annihilated by the lizard men? Harold questioned Melissa. Moreover, those with ambition would never expose such glaring flaws. Are you suggesting that Marcus deliberately allowed himself to be defeated? Melissa's brow furrowed. There is that possibility, Harold stated. The scouts I dispatched previously reported that they discovered very few corpses or bloodstains of werewolves in their territory. Thus, it is highly likely that Marcus is hiding, pretending to have been annihilated. Harold harbored another unspoken thought. The demise of the werewolf tribe might not have been solely Marcus's design, that it was very plausible that it was a collaborative scheme between Marcus and Wolf. However, this possibility was too remote, and it fleetingly crossed Harold's mind before being dismissed. After all, the animosity between the two tribes was well known. Previously, Harold had also witnessed the arguments between the two at the Monster Council, which could be described as a clash of fire and water. What could be Marcus's objective? Melissa pondered. Who knows? Harold shrugged, stating, "This is merely conjecture on my part." He then rose and addressed Melissa, saying, "By the way, the first batch of bred animals is nearly mature. It would be prudent for you to share these speculations with the others. Additionally, inform everyone that there may be human tribes inclined to act against my clan. Let them decide how to proceed." With that, Harold waved his hand and retreated into the cave, leaving Melissa with a complex expression as she remained behind. The following morning, Harold set off with Ferguson to return. After several days, the two finally arrived back at the goblin tribe. "Chief, you have returned, and with Ferguson." Barry suddenly appeared, his face alight with surprise as he looked at the two dung. "Have you found everything I asked you to?" Harold inquired, directing his gaze at Barry. Barry scratched his head, replying, We found it, and the sulfur mine has already dispatched miners for collection. However, we encountered some issues at the saltpeter mine." Harold raised an eyebrow, remaining unfazed. "Let us discuss that later. First, summon Edith and the others for a meeting. I have matters to address." Soon, Edith, Saber, and the others gathered in the command room. Harold began by introducing Ferguson's identity to everyone, subsequently appointing him as the Minister of Military Affairs. He also removed the acting from Barry's title as Deputy Minister of City Defense. Next, he relayed all the details concerning the Monster Council to the Assembly. Once he finished, he turned his gaze towards Barry and inquired, "Now, let us address the issue you mentioned regarding the saltpeter mine." Barry, initially mulling over his newly acquired title, quickly responded upon hearing Harold's question. "The saltpeter mine we discovered is in a rather peculiar location. Although it does not lie within the territory of other monstrous races, it is inhabited by members of the Spider Demon tribe." "Spider Demon tribe?" Harold frowned slightly. "Indeed," Barry confirmed with a nod. "When we first encountered them, they did not utter a word and directly injured several of our kin, attempting to treat us as food. Ultimately, we managed to stabilize the situation through sheer numbers and safely departed. Quite domineering," Harold remarked, narrowing his eyes. Initially, upon learning of the Spider Demon tribe's involvement, Harold felt a twinge of concern. After all, they were all part of the Monster Council, and instigating trouble with others was not ideal. Furthermore, the Goblin tribe currently lacked the strength to confront medium-level monstrous races. However, since they had already resorted to aggression, Harold saw no reason to be courteous. With this thought, Harold turned to Barry and suddenly recalled something. "I understand the situation now. I shall personally lead a negotiation team. However, before that, I am preparing to initiate a medical course." Before the Department of Education, a throng of tribesfolk gathered, including goblins, Windwolf clan members, and humans. Harold first introduced Ferguson to the crowd, confirming his position as Minister of Military Affairs and bestowing upon him a surname. Standing atop a platform, he addressed the assembly gravely. "Fellow tribesmen, today we not only welcome our new Minister of Military Affairs, Ferguson, but I am also launching a new course that will become one of the most vital professions in our tribe's future. This shall be the role of a doctor." "A doctor?" The gathered crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Harold continued, "When Ferguson returned to the tribe, he was gravely injured. Fortunately, apart from Barry, several goblin shamans were able to mend his external wounds. This is commendable and deserving of our respect. Yet, I also realized that although the goblin shamans healed Ferguson's external injuries, they could not cure the poison in his left arm. This revelation made me aware that faith in the god of healing is not infallible. Even with healing magic, we remain at risk. Therefore, for the safety of our kin, I have decided to initiate a crucial medical course within the Department of Education. Furthermore, I shall reward those who partake in this course. In attendance, regardless of whether one is a goblin, windwolf, or human, Anyone who successfully completes the basic medical training will gain the respect of our entire tribe. Those who achieve proficiency in intermediate medical knowledge will receive